everyone, one and all. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I am very happy to be here with you today. It is April 6th of 2022, and this is a very special day because this is my birthday. And I thank you, one and all, for being able to join us. Now, I realize it's a bit early in the morning for most people, and most people in the United States at this moment. It's about 5:47 a.m., and I'm going to be with you for quite some time, so don't worry. But we want to be able to reach out because we're going to be spending a marathon with you, a marathon live stream, speaking with you about the unacceptable thoughts, the things that you just can't say anymore, to talk with you about the issues that matter to you wherever you are in the world, because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to be able to speak, no matter what your government may believe, no matter what the internet overlords believe. That's what we believe. And we want to speak with you about so many things that are the unconventional thoughts, the unspoken thoughts, the things that you just don't hear, and there's a reason for it. And today, on my birthday, I want to celebrate those things with you. I want to talk about those things with you. So, as you're waking up this morning in the United States, and for those who join us from around the world, and I look forward to seeing you all. I hope you're going to have some coffee with me. We're going to start off the day, and we're going to go all through it. And I'm going to be here with you every step of the way. And coffee is a good thing. Definitely, it's a good thing this morning. So I want to make sure that one of the first things I want to do is I want to give thanks, though, to two of our subscribers to the program. I want to thank John and also User, quite literally and absolutely. If it were not for them, we would not have the lights on today. We would not be able to do this program. Their donations have made all that difference. So I do want to thank John. I want to thank our subscriber User as well for their help. Coffee. Oh, yes. And by the way, thank you, Patrick, for being the first one with us here today. Coffee, yeah, it's a little bit light, but I wasn't fully awake. I usually have it a little bit darker, but that's okay. I was more focused on making sure that we start at 5:40 because, well, I'm 54 years old, so that's why I wanted to start. Now, for those who have never been on our program before, if you've never had the opportunity, what we do here is we do long-form political commentary. We talk about all of the issues. And today we're going to be talking in the very long sense, looking at what was 54 years ago today to what is today. Let me start off with something perhaps that may make the most sense. 54 years ago, 2 days and 3 hours ago, Dr. Martin Luther King died. And Dr. Martin Luther King died because he was an individual who had unapproved thoughts. And he was able to say those unapproved thoughts and get other people to listen. Now, this is really astounding and very important because 54 years ago, Dr. Martin Luther King was speaking when there was 3 channels. That's it. And for my younger audience, I want you to understand, because you've probably never seen a world like this. Imagine a time where there were literally 3 channels. In fact, unless you were in a major city like New York City, that's all you had. You had ABC, NBC, and CBS. There was no other channel. Depending on exactly where you were in the nation, you might have had PBS, News Channel 13 in New York City. That was it. Those were your channels. If you got really lucky, you might have a local news channel which you would watch because you'd be able to see your daily weather. And these channels, including ABC, NBC, CBS, they weren't on 24/7. They stopped at 2:30. That's right, from 2:30 until about 6 a.m., There was no television. There was no broadcast in the United States. You just had static. That's it. Even on the major news channels. That was 54 years ago. That was the world at that time. If you weren't watching those three channels, if you weren't watching at the right time of day, there was nothing. You had static. And in a world where that's the only choices that were available to the public, Dr. Martin Luther King was speaking, and he was reaching people when it was hard to reach people, when it was difficult to be able to reach people, when no one could hear what he was saying. And he was still able to reach out to people. He was still able to get people to be involved. And he changed the world. And that was unacceptable. And because he was saying unacceptable things, which in 1968 included things like, hey, he had a dream of white, black, and Asian and Hispanic children all going to school together, all playing in a playground together, all living like human beings together. Because he had such an outrageous idea that children could be around each other without racism. He died. That's why Dr. Martin Luther King died. That was the nature of the world that I was born into. And I was born literally 54 years and 3 hours ago. And when I was born into a world in the middle of a riot. The world was in turmoil. It was 2 days after Dr. Martin Luther King had been assassinated, and I was born. And New York City, like many cities around the nation, were in the middle of riots because of his death. That's a big difference. And maybe that's the reason why I believe so much in unapproved thoughts, why I'm so willing to speak up, because I was born into a time of turmoil, and I know that turmoil can lead to better things. By the way, Miss K, thank you for wishing me a happy birthday. I thank you very much for being with us. So I want a lot of people to think there's the difference between then and now. At the time, we had someone that the nation was losing their mind about, not because of George Floyd, not because of somebody who was a drug dealer, who is literally killing his own community, who's killing children by selling them drugs like fentanyl. No. Not someone who beat up women and went to jail and had pulled guns on pregnant women. No, that was George Floyd. Dr. Martin Luther King walked. He just walked around and he spoke to people. He was peaceful, nonviolent, and all he wanted were people to be together. He wasn't trying to sell them drugs like George Floyd was. He wasn't trying to separate people because of safe spaces. He was actually trying to bring people together and end segregation. That's a big difference between what we see today and what we saw then. There was segregation in 1968, and Dr. Martin Luther King was trying to end that. Malcolm X was trying to end that. Mahatma Gandhi was trying to end that. That was the world then. And 54 years later, we're going back to that world those men died for. They died to stop that segregation. They fought and they died for their words to say the world can be better. And 54 years later, the world isn't really paying attention anymore. We're dying for people to use drugs. We're dying for people to be in safe spaces. We're dying for people to be segregated and separated. We're cheering on people like Ketanji Brown Jackson because she wants to let pedophiles out of jail sooner. We're picking Ketanji Brown Jackson because she's black and a woman, not because she's a qualified lawyer, because she's worked on the District Court of Appeals. That's not even a question. No, it's about the fact that she is an activist judge who is willing to put in laws for herself that she likes, whether or not they're laws that Congress approved, whether or not that's something that the nation wants. She wants it. It's her feelings, and her feelings are more important than you. Her feelings allow her to apologize to pedophiles, convicted pedophiles, and not to the victims themselves, the children. And we are told by the news media, we are told by certain political elites, that is a good thing. And we should have more of that. And that's what they want to see because she's black and a woman, which mean nothing. We fought. See, think about it. 54 years ago, we had people dying in America because they were walking around and saying, hey, isn't it a great idea not to judge somebody by the color of their skin, by their sex, their gender? That's not a reason to separate people, to hate people. That's what they were saying 54 years ago. And today we're saying, no, you must judge your Supreme Court justice by the color of her skin. That if you cannot approve her because she's black, then that is an act of racism. If you are actually looking at the quality of her actions, if you are actually listening to her words as she apologizes to pedophiles and stands up and says that she wants to change the laws that she does not have the power to change, no, that's considered a good thing. Today, 54 years ago, Dr. Martin Luther King would tell you that he opposes this, that he would never support that because it's wrong. You know what we're going to talk about today in a marathon? I'm going to be here for a while, and you can call in at any time, and I will be happy to hear your voices. I will talk with you all day about any issue you want, but I'm going to be talking all day about these unapproved thoughts, and this is one of them. To actually stand up and say, hey, Ketanji Brown Jackson is not the best choice for the Supreme Court. I know she may be the right age for certain political ideologies. She might be the right color and the right gender, and she definitely is an activist, but that doesn't make her the best person for the United States to judge the Constitution for the people of the United States. There's a wide chasm between the two things. Good morning, Dal, and thank you for the birthday wishes. Now, you may disagree with me, and that's perfectly fine. As always on this program, I am happy to hear other voices. I am happy to hear what you have to say, whether you agree with me or you disagree with me. I am passionate, and that's a good thing. I believe in the things that I'm speaking about. I believe, and I'm going to show you throughout the day the evidence of many of the things I'm going to be talking about. And I hope that you will listen with me and you will tell me why you think I am right or I am wrong, and we can have that discussion, and both of us can walk away. All of us who are watching this from around the world can be able to walk away from this and say, oh, now I know so much more. It's so much better. But no one walks away with anything good. No one improves if we just yell at each other or if we don't listen to each other. And that, I think, is a terrifying thing that we see today. We're not being allowed to hear each other. Elon Musk is now 10%, 9.2% owner of Twitter. And Twitter, the employees of Twitter, are losing their minds. They're freaking out because, oh my God, they might have to hold the First Amendment up. They may have to give the right of free speech to people from around the world. That just maybe the Ayatollah Khomeini of Iran might be removed from Twitter because he wants to see people in Israel dead. He wants to see American citizens dead. He has said that. He has said that on his Twitter feed. He is someone who is an anti-Semite. The Ayatollah Khomeini is someone who is a vile person. I am more than happy to say that. And yet he's on Twitter, and that's okay because he hates America like many of the leadership, the top people in Twitter who seek to silence people who are Republicans and conservatives and those who have unapproved thoughts. They want to get rid of us. But, someone who wants to kill every American, regardless of your political beliefs, regardless of the color of your skin, regardless of your religion, because you do not believe what the Ayatollah Khamenei believes in Iran, he wants you dead. Period. Full stop. No exception. In fact, if you're gay, if you happen to be, most of the reasons why Americans are alive, because of the First Amendment, the Constitution, he wants to kill you even more. And it doesn't matter what your political belief is. You can tell him that you're a democratic socialist, he'll kill you just the same. Because he doesn't believe in that at all, ever. Doesn't believe in socialism either. And that's something we have to be honest with each other about. And we have to say, Twitter saying that man, Ayatollah Khamenei, and those ideas are not things that move freedom forward. They're not ideas that are conducive to bringing the world together. And giving him a safe space is not helping anyone in the world. And to then go around and to reject hundreds of thousands of American citizens and to silence their voice because they don't approve of a progressive ideology, that is not helping anyone. That's the truth. Well, let me tell you, the world has changed quite a bit. Now, Dow mentions it's, thank you, he likes my haircut, and I thank you. I thought it'd be a nice change for people who may not have seen it before, and you see it in at least one or two of the pictures. I had a full goatee going into a Fu Manchu style, longer hair. Decided to change that up for the birthday. Dow says he's only going to be around for a little bit before work, and he'll catch up this afternoon. Don't worry, Dow, I will be on all day. I don't plan on going anywhere anytime soon. Unless the internet overlords decide to shut me down, I'm going to be here. So I thank you for spending your time in the morning with me. And I also wanted to continue to say thank you to John and to user, our subscribers. Hold on. I just want to publicly say thank you to John and user, our subscribers to the program, whose donations they were able to keep our lights on literally. That is a literal statement. We would not be able to have the lights on today. We would not be here right now if it were not for them. Now, I want to also say, and our goal today is to reach 1,234 subscribers. Please like, share, subscribe if throughout the day you are hearing things that you find of interest. If you see information that you haven't heard or from a different point of view and it is interesting to you, please, I thank you. If you're able to watch the show for 10 minutes or you're watching us for 10 hours, I ask you, please like, share, and most of all, subscribe. We want to hit our target of 1,234 subscribers, and I appreciate anyone who is able to help us to do that. Dow mentions it's apparent if a body is not self-depreciating, reactionary, easily manipulated activist with a progressive bent, you're on a chopping block regardless of the checkbox status. And that is the sad thought. That is a sad change. And again, 54 years ago, whether it's Malcolm X, whether it's Mahatma Gandhi, whether it's Dr. Martin Luther King, they rejected this idea of check boxes, that you only count because of the checkbox that someone can put you in. They rejected that. They believed in individuality. They believed in you, the person, that you are smart enough, that you as an individual have had enough experiences, that you are trustworthy and you deserve to be praised and supported, that your ideas, your voice are valuable because they are unique. And I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. I don't believe that you're just a checkbox based on the color of your skin. I don't believe that you're just a checkbox based on your gender and your sexual preference or any other kind of idea. I reject intersectionality. I reject critical race theory. I reject gender and identity politics because they have no benefit to anyone. There is more benefit for treating someone who is gay, who is transgender, someone who is of whatever religious belief. It is far, far better to treat these people as people and individuals with respect than it is to say, well, they're in a bunch of check boxes, and today's hierarchy means they're going to be somewhere on a different level. Today, black women may be above trans women or trans men, and tomorrow it'll be gay women or, I don't know, gay men, or it'll be some other group, skinny people, skinny Asians, fat Indians, who knows? That's sad that the check boxes, not only are you suddenly a checkbox, but you're also being relegated to some arbitrary scale of power that changes every day, that has no reflection on your intelligence, your capabilities. It has nothing to do with you. And it has no respect for what you have done in your life and what you're doing. And that doesn't matter whether you're a mechanic or you're going for a Supreme Court as a justice. It doesn't matter. You could do anything. You could sweep floors for all I care. That doesn't mean that you are not an intrinsically unique and wonderful human being and should be treated as such rather than a bunch of check boxes. Because you know what the checkbox system has got us? And I want you to remember, I want you to see something. And again, when I say it was 54 years ago today, it was 54 years ago today. The assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King. These are some of the things that he was saying at the time. We're not off base here. Did you know that in 1968, $1, one American dollar, today would have been worth $8.15? This is how bad we have managed the United States. This goes out to Democrats and Republicans alike. What's changed in America? What's being unspoken to you at this time? That we have destroyed this nation in such a manner that we now see $8.15. That's what a dollar used to. So think about it. You used to be able to buy 8 times as much stuff with $1. You could get a jar of peanut butter, a loaf of bread, and a knife with $1 in 1968 and get change back. Today you can't buy a candy bar today with $1. It costs $1.25 at least, depending on where you live in the United States. And that's not in New York City. $1.25 for a candy bar. And in 1968, you'd get a jar of peanut butter and jelly and bread and a knife, and you'd get change back for $1. That tells you something. That says a lot. That is incredible. And that's because we've gone down a path that has been mismanaged and abused, and it is not in the best interest of you. You know what? Looking at 1968, 54 years ago today, the average person in America made $7,700. $7,700. Now, at $8 for every $1 today, for every $1 in 1968, it was worth $8. If the average person, the mean average person in the United States was able to get $7,000, that's about $57,000. Let's round it off, $60,000 today. $7,000 in 1968 was worth about $60,000 today. By the way, today the average person in America makes $40,000. We're not even keeping up. because our government has been mismanaged, because their focus, their ideology of trying to appease certain political agendas instead of taking care of the American people, guess what? It hasn't worked out well for our economy. Running away from being a manufacturing country, which we absolutely were in 1968, to become a service economy that we became under the Obama administration, guess what? That has not helped us. That has not improved things for Americans in any manner. See, looking at the United States, let's look at how about the national debt. In 1968, the national debt in America was $348 billion. It was about 39% of GDP. So I want to make sure you see that. $348 billion. We spend more money, we waste more than $300 billion a year on everything in the United States. $350 billion doesn't even count. It's not important. We waste money on stupid ideas like green energy, renewable energy. We spend more money on that than we do that's what our entire national debt was. And today it's $30 trillion, $30.3 trillion. And interest rates are going up. That debt is going up. The best case scenario is we will be at $36 trillion within 4 years, by 2024. $36 trillion in debt. That is astronomical. In one lifetime, my lifetime, we've gone from $300 billion to $30 trillion, about to be almost $40 trillion. It's incredible. In 1968, the unemployment rate was 3.4%. 3.4%. Kind of like it is today at 3.6%. Except inflation in 1968 was 4.9%. It's 7.9. In fact, real world, if you and I, when we go to the store, not Nancy Pelosi, not Chuck Schumer, not Joe Biden, they don't go to stores. They have maids. They don't go and buy things. No, when you and I go to the store, we know that the cost of food is up 22%. We know that our electric bill is up 46% across this nation, and it's going higher. We know that when we go to our gas tanks, which is averaging about $4.50 across America today, some places have it at $6, some places have it at $7, that you're talking about an increase within 1 year of over 40% in 1 year. Since the beginning of January 2022, we have seen an increase of 30% just in gasoline prices, and energy is following right along with that. Can you imagine that? In 1968, the minimum wage was $1.60. The average person in America right now makes more than $10 an hour. In fact, only 3% of America, 3% of all the people in America actually get paid the minimum wage, which is $7.25. And only 3% of people actually get paid that. The overwhelming majority of Americans, approximately, I believe the number 70% of Americans, get paid $10 an hour or more. That's incredible. But you don't hear that in the news. That's not the answer you get. And in terms of oil prices, in 1968, you could get a barrel of oil for $3.18. $3.18. Today, you're going to pay $102. Now, mind you, again, remember, $1 is worth $8. $1 in 1968 is worth $8 today. That means that it was worth $25.90. Still, 1/4 what it is today. And by the way, interracial marriage, 5%, we were just beyond 5% of Americans were able to have interracial marriages. This is something that I know personally in my family because we had family friends in the 1970s had to leave the South. They had to escape to New York State because they were an interracial marriage, an interracial family, and they had to come and stay with my family so that they wouldn't be killed. That was in 1972 to 1977 that they stayed with us. In my lifetime, the segregation, the racial tensions in America were so bad that people, just because they loved one another, would get killed. That it was illegal in many places. And in my lifetime, 54 years later, you can see interracial couples all over. They're on the movies, they're in TV shows, they're on the internet, there are plenty of photos. Many people have had those relationships. And in fact, there's about 80% of of marriages today are interracial marriages. 80%. We've changed America. Racism does not exist in any manner similar to what it was in 1968. But we're being told that America is the most racist nation in the world, that things are worse today than they have ever been. There are people like the proponents of critical race theory that are willing to tell you that Dr. Martin Luther King was wrong and that the idea of everything that we have done from the 1970s going forward, the entire civil rights movement was wrong, that they need critical race theory instead, that we should change who is being racist. So instead of whites being white supremacists, there should be black supremacy instead. That's what critical race theory is telling us. They're telling us that white people are evil and black people are victims, and that's how you are born and that's how you will live forever. There is nothing you can do about it. I reject that. I reject that ideology, and I think everyone should. I know Dr. Martin Luther King would. I know that Malcolm X would reject that. I know that Mahatma Gandhi would reject that. That we could look at religious and political leaders around the world from 1968, put them into today, 2022, and they would reject it because it's just horrible. Dow mentions that pigeon promiscuity while on cocaine study is Rand Paul's favorite example of the wasteful spending of the United States. Well, that reminds me of the shrimp on treadmills that we spend $50 million a year on. Literally, there's a scientist who put a shrimp on a treadmill, and we pay them $50 million to study that. It's insane. So I'm trying to make sure people understand what the difference is and what I grew up with. There were literally 1/3 less people in America as well. In 1968, there were 200 million people in America. Today, there are 330 million, at least 330 million Americans in America. Not counting illegal aliens, which would bring us up to about 350 million people in America. But there were 200 million Americans in America in 1968 when I was born. 1/3 as many people as there are today. And there are people who will tell you there's no way you could have succeeded. Even though Barack Obama succeeded. Even though there are people like Charles Rangel who succeeded. There's Reverend Al Sharpton who are succeeding. Let's go through Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee. How many people can we go through? There's Tim Scott on the Republican side. There are so many politicians that exist right now. And you're going to tell me, oh, but that's not the same, Mike. Why not? They weren't around in the 1960s. They didn't have the capability to be elected in the 1960s, and yet there are so many today. In fact, there are more people who are people of color in elected office today than the proportion of people who are people of color in the United States at this moment. That is a fact. So the world's changed a lot. And I have a couple of notes. I mean, I don't have a definitive direction of what I'm going to talk about, but I want you to understand the differences. And yes, Miss K, it is crazy. These are some of the differences in my lifetime. And I want you to think what's going to happen in your lifetime, especially since 40% of my audience that watch this program, you're going to be around in another 30 years. You're 20 now. You're going to be around in 30 more years. What's going to change? And are we literally going to go backwards in time and get closer to the 1950s? Or are we going to go to what I lived through in the 1970s, the 1980s, the 1990s, when I was able to go outside with my friends, and my friends were of every color, race, and religion in the world, and we went to school together, and we made jokes, and we had fun, and we didn't care whether you were white, black, indigenous, whatever you want to call yourself. We didn't care about your religion. Did kids make fun of other kids? Absolutely. We made fun of people's color of their pants. I have one of my best friends had a pair of yellow pants. God, they were bright as hell. Super yellow, bright pair of pants, which was part of his culture. And it wasn't out of the norm for his culture. But here in America, it was way out of bounds in the 1970s. And guess what? We made fun of him. Was he my best friend? Absolutely. Did he deserve that? Nah. And after a day, no one cared. Did he survive? Absolutely. Did the world have to change because of that? Did we have to change everything because of that? No. I mean, we need to have some reality here. We need to understand the consequences of what we are doing and how it's going to affect people going forward. I know, I'm coming in with all the heavy stuff first thing in the morning. Here it is, it's 6:23 in the morning and Mike's just going off about these issues. That's what we do. Long-form political commentary. I look at how did we get here as well as what we are doing today. Where is that going to take us? And that's an important thing. Now, I know I'm starting off with critical race theory, but we're going to be talking about a lot of other things as well. And Ketanji Jackson Brown. We're going to be talking about a lot of stuff. So I want you to know we're not just on this. I mean, I've got an entire 24-hour day to fill. So trust me, if there's an issue that you want to hear about or that you want to bring up, let me know. We've got plenty of time to talk about these things, to go over and over on them, to let you know. Hang on one second. Oops. Help us. By the way, folks, I want you to know that you can call into 607-242-1582. Again, thanks to the wonderful donations from our friends John and User who are subscribers of the program. That's why the lights are on today. That's why I'm able to take your phone calls, and you are able to, just like you see with Dal, Miss K, with Patrick, that you are able to be to send us messages on Twitter, on Facebook, on YouTube, and also I know people are watching the program on Discord, but you can also call into the program at 607-242-1582 to say your thoughts, to tell us what you think, even if you disagree, because I'm not a progressive. This is not a progressive program. You are not required to agree just because of the color of my skin, just because I'm a male, or just because of my preference, which is heterosexual. No, that doesn't require you to agree. You can disagree with me. Just because I'm a black Hispanic doesn't mean you have to be silent. Because freedom, the First Amendment, double-edged sword. You get to hear things that you don't like. And it is your choice. You don't have to listen, but we ask you, please do. Maybe it will be of interest for you. because I think, I go back in my life, and some of the photos, like this one you're seeing on screen right now, some of the photos you'll see throughout my lifetime from when I was in the Marines, from a couple of photos from back when I was in the 70s and early 80s when I was growing up. There was such a wonderful difference. Hey, Jonathan, thank you for the birthday wish. 21? No, that's okay. I remember when I was 21. I remember the hangover I had from being 21. I'm okay with being 54. I'm perfectly fine with that. I probably look a little bit younger, but trust me, there's a lot of gray hair that you're not seeing at the moment. And but I appreciate and thank you for that. But I was about to say, what was so much more different back in the day? What was it like to grow up in the 1970s? How is that different than what we're seeing today? Why would I believe that there's such a big difference and that America was better in some ways back then than they are today? Well, I'll give you a great example of it. You may not be familiar with this. This was from 1977, which I remember when I was growing up. A mind is a terrible thing to waste. You know what that is? That's a commercial that used to play on TV. I remember this very clearly, especially on Saturdays when we would watch cartoons. On the 3 channels that existed. Again, there were only 3 channels. I happened to be in New York City. So there were 3 major channels, ABC, NBC, CBS. And we had 2 local stations, Channel 11 WPIX, and I don't even remember what the other one was. It became Fox, but it was something else before that. Local channels that you watched the local news on. And ABC, NBC, CBS, they had the national news. They had the national programs. And that was all you got. Those were all the choices you had. And in between that national programming, you would have this national commercial. And I want you to see this commercial. I know a lot of people may never have seen this before from 1977, but I want you to see this because I think it's important. Oh.
Tomorrow, well, another generation's coming on. I see America.
And now, here's something that may surprise people. They're showing black doctors. In 1977, and in the 1970s, that was something a lot of black people had never seen. That's something that a lot of white people hadn't seen. Not that there weren't black doctors. Black doctors have existed for hundreds of years. That's not new. What they didn't see on TV were those black doctors. Okay, so what else we're seeing here?
Working harder every day to educate her people to live a better way.
They're promoting people voting. They're telling kids and people who are watching this to go out and vote, to be part of the system, that your vote counts. Gee, that's not like what you hear today, 54 years later. Oh, look, there's that young black man. They're telling him to get an education. There's something you don't see today. You don't see that in commercials today. You don't hear people saying, hey, you should go out and get an education, that you should be involved and vote. Mind you, they're not telling you who to vote for. There's another thing. There's a black kid on screen, and they're not telling him to be a Democrat. They're not telling him that he has to be a progressive. They're not telling him that he's a race traitor because he might take that education, might believe in certain principles, and not want to be a progressive, and not want to be part of BLM or Antifa, that they don't want to be part of the Democratic Party. What a shock. They actually respect black people in this commercial enough to say, not only are you smart enough to be a doctor, you're smart enough to be able to vote, you're smart enough to make your choice about what party you want to be a part of how you want to be part of America, because we trust the education you have received. What a shocking thing to believe about America. That was 1977. I'm not done yet.
Wouldn't you like to feel another shoulder at the wheel?
How about this? There's a black person who's running for an elected office. Yeah, they had a white guy and they've got this guy. And by the way they're showing it, the black guy won. And the black guy has what do you know? He's got a family. He's got a wife and a daughter. And I believe that's his son. What a shocking thing. So that black people can be politicians. They were saying that in 1977. They say that today too, except they add a caveat here. But you have to be progressive. You have to be progressive. You can't just run. You have to run as a Democrat. You don't get a choice, because if you're not doing that, you're somehow betraying your people. You're somehow not understanding. Somehow you're not educated. Trust me, folks, I've heard people say this to my face. Literally, I've had people come up to me and say, you can't be a Republican, Mike. Why? Because you're a black Hispanic. And what's that got to do with anything? People tell me, oh my God, you're a race traitor. Really? I'm a traitor? Really? What's the nation of black Hispanic? Please point that out on a map. Show me a map of black Hispanic. Because I know I'm an American, which has no color. And because I'm an American, I get to choose my political philosophy, the ideology that I have in my life. That's what I can do in 54 years. That's what I have learned and what I have lived by. And in 1977, as I grew up, they told me, you can be in any political party you want to be in. You can go and get an education. You can be a politician. You can be a doctor. You can do these things, and we want you to. That's what Martin Luther King died for. That's what Malcolm X died for. That's what Gandhi died for. But you can't say that today. Today, these are insulting things. These are things that people are going to be angry with you about. What else did they say in this commercial that played in 1977 so that kids could watch this on Saturday mornings and they would grow up and remember this?
If you help me join the line, you pull your weight and I'll pull mine.
The United Negro College Fund has helped blacks fulfill their potential in walks of life where they couldn't walk before. And your contributions have made theirs possible.
We want to give our best, please understand.
Please understand.
We're not asking for a handout, just a hand. I see America working harder.
No one can do it alone. Please give to the United Negro College Fund. A mind is a terrible thing to waste.
A mind is a terrible thing to waste. Don't give us, not asking for a handout, we're asking for a helping hand. What a wonderful message. What an important message to tell people. Don't just give me stuff. I don't want free stuff. I want just a little bit of help. Just a little bit of help to get us forward, to get us over that hump, to get us to the next level. To let me do for myself. As the commercial you just saw, where you had carpenters, where you had doctors, you had politicians that happened to be black and Hispanic. Wow, what a crazy idea to tell kids that they can do these things and they can make their choices. And if they go to school, they'll be able to do that. By the way, this kid isn't even going to school. He's going to the library. This is a kid going to a library. I know, we don't really even have libraries anymore. I know a lot of people don't even, kids, they've heard about them. I mean, who needs a library when you have one of these? You know? Yeah. You've got this. Oops, well, I forgot that that's going on. I'll turn that off. Who needs a library when you've got one of these around? I mean, this is the Library of Alexandria. There's more information on that phone and more access to information on that phone than ever has existed in the history of mankind. There has never been more information available to an individual in the world, in the history of the world, than there is right this second. And that's because you have a cell phone, a smartphone. But in the 1970s, we went to libraries to read books about ideas. And you know what? The United Negro College Fund, the NAACP, a bunch of Americans believed that it would be a good thing for Black and Hispanic children around America to go to a library, to get an education, to make a choice for themselves about whether they wanted to be a carpenter or a doctor or they wanted to be a politician and whichever political party they wanted to be a part of. And we could actually put out ads and leave it up to the individual to make the choice themselves. And again, I want to highlight 54 years later, politicians and all these political organizations, they don't trust you to make the choice yourself. You've got BLM, you've got Antifa, you've got the Democratic Socialists of America, especially the Ithaca chapter, which believes in violence. You have Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow. You've got all these different organizations that want to tell you that you must be this way. They want to tell you, well, there's critical race theory, which means that if you're white, you're evil, and if you're black, you're a victim. You don't have a choice. You have to be a progressive. You have to agree with these ideas, and you must do as we say. Because they're smarter than you, although they got an education just like you did. They lived in America just like you have. They're no better than you. I've known for 15 years, I've been doing political commentary, and I have spoken to politicians all across America. Hopefully, some of them will be on this program today. I hope so. I've been talking to people of every political faction you can think of. And I can tell you for a fact that these individuals, they've been in every party. I've talked to libertarians, I've talked to Democrats, I've talked to Republicans, I've talked to the Green Party, straight up communists. One thing I've learned about all these different politicians, they're no smarter than you are. I've seen them before they got in elected office. I've seen them while they've been in elected office. I've seen them after some of these people have left elected office at the local, the state, the federal level from across America. And I can tell you, they're the same dumb idiot going in, during, and after their time as an elected official as anyone else walking down the street. They didn't suddenly get imbued with brilliance because they got a couple of extra votes on November. It doesn't happen that way. They're not special. Chuck Schumer is not smarter or better than anyone else. He just happens to be elected longer. That's it. He doesn't read the bills that are out there. Most members of Congress, as we heard from Representative Clyburn, they don't read the bills. They don't know what they're voting. They know what someone tells them they're voting for, but they don't actually know the words. They don't read that. I have, and I know for a fact they don't know that because I've had interviews with politicians where I quote back the very bills that they are voting on, and they don't even know what the bills say. That's a fact. One of the more famous ones is the red flag laws, which I was quoting back to both Republicans and Democrats in the New York State Assembly. And I was telling them what their bill actually said that they voted for. And they didn't know. Don't believe me? No problem. You can check this for yourself. Just go to the website. Go to YouTube. Type in red flag laws and you'll see it come up. You'll see the interviews. You can decide for yourself. So I'm very passionate about this. And by the way, do not take my passion as being anything other than that. I believe in freedom, your freedom. I believe in the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And I will try and do everything I can to improve your life, liberty, and happiness as well as my own. But don't think that doesn't mean I can't hear you. And if you want to call into 607-242-1582, or you want to type in a message on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, and you want to say, Mike, I know it's your birthday, but I disagree, that's okay. please do. And I will respectfully listen to you and we can have a conversation about it. Doesn't mean that you're going to change. It doesn't mean that you talk to me and you come onto this program and suddenly you're going to become a Republican. You're going to become a conservative. That's not what I'm here for. That's not what I do. I don't care if you're a Democrat. I don't care if you're a progressive. I kind of care if you're a socialist. Because I really, really, really oppose socialism because I've lived in Moscow. So I have a slight preference there. But other than that, but I'll still have the conversation with you because you deserve to have that. You deserve and have the right to make those choices yourself. And I will support you in that. So let me get back to some of the comments here. Wow, this is a lot more people talking to this morning than I had expected at 6:42 a.m. I'm glad so many people are starting their morning with us today. Dow had mentioned earlier that the song that we had just been listening to, which is a mind is a terrible thing to waste. He had mentioned that the song reminds him of Schoolhouse Rock, which I love, and we need to play again. Don't edit it, just play it. Conjunction, junction, what's your function? I think that was one of the Schoolhouse Rocks as well. We need to play those again. I'm Just a Bill, and so many of the others. We need to put that on again and let kids learn about our nation. I think it's one of the best things. And we don't need to try and reimagine it or filter it. Just give it to them. Just like that commercial. All you have to do, go to school. Be what you want to be. You can. You're in America. Do it. That's all we need to say. We don't need to add more in. Just say that. Leave it alone. And let the kids, let the next generation, let Americans across America ask the questions for themselves. Because government will never ask the questions better than you will about your life. No organization, no political group is going to ask a question about your life better than you are. Just like there's no one in, Nancy Pelosi, AOC, Cori Bush, Anna Presley, Ilhan Omar, Antonio Delgado. There's so many of these politicians, they have no idea what it is to go to the store. They don't know what it is to watch prices go up 35% for a piece of meat. It's crazy. And they have no idea because they don't live in our world. Dow Grimm mentions that this is all very much like Larry Elder, who, a great man, Larry Elder, happens to be a Republican, happened to run for elected office. And according to the LA Times, he happens to be a white racist. Larry Elder is more black than I am. He's darker of skin than I am. And they're telling him he's a white racist. That's okay because progressive leaders of tomorrow told me that I'm not black. I'm not Hispanic. I'm white. According to certain members of progressive leaders of tomorrow, certain members of Citizen Action, the far left, because I don't agree. You know why I don't agree? Because I've been alive for 54 years. And I remember when I was being told by the NAACP, by the United Negro College Fund, by people left and right and center that were telling me, you can be whatever you want to be because you're an American. Just get an education. Go to the library, which I did, along with my friends. We went to the libraries in the Bronx, which happened to be on Gun Hill Road. I don't believe it's there anymore, but I think we all remember the Gun Hill Road Library over by the 5 train. Just about, 2 blocks away from the pizza parlor? Yeah, people from the Bronx, they know what I'm talking about. They know. They were there. They've been over to Tony's Pizzas, and where he has the shaved sausage that he would put on the pizza. And it was 2 blocks away from the very small, but still a library the kids could go to. I remember that because back 54 years ago, you had to earn your education. That means you had to read a book. You had to do something. Not like they're talking about now, I believe it was in California, that they're unwilling to let you graduate from high school without taking any courses in English, without taking courses in math, to not be able to read and write. You don't have to do that. You didn't know how, you don't need to know today, you don't need to know cursive to be able to read the American Constitution. You can't read the original document. You have to trust someone else. If you were in school today, that's not like how it used to be. So there is a difference. Dow mentions our local library just reopened to the public. It had closed at the first lockdown and stayed that way till last month. Well, I'm happy for every library to be open because I do not trust this. Because there are too many people like Twitter, like Facebook, like the social media giants that like to change the meanings of words for their benefit, that they like to redefine things at their whim to suit a political agenda. That's not good. Dow was going to say, I was going to ask if personalities changed through the different stages of pre, current, post politics. Yeah, they've been changing a ton. And I think we're going to go through all of that. Again, we're going to take some time to get through all of it. But yes, there have been a lot of changes. And I think the United Negro College Fund program shows you that. It shows you some of the changes that we've seen between the past and today and what they're looking to do tomorrow. Because God forbid you tell someone they're a Negro and they're going to go, oh my God, you called me a Negro? How could you dare? Ah! And they'll lose their minds. It's not that strange. It's not that long ago that people were saying that. And the same people are like, oh my God, you're calling me black. Don't you know I'm an African American? No, I'm not an African American. I'm not from Africa. My family isn't from Africa. We haven't been from Africa since 1862, to be exact. On my mother's side of my family, we know that the last person we have any knowledge of, any records for, was in 1862. So, benefit of the doubt, the last time my family had anything to do with Africa was 1861. Guess what? I'm not African. I'm an American. The color of my skin doesn't make me different. I'm still an American, just like you. Whether you have the same skin tone as I do, doesn't matter. We need to say that more often. It doesn't matter. I'm an American. Yes, I have a heritage that goes back to Spain. I have a heritage that goes to the Taino Indians in Puerto Rico. I have a heritage that goes back to Africa. Fantastic. I also have members of my family that come from Ireland and Native American Indians. And I'm still an American. There should be no problem with people saying that. Mary, hello, Mary, and I know I'm behind on the messages. I'm going to catch up. Mary joins us today, and hello, thank you. Mary says, such a horrific fact. How can they be elected to office and not do their jobs? Basically, reading bills they are voting on is a requirement to represent us. I wish that were true, Mary, but we have heard from many politicians over decades, they don't read the bills, they don't know, and I have done interviews, and I can prove that. They do not know, because no one is asking them to prove that. No one is asking them to double check. And we have seen people like Representative Clyburn who's gone out and who has gone on national TV and admitted that they don't read the bills. And we need to hold them accountable for that. That's something that you couldn't get away with in the 70s and the 80s, maybe in the 90s, that we suddenly stopped thinking that our representatives need to read what they are passing. Because we, the public, stopped reading the bills. We stopped reading them. That's why in the newspaper, You don't see them tell you what the bill is. It's HR what? What's the bill number? What are they talking about? This bill is going to make things great. Yeah, they're going to give money to black people and you're going to be able to live like Superman or Batman. Really? Then give me the number. Why won't you tell me what's the bill number so I can look it up and I can go and read that and read what the bill actually says? Not what you're telling me that it's going to do. Kind of like HR 1, the voting rights bill. Democrats like to tell you about the voting rights bill. They don't tell you it's HR 1 or HR 4, HR 8. They don't tell you because they don't want you to actually read the bill and realize it doesn't help you. It helps Democrats get elected. It doesn't help you get a fair election. There's a big difference between the two. They're not the same thing. And that's the thing. If they're not willing to tell you the bill number, that's because they don't want you to read what's actually in the bill because they don't want to be held accountable for that. And that should scare you. And I don't care if that's left, right, center, libertarian. I could care less. If someone's going to say, I want you to, I voted on this bill and I don't want you to read the bill to see what I voted on. I just want you to take my word for it. Are you kidding me? You wouldn't do that if someone's trying to sell you a car. You wouldn't take their word for it. So you're going to take a word of a politician? Why? Because politicians are saints? Sorry, wrong profession. They absolutely are not religious saints. Because they're trustworthy? Sorry, wrong profession. How many people in politics get arrested and thrown in jail and disgraced because they stole money? How many? A year? Every year? Of every party? No, I don't think so. Going on with some of the comments, and I'm catching up to the comments here, folks. So Mary mentions, I'm grateful that I grew up in the 70s. We had more freedom of individual choice. We, as a country, have taken huge backslides. Technology has not advanced society. It limits our information. And I agree with you, man. Dow mentions, I was alluding to people you knew prior to politics who went through personality shifts before, during, and after political office. Yes and no. I've known people over the years, a lot of people have changed their opinions about a lot of things because popularity contests, because people see the same thing over and over again. And that's one of the things we get more of today than we got back in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. As we've gotten more technology, as it's gotten faster, as it's faster today to be able to reach more and more people. That's with the internet, that's with your cell phone. We can reach people instantaneously. And we have less of a society. We are less connected to the people that we can reach instantaneously. There are fewer people literally willing to have this conversation with you. There should be more people who are willing to have a conversation with you. Not to convince you, not to demand from you, not to make sure to crack the whip and make sure you are obeying. No, we don't need more of that. What we need is more conversation. More people to say, hey, I remember, why did things change from this to where we are today? And is that better? Is it really better to have safe spaces for our college students? Because guess what? Safe spaces, they're segregation. That is segregation. It may be voluntary segregation today, but it's segregation. There is no difference there. It is exactly the same thing. Why won't anyone say that? Why is there no one else in the political spectrum that is willing to say safe spaces are segregationist? It's racist. It's going back to the 1950s. Why won't anyone say that? Now you can tell me, Mike, but I like the safe space. I like having a safe space. That's fantastic. I didn't tell you you can't like it. You can have whatever opinion of it you would like, but it is factually, definitively, empirically, it is racist. It is segregationist. because it is a separation of individuals, usually based on the color of skin of that individual. That is, by definition, segregationist and racist. That's what safe spaces are. Why can't we have that conversation? Why is that so difficult? Why is it that in saying that, there are people right now who are of a certain political ideology that are going to hear me say that, and they're going to lose their minds, and they're going to want to try and silence my voice for telling you that empirically, definitively, that if you are separating people based on the color of their skin, that is segregation, even if they do so voluntarily, which we today call safe spaces. Because at least in my lifetime, in 54 years, guess what? We at least had the honesty to look each other in the eyes and say, oh, that's segregationist and that's racist. At least we had the honesty to say that directly. And whether you wanted to volunteer for that racism, that segregation, that's up to you. You may like it. I'm not telling you you can't like it, but I am telling you that's what it is. And to tell me, oh, well, no, that's not really it. You're lying to yourself. You're not lying to me. I've been alive. I've seen segregation. I've been affected by segregation. I've been affected by racism. Not the kind of racism today where, they don't treat me nice. They don't like me. And that's not racism. Seriously, that's not racism. No, they won't let me have a safe space. No. Okay? You know what's racism? Being in the first grade. Here's a difference. Here's the reality of racism that doesn't exist today. Does not exist today. I was in first grade and I had a class and I was sitting next to a girl who was in my class and I said hello. And after that class, at the end of the day, her brother, who was older, I think he was maybe in 6th or 7th grade, something like that, came on over and threatened me. Said, don't you dare talk to my sister. Do you know why he said that? Because she was white and I was black. That was 1972. That's racism. That's racism. Not how I vote. Saying that Ketanji Brown Jackson is not a good choice for the Supreme Court is not racist. Telling a little black Hispanic kid that he can't say hello to the student sitting in a chair right next to him in first grade, that is racism. Saying that Ketanji Brown Jackson isn't the best choice for the Supreme Court isn't racism. At least it's not racism if you're not saying it because of her skin color. You're saying because of her decisions as a judge, as we can read, they're not good decisions. It's also racist to say that Ketanji Brown Jackson must be a Supreme Court justice because she's black. That's just as racist as if someone had said she can't be a judge because she's black. They're the same racist coin, just two sides to it. And we used to be past that because that same kid, that same girl, that same brother that threatened me in 1972, you know what? In 1982, they didn't care. They were sitting in the lunchroom, sitting right next to me. They didn't have a problem anymore. And it wasn't because I had a separate safe space. It's because I was in that same exact space with them, and even though I got threatened, I went back to school the next day. I sat down next to that girl again the next day. And I'm pretty sure that that next day or a day after, I spoke to that girl again because she's a classmate of mine. And we did that for years through school. Not because I was afraid and separated and had to run away, but because I was right there in their face, and I'm a human being. And I had every right to go to that school just like she did, to get an education just like she did, because I'm an American citizen, just like she is. Does that make sense? Does that difference make sense to people? I hope it does. Dow says, I was alluding, Dow mentions it's like the billionaires tax bill discussion you had earlier this week, an emotionally benign title to belie the true lies of the content. Well, it's true. The billionaire tax is not a good thing. It's not in the best interest of anyone in America. I know people are looking at me like, what do you mean? Don't you want to tax billionaires? No, I don't want to tax billionaires. They're like, but Mike, it's going to be good for you. Are you a billionaire? You don't want to tax billionaires because you're a billionaire. I am hardly a billionaire. I am poor. Okay? If it weren't for the donations that I have received from a couple of subscribers, the lights would not be on in my house right now. That is a fact. Thanks to the pandemic, I haven't worked since 2020. I've been living off of my savings, which is, 2 years, not bad. But that's just the reality. And I'm not alone in that. There are millions, literally millions of people around the United States that the business closed forever. And I happen to be an unvaccinated Black man of 54 years of age who is a very vocal Republican. Yeah, it's a little hard to get a job with a very unique skill set. So, yeah, a little tricky to get a job there. So, yes, I'm not a billionaire, and I will tell you the billionaire's tax is a bad idea. It does not help anyone in America. It actually hurts America on a lot of different levels. And because they say, but it's a billionaire's tax and billionaires are bad people. Okay, you know what? Come out and I want you to tell me that Oprah Winfrey, a billionaire, is evil. Please treat her the same way you want the generic billionaire want to be. Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, these are billionaires. Call them out. Tell me how evil they are. And if you tell me, well, no, but they're an exception, either Oprah because she's Black and a woman, or because of the color of their skin, or because they're Democrats or they're progressives, then you're full of it. And that it tells you how not true that is. Being rich in America is not a bad thing. It shouldn't be punished. I don't know anyone who's running around screaming, I want to be poor. Nobody wants to be poor. The billionaire's tax doesn't stop anyone from being poor. And that's one of the big problems with it. One of. But they want you to think that. They don't want you to think for yourself. They don't want you to read the bill. They don't want you to think about the consequences of what happens from this. And that's why we don't have kids who are going to college. We don't tell them, hey, I have a neat idea. Go to college. Go to the library. Read a book. Become what you want to be, a carpenter, a doctor, a politician, whatever it is. But go read a book, go to college, educate yourself, and then live your life. We don't tell kids that anymore. Instead, we tell them, hey, go and be a hip hop star, which means you have to go out and sell a bunch of drugs, abuse women, get arrested, and maybe you'll get a contract. Maybe you'll become a sports star. The same exact process, by the way. Same process for being good in sports is also the same one for being good in rap. Yes, take drugs, treat people badly, maybe get arrested, and you too could be famous and rich. That's the objective now. Not become a doctor, not become an electrician, a plumber, which we need a lot more electricians and plumbers. No, that's not the answer. The answer is, you know what? Don't worry about beating on your wife or your kids. It's okay. You're an athlete. You're an entertainer. So those things are okay. I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. I do not agree with that. I do not respect that ideology. I want to see kids be doctors and plumbers and electricians and carpenters, and especially the trade skills, because we desperately need them. And those kids are going to be making $250,000 a year probably in 5 to 10 years of starting that career, because we need them. And they deserve the money. And we're not telling kids to do that. Why not? Why wouldn't we want a bunch of kids in America to be able to do electronics and to do the plumbing and the carpentry and the building and the welding? Why don't we want that? Oh, I know. Because since the Obama administration, we became a service economy. So we will get someone from another country to come to America, to pay them extra, to do it in our country, because we're too busy doing what? Writing tweets? Are we serious? That's the reason why we can't do it. Because that's the reason that Obama is putting out there. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. I know I'm taking on that treasured. Oh my God, he's talking about Obama. He's saying Obama's not the greatest thing ever. Yeah, I am saying that. I think Obama sucked. You can think he was great. You can tell me that you think Obama is the best president we've ever had. I will tell you that he was an absolutely miserable president and he sucked. And he would be in the top 5 worst presidents we've had, at least in the last 100 years. And he is definitely beaten. Biden is worse. Give you that. Carter, right up there in the running. But yeah, Obama sucked. He's a horrible president. Good speech. Great speaker. He is a wonderful orator. You give him a speech, that man can read a speech like no one's business. He is as good as any actor I have ever seen in being able to monologue. But then ask a question of President Obama. Ask him about the consequences of his actions. Look at the consequences of what he did. Not such a great man. By the way, Agent Black and to Mike Bowie, I did see you both. I did see your comments. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Thank you for joining me today on my birthday as I am doing a live stream marathon. I think I mentioned it before, but I'll mention it again. Please, we are looking to reach 1,234 subscribers. It is a little thing for you to just check that off. It means the world to me. It makes a big difference. It helps us reach more people around the world, which is my ultimate goal. I want to hear people. We already have subscribers who are in Sweden, in India, Peru, in Australia, New Zealand, Japan, China, Canada, Mexico. I'm just naming a couple of the countries off the top of my head. The United Kingdom, Germany, France. We have people who are watching this program from all around the world and across the United States. In California, just like in New York and Florida, just like they are in Texas, and even in Iowa and North Dakota, we have people all around. And I just want to reach more people to hear your voices, like you are watching people who are commenting on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter, to tell me whether you agree or not, to have this conversation, because I respect you enough to believe that you, as an American citizen or a member of the world, are educated enough, you have enough of a life experience that you can tell me you agree or disagree, and I can respect that opinion. We can have that conversation. But there are many social internet overlords, many politicians, many people of certain political beliefs that say you can't do that, especially because of the color of someone's skin. We've changed a lot in the 54 years that I have been alive, because I remember when we used to fight against people who would say that. And today, we're told we should cheer them on. That is disturbing. So, Mike Bowie mentions Obama's back in the White House. I know, he's in the White House today. My goodness, why is Obama back? Politics. It's about getting votes. because they don't trust black people to vote for Joe Biden. Do you know why they don't trust black people to vote for Joe Biden and Democrats in 2022? Because inflation, real world, is 22%, officially 7.9%. Because people are losing money. Money is literally burning up. That the government is $30 trillion in debt, and Joe Biden wants to add another $5 trillion on top of that. That your money is worth less today than it was worth on January of 2021. That your money is worth less by day, that Joe Biden is wasting your money. But Barack Obama's, he's a rock star. He's an entertainer. And they want you to think of Joe Biden like you thought of Barack Obama, which for me is very easy because I think Barack Obama was a horrible president, and so is Joe Biden. So I easily see them both as the same thing. But that's all. Barack Obama is back just to get votes. That's it. It's a manipulation. They are emotionally manipulating you, putting someone in front of you with a color of skin because they figure that you wouldn't dare say anything about Barack Obama because someone might say, that's racist. No. Criticizing Barack Obama, a former president, a politician, a political figure with a political agenda, is not racist. If anything, he should have more respect for me for being willing to stand up and to treat him like I would treat any other politician. I mean, it's a different way of looking at things, isn't it? Who else in the news media is telling you this? Who in the news media is taking the time to have this conversation with you? They don't. Because they want you to be dumb. They want you to obey. They don't want you to think. They don't want you to understand the consequences of anything. They just want you to obey. George Carlin said it best when he said they want you just smart enough to be able to do the work and pull the lever at the voting booth, but not smart enough to understand the consequences of what you've just done. George Carlin was a smart man. And according to critical race theory, he was also a racist. Why? Because he was born. Obviously. By the way, that also means that Joe Biden is a racist. Why? Because he was born. Because of the color of his skin. Bet you didn't know that. Ha ha. I mean, that's what critical race theory says. So the Joe Biden that you're trying to support is the racist that you're trying to get rid of. Life is difficult for those who are progressive. They have a very difficult life. The very people that they support, the people who are the college professors that overwhelmingly support critical race theory are the racists that they're warning you about. What an amazing life. How can you trust them? They're racist. According to critical race theory, the theory that they are trying to teach you and trying to push on kids that are 5 years old, that those same people are the racists that they're warning you about. But you're supposed to trust them. Why? Literally, why? I don't understand it. So Mary says, you hit the nail on the head, Mike. We are a service country. We are. Obama made us in the United States a service country. We no longer manufacture things. We have 5 million less manufacturing jobs since 2000. We are way down from where America was in 1968, 1970, 1980. Mary goes on to say, we do need tradesmen and tradeswomen, and I agree with that. And I absolutely suggest people, if you are in high school right now, consider being an electrician, a carpenter, a plumber, a tradesperson, a welder. You will be surprised. Yes, it's a tough job. Yes, you're going to be paid buckets full of money. And you don't have to go to college all for the next decade and a half to have $500,000 worth of debt to then be a short order cook. Mary goes on to say, and quite honestly, they make more money than I make as a nurse. It's an honest living. It is an absolutely honest living, and it is actually it is a wonderful idea. And I suggest it as an alternative. You don't have to. Your choices aren't, especially if you're a kid of color. Your choices aren't. Oh, I can be an entertainer, or I could be a drug dealer, or if I'm really lucky, I can be a Democratic politician, which very often is a drug dealer or other nefarious individuals. No, you have other choices. And you can make money with those choices. And if you don't believe me, go and ask a plumber how much they charge. Ask a plumber how much it's going to cost to redo the plumbing in your kitchen or in your bathroom. Okay, when he comes back with the tens of thousands of dollars that you're going to pay him for that, then tell me they don't make money. You go ahead and ask someone, what's it going to cost to replace my roof? Because I know how much it costs. I can't replace my roof. I don't got 20 grand. But I know the people who do that, they make good money. It's a tough job. I can't do it myself. But they got the skill. They can do it, and they get paid well for it. Thank God they do. I'm happy that they do. And if you're black, Hispanic, Asian, Indian, you're from Bangladesh, I don't care. If you're gay or straight, I don't care. If you're trans, I don't care. You want to be a carpenter or an electrician? You want to be a plumber? You want to make money? Do that. There's nothing wrong with that. Don't learn to code. Learn to build things. That's what made America great. That's why in 1968, a dollar from 1968 is worth $8 today. And that number is growing because we don't know how to spend money anymore. Yeah, Dow mentions that a journeyman, not an independent electrician, someone who's training to be an electrician, a journeyman electrician makes $25 an hour. If you learn to code, you might makes what, 15, 18, maybe? But you also have competition with everyone else in the world. Everyone in the world is not trying to be an electrician. It's that simple. You know, I want to go back. Let me go through a little bit of my life. So, I was born in 1968, as I've said several times. And there's a lot of differences. See, so not only was there the United Negro College Fund, and there were commercials telling Hispanics and blacks to go to college, get an education, and to make choices in your life that will advance your life. There were no commercials saying, be a drug dealer. There were no music videos in the 1970s. No one was running around saying, you should be a drug dealer. And while there were musicians that were on drugs, no one was talking about it. That was not celebrated. That wasn't a good thing. No one was saying that's a great thing that Ray Charles is addicted to heroin. No one said that. It was a bad thing. They were disgraced about that. And if you found out about that, that entertainer was disgraced for life. Disgraced for life. We should go back to that idea. Not praising rappers because they got shot 9 times and didn't die. That's not a skill. No, I'm not. And you know what? Jonathan, by the way, Dow's mentioning how much money you can make as an electrician and mechanic, which is fantastic. We need more people to say that. But Jonathan mentions Barbara Bush. I'm not telling you that you can't listen to music that you want to listen to. I'm not telling you it was the 1990s. I think it was 1990s that we suddenly started changing. It was when gangster rap, which is now modern rap. And anyone, I know, people alive today don't know that there was a difference, that there were different types of the rap music genre. There was happy rap, there was party rap, there was fun, there was political rap. There was all different types of styles of music. And then there was gangster rap, which was considered the lowest form of entertainment for many, many years. It was the lowest form of entertainment. It was the lowest form of rap music because it was filled with gangsters. It was filled with criminals, people that you would not trust around your children, people that you would not trust around your mother or your sister or your daughter for good reason. There were people who were getting shot on the corner, and because they could rhyme, they decided that there were a bunch of elected businessmen who decided, you know what, I can't say the things that these people are saying. I can't call you the names that these guys are saying, but I'll make money off of it. They paid those same drug dealers who got shot 9 times and survived, who killed someone or were allegedly killing people, those same criminals that you wouldn't trust around your mom, your grandma, your sister, your daughter, those same people, they paid them 5 cents on the dollar to get up on a stage and to call you names that if someone said that to you in person, you'd get in a fight with them. They degrade women. And they paid them 5 cents on the dollar to degrade women. And because of the color of their skin, they could get away with it and no one could question it. And that's the modern rap music genre. And if you think I'm wrong, tell me why. Because I met Eazy-E. I've been around many of the rappers. I've seen them. We can go over their histories, DMX, 50 Cent. We can go through their histories. These criminals, these vicious crimes that destroyed people's lives, selling drugs, destroying people's lives. And these guys are venerated now. They're considered to be great people. What did they do? They sang a song and they killed people's lives. And they're the good guys? We want our kids to be more like that? Instead of being an electrician, a doctor, a lawyer, a politician, anything? I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. And you can tell me, Mike, you just don't understand. Paul mentioned, by the way, let me catch up with the comments. So yeah, Barbara Bush, she worded it very badly, as did Nancy Reagan with what is it? This is your brain on crack. That was a horrible commercial. But Paul, hello, Paul. Thank you for joining us. I don't think I've seen you on the program before. I thank you for joining us today and joining me for my birthday. Paul says, unapproved thoughts. Yes. He says, I think that means you're unwoke. Yes, I am anything but woke. I do not agree with that ideology. Other people might think that's a good thing. I do not. And in my history, in my lifetime, it's never been a good thing. Being woke does not make things better. It only makes things worse. It divides America. It separates us. It makes us worse off. Yeah. I'm absolutely, unabashedly, perfectly fine with saying I am not woke. I do not believe in the woke ideology. I think it is dangerous. I think it is segregationist. I think it is racist. I think it is sexist. I think it is the worst thing that you could possibly do. I think it is barely a half step away from the Ayatollah Khomeini in Iran and who wants to have death to America because we don't think like he wants us to think. We don't believe like he wants us to believe. And therefore, he wants to kill us. And by the way, that's the Iran nuclear deal. We're going to give them money so that they can kill us. You don't believe me? Read the bill. Read the conversations. I'm reading the international news about this. They want to kill us, and we're about to give them money to kill us to build nuclear ICBMs, to be able to fund global terror like they did in 2016 when John Kerry stood up and told the American public that the Iran nuclear deal funded global terror. Yeah, I'm against those things. And that's how I equate being woke. It is the same thing to me. Other people may disagree. I am perfectly fine with hearing someone tell me why being woke is a good thing. I'm perfectly happy to have that discussion and to maybe I'm wrong. If you think I'm wrong, if you think I don't understand, if you think like certain college professors in the southern tier of New York who are going to have a program on May 3rd that are going to promote critical race theory and its application, and they're going to have a program and they're going to promote racism, in my opinion, and they disagree with me, and they're telling me, Mike, you're just not educated enough. I'm sorry, I'm 54 years old. I'm older than the professors that are telling me I don't know. I speak more languages than those professors. I have lived in more countries around the world than they have. And they want to tell me that I don't have enough experience, enough knowledge. I'm sorry. That's insulting. And it's insulting to assume that. But if you think I've misunderstood, if I don't have the proper references, I'm happy to go through it with you. Let's go and look at, and I will be happy to spend the day today going and looking up what Professor Bell, Darrell Bell? Is it Derek Bell or Darrell Bell? I think it's Professor Darrell Bell. Professor Bell, who is a champion of the critical race theory. He's like the grandfather of critical race theory. We'll be happy to go through and look at his words and how he tells us that Martin Luther King was a bad guy and made the wrong decision in trying to integrate people and to unify them because they're human beings. Instead, we should separate people. That's what Derek Bell believes. That's what critical race theory believes. That's segregationist. That's racism. That's going back to the 1950s. I'm sorry. I don't want to do that. I've lived through the 70s. I've lived through the racism. I've had that experience. I don't want it. I don't want it for me. I don't want it for my nephews. I don't want it for your kids or your grandkids. They should never have to live that experience. I already did. Trust me, it's not fun. If you think the things are racist today, wait until we go back to the 1950s. Then you'll have a very different idea of what racism actually is. But you can disagree with me. Don't take my passion as an inability to hear what you're saying. It just means I don't agree. By the way, what kind of music do I agree with? Well, back in the 1970s, my uncle introduced me to a band you may have heard of before. A band, and I can only play maybe a second or two of this, but see if it'll let me.
This revolutionary...
Oops. No, I do not want to hear that commercial. Okay. So I'm going to let you hear a moment or two of...
microcomputer is only the size of a USB...
Take that off. Stupid commercial. I don't want to hear the commercial. Here it goes. Do you know which band this is? Does anyone know who this band is? Okay, I don't want to get blocked internationally, but that's Pink Floyd. That's Pink Floyd. And I got to hear them in 1973. And my family also introduced me to Beethoven, who's my particular favorite. I love Beethoven. I love classical music. I also love classic jazz. I love Herbie Hancock. I love early rap. Yeah. I love rock and roll. Must I only listen to rap music? Because if you look at the culture today, there seems to be this insistence that there's black music, which is rap music. And that's the only music you should listen to. And I have to tell you, if you have not introduced kids to other forms of music, you are doing them a disservice. And I think that if you let them hear some of these great classical pieces, Tchaikovsky, Beethoven, Bach, Mozart, just go through the time. I think they will have such a great appreciation of it. And they've heard it. It's been in cartoons, it's been in movies. They just don't know because they never heard the whole thing through. What's wrong with letting people hear and experience things that are not what is prescribed for them, what is approved? This is the only thing that you can hear. This is the only thing you can think about. It's terrible. Now, you may not like Pink Floyd. I love it. Which one's pink? That's funny. Mike Bowie goes, which one's pink? That's funny. And if you know the band Pink Floyd, you know why that's a joke. But I'm not telling you that you have to like Pink Floyd, that you have to like rock music. I'm not telling you that you have to like classical music. I'm not telling you have to like jazz. I'm not telling you not to like hip hop. What I am saying is, what's wrong with it? What's wrong with expanding someone's experience, letting them hear more music? What about Japanese drum music, which is fantastic, and I love that as well. It's wonderful. How about listening to, matter of fact, I think I got some. Who's this? You hear this? Well, that just gives, that gives you a taste of that. What is that? That's Japanese drum music. And there is such a presentation that goes with that. People work their entire lives to be able to perform that on a stage. It is difficult, and it is beautiful to watch it, to see the showmanship of it, to see the expertise and the skill that is there, and to appreciate it as just music. And I'm not against. What about listening to Spanish guitar? Wonderful listening to that. Some beautiful music. And if you're only listening to rap music, if you're only listening to the music that is approved because of the color of your skin, your gender, or your sexual identity, if you are only listening to music that applies to your checkbox, you are being deprived. They are stealing experiences away from you. And there's no reason why you should not be around those other experiences, to hear that other music from around the world. And there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to hear that music, to have those experiences, to learn about those things on as you want to. And I'm not telling you that you have to like it. No one should say, but you must like this. No, it doesn't work that way. It's called freedom. It's called trusting people for being independent, to have their own lives and make their own choices. In my lifetime, and by the way, we're about to get to this, stagflation. It is incredible. And we're about to have it again. And I want you to see, and the reason why I brought this up, because this is, again, the 70s. I haven't even made it to the 80s. I'm going to go through time with you, through my lifetime. And by the way, Miss K, Ella Fitzgerald is a fantastic musician. You're correct. I agree with Dal Grimm, the Andrews Sisters, Handel, Mozart, 80s metal bands. There's a bunch of them. Yeah, Muddy Waters, John Lee Hooker. Yeah, the Ink Spots, Louis Armstrong. There's some beautiful music in the world. Don't deny yourself because somebody hasn't said that this is approved for you, that you can only listen to rap music because you're black. I'm sorry, that's just a bad answer. Don't do that. Listen to it. You don't have to like it. If you've never heard it, give it an opportunity. Expand your life in your experience. Going on to the 1970s. This is my life that I remember. I remember stagflation. I'm old enough to remember this. And do you notice who's in this picture? There are white people, white men, white women, black and Hispanic individuals. It was America that was hurt by stagflation. Everyone was affected. And we're going back to that. That's something that's coming back. And we're about to go through that experience all over again. Because the same people who brought that to us, and I want to show you, I have the numbers here. Here we go. So stagflation, this is the 1970s. This is how bad it gets. In 1973, we had 8.7% inflation. We're at 7.9 officially, and I'm telling you, it's going higher. It's probably going to hit 15% by the summer. A year later, we were at 12.3%. 12.3%. That's when the minimum wage was $2. They raised the minimum wage. That's back when money was worth 8 times what it is today. And we had 12.7% inflation. And that was under President Jimmy Carter. What did we have? 13%, 12.5%. We had a recession. It destroyed us. People weren't able to live. It was horrible. And by the way, if we go through time and we look at this, and inflation since then has been relatively low. There have been some spikes like in 1990, which would have put us in the Clinton era. But overall, it's been pretty low. It's been pretty consistent. And then we get to Barack Obama, the Obama administration, 2009, 2010, 2009, Barack Obama, minimum wage goes up to $7.25, and we start seeing that inflation, well, still low, relatively low, but what are we seeing at the same time? Unemployment, the first chart here. Yeah, that starts creeping up, 9.9, 9.3, 8.5. We're not doing so good. This is the Obama administration. These aren't good numbers. And at the same time that we saw that happening, I want you to see how much money were we spending? How much debt was America making? The debt to GDP. Well, in 1968, it was 39%. We had $348 billion in debt. When we get to the Obama administration, yes, the numbers go up, by the way. Yeah, it's been going up steadily throughout time, including under Reagan when we finally hit $1 billion. It was considered continuously going up. And then we had this explosion. 2009, we hit $11 trillion. 82%. The year before, we were at $10 billion, 68%. We started spending like crazy. We skyrocketed. The Obama administration took us on a path. See, normally it only goes up 1-2% a year. And then under the Obama administration, we jumped 20%, and we've just been off to the races. We're spending 120%, 124% today. We can't keep up these numbers. This is why $1 in 1968 was worth 8 times as much as $1 today. Because we're spending money like crazy. And no one's willing to tell you and be honest with you about it. Now, you don't have to like it. I don't like it. But that doesn't mean it's wrong. In my lifetime, we had 400 Americans, 444 Americans were captured by Iran, by the nation of Iran, by the Ayatollah of Iran. And they decided they want to kill America. By the way, there's a great movie. Argo is a great movie. I do recommend it. But Iran, under the Carter administration, they captured our American citizens. For a year, Americans were held hostage. And everyone in America, no one said, well, were they white Americans? No one asked us, were they gay Americans? No one asked us, were they black or Hispanic? We never asked that question. There were Americans who were in Iran, and they were held hostage. And America, all the people in America wanted them back. And we were screaming at our politicians to get those Americans home, because the job of every politician is to protect American citizens. The number one job of the government is to protect every American citizen. 54 years later, 54, well, roughly, what is it, 40 years later? Today, we have potentially 9,000 Americans in Afghanistan right now. In 1979, Iran captured Americans, and we were going crazy. We were going to go to war to get those Americans back. In 2021, Joe Biden abandoned more Americans than Iran captured, and no one knows. No one cares. Joe Biden lied to the American people and told you there was only 85 Americans that were there. And then very quietly, the Biden administration told you that there are hundreds, potentially thousands of Americans that are in Afghanistan today, right now. And they don't care. In my lifetime, we went from every single American freaking out and being pissed off. This is from ABC News. ABC News.
Before 1979, when the Islamic Republic of Iran stripped 52 Americans, their freedom, their dignity, and their pride.
52 hostages were held for 444 days in Iran from the end of 1979 until January 1981.
My father was William Q, and he was a hostage in Tehran. He was only supposed to be there for the weekend.
Do you hear these stories? Stories that rocked America. And you don't have to believe me. You can ask anyone who's been alive long enough. They remember this was international. The nation was freaking out because 54 Americans were taken hostage. The movie Argo was made, a great motion picture. The nation of Canada endangered their nation. They risked having a war started for taking 6 Americans and hiding them in their embassy and getting them out of that nation. By the way, great moment for the CIA getting those 6 Americans out. Thank you, Canada, for helping us with that. And the movie Argo is based on that true, factual story of how these Americans were saved. That the world was getting closer to having a massive regional war. And governments around the world were working with America to try and save American citizens because it mattered to America. And in 2021, Joe Biden had abandoned hundreds, possibly thousands of Americans. We believe it's 9,000 Americans. According to the United States Senate Foreign Affairs Committee, 9,000 Americans were abandoned in Afghanistan. In my lifetime, we have gone from the government protecting Americans and doing everything it can to rescue those Americans to the American government actually willfully abandoning citizens in the most deadly place they can find. And the news media went from reporting on that every night, telling us what's going on with these Americans and what the government was doing to try and get those Americans home safe, to today, the American news media doesn't even remember that there are Americans in Afghanistan right now. They won't even tell you. That story is not news. You think they buried the Hunter Biden laptop? Ask any politician. And I have many contacts in Congress right now, Democrats and Republicans. And I cannot find one member of Congress, one member of the United States Senate, any of their staff, any of my contacts in the federal government. Not one person can tell me how many Americans are still left in Afghanistan. What they can tell me is that they are Americans still there. We just don't know how many. That is terrifying. I have lived long enough to see my government go from caring about our people and willing to do almost anything to protect those people, including what Yes, Reagan was wrong for making a backdoor deal, the Iran-Contra deal, to be able to pay off Iran to get our citizens back. Yes, that was wrong, but he was finding a way to avoid war and get Americans back home safe. Today, Joe Biden threw those Americans away. And if you tell me, well, that's not such a big deal, okay, not a problem. Here's the thing. If you were one of those Americans, if any of your family are one of those Americans, potentially thousands of them, do you think you would care? But let me get back to some of the comments, because it seems Davey, hello Davey. Davey's joining us today, and thank you for joining me for my birthday. Davey says he disagrees with me. Apparently, because Davey doesn't like my experiences in my lifetime of being alive and what I saw and what I lived through as Americans were being captured in Tehran, and comparing that to the Americans that were abandoned in Afghanistan. Since he doesn't agree with that same point of view, he is asking me, as you see in the comment just a moment ago, he asked me if I'm high. Well, that's kind of insulting, Dave. I don't mind that you tell me you don't agree. But why are you impugning my character? Why are you making an insult that's personal on me? Because you don't agree with my political and not just my political point of view, but also my assessment of the facts that are going on right now. Because it is factual. And I can show you, and I have done videos on Joe Biden and the timeline of the Americans as the United States government has changed the number of Americans that are abandoned over in Afghanistan over the last 9 months. The number keeps changing, and it goes up and it goes down, and they keep changing their answer. And if you think I'm wrong about this, ask any politician, ask your congressman or woman, ask your senator, send a letter to the White House, ask any politician, and they will confirm what I have just said. I know because I've already confirmed it. I've done the homework. So Davey, you may not agree with me, but don't insult me. Just tell me you don't agree and tell me why. And Davey goes on to say he doesn't agree with the CIA having done something positive. They did do something positive, very specifically Argo, which is a movie about a real life fact. It actually happened. It is documented. And we know this because the Clinton administration actually released the classified information. It is true. So while you may not like the CIA and you may not like many of the things they do, that doesn't take away from that they did do something that was positive and was very beneficial to the American people. So that's a different thing. Now, Davey goes on to say, do you realize that by the nature of what they do, they cannot take credit for any achievements? I know that they can't, unless what they have done is declassified, as it was in the case of the Americans who were rescued from Iran. That is a fact. So thus, it isn't reporting propaganda, it's revealing what happened, something that was also confirmed by the nation of Canada. So unless you tell me that there is a multinational conspiracy and that the Americans who actually were rescued and that have come out and made the comments that the nation of Iran has confirmed this information, unless you think Iran and Canada and the United States are all on the same side as the CIA just so that they can lie to you for no apparent reason, that's fine. Your logic isn't making sense here. Now, you may not like the CIA, and I'm not telling you that the CIA is perfect. That's not my point. I was speaking about a very specific moment in our history and a very specific difference between 1979 and 2022. And I want to be very specific. So it's perfectly fine. Again, Davey, I'm not telling you that you need to like the CIA. You can like that they did save American citizens, and they have done that before and they will hopefully do that again. And you can tell me you don't like how the CIA does what it does. That's perfectly fine. But that doesn't change that they did save American lives. And the bigger thing that I'm talking about isn't the CIA. What I'm talking about is the United States government abandoning American citizens, something that in my lifetime they would never do before. That in my lifetime, we went from threats of war and we were willing to bribe nations to save 54 Americans. And now, today, we have the media complicit with the Biden-Harris administration to abandon thousands of Americans. We nearly went to war over 54 Americans being held for 44 days. We threw away thousands of Americans so far for 9 months. There is a problem in America. And it's not and in this instance, and what I'm talking about here is not the CIA or the FBI, which both have their issues, absolutely. The problem is that we have gotten to a point in America where we will accept that some Americans can just be thrown away. There are 20 to 30,000 Americans in the Ukraine. We had Joe Biden, the same man that threw away the lives of thousands of Americans in Afghanistan right this second. And that same man, Joe Biden, went on national TV with NBC with Lester Holt and said that the 20 to 30,000 Americans, including American children that are in the Ukraine right now, he doesn't care. He abandoned them too. Now, you may think it's a good thing. You might agree with that. I don't. And people will tell me, well, Mike, you're a racist, or maybe you believe in the deep state, or maybe that. No. The job of the United States government, the job of any government, the first, primary, and perhaps only reason a government exists is to protect the people when they cannot protect themselves. Now, I don't care. You can go into all the other reasons why the international intrigue, maybe we shouldn't have been there, whatever. I don't care. American citizens shouldn't be abandoned, especially in war zones, especially where there are hordes of terrorist organizations that are looking to kill them because they're American citizens. The Taliban, ISIS, Al-Qaeda. So there is a big difference there. And I think that's the point I am making. And if you disagree with that point, I'm perfectly okay with that. And Davey, I am thankful, and I do thank you for pointing out that you disagree with the CIA. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not telling you that you have to like the CIA. Mike Bowie, I'm not telling you that the CIA is not part of the deep state. That's not what I'm doing. But I am highlighting where are we as a nation that we are now okay with abandoning Americans. And if we can do it in Afghanistan, and if we can do it in the Ukraine, let me ask you, where else are we going to do it? Where else are we just going to, what about Americans in, I don't know, the United Kingdom, Japan, Korea, Canada, Australia, Mexico? Where are Americans not going to be abandoned? If we can abandon them in war zones, if we can abandon them to terrorists that are hunting them down, where can't we abandon them? See, I want to have this conversation. And by the way, Tony Figuccia, thank you. Thank you for your for the birthday wish. Thank you for joining us. Please remember to like, share, and most of all, subscribe. We want to hit 1,234 subscribers today, if at all possible. If you can, donate, because I like to keep the lights on. And Dal, I'm going to get to your comment in just 1 second, but I want to make this point that I find it troubling that if our government is not willing to protect our people, no other nation is going to protect us. If America won't do it first, no one else is going to do it for us. That is a fact. And that means that if you want to take a trip to Europe, if you want to go overseas, if you're doing it for business, if you're going to any country outside the United States borders, there is no guarantee you're protected anymore. One of the reasons why Americans can travel around the world, why people travel around the world, is the threat that their government will protect them, that they will get them home. And instead, we now have a government that is telling us, you're on your own. Figure it out. Literally, Joe Biden said to Lester Holt on NBC, they will figure it out. They have to figure out their own way home. We could have flown. It would have cost less than $500,000. This is not money in the United States. We spend trillions of dollars a year. $500,000. It's not even a number in the rounding errors of our government. We could have spent $500,000 to send a C-130 plane over into Kiev, into the airport to pick up all the United States children in the Ukraine and bring them to Germany. It would have took 3 hours. We could have gotten those kids in 3 hours. It would have cost $500,000. That's non-existent money in our budget. And instead, Joe Biden said, well, I'm going to treat them exactly like I treat Americans in Afghanistan. They don't exist anymore. When was the last time anyone in the news media actually mentioned that there are Americans that are in Afghanistan? In the Ukraine. When was the last time you heard someone say Americans in the Ukraine? When was the last time anyone mentioned that there are children, American children, in the Ukraine that is getting bombed by Russia right now? And I don't care if you think Russia's the good guy or the bad guy. I don't care if you think the Ukrainians are the good guys or the bad guys. I don't care about that. I'm talking about children, American children, that our government is willing to let them die. Literally what he told Lester Holt. And that's a change in my lifetime. And if that's where we've gone in my lifetime, for those who are younger that might watch this, to watch my live stream today, I want you to consider what's going to happen in your lifetime. In another 30 years, what will the American government not do for you? A requirement of the government, what will they not do for you? If they're not willing to protect you today, as we are seeing under the Biden-Harris administration, what are they going to do in the future? What are they willing to let happen to you in the future? Mike Bowie mentions, he quotes, he's quoting Hillary Clinton. What difference does it make at this point? I hope no one ever says to you or to your family about and talking about your life as an American citizen. Actually, for anyone in the world, I hope no one ever hears their government, members of their government say, what difference does it make about your life or the life of the people you love? I hope you never get to hear that again. It should never have been said in the first place. Right, wrong, or indifferent, there's a lot of different ways to take that, but they should never say that your life, members of our government, elected officials and otherwise, should never have the attitude that it doesn't make a difference whether you live or die. I think that's wrong. You may disagree with me, and that's perfectly fine. And I'm willing to hear it. Just like I'm perfectly fine with hearing Davey and his point of view, minus the insult to me personally. I'm perfectly happy to hear his comments. And we can have that discussion. But I think it's absolutely, America's on the wrong track. It's the wrong path. I know there's a comment here, and I want to get to it. Dow mentioned it's the attitude of the government towards its population. It has come to the point where the government servants have outed themselves as the ruling class and all others are expendable. Jonathan also agrees with him. And Dow, I agree with that. I agree with you. I think this is unacceptable, that we need to call this out, that no one in government, I don't care, notice, I'm not saying Republicans, I'm not saying Democrats, I'm not saying progressives, no one in the United States government should be comfortable with abandoning American citizens, whether to terrorists like the Taliban or whether it's in the Ukraine and the bombs accidentally being bombed. No one should have to go through that. And by the way, we have lost an American in the Ukraine due to bombing. There is an American who's already died. Not a news reporter. I understand reporters go into dangerous situations. No, a regular American citizen died, got killed because of bombs. And he's forgotten. That scares me. That really and truly scares me. Oh my God, it's 8 o'clock already. Wow, we're doing great. And by the way, again, thank you all for being here with me. I thank you for joining me in this conversation. And you can, at any time, call in to 607-242-1582. I am always happy to hear your voice, to hear what you have to say about any of the issues that we're speaking about. And thanks to the donations that we have received from our subscribers, individuals just like yourself, who sometimes agree, sometimes don't agree with me. That's why we're able to have this conversation. It's why the phone is on. It's why the lights are on. So I do appreciate and thank John and User, who are subscribers, for their donations that allow me to spend my birthday today with you, which I'm going to be doing as a marathon. Give me a second. I'm also checking my notes here as people are contacting me. A couple of people wishing me happy birthday. And so I know, I think it's very important that we see this difference. Because one of the things I want to do, what we do every week on No Soundbites Allowed, and what I do during the week in all the articles, is I'm trying to have an honest conversation with you. Not that you're going to necessarily agree with it, not to change your opinion, not to make you suddenly vote a different way. That's your choice. That's on you. I trust you as an individual to make the best decision for yourself on who you want to elect and who you don't want to elect. You don't need me to tell you that. You can make that decision yourself. I trust you. I believe in you. You're American citizens. That's your choice. But I do think we need to have an honest conversation. And we need to remember and bring it back down. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you very much for the birthday wish. So happy to see you. I hope your kids are doing okay, Tanya. I think it's very important that we remember and bring it back down to earth. Our politicians, part of the reason why our politicians are okay with abandoning people, throwing them away in Ukraine, in Iran, in Afghanistan, as opposed to what happened in 1979, is politicians, they don't take public transportation. Remember, we were told, Joe Biden, when he was asked, have you ever been to the southern border, the United States southern border with Mexico? And the answer was, he drove through it. What? We were told, yes, Jen Psaki said, Joe Biden has been to the border. Yes, he was on the border. When was he on the border? When he drove through the border. I'm sorry, that's separated. That means he doesn't have anything to do with the border. He's not connected. How many times do we see that with politicians? I'll give you an example, and this is a personal bias of mine. I admit it right up front. Representative Antonio Delgado of the New York 19th District. He hasn't been in this district. He showed up for the St. Patrick's Day parade in the southern tier of New York. And he went to a church after he was in the parade, walked around. He then went to a church, a sermon, was talking through the sermon, complaining about the sermon because it wasn't progressive enough for him, and then he left. And for the last 7 months, I've been asking him to answer questions. And he won't answer a question. Not as a constituent, he won't answer my questions as a member of the press. And yes, believe it or not, folks, you're watching a member of the press. I may be small. I may be a small member of the press. I may not have the tens of millions of dollars of these mega corporations, but I'm still a member of the press. And he won't answer questions. And that upsets me because he's doing the flyby thing. He's not involved. He's not taking a bus to listen to what you and I are talking about how we have to pay our bills, about how long we have to wait for the bus, about how difficult it is to get a raise or to get a promotion. He's not hearing those conversations. You're not seeing these politicians walk into the McDonald's without a camera crew behind them just because they're getting lunch and they're listening to people talk about how fast they have to eat because they have to get back to work, about the fact that the cost of McDonald's is going up so you can't feed a family with a McDonald's meal anymore. They're not hearing that anymore. They're not down at the local bowling alley. They're not out at the local bar having a beer, without any of their camera crew, just because they want to hear what you have to say. They're completely disconnected, and they're trying to make sure they're as disconnected as possible. And then they lie to you. Yeah, Joe Biden, he was at the border. He drove past it. Come on. We got to hold these politicians accountable. Because when we're letting them count driving past the border as a trip to the border, when we're allowing politicians like Antonio Delgado to just walk in a parade and leave and say, hey, I did my job. I don't have to answer any of your questions. Re-elect me. If we're allowing that to happen, then you are going to see more things like what happened in 1979, where Americans were taken hostage, or what we're seeing today in 2022, that Americans are abandoned, actively being abandoned right this second in Afghanistan and the Ukraine. And I have to tell you, I don't like that. And I don't care if you're progressive or you could be part of the Green Party. I don't care. You shouldn't like this either. Libertarians, Democrats, Republicans, conservatives, no one in America should be happy or willing to accept that the American elected government has just abandoned American citizens and they don't exist anymore. And the news media doesn't have the balls to say what I'm saying right now. Maybe it's because I walk around my town. Maybe it's because I take public transportation. I get on buses. I work a 9-to-5 job when I can because I'm a regular American. I'm not a multi-millionaire. I'm not rich. I'm not even close. I'm poor, just like you. I live 9-to-5. Oh, wow. What just happened? Uh-oh. Hang on a second, folks. Oh, boy. What just happened here? Come on. Hang on a second, folks. For some reason. There we go. Here we go. We're back. Don't know what just happened there. The system tried to kick us out. But yeah, maybe it's because I'm a regular average Joe. I'm just like you. Maybe that's why I pay attention to the details. Maybe that's why I get so excited about these stories, why I cover so much information, why I'm asking questions that our politicians aren't. And maybe it's because I want to hold them accountable because they don't get to just ignore this. By the way, Donna, thank you for taking a moment to be here on the program and to say happy birthday. I thank you. She agrees. She says she agrees, and I thank you for that. And I want to thank everybody. Whether you're watching this program for 10 minutes or you're watching it for 10 hours, I appreciate you. I thank you. Whether you agree with me or you disagree with me, I appreciate you. I thank you for your comments. Unless you're insulting me. Unless you're telling me, if you give me an insult, hey, I'm not going to be a nice guy. But even if you're disagreeing with me, as long as you disagree on the issues, as long as it's respectful and we're talking about the issues, you can tell me that you think it's completely wrong, and I'm perfectly okay to hear that. And I'm willing to have that conversation because that's good for America. But I think we all can agree none of our politicians should be happy to or willing to abandon American citizens. And we should hold them accountable for that. And by the way, yes, Representative Antonio Delgado, I'm calling you out again from the New York 19th. You're looking for a re-election. If you want me to even consider for a second why I should vote for you, tell me how many Americans were abandoned in Afghanistan, how many Americans are abandoned in the Ukraine right now. Give me a number. Do your job. Get those Americans home. To get them home, we need to start by actually knowing how many people we have to go get. Yes, Representative Antonio Delgado, a member of Congress, you are being called out to do your job. It's not because you're black. It's not because you're tall and skinny. Because I'm just not quite as tall and skinny, and I'm black. No. And it's not because you're a Democrat. It's because you're in an elected office, and that's your job. Do it. User, thank you. Thank you for being here. User has been banned, joined us again. I'm so happy to see so many people who have joined us for the morning. I really didn't expect that many people. I'm a little surprised. So, in my lifetime, what has changed in the last 54 years? The fact that people are that we can speak directly to our politicians, and I know they are watching this program. And every single politician I have ever interviewed at any level, that means members of the state and local and federal, they're all perfectly happy they can come onto this program. Everyone I've ever done an interview with, I hope they get on and that they take a minute to speak with you, not me, with you, to tell you what's going on. And that's the Democrats I've talked to, the Republicans, the Libertarians. They're all welcome to call in 607-242-1582, just like anyone else, and to be able to speak to you about any of the issues that we're talking about or something else completely different. I'm more than happy to give them as much time as they want. But in my lifetime, I remember the Chernobyl disaster. This was in '86. This is when I was getting out of high school. When I was graduating high school, I remember Chernobyl. It was a crazy time. Everyone was scared. I also remember 3 Mile Island, which is also in my lifetime. And anyone who's wondering, anyone who's younger, can go, 3 Mile Island, what's that? It's Chernobyl. It's the American version of Chernobyl. Same thing as Fukushima, which is in Japan. They're all the same thing. Nuclear meltdown. And it wasn't that bad, honestly. Yes, some people died. Yes, it was terrifying. And yes, it's scary. But 3 Mile Island, Fukushima, Chernobyl, how many other nuclear disasters can you name? And I ask you that because today we're talking about we need to get rid of oil and gas. And the cost of oil and gas are going up, and it's driving up inflation. And it's going to cost you a lot more money in October because we're not pumping more gas. And I know the big lie. The big lie is there's 9,000 leases. Yes, there are 9,000 leases. And there's absolutely 0 leases to get a road to that parcel, to those 9,000 potential oil reserves. There's 0 leases that allow people to have a pipeline to go from that land to you. There's the big lie. Yes, there's 9,000 leases, And there's another 20 leases, there's another 20 permits that have to come from the government for you to be able to get that gas and oil. And at the moment, we only have gas, oil, and nuclear power. That's where all the energy comes from. Oh, excuse me, and coal. 4 things: coal, oil, gas, natural gas, and nuclear power. That's it. That's where all the energy is coming from. Oh, but Mike, we can have solar. Solar doesn't work. Geothermal doesn't work. God help us with ethanol. It's destroying the planet. It doesn't work. Every single one of those energy sources, wind, solar, geothermal, they create more pollution than they will ever make. They are more destructive to our nature. If you're telling me it's all about the environment, we have to make sure the environment is good. Those are more destructive than actually using oil or natural gas. And absolutely more destructive than nuclear power. And yes, there's been, in my lifetime, three nuclear disasters. I give you that. And it's safer, more effective, and more efficient for nuclear power than anything else. You don't have to believe me. Ask President Obama's green energy czar. Go ask him. Go ask Michael Moore. You want to talk about someone on the left? Can't get too much more left than Michael Moore, who loves communism. Ask him. Ask him about the movie that he produced, the documentary, Planet of the Humans. Look at that data. I know not a lot of people watch documentaries. I did. I reviewed it. And yeah, they prove green energy, solar, wind does not work. Nowhere in the world, it doesn't work. Does that mean it won't work in the future? Not saying that. Maybe one day we will get it to work. Maybe we will figure out how to make it work. But it doesn't work today. Users brought up hydroelectric dams. They work. Yeah, but there isn't a river everywhere. There isn't a river at every city, in every state, in every country. There isn't. Well, there are in every country, but they're not in everywhere, and they aren't big enough everywhere to run all the power that we need. It's not real. It's not a real answer. We need real answers. I understand. It feels good. We are so captivated today by trying to feel good about our politics and our politicians. Stop trying to feel good about them. Please, I don't care if you like President Obama. I don't care if you like Joe Biden or Nancy Pelosi, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, Anna Presley. I don't care if you like them. I don't care if you like Ted Cruz. I don't care if you like Marco Rubio. I don't care if you like Claudia Tenney. I don't care. Because it's not about whether we like them or not. Are they effective? Are they efficient? Are they doing their job? That's what's important. When it comes to energy, is it effective? Is it efficient? That's the only thing you need to care about. You want to lower the greenhouse gases in the world? Then make it efficient. Guess what? Oil and gas are more efficient than solar and nuclear. By the way, solar and thermal and wind. And let's really think about this, because there's so many people who are trying to say, oh, but I'm just going to plug in my car and there won't be any greenhouse gases, and that's good for the planet. Hello, wake up, sunshine. Where is that electricity coming from? They're not like pulling it off of trees. It's not coming out of the clouds. You have to produce energy to get that electricity to charge up that electric bike or that $80,000 electric car. Where do you think that electricity is coming from? Coal, oil, gas, or nuclear. That's where it's coming from. It doesn't come from solar. It doesn't come from thermal. Those things don't work. And I'm sorry, I have to disagree with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I am being empirically, statistically, directly grammatically correct in telling you the truth. They don't work. They might work one day in the future. We've been working on solar energy for 80 years. If any of them are going to work, solar energy will be the first one. And for 80 years, we cannot get it to work. Now, someone's going to say, Mike, you're misunderstanding. You're wrong because solar energy works. No, it doesn't work. It works on a car. It works on an individual home. It doesn't work for a city. It doesn't work for a nation. It doesn't scale up. It doesn't work. That's a fact. You may not like that fact. It may not be comfortable to have that fact. It is a fact. And facts don't care about your feelings. It doesn't matter that you don't like it. It is true. It is real. It is absolute. Tomorrow, that might change. But we live today, not tomorrow. And if we're going to live into today, and since we need, you want to run your electric car, fantastic. I'm not telling you not to. But I am telling you that if you want it to run, you need more energy. That means oil, gas, coal, or a nuclear power plant. Those are your choices. That is the reality. And if we don't actually do something about that reality, we can't afford it. Oh, I left out. There is another option. Because I was wrong. There is another option. We can take the option that President Obama suggested to us, which is to necessarily skyrocket the cost of energy so make it so expensive that you can't afford it, that you have to choose between paying your rent, eating food, or paying the electric bill for heat in the winter. That's the choice. That's the fifth choice. You want more choices? That's choice 5. That the cost of electricity and energy is so high that you will not be able to afford it, and the lights will go out. That's your choice. You may not like that choice. You may not like that those are the only choices you have. That doesn't change the fact that that is the choices you have, period. I'm more than happy to discuss with anyone who thinks I'm wrong. I'm more than happy to go over the details with anyone. Anyone wants to say, well, Mike, what about the disasters in your lifetime? There have been 3. 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, and Fukushima. I understand that. And around the world, it is still safer to have nuclear energy. If we're not going to have oil and gas because Joe Biden won't let us make a road from your home or from a city to that pipeline, to that oil deposit, if he won't let us get that, which he is not, and I have proven that, and I have shown you the documents from the United States Department of the Interior, we are not giving out those leases. We are not increasing the amount of oil, which means we're buying oil from around the world, which is more expensive, which makes energy cost more, which makes everything cost more. You want to know why bread costs more? Do you want to know why $1 today is only worth 1/8 what it was in 1968 when I was born? Well, this is why. And if we're not going to go and get the oil and gas, then we better get the coal and the nuclear. I'm going to catch up with the comments in just 1 second, folks. Bear with me. Bear with me. All right. So let me say, Jason, hey, thank you for joining me for my birthday. Miss K, yes, I'm using very naughty words. Like I said, these are the unapproved thoughts. We do this every Sunday, and I'm doing this all day today because it's my birthday. Jason mentions Biden's plan to get oil to import from Canada by train. He was trying his hardest not to go to Canada because of the canceling of the pipeline, but he has no choice. Well, he seems to think he has a choice. And by the way, if you want to ship oil instead of by a pipeline, but by train, again, that creates more energy that you need to use. That means more oil, more gas, more coal. That's it. You're not saving any money. You're not saving the environment by doing this. It's stupid. User has been banned says AOC's taking credit for the Amazon union is hysterical, especially after getting them kicked from New York City because the government is giving Amazon money. She doesn't know how tax breaks work. That's true, she doesn't. And, well, again, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, like many politicians, are taking credit for things they don't do. Going back to my example, Antonio Delgado took credit. There was a $3 million grant by FEMA to the United Health Services in Broome County. That was done by Claudia Tenney. That was done by Claudia Tenney's office. Antonio Delgado had nothing to do with that. And I asked, and I actually showed people the letter that I had with Antonio Delgado. And in that letter, I asked him a very simple thing. What day did you submit the request with FEMA? Because he took credit for it. He said, this is something that he did, and this is why he should be reelected. Okay, I'm a member of the press. I'm asking you for a very simple document. Give me the date that you submitted for that funding. He won't answer because and my belief is he does not have a date because he did not do the work. He's just taking credit for someone else's work. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is the same thing. She's taking credit for the work other people did. Why? Because that gets them reelected. And if no one in the news media is willing to call them out for that, they will get reelected because they're inefficient and they're ineffective, but they have really good ads. And hey, AOC can say she's a woman and she's a woman of color. And if you ask her any questions, well, you're racist. No, I'm not. I'm a member of the press. I'm doing my job. And as an American citizen, I'm holding politicians accountable. Thank you for the First Amendment. Excuse me, not even thank you. The First Amendment is a right imbued by birth. I'm exercising my First Amendment right. Yeah, I'm going to call you out. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, same thing with Antonio Delgado. And I do like Claudia Tenney personally, by the way. I've never denied that. She is a personal friend of mine. I've known her for 9 years now, something like that. So I personally enjoy, and I love that. I helped in 2014 when I ran for Congress. I stepped away. I supported Claudia. I've supported her since 2014. I continue to support her. I hope she wins in the New York 23rd. I want to see her remain in Congress. I think she's doing a good job. I also believe in term limits. So even for Claudia Tenney, 6 years, maximum. No one gets more than 6 years, then you go on. That's what I believe. You may disagree. Hang on a second. That should be do you agree, not so you agree, but whatever. Users ban says, I wonder what the loss is in the energy transfer from oil power plant to charge a battery compared to running a gasoline car. I don't know. I know a lot of things. I study a lot of stuff. I don't know the answer to that. And I don't know that anyone has done a study on that, so I don't have an answer for you. So I don't know. Dow mentions there is a need for a parallel economy, but in certain states like New York, to make your own utility options are heavily regulated and prohibitive. Local government participation is critical to build new infrastructure. Well, that's true in every state, Dow. Every state, to varying degrees, requires for any kind of utility options, and that regulation is a local government action. But if we were to change the grid to be able to use green energy, solar, wind, any of that, that requires, one of the things that it requires is not only do we have to have that being efficient, which they are not, it also requires a grid, an electric grid, which we need to replace. No matter what, we have to replace our electric grid. That costs $7 trillion. The cheapest estimate I have ever seen, which comes from the far left, is $4.3 trillion. And Biden, by the way, I know Democrats are telling you right now they're going to fix the infrastructure. Yeah, they're spending $100 billion. Let me be very clear. They're spending $100 billion to fix the infrastructure of America. That goes for bridges, that goes for roads, that goes for replacing the electric grid. The electric grid, to replace it, costs no less than $4.3 trillion, and the average estimate is $7 trillion. He's spending $100 billion. You're not fixing the grid, which means that even if you could make solar energy a reality tomorrow, it still wouldn't work because the electric grid doesn't work. Even if you decided and made law, if the Green New Deal was made a law tomorrow, you still would not be able to use it effectively because the grid still has to be replaced, and that costs $7 trillion. Green energy doesn't work. On multiple levels, it does not work. That's just a reality. It's a pipe dream. It is a lie. It sounds really good. It makes you feel good. Our politics, and as we're going through these stories in my lifetime, from 1968 to today, in 1968, we had more politicians that actually were around people, actually around regular people. They actually took buses. They actually took planes with regular people. They actually would go out and eat and drink around regular people. They were connected to us more, not completely, but more in 1968 than they are today. And guess what? They were more honest. They told us more of the truth. Not saying they told us all the truth. I'm not telling you that they're perfect, but they told us more. And because of that, we don't get that today. Today, we get to feel good. They're politicians. You listen to most politicians, especially the progressives. They want you to feel good. They're telling you how you're supposed to feel. They're not telling you the truth. They're telling you how to feel. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez herself, and I know I focus on her because she gets a lot of attention. She said it herself on 60 Minutes. You can look this up for yourself, her 60 Minutes interview. And she said that she doesn't believe and doesn't need to be grammatically, semantically, mathematically correct. If someone is not being grammatically, semantically, mathematically correct, they are lying to you. If they are not being correct in the way they use grammar, in the words that they use, in the way they use those words, in the numbers that they are presenting to you, then they are lying to you. And she said she is willing to lie to you because feelings are more important to her than the truth. And that is modern politics. In my lifetime, we have gone from politicians telling us the truth, and sometimes we don't like it, and sometimes omitting the truth, to now telling us lies because it feels good and they will get reelected. And if they're willing to go and tell you lies and to tell you things to make you feel good, what do you think's going to happen in the future? What's going to happen 30 years from now? What's going to happen I know 40% of my audience are younger than me, and what's going to happen in your lifetime if they're willing to tell you things that are lies, that are not true, that are not grammatically, semantically, mathematically correct, which is a lie. If they're willing to lie to you today, what are they going to do tomorrow? I tell you, it's very upsetting. Now, Dow did have an answer that to answer your question, and I hope you saw this, but it was asked, what is the loss of energy from recharging a car, recharging an electric battery versus using gasoline? It's a 20% loss of energy. which means it's inefficient. It means it's about the same as ethanol, which is about 25% less effective, which means you need more of it, which means you need to create more energy. It's ridiculous. And yes, user, $100 billion will fix 0.76% of the issues with our electric grid. It is that ridiculous. And that is a factual number. It comes from the left. You can look it up. Mike Bowie mentions, I wish the founders had the foresight to put term limits in the Constitution. Mike, they never thought anyone would want to be a politician, let alone to want to continue to be a politician once they were in. They never thought anyone would want the job. That's what they thought, that no one, that if someone had a choice of being a private business, of living their private life or living a public life as a politician, of having to deal with to serve the people, that it is such a difficult job to serve the people that they didn't think anyone would want to do that for their lifetime. Didn't make sense to them. So they didn't put it in. And this is, well, it's not recent, but it is more recent and more correct that in the last 3 decades, the average in the last 3 decades is once you get elected to Congress and after you win your first reelection, you have an 88% chance of being reelected to Congress for the rest of your life. You have about the same chance of dying in office as you do retiring, which are both bigger chances than ever losing an election. That is a fact. That is the number. And that is a problem, which is why we need term limits. Again, this is another unapproved thought. It's a thought that people go, oh my God, no, Mike, you're not supposed to be saying these things. How could you possibly say these things? Don't you realize you're supposed to be a Democrat because you're black? Screw you. No. And these are factually, semantically, grammatically correct. Now, I know everyone's talking about the batteries in the electric grid, but I want to take a moment, and I'm going to come back to it. I'm not going anywhere. We're going to be here for many, many hours. That's why this is a marathon. And I hope in this marathon you take a moment to like, share, subscribe, maybe even donate $1. I'd appreciate it. It helps pay the bills. But I want to take a moment to go back into the past. See, I remember rap music, and I remember when rap music wasn't about, hey, I'm a gangster, I can sell you drugs, let me disrespect women. And I remember when it was political. Now, people in my age group, older, younger, you may not agree with Public Enemy. You may not agree with the message of Public Enemy, and that's perfectly fine. But it's important that they were willing to stand up and make a voice. And part of the reason why Public Enemy and politically oriented rap music, as hell, political music doesn't exist anymore. That commentary doesn't exist anymore. Whether it's Simon and Garfunkel or Bob Dylan or Public Enemy, you don't have that anymore. Why don't we have that political commentary anymore? Because you're supposed to just obey. You're not supposed to think about these things. These are conversations you're not supposed to have. That's why we got banned from YouTube. Well, we didn't get banned. We got shut down for a week. And we've been shut down a couple times now. And we've had threats from Disney and Showtime on Facebook. They've threatened to try and shut us down because of having a conversation with you, of listening to you, to have this conversation about the numbers, about what's happening to our lives, because it's important. Not just because of my politics, but because it's important. And I think that's important to understand. We don't get political rap anymore. We don't get Public Enemy anymore. We have people, we have entertainers, we have lots of musicians who are telling us their political preferences. We're hearing them tell us about how we need to be more socialist. We have plenty of people in Hollywood who are telling us how we should live our lives, not the way that they live their lives, not that they do these things, but they're telling us that we have to live like that we have to live with the changes in our lives. Not them, just us. They're telling us how to live. You know what? Will Smith may have more money than me, but Will Smith isn't better than me. He's a better actor than I am because I'm not an actor. He may be a better musician than me because I'm not a musician. But he's not a better human being than me. He doesn't have a right to dictate to me, nor does anyone else in Hollywood get to pontificate about how I should live my life, especially when they don't even know what the hell they're talking about. Don't say gay, don't say gay. That's not the name of the bill. That's not in the bill. And why do you want to teach fifth graders, 5-year-olds, kids in kindergarten, why do they need to know about the sexual activities of people in their bedroom, adults in the bedroom? Why does a 5-year-old, why does a kid in kindergarten need to know that? Why does an 8-year-old get to make a decision about changing, medically altering their body forever? This is an 8-year-old or a 10-year-old. You're talking about changing their physical body forever. And this is the same person that you don't let. 8-year-olds and 10-year-olds don't get to change their shirts. They don't get to buy their own clothing. They don't get to make choices. And they don't have a First Amendment right because they're children. They don't have comprehension. They don't understand. That's why we protect them. And we don't give them everything. You don't let 10-year-olds drive a car. Why are you going to let them change their body forever? They don't even know what their body is. Their body hasn't even finished developing yet. They don't even know what their body is. It's not even close to its final form. And we're talking about letting them make a decision about their body that they don't even know what their body is. You don't know what their body is. They're 10. It isn't finished growing yet. And you're going to let them make a decision to alter that for the rest of eternity? That's abuse. That's abusive. Now, if you tell me, well, Mike, you can't say that. You don't like gay people. That's a stupid statement, and you're making a leap of logic that doesn't apply. Oh, Mike, you're against transgender people. That is a lie. I didn't say grown adults. I didn't say someone 18, 19, 21 can't make that decision. I never said that. I said an 8-year-old or a 10-year-old can't do that. There is a world of difference. Maybe these politicians don't realize there is a world of difference between an 8 or a 10-year-old and an 18 or 19-year-old. How about the fact that an 18, 19, 21, they're a grown adult. What they do with their body is their choice as long as it doesn't involve me. An 8 or a 10-year-old doesn't have that ability. Let's be honest with each other. Let's call it for what it is. Let's think about this honestly. Now, you don't have to like that I'm saying this, but you can't tell me that it is not grammatically, semantically, empirically correct. Unless you think that 8-year-olds should be driving cars and working in a factory. Guess what? We stopped doing that back in the 1930s. There's a reason why we stopped doing that. User has been banned says, Lil Johnny says, Mommy, I'm a fire truck. Progressive mom goes, okay, let's paint you red and stick a tailpipe on you. You know, it's a joke, but it's not. It's real. And we used to have musicians who would call this out. Now I'm not saying that everyone should be against this. I'm not saying that no one should be able to say they agree with it. I'm not saying those things. I believe in the First Amendment. I believe in near absolutism, which means that I believe you can say virtually anything that you want to, unless it incites violence directly. But otherwise, say whatever you want. Doesn't mean I'm going to like it, doesn't mean I'm going to agree with it. But it doesn't mean that you aren't able to say it. Doesn't mean that I have to listen to it. See, that's the First Amendment. The First Amendment protects the voices and the speech that I don't like. Same thing applies to you. The First Amendment protects speech you don't like. That's the First Amendment. It's not there to protect your speech that you like or that you want to hear. That's not what the First Amendment does. It protects the speech you don't want to hear. It protects the speech you don't like. And we should be able to hear that. We should be able to hear that in entertainment. We should hear that in our politics. We should hear that in our conversations in our lives. Doesn't mean that we have to agree with it. But it shouldn't be silenced. And people shouldn't be called racist, sexist, homophobe, transphobe just because somebody else doesn't like it. Let me ask you, if someone's, for the people who would want to call me or you a racist, sexist, transphobe for saying that an 8-year-old doesn't have the right and shouldn't have the right to change their body forever because they don't have the comprehension of what their body is yet. For the people who say that, oh, well, you're racist, you're transphobe, you're whatever, why does their speech get to be more important or more correct or more heard than mine? Who made that decision? Because they feel like they're right? Well, I feel like I'm right too. Why do they have the superior position? Why is it the news media doesn't want to have anyone else have a voice? Why do they say that any other voice is just evil? It's bad. You can't say that. Why not? Why not? Because no one ever asks, why can't you say that? Why can't I do that? Why can't I have a different opinion? Why can't I have a right-leaning or a centrist-leaning point of view? Why can't I put out music that's more left-leaning or right-leaning or centrist? Why can't I put out books? Why does every character have to be, why in movies or in books, why do all the characters have to be diverse? Lord of the Rings. Why do they have to be black dwarves? Why? Why does there have to be a black elf? Why? Why must there be? Because, well, Mike, you wouldn't like Lord of the Rings without black people. Excuse me, Lord of the Rings is translated in over 80 different languages in my lifetime. In my 54 years of life, there are 80 different different languages that they have translated the Lord of the Rings into. There is a fan base that is so large and so global that they made 3 movies, and each movie made over $1 billion a piece. So big that they are making TV shows about this. That's on top of the books that have been selling for 50 years. I don't think only white people were reading the books. I don't think that only white people could connect to it. To tell me that I can only connect to black, male, Hispanics, and that's the only people who I can connect to and understand and appreciate, that is one of the most racist, insensitive, and stupid things I have ever heard in my life. That totally discounts and disregards the fact that I am a human being, that I am an individual, that I have an education, and I have experiences in life. And to tell me that I cannot connect with any other type of human being except black, male, Hispanics is ignorant and insulting by definition. And it is also, by definition, racist. It is prejudiced. And we should call it out for what it is. Is that an unapproved thought? Yes, it is. And am I willing to stand by that? Absolutely, I am. And if there is anyone who disagrees, I am perfectly happy to hear your argument to tell me why I am wrong. Please tell me why I cannot connect and appreciate and understand and relate to any other character other than a black, Hispanic, and or male. Oh, and straight. Please tell me why those are the only things that I can connect with. Because if you're saying that, that's just stupid. And I use The Lord of the Rings as an obvious, very, very obvious example because it has more than 50 years of books that have been sold around the world, translated into many different languages, so successful that they made multiple movies over many years, including the 3 Peter Jackson films that made billions apiece, that led to Amazon now making this piece of crap garbage that must include Samoans and Asians and blacks. And why? Why? I mean, it's a simple question. Why must there be a black dwarf? Why must there be a black elf? Why must there be Samoan hobbits? Why? It's a simple question. Why? Because you can't appreciate, well, that's just a lie. If we couldn't appreciate it, the films would never have made the money that they made. The books would never have made the money that they have made. It wouldn't be something that is beloved for decades. So that's a lie. You know what? Dumbledore wasn't black, but I can still appreciate that character. Harry Potter wasn't filled with black people in the books. Didn't have to be. I can still appreciate that. We can go through history. But that's another thing altogether. Let me get back to some of the comments. Because this is a conversation with you and me, and I'm happy to have it with you guys, and I'm happy to have you there. Remember, you can always call into the program at 607-242-1582. This is my birthday marathon. It's like our Sunday live stream, except I'm doing it on my birthday. I'm sharing my birthday with you. I'm going to be doing it all day long if I can. Let me get back to some of the comments. So Michael Bowie mentions politically motivated musicians are almost always leftist. Today, keyword there, Mike. Today, they're almost always leftist. They weren't always. User has been banned, mentions, didn't we used to call that kind of ideology this, well, some people would call it tokenism, that you have the token character in there just so that you can say, look, diversity, it's racism. I mean, let's call it what it is. Let's be honest with each other and say, well, that's promoting racism. If they must be in the movie, if they must be in a movie, if they must be in a book, that's just racism. Because there's no other reason why they're there. They're a token to, ring a little bell so that it'll catch your attention, but it actually has no inherent benefit. There's no reason for it, other than to introduce race into something where race was not relevant. Oh, good point. User's band says only lions can connect to the Lion King movie. I like that. That's funny. Jeffrey. Hello, Jeffrey. It's good to have you on with us. Thank you for sharing my birthday. Jeffrey says, I would like to talk to you about radiation coming from my Spectrum modem. I don't know anything about that. So, Jeffrey, I don't know anything about, I am not familiar with FCC law 18. FCC law is 1. I'm not familiar with radiation from modems, and I am not qualified to speak about that, nor am I familiar with FCC law about radiation, and I don't think the FCC wouldn't answer that. Actually, that regulation would go under electronic emissions would be under product safety, not a modem. So I can't answer that, Jeffrey. I apologize. There's a lot of stuff I can talk about. The stuff I don't know, I don't know. Mike Bowie mentions Tolkienism. I like that. Not tokenism, but Tolkienism. I understand. So, it's interesting. Hang on, folks. I got to drink. But I think it's amazing when we look at the way the world has changed in my lifetime and how it's changing still, and it's affecting your lifetime. If you're watching this, this is happening right now, and the trend and the direction isn't going in your favor. And I know people will say, well, no, but I'm a progressive, or I'm a Democrat, or I believe in socialism. And they say, well, no, this is exactly where I want it to go. Then you haven't looked down the road on this train and seen where it goes. It's not in your best interest. It's not good for you. Not in the least. Hang on a second, folks. Nope, wait a minute. Got to respond. My mom sent me a text. When mom wakes up and sends you a message on your birthday, actually, when mom sends you a text, you respond always. So, mom comes first. Hey, my sister Francine. My sister just said happy birthday, and hang on a folks. So I'm getting a few messages. Hang on 1 second, folks. My mom is calling me. Hey, Mom, don't say anything, Mom. You're on speakerphone. Hold on 1 second, folks. I'm gonna speak to my mother for a second. So I'm gonna put you on a commercial break real quick, and let's go with. Come on, where is this? There it is.
Who has done a great job in spreading a conservative message all across New York State. He's got a podcast that those of you that haven't listened to it should give it a try. Mike, come on up. We're going to hear from Mike Vasquez. Mike Vasquez, say hello to the crowd. Let's give Mike a warm round of applause.
Before I get started, how is everyone? You doing well? Thank you. I want to start off by saying I thank you all for being here. It's very important, and we all appreciate it. We appreciate the support, especially on a nice warm day like today. Gotta love the wind, thank goodness for it. And I have to say, we've heard from some great speakers so far, and we're going to hear from some more great speakers, including my friend, Assemblywoman Claudia Tenney, who's going to be speaking very shortly. Now, when I was first honored with an invitation to speak before this great audience, with a list of fellow speakers of such a great magnitude, I have to admit that I was a bit embarrassed, if I may be direct. I was not sure that I was worthy of such an honor, but I'm going to strive to live up to the ability and communication of my fellow speakers. Such great, noble, and powerful individuals in the fight to defend our Second Amendment as it defends all of our rights in this nation. Truly, I am grateful to be on this stage. That said, I'm not at a loss for words of my own. For those of you who have followed my political commentary, my podcast, my speeches at events like this, large and small, you know that I believe in two things very strongly. That the key to the greatness of our nation is the fact that we have the First Amendment and the Second Amendment. The first because it protects our freedom to speak about things that some may not like, without hate speech or inciting violence like Black Lives Matters and others of their ilk. This, our open, free, and direct celebration of thought and the Constitution, embraces the core of our nation and our rights. Such as the debate on whether concealed carry could protect innocent lives in our schools and social events. Protection from events like San Bernardino and Orlando. It's an old conversation our nation needs to have again, calmly and without the distraction of emotion that our opponents thrive on. A conversation that is honest, unlike Hillary Clinton, who preys on the emotions of the nation to promote her political agenda as she did in Philadelphia when she tried to claim that there's a problem in America and not the mentally deranged, violent domestic terrorists. But such discussion on this and issues like the FBI investigation without consequence to a political elite, executive overreach, our national debt, creating jobs without government intervention, jobs that actually last and can be a boon to our communities and nation. All these discussions can only happen with the power of the Second Amendment behind it.
Yep, and it's absolutely true. Second Amendment is absolutely important, and I am absolutely an advocate of the Second Amendment. Thank you for hanging on with me and going through that commercial break. When my mother calls, when any of our moms call, we answer the phone. And I did. So, So, yes, if my mom calls, if she calls back, she knows I'm taping now. But if she were to call, I'm going to take it every time. So I thank you for giving me a chance to speak to my mother on my birthday. Chris mentions happy birthday. Thank you, Chris. Thank you for wishing me a happy birthday. Please don't forget to subscribe, especially on YouTube, because we want to hit 1,234 subscribers if we can. Miss K says, the problem with children making a decision about their gender for life at the age of 8 or 10 is that they don't have the emotional regulations, capabilities to cope with that decision. And I think that's absolutely true. They don't have the comprehension. And it's the reason why we don't let kids vote. We don't let them drive in cars. We don't let them, make medical decisions. They don't have the ability to do that. Why would we let them alter their bodies for life? Now, if they're 18, go for it. You're grown. It's on you. By the way, don't ask me for money for it. I don't want to have my taxes pay for that. That's your individual choice. That is your individual body. That's on you. Don't ask money for that. That's not a government give me. You don't have a right to my money to change your body so that you can live your life a different way. That's on you. That's your self-responsibility, not my responsibility. John's mentioning that he's going over to doctors. Thank you for taking the time to be with me this morning, John. And yes, I will be on later. I expect to be on all day long. That is my goal. This is a marathon. My intent is to be on for 15 hours, maybe more. I'm just going to be on all day talking with everyone about these unapproved ideas and to let you know. And I think it's very important. You are not alone. You may not agree with everything I say. You may not agree with the way I say everything. You may not think I am correct at all. And that's perfectly fine. But you should have the right to be able to say what you believe, to say what you think, to be able to share it with others, and to take the input from others and say, okay, this is what I'm thinking. What do you think? Where am I wrong? Where am I right? You should be able to have that conversation and not be shut down, not be censored, not be shadow banned, because that is the wrong answer. That isn't freedom. That is despotism. That is anarchy. Well, no, it's not anarchy. It's authoritarianism. And it's never, historically, the people who have tried to silence others because they don't like what they have to say, history has shown us those people have never been on the right side of history, that they have never been in the advancement of freedom and individuality. They have never improved things. That's again, an unfortunate truth. Empirically, grammatically, semantically, it is the truth. Even if Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, even if the Democratic Socialists of America, especially the Ithaca chapter that believes in violence, even if they don't agree. And I am not afraid I am not afraid of the progressive leaders of tomorrow or Citizen Action or Democratic Socialists. I'm not afraid of the far left. And they've been in my face before. They've come in huge crowds around me. I'm not going to back down. I'm not afraid of their crowd. They want you to be afraid. They want you to be silent. They want you to obey without question or comprehension of what they are doing. And I do not agree with that. I disagree with that fundamentally at the core of my life. And people may say, well, Mike, why do you fundamentally disagree with these things? Why do you think this is wrong? Well, because I lived in Moscow. I am an American. I know this is a surprise because there's a newspaper. What was that? One of the college, the Binghamton University newspaper actually looked at it and thought, oh, well, he must be a Russian. No, I'm not Russian. I was born in the Bronx. But I did live in Russia in 91. I was there for a year and a half. I do speak Russian. Да, я знаю по-русски. Немного. Я сказал немного по-русски. Очень плохой сейчас. Да. Yes, I do understand Russian. It's one of the languages that I do understand and can speak. And I did live there. And I do remember the coup attempt in Russia, where they were trying to become more American, where they were trying to become more capitalist, where they were trying to improve the quality of their lives, as well as the quantity of their lives. I remember when they had the tanks rolling down the street. And I wish I could say, oh, I have photos from there. We didn't have cell phones back then. We didn't have the ability to just take pictures on a cell phone, just snap away and have them instantly and be able to send them around the world. I don't have the photos from then. I do have the experience. And I do remember when I lived at 33 Kutuzovsky Prospect in Moscow, which, if you're wondering, that's the second ring of Moscow. Moscow has 3 rings. It's a very old city. The oldest part of Moscow is the central ring, which is where the Kremlin is. And then there's the second ring that was made, and there was a third ring made in like the 1950s. And I lived in the second ring, about mile and a half, 2 miles away from the Russian White House, which is their Congress. And it was real close to the, for those who are in Moscow in the 90s, you may remember the Pizza Hut. It was about a block away from there. I used to live near where, not Yeltsin. It's one of the leaders used to live near there. He lived on Kutuzovsky as well. And I remember the tanks rolling down the street. I remember that night when the tanks were rolling down the street, and there were thousands of people, mostly Russians, but also some expatriates, people like myself from other countries around the world that were there protesting. And the word came out and said, hey, the tanks are rolling down the street right now. And if you're not serious, if you aren't afraid of dying, get out of here now. Because the tanks are coming. And we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if they're going to shoot or not. I remember that night. And a man died that night because he got run over by one of the tanks. It was terrifying. It was a terrifying moment to see those tanks rolling down the street. It was a terrifying moment because we didn't know what was going to happen next. I remember those days when the RFGS tried to take over Moscow. They tried to take over the Russian government. It was a coup attempt. And no one knew if we were going to be safe. And we had rumors that the secret police were coming around and they were grabbing up all of the expatriates, people from different countries that were working in Russia, in Moscow at that time, and that they were going to send them all to gulags, that we would never see our families again, that we would never be able to see our home countries again. I remember those days. It was terrifying. It was a terrifying time. And the people who were trying to do that to us, the people who were trying to grab up all the foreigners and throw us in a gulag, the people who were trying to silence the Russian people, their fellow Russian nationals, they were the communists. They were the socialists. They were the people who believed that you should silence someone if you don't agree with them. Yeah, I don't like socialism. I don't like communism. They're one and the same to me. Socialism is just the step before you get to communism. They're the same thing. They're on the same path. They lead to the same place. And that place has never been good. We have never seen a successful nation that is a socialist nation. That's just a fact. Now, we have seen nations that use socialist programs in the United States, in the Swedish and the Nordic nations. They use socialist programs. They're not socialist nations. Bernie Sanders got proven wrong on that. So we've never seen it be successful. We've seen it being powerful. We've seen it oppress people like the Soviet Union did for 75 years on the Soviet people. We see that today with the Chinese Communist Party. And we see what it's doing to people in China and trying to do to people in Taiwan and the pressure that it places on Japan and to Korea. We see that. But that's not the same thing as it being successful. That's just it being oppressive. So, no, I have no love of socialism. I do not agree with socialism. And I agree with you, user. It does turn into fascism every single time. It is always oppressive. In fact, it is part of the definition of the path towards global communism that fascism must be used, that having dictatorships is useful, authoritarianism is useful until the entire globe becomes communist, and then they can just throw that away and then give up that power. Except no one has ever done it and no one ever will. And we have no reason to believe that that will ever happen. It's a wonderful pipe dream. It's not a reality. What is the reality is what I saw, what I lived through. When these tanks were running down the streets, when they killed a fellow Russian of their people, when they were trying to round people up, I remember having the conversations with the various embassies about our escape plan to be on the last flight out of the Soviet Union. How we were trying to figure out, talking to some of the Marines at the U.S. Embassy, talking about if I can't get to the planes, if I can't go with the Germans, if I can't go with the Irish, then maybe I will come out, I'll go over to the embassy and I'll leave with the Marines, because I also served in the Marines. And so we had several escape plans. And I remember speaking with people from Germany and from Australia, the Kiwis, and all the people from so many nations. And we were having these conversations about how we could make sure each and every one of us would be safe and that we could get out. Because communism is fascist. And they were using their fascist power to try and silence us. It didn't work. But the same reason why I did not submit to that, and why I was not fearful of that, and why I fought against that, is the same reason why I speak today, why I am here in America and I make sure my voice is known, why I'm a member of the press, why I have run for elected office twice. Did I lose twice? Yes, I did. Doesn't matter. I ran. Because I believe in the values that I stand for, the values that I speak to you about. And you may not agree, and that's okay. But that doesn't mean that anyone should be silenced, me or you. Just because we don't agree doesn't mean that means silence. That's not correct. That's not right. And we shouldn't allow that. So everyone, when I hear Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez tell me about the democratic socialists, I think instantly of the other democratic socialists of the world. You know who are democratic socialists? North Korea. Do you want to live there? Nobody does. What about 1930s Germany? They were democratic socialists. Do you want to be part of them? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't agree with socialism. And that's been part of my life, part of the experiences I've had, part of the reason why I don't agree with many of the things that we see happening in America right now. And these are the very same experiences that I'm told are not good enough. That's not a reason why you should disagree. I'm sorry. That's not how I feel. Oops. Now, Mike Bowie mentions, you remind me of Gil Scott-Heron's song, "The Revolution Will Not Be Televised." Yeah. Well, yeah. And yes, Miss K, yes. My mom is happy. She was happy that I'm on. And she may even watch this. She'll never tell you. My mom is very private. So you'll probably never see a picture of her, and you'll probably never know that she's watching the program, but she'll tell me about it afterwards. Mom's just that way. I'm the big voice of the family. I'm the one who stands out in the middle of crowds and gets people to yell at. I'm bold like that. What can I say? Did I get to see Leonid Brezhnev and Jimmy Carter kiss? I remember that. I was alive for it. Yes, I was alive at that time. And I kind of remembered there was something like that. It was weird. But Carter was a very weird president. He's a great well, can't say he's great. He's a good man individually. He has a good heart individually. He does his work with Habitat for Humanity. He's genuinely, I believe, he has good intentions. He's a horrible president. Horrible president. Because a president needs to be efficient and effective. Part of being efficient and effective is being able to instill a fear in your enemies to help to mitigate some of the things that they do. To tell them there is a line and you will not cross it because there is a consequence. Carter was a weak president. Not that he's a weak man per se, he's a weak president. He doesn't have the will nor the presence to make someone stop, to make them not take an action like capturing our hostages, capturing American citizens and holding them hostage for 444 days. He's not strong like that. Neither was President Obama. Neither is Joe Biden. And that's part of the reason why we have so many problems in America. And in 1991, a couple years after I left high school, after my time in the military, that's one of the experiences I got to have, is to see the other side. Part of the reason why I love America so much, why I'm so happy to be an American, not a black American, not a Hispanic American. I'm an American, period. Full stop. Nothing else. I don't need a descriptor to tell you what type of American I am. I am an American. See, I strongly believe that if you have to add a descriptor to American, you are weakening American. You're de-emphasizing being an American. It's kind of like when you put social in front of justice. You are putting a descriptor. It's a type of justice. You're not talking about justice. You're talking about something completely different. The descriptor changes it completely. And so I am an American, period, full stop. And I got to really love America because I lived in socialism. I lived in that communist regime. I got to see the bread lines. And I have to tell you, there's nothing like it. I would never want anyone to live through socialism. And if you have ever spoken to anyone, Lily Tang Williams, great person, She's running for Congress in New Hampshire, and she's been on my program a couple times. I've done interviews with her. One of the strongest defenders of the Second Amendment and the American Constitution that I have ever seen. She was born and raised in communist China. And no one I have ever spoken to has such a great passion for our Constitution as her. She got to see Mao's revolution. The same Mao that a lot of kids like to wear in t-shirts, just like Che Guevara. Yeah, that same Mao who killed gays, who oppressed men and women, who denied people their freedoms. Yeah, that Mao. And Lily Tang Williams is a great defender, and she agrees with me. You go and speak to anyone who's lived in a socialist nation that is in the United States right now or is trying to get into the United States right now, and they will say the same thing. Millions of people will agree with me that America is great because we're not socialist. Because we believe in the individual, and we believe in individual freedom, and we believe in the ability of an individual through merit to make the most out of their lives, or at least to attempt to do so. Doesn't mean you'll always succeed, but you can try. And I think that's important, and I think that's critical. And I wish more people would go and live in other countries and then come back to America, and you'd understand why I think America is so great. Does that mean America's perfect? Of course not. We're human beings. There is no perfection on earth. There is no perfect government. There is no perfect individual. There is no perfect policy. It doesn't exist. We're human beings. We are flawed by birth. We are flawed in our existence. So to say that this is perfect, we have a perfect system, you're lying to yourself. You're lying to others. That's just a lie. To say socialism is the perfect answer, you're lying. And you're trying to avoid the inherent flaws that history has provided us. So I want to make sure you understand, I've lived that. And that's why I love America, because it isn't socialism. I've seen people get up at 5 in the morning, literally to be up at 4 or 5 in the morning to get on a line to get bread. The bread was virtually free. It cost like pennies, a couple of pennies for a loaf of bread. But if you weren't online between 4 and 5 a.m., you weren't going to get bread because the bread would be gone. There would be no more bread by 7 a.m. And if you weren't on that line between 4 and 5 a.m., anyone after you wasn't going to get any bread that day because there was no more bread. And there was no more bread coming either. It was done. All the bread that was going to be available was gone. I remember as I walked down this Kutuzovsky Prospect, and I remember walking down and looking at different stores, kind of like grocery stores, and they're empty. There's nothing on the shelves. They are completely empty for 28 days out of the month. And then that monthly delivery came in, and they would stock everything up, and there would be a line, couple hours long. And being an American and being rich at the time, relatively rich, the exchange rate was 500 rubles to $1. I was actually got even a little higher than that. I was relatively rich in Russian and rubles, and I would pay people to wait in these lines for me. I paid them to get on a line, to go in, to get the food. And if I didn't pay them to do that, when that store, after 28 days of being empty, workers were in the store. The store was open. There just wasn't anything there to buy. And then the food would come in and the supplies would come in, and everyone would wait on the line. They'd go through the line. They'd buy everything in that store, and it would be empty within 2 days. And it would remain empty for another 28 days until the next truck came in. Mind you, people worked in that store every day. What did they do? They stood around. And store after store after store did that. That's socialism. That's that lack of freedom, the lack of innovation, the lack of ability to have things. I would never wish that on anyone. And my experience is not unique. For every younger person who has a college professor or someone that goes to your college or your school, and they're telling you, communism is great, socialism is great, Che Guevara is great, Mao is great, fantastic, ask them this very simple question. Have you ever lived in a socialist country? Period. Have you actually lived in a socialist country? Not a visit, not a vacation, not a week, 3 months or more. Have you lived in an actual socialist country? Not on the invitation like Bernie Sanders getting a big old tour, but as a regular person in that socialist nation. No perks, no special gifts. You're not being treated like Jay-Z or Beyonce, just a regular person living every single day for 3 months or more, like myself, a year and a half in that socialist nation. Because if you have, you will not be supporting socialism. Because I have never met anyone who has actually lived in a socialist nation, and comes to America and says, hey, the socialist nation was better. I have never once seen that. I know thousands of people who have come from other countries, especially socialist nations, that I have spoken to over my lifetime, 5 decades, and I have never heard of a single person who says, oh, socialism is so much better. Not one. And I don't think you ever will either. And in every single example, every single time I have asked a college professor or one of these recruiters at one of these colleges who is saying, socialism is great, you just don't understand. I have asked every single time, I have asked them, have you ever lived in a socialist nation? And every single one of them have said to me, no. No, they have not lived in a socialist nation. They've maybe spent a week, a visit. That's a vacation. That's walking through. Guess what? I went to France for a week. I know nothing about French culture. Being a week in France, went to the Louvre and got to see the art, took the boat tour around. It was fantastic. Had a great time. I'm not French and I know nothing about French culture, but I was there for a week. Going there for a week on a vacation is not living there. I've never lived in France. I have lived in Moscow. I have lived in a socialist nation. And I can tell you that I would not wish that on my enemies. And for everyone in college that they're telling you, this is so great, it's so wonderful, then why are you in America? Go live there. Oh, no, I don't want to go there. I want to change America. I want to make America socialist because it's great. How would you know if it's great if you've never actually experienced it? Go and experience it, then come back and tell me that you think it's great. Because no one who's ever gone and done that has ever come back and told me that it's great. Not one, not ever. This is one of the reasons why they want to silence you. This is one of the reasons why they don't like having these conversations, why social media shadow bans and censors people like me. Because I actually have real world experience. I have actually been there. I have actually done this. I have actually seen this. And I can tell you firsthand the experience. This isn't something I read in a book. This isn't something that someone else told me. This is my experience for a year and a half, including the coup attempt, including the war in Georgia, Soviet Georgia, and their civil war, which I was there for. Saw the start of it. They tried to capture me. So I remember these things. Not good. Let me get back to some of the comments, though, because I do enjoy and thank everyone for giving me comments and being here with me. User has been banned, has a truism that you can be a good person and be terrible at stuff, talking about President Carter, and he's correct. President Carter, good person, terrible president. So is Barack Obama. Although I don't know how good a person Barack Obama is, but he definitely was a terrible president. You don't agree? That's okay. You don't have to. And I don't think Biden's a good person either. User doesn't think he's a good person. Yes, and I do remember the comment from Bernie Sanders that bread lines are a good thing. It's kind of like when Nancy Pelosi said that unemployment checks were that they were a stimulus for the economy, which is just so backwards. I can't understand the backwardness of it. It's people who are trying to justify the horror that they know that is going on. They're just trying to justify it, and they can't. Hang on, I'm just catching up on the comments here, folks. Oh yeah, people like this. I've heard the argument as well. Users mentioning there's the argument that comes from the socialists that say, well, it's the United States that's stopping these countries from thriving. No, communism is stopping these countries from thriving. They can compete with the United States just like anyone else can. And if they were better, they would compete better. They don't, because they're not better. That's just a fact. And again, if you have never lived in these countries, you have no frame of reference. So you may believe someone who says, it's great, trust me. I'm sorry, I don't have to trust you. I've lived it. It's not great. And I would suggest talk to everybody who's come to the United States from a socialist nation. Ask them about it. Ask them why they're here. We're all going to say the same things, the same reasons. It should tell you something. And every year, there are roughly 10,000 people in America that give up American citizenship to become members of another country. That's for the rest of the world. 10,000 people in America a year, on average, usually less, say, I don't want to be an American anymore. And they give up their American citizenship and they go to another country. Good for them. Bye-bye. I am not upset about that. Now, here's the thing to think about that. By the way, that's my mom. That's at my sister's wedding. That's one of my sisters. Just a photo I'm pointing at. But anyway, but my frame of reference was, I threw myself off there. I was looking at my mom and I suddenly threw myself off. Okay. No, I didn't get a white flag. Oh, the people who are over there, socialism just doesn't work, no matter who you ask. And know that when the Civil War in Soviet Georgia broke out, no, they didn't give me a white flag. They, in fact, actually tried to capture me and my bodyguard. And because if they captured the American, that would bring America into their conflict and so forth. Oh, they were saying, oh, well, the United States is stopping these countries. No, the United States isn't. It's just a silly excuse. John says happy birthday. And John, thank you. Again, John is one of the reasons why we're able to do the show today, why I have lights on right now. He was able to make a donation. It helped a lot. We thank him for that because it gave us the lights and the ability to speak to you today. So we appreciate that. How are the apartments in Russia comparable to European-sized ones? Well, that's a good question. And my answer would be no. But I wasn't in a regular apartment. So on Kutuzovsky, I'm in one of the older sections of Moscow where I was living. And some of the apartments, it was where the diplomats and some of the higher end people used to live. Some members of the party that had some experience, entitlements. And so they had bigger apartments. Now, my apartment wasn't that big, relatively. Door, we had a kitchen, bathroom. So it's I guess it's not a studio. Well, yeah, it's a studio apartment. So one big living room, bedroom, a kitchen, bathroom, and that was it. And I'd say the living room, bedroom was 11 by 11. The kitchen was about 10 by 10 ish. No, it wasn't. It wasn't that wide. 10 by 7 ish. And the bathroom was small. It was very small. Tub, toilet, no real extra room. Real small. But that is bigger than some of the, and I haven't been in apartments in Europe. I've been in hotels, and the hotels were pretty small. So I would say, but I was also in Russia. I was relatively rich. The company paid well. We bought things in rubles. I was paying for things in rubles. I was paying about 50 times what the actual rent was. The rent was about 12 rubles and 50 kopecks, 12.50. And I was paying, 150 rubles a month? So, I mean, I was paying stupidly more than, actually, I think I was paying 250 rubles for the apartment. So I was paying for a big place. So it's not the same. Just to give people an idea of what the difference was. Yeah. Was the rent for was the apartment itself, the rent for it, was it expensive? Not at all. But then again, people didn't have any money. But hang on, we have a call coming in. Thank you for calling in to No Soundbites Allowed. This is your host, Michael Voss, on my birthday. And may I ask, what is your first name?
Mike, what's going on? It's John.
Hey, John. What's up? What are you thinking about today?
It is 6:30 a.m. here in Arizona.
Well, I've been going since 5:40.
I noticed. I saw your stream notification at 3 a.m. here as well. Mike, completely off topic. Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you. No, that is the topic. It is the
birthday topic. Right. That is correct. As you know, Preston and I are calling in. So we watched. We were going to give you 3 reviews. We watched the first 3 episodes of Star Trek Prodigy, which was a hot mess. Then we watched the first episode of Lower Decks, the Star Trek animated adult series, which was a hot mess. And then we watched the Star Wars holiday special, which was fantastic. So we'll call in later about that. I know you were curious.
I am interested to hear about that, and I look forward to it. It'll be a nice change of pace from talking about politics.
Yep.
Well, actually, I'll probably be talking about the politics of these shows. I think that Star Trek Discovery, that Picard, Star Trek Prodigy, the Star Wars J.J. Abrams Disney version, all suck balls.
That is, I'm going to be honest, the Prodigy was much better than Lower Decks, but that's not saying much. In my mind,
in anyone's mind, that's not saying anything about. That's not a positive. But
yeah, it's pretty bad. But Mike called in, talk about some old memories. Do you remember the first time we met, Mike? Have we ever talked about this? I think we have in the past.
Not anytime recently, no.
First time I met you, Mark Molinaro came to town. So this was couple of years ago. I'm trying to think how many years ago now.
That's got to be about 5 years ago, I think.
4 to 5.
4 to
4 to
5.
5. Yeah, years ago. I met you. You were doing media at the time for the you're just doing media coverage for Mark coming to town.
Mm-hmm.
And the first words you said to me were making fun of my hat at the time because I wore a Ted Cruz hat.
Oh,
And
yeah,
the first words out of your mouth were you bullying me for wearing a Ted Cruz hat. And to be fair, it was way after the election. It was like 2018 or something. And you were like, I find that funny. And then you did your laugh, and I was like, who is this guy? I was like, didn't really know you too well.
People don't think I laugh. People don't think I laugh a lot, or like they don't realize that I
constantly.
Yeah, people just don't
you
realize
laugh
it
constantly, Mike. These people don't understand. But that was the first time I met you, and then the first time we actually really talked, I remember, was I was in charge of the college libertarians at my college, and they weren't doing much. I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
So we invited a ton of speakers. We really were. I was shooting from the hip. I put on this whole event by myself, essentially.
Oh, that was the libertarian event with Larry Sharp, my good friend, was there, and me, and you had another speaker as well.
Mike McAuliffe.
Yeah, Mike McCulloch. Yeah.
Yep. I remember, and I messaged you on Facebook. I was like, this local journalist could probably come and talk about 2A. Seen some of his stuff on my feed, and you answered immediately. You're like, I'm interested.
Yeah.
Let me in there.
I love talking to students. I love talking to the next generation. Absolutely.
I know. And you came in. You gave a damn good speech, and you also stayed the entire weekend. I'll give you this. I got to know you pretty well. You stayed the entire weekend, and you invited me on the show afterwards, and that was my first time I went on your show. I believe that's the timeline of events. You invited me on your show for the first appearance.
Yep.
And then I did some intern work with you for a little while there. Which, God, that was fun, working on the show and doing different things for you on the show.
Mm-hmm. People don't realize you were an intern for a little while with me. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wasn't for too long. We didn't eventually do what we wanted to do or planned out to do, but I think it worked out better. It was a good time, Mike. It was a very, very good time. Interesting to say the least to see the behind the scenes. That's when you had the Minion, I remember. Do you still have the Minion?
I do, actually.
You still have the Minion in the studio.
Yeah.
You were doing, was it the Game of Thrones Hall of Shame or something?
Yes.
The Game of Shame?
Yes, Shame. For people who don't remember, I think it was in season 5 when Cersei was forced to do the Walk of Shame on Game of Thrones. And there was that one sister who was ringing the bell as she walked through the town, and Cersei was naked, and she's like, shame, shame. And they were throwing tomatoes at her. And so as a thing on the show, I had an image of that woman, and it said shame. And I would mention, something stupid that one of our politicians had done. And it's like, you get the shame of the week. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that's a deep cut for all your long-term fans. That's an old one. I forgot about that. But helped with the show quite a bit. And then I remember the next thing that happened to me was we were pretty good friends at that point, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got in charge of college Republicans, and I told you, and you were like, "Oh, really?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but I'm also president of College Libertarians."
Mm-hmm.
And you became somewhat of an unofficial advisor for us. You helped us out quite a bit.
Absolutely.
I introduced you to everyone. And I hope Preston's listening right now, because the first time Preston met you, I remember I called you up. There was something local going on, and I called you up, and I wanted you to meet Preston. And I was like, we hopped in the car, and I was like, Preston, you're coming with me tonight. And he's like, what? And he's a freshman, right?
Right.
Star-eyed freshman. I go, we're gonna go see the dragon. That's all I said to him. We're gonna go we're gonna go see the dragon. Come on. All right. So we hop in my Ford Focus and we drive to the bar. And you meet us outside. You take us to the back. And Preston's like, the entire time he's like, "Who's the dragon?" I'm like, "Oh, it's this dragon of the Southern Tier. That's all you need to know. You'll love him. You'll love Mike." Right? And Preston's like, "Oh, okay." And we talk to you in the back, and we're just talking about every local politician. We're shooting, just talking about everything. And he gets in the car with me. He's like, "So that was the dragon, huh?" I was like, "Yep." He's like, "That was something, John." That was something. The first meeting. It was one of my favorite moments. Another favorite moment with you over the years is definitely the speaker week, when I was like, I had a week off of work and I came back from DC. And do you remember? You were like, get as many speakers for the show as you want. Like, get as many guests.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, all right. And essentially, I got an entire week filled up, and you're like, this is too many. I was like, Mike, you told me as many as I wanted.
I didn't think you'd get one. You wound up getting a whole bunch. It was just
with some good names in there in between. We got some really good names.
Ben Garrison was one of the guests.
Ben Garrison, Nigerinas.
Yep, Nigerinas was.
That was another big one for you. You were thrilled for that one. I remember you were very excited.
Yeah,
we've gotten quite a few guests. That which comes into our conversation. Do you have a favorite guest moment, Mike, from over the years? Do you have a favorite guest?
I liked when I was talking with the Libertarian vice presidential candidate, because, it was a national vice presidential candidate. That was kind of cool because of, and Dr. Art Laffer. That's really
another big
good.
one.
That was another big one. I enjoyed talking with Matt Brainerd. He's another big guy. Really good to hear some of his thoughts, and I like what he's doing with Look Ahead America. That was a recent conversation.
Yep. Oh yeah.
But I like that. And I think that was one of my better ones. Probably the interview that stands out the most. Now, people who may not have been following the channel, since 2008, I have interviewed candidates of every party: Libertarian, Green Party, Democrats, Republicans, candidates that are going for elected office all across the country, with a focus in New York State. And I've been doing that since 2008. And I had this one candidate from up in Oneida County who wanted to run for, he was a Democrat at the time, Dave Gordon, and he was running for the New York 22nd District. And I did an interview with him. And that was unintentionally, it was a good interview for me, horrible for him, not because I was picking on him, because I don't do that. I don't do gotchas in interviews. I don't try and embarrass people. I just try and get them to answer a question. And but I also, if you tell me something in an interview and you say something that is factually incorrect, I'm going to say, no, that's factually incorrect. The news, that's just not true. And he did that over and over again. And he was talking about international policy and economics. And I'm like, that's factually not correct. In fact, the law you're talking about I knew the law he was talking about, and I knew a couple of the international, we were talking about Syria at the time. It's like, that's factually not correct. You're not telling the public the correct information. I have to correct you here because it's wrong. And he just kept doing it. And so I found it to be interesting because I've never had a candidate of any elected office ever get so much wrong in one interview. He obviously did not win.
Yes. I was thinking it was our buddy Anthony, but no, it wasn't Anthony.
No. Anthony Brindisi is, and I've said this to Anthony Brindisi's face, and I will say it again. Anthony is a coward. Because Anthony, who I've known for the better part of a decade, who who ran for Congress. He did win once. He promised multiple times in front of witnesses, many times, that he would come onto the program, that he would answer questions, just like I've done with many other Democrats. And I've talked to other members of Congress, I've done interviews with several members, and that he would come on and he would do the show. He won his election. Good for him. He won, and I said, okay, so let's set up the time. And he absolutely refused. And he went months. He went the first year that he was in office, and he wouldn't even give an answer. And he finally gave me an answer and said, I'm afraid because you're going to try and twist it. I'm like, Anthony, I've never done that to any candidate ever. You're like, as long as you don't lie, I'm not going to correct you. I'm just going to ask you a question. You're going to give an answer. Whatever your answer is, take as long as you need. He said, nope, I don't trust it. I don't trust you. Give me the questions beforehand. I said, no, I'm not going to give you the questions beforehand. I don't give anyone the questions ahead of time. You're not going to get any of the questions. I'll tell you the topic. If there's a bill, I'll give you the bill number that I'm going to ask a question about because I want you prepared.
Which is fair.
Yeah, it's fair. I'm like, I want you prepared. I don't want to surprise you, but I'm not going to tell you what the question is. And he absolutely refused because he was afraid to talk to the public. And so,
yeah, you have that uncanny ability, I feel like, on politicians. I mean, they treat you somewhat like a boogeyman, and there you are, just asking. That's what I've always liked about your show and about your interview style. You definitely get to the heart of issues, and you're also fair to everyone. You give everyone a fair shake.
Always.
Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter. You give a fair enough shake. I have yet to see an interview where I think, man, that was really... There's only been really one interview that I was like, you could have asked a lot more, I think, comes to mind.
No, who's that?
That was the person running for, I believe it was, God, what's the position? County clerk, a couple months ago.
Harris Weiss.
Yes, and I called you. I was like, Mike, you could have asked about it, and you're like, you had no idea. But you normally, every other time, you've come very prepared.
Yeah, Harris had made and I remember that, Harris had made a somewhat obscure quote to the press that I missed. And I wasn't aware of that one interview he had done before the interview with me.
Well, it was on his website.
Yeah.
But hidden under his website, he made a statement talking about something, and I told you, I was like, oh man, no, this guy is partisan. This is, and you're like, all right.
Usually I don't miss things like that, but in that one, I did miss that. Yeah.
No, it wasn't that big of a deal, though. It was more of it was pretty funny after I called you up, and I was like, oh, Mike, you could have, this, that, and the other thing. I'm like, I'm surprised you didn't catch this. And you're like, I had no idea. I can't be everywhere at once.
Can't get everything they've ever said, but I try.
You're pretty close, to be fair. You are very close. You're pretty on the money usually. It's one of you're a very special show, right? It's you do a very, very well put together show. Obviously, I've been on the phone for about 15 minutes. It is 5 a.m.
Oh,
I'm going to call back in throughout the day.
Actually, I forgot. There's another one that I really liked when I got to interview Mayor Koch, former Mayor Ed Koch.
Yeah.
I did an interview with him back in 2010, and that was also really great. I enjoyed that a lot.
That was a fun time. There's a lot of good times, I feel like, overall.
He was tall. He was really tall. I didn't expect him to be that tall.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's taller than me. He was like 6'2". He was 80, and he looked more like he was in his mid-60s, late 60s, but he was 80 at the time.
Would not expect that.
Yeah, and he was 6'2", and I never knew he was that tall.
Huh. Yeah, I wouldn't have expected that one.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
A lot of people, you wouldn't realize that, but yeah, he was a really, really tall man. Very, very cordial, very pleasant, great interview. Treated me very nicely. And I was small media. I was the smallest media at the event. It was great. We were down in the Saugerties.
Okay. Were you at Claudia's Trump event as well?
Yeah.
Did you get to ask him a question? I forget.
No, I didn't get that. I was with the main media pool over at the landing of Air Force One. And when he came out off of Air Force One, got to meet a lot of the politicians, came up in the media pool. We were all there. We had been approved by the Secret Service. So I've been approved by the Secret Service to be at media events. If people think, well, you're not real media, Secret Service seems to think so. They picked me over several local news reporters. And so we got to cover them that way.
Surprisingly, you've been to a lot of different political events. I mean, it's actually somewhat crazy when you think about like who you've gotten to meet or even just ask a question as a member of the media.
A lot of bigger people than, considering that I'm a one-man show and I don't have a team of people. I don't have a multi-million-dollar company behind me. I just do it out of pocket. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember, who was it? I was impressed. You talked to, you got a question into Devin Nunes.
Yep. Devin Nunes was a good one.
You got in, who was the head of the NRA for a while there? A week.
Colonel,
oh God, I should know this. He's an American.
Colonel North.
Yeah, Ollie North. Yep.
Ollie North. I got
Ollie
to,
North.
yeah. And I was the only one to actually ask him about gun control. It was funny. Local news media, he's around. I'm with Ollie North. I'm the only one asking him about gun control. Everyone else is talking about some other news story. And I was like, you're here for gun control. Let me talk to you about gun control. It was
right. Right. I mean, you are a leading figure on the issue of, I would say you're a leader on, red flag laws. I mean, that's one of the things that got me really interested in what you did. You were the only one talking about it.
Well,
Still really one of the only people talking about it.
Which is a shame. Which is a shame.
It is. But that's why people tune into your show. Every time I tune in, and I listen to you when I'm on the road or, I'm going to an event, I put you on, and I always learn about some issue. Some issue I have never heard before and that I'm thrilled to learn about. I mean, the show is great. It's another year. You're doing the live stream all day. God bless you. Do you know when you're going to end?
No idea. I want to go at least, well, I'll definitely go 12 hours and we'll see how it goes from there. How tired I am.
So 5 to 5. Yep. God love you. It's going to be a long one.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know what you signed up for, but I'm excited. But Mike, happy birthday. Don't worry, me and Preston are going to call in throughout the day, check up on you.
Thank you.
Godspeed. Godspeed. Hopefully some other people call in wishing you a happy birthday or calling in. It'd be cool if any local politicians called into the show, huh?
They know it's my birthday and they all know me. Hell, a bunch of them have been to my house. They've done interviews here, so they know where I am. They know my phone number.
Yeah. I hope they call in. That's all I can say. I really do. Keep up the great show, Mike. Godspeed.
Thank you. Thank you, John. So, folks, just like John, you too can call into the program at 607-242-1582. You're not just restricted to YouTube or Facebook or Twitter. You can actually call into the program to wish me happy birthday. You can talk about an issue that you think is important, issues that are going on right now. I will get to some of the more current politics that are going on, but we can talk about anything. It's all up to you. Joe, hey, Joe. Thank you. Thank you very much for watching and to say thank you for happy birthday. And as always, folks, as you may have heard with John, I'm a one-man team here. We've gone to CPAC. We've traveled to the Saugerties. We've talked to people like former Mayor Ed Koch. We've talked to Dr. Art Laffer. We've had interviews with Niger Enos. We've talked to Larry Sharp and Congresswoman Claudia Tenney. We've talked to a lot of people. We are familiar with politics here. And we try and give you the best show that we can on issues that aren't necessarily the most hot button, hot topic. I mean, everyone's talking about Russia, Ukraine, but are they talking about energy? Are they talking about the influence or the lack of international policy in the Biden-Harris administration? Are they talking about how you have to prepare for the food shortage that's coming, the cost inflation, that we're going to see inflation at about 15%, to see how we're seeing the news media manipulate people for the 2022 midterm elections so that they can try and get more people to vote, even though, and I should say vote Democrat, even though we're watching Democrats destroy our economy, destroy our freedoms. And you may be a Democrat and say, Mike, well, I don't agree. That's perfectly fine. I'm not telling you to become a Republican. I'm not telling you to become a conservative or a libertarian. But I am asking you to tell me, why is the Biden administration, what are they doing that's good? What are they doing that's helping freedom? How are they improving America? Because by every metric I can find and every metric I look at, that's not true. Crime is up. Inflation is up. We're watching people, now poverty is increasing. We are watching people have less freedom. We're seeing the internet overlords stomp on people. Thank goodness Elon Musk is scaring the hell out of Twitter right now. But at the same time, with everyone focused on Russia and talking and looking at the inflation, I've also seen a purge of small news sources like me. At the same time that I'm seeing that all the small, your local news agency, they're all being bought up. My local Fox 40, WICZ, which is a local news station here, they were just bought by a conglomerate. All of our local newspaper is owned by a conglomerate. There is no local news anymore except for people like me. And there are others out there. There's Gothics, there's John Condisco, there's even the Steven Crowder's out there. There are people out there, but we're not big time. And the only one who's talking about your local news really are guys like me and John Cordisco and Gothics and some others. You're really not getting that connection. Like I said, I walk around my town. I take public transportation. I'm on the bus. I go to the local restaurant, the local store. I support the local businesses. The rest of the news media don't care. And it's not like I know these guys. I've worked beside the local news stations. I know most of the reporters who've been there for a while. And it's not because they don't want to cover local stories. They're just being told not to. It's kind of sad. So that's one of the things I want to mention there. But yes, you too can call in. Yes, Joe. Joe is mentioning that there is a movie that's being done, which is going to be with Matthew Modine. It's based on a book from a writer from Binghamton. It's about the Belmar and Binghamton, New York. So yeah, there is that coming. And that's going to be it's going to be real interesting. And I'm hoping that I'll be able to have a chance to have an interview with Matthew Modine. Can't guarantee that, but I will try. Entertainment's a little harder. I don't get a lot of entertainers on this program. Not that I'm against it. I have had some musicians who've been on. My very, very dear friend who has passed away, it's almost a year now, Dan Pokorak. He's a local musician. He was. And very big on the music scene here. He's been on the program talking about music and politics. I've had a friend of mine, Matt, who's also been on the program talking about his experience in music. So we do have sometimes some non-political people who talk. And we've had regular people, just regular people who watch the show from time to time. They come on and say, hey, Mike, what about what I think? And you know what? I'm happy to hear that too. And I've done interviews with them just as I have with some of the politicians. because that's important. Because we're all in this together. We all live together. Who is texting me? Nope, not there. Why is my phone going crazy? Hang on one second. Okay. I don't know. It's one of my phones are going crazy. Someone's trying to reach me. Not my mom, so they can wait. Okay. So, but I think that's real important. So I was talking a little bit before John had called in, and again, anyone can call in. We can talk about any topic you want. We will be talking about Star Trek Prodigy and some of the movies there. And in particular, for me, is why are we getting such an emphasis on woke culture? Why is it so important to have this racist idea of diversity where it's forced diversity? It's not natural inclusion. It's not something that's part of the material. It's just something that's being thrown in there in your face, and it's actually got no benefit. It actually detracts, I believe, from the material, and that's kind of upsetting. And we'll be talking about that a little bit later this afternoon. Let me go back to my life. What's the difference between my life, earlier in my life, versus today? How about 1994, the Northridge earthquake, which I lived through? I actually lived about a mile away from the epicenter of that when I was living in California. One of the worst earthquakes I've ever been through. It was horrifying. But one of the things I noticed from the Northridge earthquake, and just like when I was in Moscow and there was the coup attempt happened, when natural disasters happen, when disasters happen, people come together, and all of this wokeness, this left, right, it goes out the window, and people come together. I remember in 1994 in the Northridge earthquake, I was outside after the earthquake, and everybody in the neighborhood, we got all of our grills together, and we all went out and bought food when the stores reopened. And we got a bunch of hot dogs and hamburgers and some steaks, and everybody, all the dads, all the guys, we got out there, and well, it was all guys, yeah, actually. None of the moms. Don't know why, but that's how it worked out. And we were just grilling. And we made food, and all the kids in the neighborhood would just run on up to whichever grill, and it's like, yeah, I have a hot dog, here you go, there you go, you want a burger, give the kids hot dogs and burgers, and they just run around the neighborhood, and they were trying to have fun, trying to get back to normal. And it's important after devastation, after something that has altered your life forever, to be able to try and get back to that sense of normalcy. And what do we have today? Because we've all been through a traumatic experience with the pandemic. And I'm not talking about medicine, so the censors get off my back. The censors can get off my back. I'm not talking about medicine. If you want to talk about medicine and medication, you know what? Go talk to your doctor. I'm not a doctor. I'm not talking about what you should or shouldn't do with your body. That's a conversation between you and your doctor, not the government, not a mandate from the government. That's a conversation for you and your medical professional about your personal health care. And you have that conversation with them. You're not talking to your local politician. You're not talking to your state senator or your state assembly member. You're not talking to a member of Congress. You're definitely not talking to a governor or to Joe Biden. No, talk to your doctor about your medical health. And the censors can get off my butt about the pandemic, because I'm talking about the trauma that we have all gone through. And I do want to highlight that trauma for a second. And I want people to know there are still people who are being affected by the pandemic negatively. People have suicidal thoughts. They're suffering from domestic abuse. They're suffering from substance abuse. And there on the screen right now are numbers that you can call to get help. Please, we've been we've had these numbers up since February of 2020. And we continue to have that on in the beginning of our program. It's the first thing you see, and we want that there. And I have it up right now because it's important that if you are not well, if you're suffering, reach out. And if you don't want to reach out to the suicide hotline or domestic abuse or substance abuse, you know what? Reach out to a friend. Reach out to someone you know. Talk to your friends, your neighbors, people that you work with. Reach out to someone and say, hey, maybe I need just a talk. Maybe I need a little help. Same thing for our veterans. You know, for our veterans who are coming back from, God, so many things happening in the world. Go to the VFW. Go to an American Legion. Try and help. You know, ask people. Talk to someone. The worst thing you can do is try and bottle it up and not deal with it. It will only get worse. And I know how it feels because during this, we all were depressed during the last 2 years, on and off. We all have suffered from that. So I understand. And I've been through this before, like I was back in 1994 during the Northridge quake, where I suffered as much as everyone else in the neighborhood because of that earthquake, because we were afraid that it was going to hit again, that this time the house would fall down, because this time the gas leak would explode, that we were all terrified. And there is nothing more terrifying. I know that I think they said the earthquake registered something like a 6 on the Richter scale. And I'm telling you that at that time, many people thought it was a 7 or above. It was devastating. And, let me tell you what I thought. That Northridge earthquake, it was I was in bed, and I remember I woke up because there was whenever there's an earthquake, if you've never lived in California or a place that has earthquakes, there's 3 earthquakes that happen when we say an earthquake. There's the foreshock, which is the ground starts rumbling before the earthquake, which can be rather significant. Then there's the main earthquake, the thing that everyone talks about that's on the Richter scale. And then after that, there are a series of aftershocks. These are smaller earthquakes that keep happening repeatedly afterwards. Now, the foreshock, the first earthquake, the one that let us know there was an earthquake coming for the Northridge earthquake, it was like a 5, which is pretty significant. That's enough to, if you're in bed, it can throw you out of bed. It'll knock things off the walls. It shifts things. It is big. By itself, a 5 is a somewhat significant earthquake. And these things, when I say a difference between a 5 and a 6, the Richter scale is a magnitude of 10. It's 10 times worse each time you go up one full number. So it was a big 5 that hit. And that woke me up in the middle of the night. And I remember I woke up, I'm like, why am I awake? What's going on? And then the very next thing I remember is, imagine that a freight train going at full speed is about 1 foot away from your face. That it was just, you heard this big jackhammer hit, just crack. And then the next thing I hear is, it sounds like a freight train is a foot away from me and just going at full speed, and the ground is just shaking. And I remember at that moment I was thinking, when I heard the crack, I was like, oh, it's an earthquake. And then the freight train and the back and forth, the shocking. And I was like, oh, it's a bad earthquake. And I mean, in California, you get used to 3s and 2s, and you fall asleep. You don't even think about those. Those don't wake you up. And a 4 might wake you up, but a 5 will wake you up. But this was a 6. And like I said, some people at the time said it was a 7. It was massive. The entire house was shaking and shifting, and it could have fallen in. And some buildings did fall, like apartment buildings did collapse. Houses did collapse. And I remember, and then it stops. This happens very fast. It feels like it lasts forever. It feels like it was hours. It was only about a minute and a half, something like that. It was very short. Doesn't feel like it at the time, but it's very short. And I guarantee you, it was like, I don't know, 5 in the morning, something like that. And I was wide awake. I was instantly, oh my God, I'm awake. I am fully awake. I jumped out of bed, got dressed. Okay. I'd gone out, and all the paintings and I had some paintings and still prints that were, you have glass on them, and they all fell. And all the glass was broken. And mind you, all the transformers had blown up. They all popped and they exploded. So it's the middle of the night. It's close to pitch black, especially inside the house. It's pitch black. Can't see a thing. There are no lights. The power lines are all busted. So now, thankfully, my power lines are in the back of the house, not in the front. And I walk through the house and I go outside. And for the next 3 days, for the next day, every 2 minutes on the second minute, there was another earthquake. And it was like a size 5, 5.5. And these are big earthquakes, and they're hitting every 2 minutes. And that happened for an entire day. And then they were hitting every 5 minutes. And then it went to every 10 minutes. And they worked themselves down. But this lasted for days. But that night, I had to run through the house. And I remember I ran back into the house because I had roommates and I had my dogs. I had to make sure my dogs were okay. And I had chows, full-blood chows. And I had to make sure they were okay. And so I had to get my roommates and got them out, got them to the car. And then I had to go back in to get the dogs and get them into the car. And then I had to go back in because we needed blankets because it was the middle of the night. Had to go get my boots because I didn't have my boots on. All I had were a pair of pants on. Had to get a shirt. So I went back and forth into that house and out of that house from about, 4:30, 5 in the morning until sunrise, which is, I think, 6:30 in the morning. And it was I had my boots on. It was 6:30 in the morning and the sun had come up. And I was going back into the house to, I think, get another blanket or a jacket. And I took a step in and I heard crunch. And that's when I looked down and I finally realized that for the entire night, 7 times I had gone in and out of that house, maybe more. The entire floor, my hallway, my foyer, most of the hallway was filled with glass, broken glass everywhere. And I had been running across the broken glass back and forth, and I didn't even know. Didn't cut myself. My feet weren't cut. But I had just been running across broken glass over and over and over again. And I don't know if it was because of adrenaline or the people who walk across the hot coals and they're just not thinking about it, or I don't know what it was, but I didn't cut myself. I was just like, oh my God, my feet should be shredded right now. It was a horrifying, terrible experience. But the thing that helped to heal from that, and I wasn't the only one, everyone in the neighborhood, all the families, everybody, my roommates, we were all suffering from that trauma. Definitely PTSD, especially with the earthquake over and over again. And the thing that helped normalize life is that we came together as a community and we had a cookout. And we did that for a couple of days. Once we could get food, because there was no food for a while. But once we could get food, we were eating together, we were cooking together, the kids were in the community together, we had tents outside together, and we got to talk to our neighbors, which most of the time you don't. And we came together as a community, and that's important. Okay, and that brings us to 2022. We're not coming together as a community. Joe Biden isn't bringing us together. We're not healing together. We're not having cookouts together. We're not having conversations with our neighbors. We're not coming together. we're having Joe Biden tell us that, well, if you're not vaccinated, you're evil, that you're a problem, that you're causing people to be harmed. That's what he has said. Again, for the censors, Joe Biden has said that. He said that in December of 2021. And it's separating us. That's dividing our nation. We cannot heal from this trauma if we're busy telling each other, well, you're evil because you did or didn't follow a medical procedure, because you're somehow making it worse because you did or didn't get a medical procedure, whether or not you actually got the pandemic or not. That we're trying to pick sides politically because from the top down, from the White House down, we're being told we have to pick a side, that businesses have to pick a side, that just being able to live, you have to pick a side. I think that's insane. And that's not helping. That's not how we heal. And I've been through several, there's the coup attempt in Moscow, there's the earthquakes and floods, I've been through fires, I've been through a lot of disasters. And I can tell you that in every single one of them, it's when people come together after that, that you get to heal and you get to be better. And we're not doing that as a nation. And that's the problem of our elected leaders. They're dividing us. They're not bringing us together. And they're dividing us for the benefit of politics. Because the science isn't matching up with what they're saying. They're changing definitions. They're changing the rules of the game as we go. 2 masks, 5 masks, one shot, a booster, 2 boosters, 3 boosters, 4 boosters. Come on. Now, again, you may think I'm wrong. You may say, Mike, well, that's not applicable. That's not correct. Okay, that's your opinion. But in my experience, this isn't how we heal. This isn't how we improve things. That's a difference I see. And I see that more often today than we have ever seen it before. That we are more separated, and the things that are happening around us are dividing us more. They are being used to divide us more, to be able to silence people more and more. Rather than trying to bring people together, we're seeing that we are being divided politically in the worst ways possible. What else is a little different in 54 years? What are some of the other things that we're not supposed to speak about? They're not approved. This is the unapproved opinion. How about the economics? I was a stockbroker. And back in 1996, when I was a stockbroker, the Dow broke 6,000. I remember it was big news. It was huge news. The Dow was breaking through. It was enormous. We had in a year, we had gone from roughly 4,800 to 6,000. It was breakthrough. This was huge growth. It was enormous. And I remember it was 98 that we had the Travelers, where banks were starting to consolidate. And I remember this because I actually was recommending people to buy Citicorp at the time because of the merger. So I remember talking about that. Think about the economy today. Think about the economy today. We have BlackRock, too big to fail. We have our economy, our energy is driving up costs. We have food shortages that we know are going to happen. That is a guarantee. It's not even a question. It's not like an if or a maybe. It is a fact. There will be a food shortage. Food will cost more. And I will tell you, don't panic. Don't freak out. Buy 10% more. Every time you go out to the store, buy 10% more. I know you may not have all that money right away. Don't go out to the movies. Don't go and buy an extra video game. Take that extra, just buy an extra can or two of, I don't know, beans or soup or something. Buy an extra bag of rice. Get some extra flour. It's important, folks, because in October, in the fall, we're not going to have as much food as we should have. And the cost of food and energy are going to go up even more. It's going to be more expensive. You got to start hedging for that today. And we've been saying that on this program since January. Literally in January, we were telling people, watch out for the economy. In fact, back on February 17th of 2021 on this program, we were telling people that the economy was falling apart. It was that obvious that long ago. We specifically told people in February 17th of 2021 of what was going to go wrong with this economy. And then again in January of 2022, we were talking to people about how high inflation was going to get and how bad this was going to affect the economy. This isn't like in the 90s. And even then, the 90s weren't the 90s because we had the internet bubble. And people weren't paying attention to that. Well, now you know. And we know the White House has already confirmed there are going to be food shortages, something that we already knew and the world already had been discussing. We already know that energy prices are going to go up. It doesn't matter if Joe Biden is using oil reserves, which, by the way, have to be replaced. But that's not going to stop the cost of energy. It's still going higher because there is an interconnection of these things. And energy, we are still, while we're using our reserve, there is still oil that's being bought from Russia. God forbid we buy it from Iran and fund global terror even more. But we're still buying it. That's driving the price up for everyone. We only get 4% of our oil from Russia. We're not driving up the cost of oil because we're buying it from Russia, though we shouldn't do that. It's because Germany buys it from Russia, because Europe buys it from Russia, and they have to. And we are not exporting oil like we used to be. Under the Trump administration, we were doing that. So we can do that. But that's where those reserves came from. That's why Biden can use those reserves, because the Trump administration built them up. But at the end of the day, we're still going to see these prices go up. Energy is going to cost more. Small businesses are going to have to close. Maybe not a lot of them, maybe only 10%, maybe only 5% of them. But if it's the business that you work at, do you care if it's another 10% besides that one? When the business I worked at in 2020 closed, I didn't care that the 30% of all businesses had closed at that time forever. I cared about the fact that the business I worked at closed and I didn't have a paycheck and I had to live off of my reserves. And guess what? My reserves are empty. They're gone. I don't have them anymore. That's why I'm so thankful for John and for User who were able to make a donation so that I could do this program, so I could have lights. But you know what? It's difficult. And if you aren't prepared, imagine how much worse that is. I mean, I was lucky enough for the last 2 years to be able to have the reserves to make it to this point. But imagine if you didn't have that. Imagine knowing the economy is going to be worse in October, knowing that inflation is still going up and will probably hit officially 15%. And we on this program say it'll be about 35 to 40% to you. That your money is being eaten away by just trying to live. Just having lights, just having food. Take the time now, build up, prepare. Buy a little bit extra. Don't panic. Just buy a little bit extra and prepare. And if I am absolutely wrong, if we get it absolutely wrong and inflation doesn't go another tick higher, there's an overabundance of food and energy. We have oil just glutting on out, and Saudi Arabia actually decides to pick up the phone and talk to Joe Biden, which they're refusing to do at this point. And let's say they actually decide to give him a call and say, hey, we're giving you a gift of all the oil you could possibly want, and I'm completely wrong, then you have some extra food that you can always use to feed your family and to feed yourself. You'll have some extra money to pay your bills and to go out and have fun. You lose nothing. You will lose nothing by being prepared. Conversely, if you don't prepare, how much worse will it be for you? Just saying. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to believe it. But you're not going to be hurt if you do. Anne, thank you for the birthday wish. We thank you for that. Happy to have you with us. So appreciative of everyone there. Jason, I do see some of the things you're talking about, and I know Jason's mentioning POW, which is a stock, ammo stock, which I follow, and I actually own. And so it'll be interesting to see how that's going to be going. Yeah, the Federal Reserve is probably going to raise interest rates. And by the way, that's got to be interesting. People, think about this. Interest rates. Your credit cards are going to cost you more money. Your loans are going to cost you more money. That's another spot that's taking away. This is another reason why I'm saying buy extra now, because interest rates are going higher. That means you are going to pay more on your credit cards, on your loans, on your car loans, your mortgages. If they have a variable rate, they're going up, which means you're going to have even less money down the road than you have right now to buy the things that you need to buy. Separate of the fact that energy prices are going up, food prices are going up, regardless of all that, the interest rates are going up, which means your money is being eaten away. So besides inflation taking away your buying power, you also have the interest rates on those loans, on those credit cards. They're taking away your money. That's going away. Do yourself the favor. Start hedging yourself now. It cannot hurt you to do this, to be prepared. It can hurt you if you don't do it. But take that as you will. That's just my public service announcement about that. And you can agree with it or disagree with it. It's perfectly fine. It's up to you. Wow. We've been on five hours. Okay. I want to take a quick break for a moment. I want to get some more coffee. So I'm going to be right back before I go further. So I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to give you a quick commercial break here. The commercial breaks are just some of the stuff I've done in the past. It'll give you something to listen to. I'm going to get my coffee ready, and I'm going to be right back. So let's go with, instead of that one, this is me speaking at Rutgers. Hey, John, I will be right back.
Stooge, okay.
I also texted Stooge. He will be joining soon.
All right, guys. So we're up and we are live, and it is streaming now. I apologize to everyone watching the video on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, as whatever the internet gods will allow, because technology was giving us difficulties. We've got it resolved, and I think for the patience of the students over at Rutgers University, Gabriel, this is your show. Please start on up.
Thank you. So today we'll have Michael Vasquez, an expert on gun control and red flag laws, speak about how red flag laws are immoral and how their implementation has led to a multitude of negative consequences for communities across America.
Thank you for that. And I want to welcome everybody there over at Rutgers. It's great to be back with you guys. I was hoping that I would be able, if it weren't for COVID, I'd be there on campus again. Last time I was on campus was about 1990. When I left the school, I got there in 1986. And it's a beautiful campus. You know, the dorms right on the Raritan, the 3 towers, I was in the middle one on the 6th floor. And
I was on Campbell Hall, the one like farthest from like the center of New
Right.
Brunswick.
Yep. And so
love those river dorms.
Oh, they are the best. And we had all kinds of trouble that I beg of you, don't do anything we did because we were just really bad. A different world, though. But it is good to be back with Rutgers University. So let me mention that I like to do, whenever I speak, and I do speak on these kind of subjects quite a bit. Been doing this for about 15 years now. And I do like interactivity. I'm going to go through the little bit of the speech first, and then we're going to open it up to all your questions. I hope you have a lot of questions. I know it's an issue that a lot of people have not heard a lot about, and there are some very specific reasons for that. But to let me get started, let me first state that this is not meant to be a definitive legal finding or analysis. What this is meant to start a discussion and spark understanding in what is proposed, intended, and the consequences of red flag laws. Starting from the most recent point, let's start and understand the issue at hand. Red flag laws are also known as ERPOs, or also known as Extreme Risk Protection Orders. Any of those names all mean the same thing. And they are part of a larger issue that's now being called the, quote, common sense gun control policy. But what does that really mean? In March 27, 2021, New York Times opinion article columnist Frank Bruni noted in the affirmation, quote, gun control is probably the most instantly and widely recognized shorthand for the debate over such laws, and journalism depends on verbal economy. I don't think gun control is the main thing standing in the way of additional measures to protect Americans from gun violence and to diminish the number and near instant availability of guns in a country crazily saturated with them. How we write and talk about any issue that engenders passionate disagreement is, end quote. Now, we can all agree that words are powerful. And by the way, all of this speech is going to be provided to you at mvos.com. It's going to be available at 9:30 p.m. this evening, including all links to sources that I am mentioning. So you'll have a chance to review it later if you wish. But what's even more powerful than words is the meaning of the words, or to be more exact, the commonly understood meanings of words and phrases, which may not be the same thing. So what does the Second Amendment mean? Some would say it refers to the right to hunt, or for the state-approved civilian military ownership, which essentially means the National Guard. Most would say that it allows for American citizens to own non-military firearms, and in some cases military-class firearms, to provide for self-defense from ne'er-do-wells and potentially a government gone rogue. That general meaning is supported by the Supreme Court decision of District of Columbia versus Heller in 2008, and now disputed by the Ninth Circuit Court decision in Young versus Hawaii. And it is not absolute, but very wide-reaching. Coupled with the National Firearms Act of 1934, a civilian can own a machine gun, an actual weapon of the military, an actual assault weapon, but only with a very special and limited federal license. There are potentially 131,952 licensees as of January 2021 per ATF records, with 726,951 machine guns registered as of April 2020. 39,979 of those are found in New Jersey, 3 times the number in New York State. In fact, New Jersey ranks 5th in the nation for machine gun ownership, outdone only by Georgia, Virginia, Texas, and Florida in that ascending order. Now, that may sound like a lot of machine guns. If we were to ascribe to the theory that assault weapons are a danger to American lives, then obviously this huge number of actual assault weapons would be a leading, if not the leading category of homicides in this nation. In fact, there have been 4 known cases of assault weapons used in crimes since 1934. The most recent was in Madison County, Mississippi in 2019, and in that case, 0 people died. To look at the data even more closely, according to the FBI's Crime in the USA 2019 report, which is the most recent full report we have at this moment, 364 people were killed by all types of rifles.
All right,
that's in comparison to 1,476 knives and cutting weapons. Yes, knives are 4 times as deadly as the so-called assault weapons, often cited by Joe Biden and other gun control advocates.
And thank you for being here, for holding on, folks, and thank you for being with me. That was my conversation when I was doing a speech with Rutgers University and the students there, talking about gun control, talking about the Second Amendment, talking about red flag laws, something that I definitely and absolutely oppose and despise because it's just not good for you. By the way, so I walked my puppy, Khan. He was very happy to go outside. He's been waiting for a little while. Got a nice card. You can't see the wording on it. Okay. But it's a card from my mom. My mom gave me a card. Thank you for the birthday wish from Hot Chicks and for John Cordisco. Thank you both. I'm very happy to have you both with me. And as we are continuing the birthday live stream marathon, talking with you because you all matter. Your voice matters. Your opinions matter. Even when you disagree with me, I'm perfectly happy with that, to hear what you have to say. Whether you think I'm right or wrong, whether you think that the opinions we have here are right or wrong, evidence we're showing, if it's right or wrong, tell me. We're happy to hear your voice, and you can always call into the program at 607-242-1582. The phone lines are on. We are going to have some conversations a little later this afternoon, talking about Star Trek Prodigy, Star Trek Discovery, and a few others. Excuse me. And we're going to keep going with this marathon. I'm looking for at least 12 hours, maybe more. We'll see how that works out. We've been going for 5 hours now. 5 hours. Whew. Started at 5 in the morning. And it's going well. So definitely taking a little more coffee here. So we've been talking about the difference in Martin Luther King to today, talking about safe spaces, about the increase in racism that we're seeing in critical race theory, how it's affecting the Supreme Court, a little bit about that. We've talked a little bit about what's going on with our economy, what's been happening with their international policy. We've been talking about the interactions of individuals and the fact that politicians are ducking from people. We've had a phone call from one of our subscribers, one of the individuals watching the program, called in to talk to us about a couple of their ideas, some of their favorite episodes over the last 15 years that we've been doing political commentary. And I hope that any of the many politicians or individuals that we've interviewed over the years will call in. Maybe they'll have something to say. We're happy to have them on. The phone line is open for them just as it is for you. So, wow, 5 hours. It's harder to talk for 5 hours straight than you might think, folks. It really is. And we're just about as, I don't think I've spoken for 5 hours, more than 5 hours in a row. So this will be interesting. So I wanted to pick up where I left off, talking about, well, the differences that we've seen in my life. In my 54 years, the unapproved comments and thoughts, the conclusions that we have that are affecting our lives and will continue to affect our lives. And this is, I think, is a big deal. And I think this is important. And, that brings me to the Y2K bug. We've made it to the year 2000, almost here. And the year 2000 everyone was terrified. For those who are, well, anyone who's under 25, you probably don't know anything about this. Actually, people, if you're under 30, you may not remember this. But at the year 2000, as we were approaching the millennium, there was a lot of people who were terrified that all the computers were going to shut down because of the legacy programming, the background programming that existed. There was something that was called a Y2K bug. See, when they first started making the programs for computers, you were using shorthand because they weren't thinking about, well, what happens when we get to the millennium? What happens when we get to the year 2000? So they had a shorthand, and we weren't sure that all of the banks, all of the computers, everything wasn't going to just shut down and reset everything to 1901. So that was a big deal. And a lot of people were worried about that. A lot of people were afraid. And the government decided to put out a bunch of mandates, trying, well, they were going to fix it. Of course, government couldn't fix it, and private business did fix it. But why is that different than today? Because we have so much of our society is wrapped up in computers and not individuals. See, the answer to the Y2K bug was actually just talking to programmers, talking to people who make the programs, and to see whether for them to go in and test this. It wasn't mandates from the government. It wasn't the government promising that they knew the answer because they didn't have any answers. It was actually just talking to people, of interactions. And we have lots of things that are going on right now. So yeah, there's no Y2K bug, but there are lots of viruses out there. There are a lot of hackers and scams that are out there, like NFTs. There are plenty of scams out there. The answer is don't freak out. There were people, I knew many people, who took all of their money, all of their investments. I was a stockbroker at the time in the year 2000. I had several of my clients. They sold everything against my wishes, against everyone's wishes. They just sold everything. They pulled all their money out of every bank account that they had, and they closed all their stock market positions because they thought for sure everything was going to close. And they were wrong. It was the wrong reaction. It was an emotional reaction. And we see that a lot today. People are emotionally reacting to things. They're not thinking it through. They're not thinking of all the alternatives that are actually available to them. And that's why we saw just a year ago, 2 years ago, everyone had this craze and everyone was buying hand sanitizer and everyone was buying toilet paper. Toilet paper, come on, toilet paper? That wasn't going to protect you from anything. Hand sanitizer doesn't really work. It's an airborne virus. Come on, let's think about this for a second. Hand sanitizer is not really helping you with that. You're going to still breathe air. So when we emotionally react to these things, we overreact to these things because we stop thinking about it. And the biggest thing is we have to stop and think. And all of the experiences I've had, all the disasters that I've lived through, all the scenarios that I've had to go through, the more you think, the better off you're going to be, the less emotional that you become. And obviously, there's always going to be some emotion. I mean, I was in the middle of a coup. There was emotion going on there, okay? I remember the Rodney King riots, and I was there for that. I was in LA at the time. I remember lots of emotion was going on. So I'm not saying that you can't have emotions. You're not supposed to be Spock. But at the same time, slow down. Think things through. Plan for the things that you can plan for. Prepare for what you can prepare for. And try and think through how you're going to deal with the situation when it's something that you haven't planned for. I think that's very important. And we don't hear that enough. Especially these days that we have our politicians and they are relying on us being emotional. The news media is relying on us being emotional. They want you to be hyped up. The Ukraine-Russia, that is hyper. I mean, they're blowing this up. There could have been better answers to this. There can be better answers to it. But being hyper emotional is getting us closer to a regional war than not. We need to think this through. We're doing reactions that are actually hurting us more than it's hurting Russia. We're creating an environment where Russia may be starting a move away from the dollar, which would destroy the American economy, which would cause a depression in America and for Europe as well. We got to think this through. We got to take our steps measured. And we have to think, what are the consequences of what we're doing? Which is one of the reasons why our politicians are doing so badly. Is because they're not, they haven't been dealing with consequences in a long time because no one's called them out about their consequences. No one's asked them, and then what happens when we do this? If we do the red flag laws, and then what happens? Will that actually stop all gun crime? No, it won't. So then what? Oh, what happens when we have a New York Safe Act and we restrict people from magazines? And then what happens? Is that going to stop all gun crime? No. Okay, and then what do we do? And then what's next? How about maybe we actually address the actual underlying issue? How about we deal with the actual problems? Oh, well, gas prices are. So we're just going to give people gas vouchers. And then what? Because the gas vouchers will eventually run out. The reserves that we're using are eventually going to run out. And then what are you going to do? Because we still don't have enough oil, we don't have enough gas, and solar and wind aren't going to be ready for decades. And we don't have an electric grid, which would take a decade to build. We don't have that either. So what are you going to do then? What's the next answer? What are you thinking about? What's the plan? Well, our politicians don't have one. I'm not even saying they have a bad plan. They don't have any plan. And we need to call them out. And you know what? That's inefficient. That's ineffective. And regardless of whether they're Republicans or Democrats or Libertarians, I don't care. Get them out. Don't reelect them. They're not effective. If they can't tell you, oh, okay, so after we give you a gas voucher so you can buy gasoline, that isn't there at the pump anyway, so it doesn't matter if you have a voucher or not. But that's going to cover the cost. Okay, but the gasoline isn't there. And you're not going to switch to an electric car tomorrow because most Americans don't have an extra $80,000 laying around. We're not all Pete Buttigieg. We don't have that money just floating around. We're not part of Hollywood. So we can't buy a brand new electric car. That's not going to make it through the next 5 years. Sorry, we don't have money like that. So what are we going to do? Oh, well, you gave me the voucher, so gas isn't going to cost as much. But it's still not enough gas, and the price is still going higher. And you can't go to wind and solar. So what are we going to do? What's the plan? What's the next thing? Oh, we're going to release all of our reserves. Fantastic. And then what? Because those reserves will be used up. It's a reserve. It's not something that's constantly filling itself. That's going to run out. And then what? What do you do next? How do you fix the underlying problem, which is not enough energy, in particular, not enough oil and gas? What are you doing about that? That is the core problem. Oh, we're going to get solar. Solar doesn't work. We're going to do wind. Wind doesn't work. What do you do? I mean, this is a question we should be asking our politicians. I know it's unapproved. You shouldn't be thinking about that. You're not supposed to think about what's going to happen next. Don't worry. Our politicians, they'll figure it out. Are you sure? You think so? Because they're the ones who got us into this problem in the first place. The fact that they don't have a plan in the first place is the reason why we're in this problem. It's why this is such a big issue. Because they don't know what they're doing. Because they're not thinking ahead. They're thinking about the next election. They're not thinking about the next 2 years and how it's going to affect your life. And we need to call them out for that. And I wish the mainstream media would do this because I don't have the reach of the mainstream media. I wish I did. I don't. But let them speak up and say, hey, what's the answer? Oh, well, we're going to, when you hear Joe Biden and say, oh, well, we're just going to release the reserves. And then what, Mr. Biden? What are you going to do after that? Because that doesn't answer the problem. Oh, well, I'll give people gas vouchers so the gas won't cost as much. And then what are you going to do? Because you didn't answer the problem. The problem didn't go away. In fact, you've only dealt with the surface. You're dealing with symptoms, not the root cause. You're not increasing the net energy of the United States. You haven't fixed the problem. You've pushed it, you kicked the can down the road. And by not trying to do something immediately, not putting together a plan, you're actually making the problem worse down the road. Because then we're going to be down the road where prices are going to be even higher and there isn't going to be money for the vouchers anymore. And you're going to be down the road and we won't have the reserves anymore. And we're still going to have the energy needs. So the problem is worse. We have less solutions, things to work as a solution, and the same underlying problem. We need to have a plan, and we should ask our elected officials to put together that plan now, to tell us what they are planning to do. How will they fix this? What is their plan? And one of the best things I could think of is, well, one, step away a little bit, let the public deal with it. Let private business do this. Let's get some of those leases for the roads so that the oil companies can get a road to where the oil is and put a pipeline so that they can get the oil from where it is right now to be processed so that we can have an answer. Doesn't seem like it's a crazy thing to ask for. But yet no one's asking the politicians for that. And if you want to tell me, well, Mike, we need to stop using oil and gas. Fantastic. What's the alternative plan? I'm giving you a plan. I'm giving a suggestion that our politicians have not come up with, that they are not doing, that they are actively avoiding. Okay, what's the alternative? What other plan do you have? What will use solar and gas? Wait a minute. Did solar panels suddenly just fall out of trees? Are windmills just popping out of the ground? It takes time to build that stuff. We've got to get the materials, put them together, and then build it and build an infrastructure to it. That is not an immediate answer. And guess what? They aren't even doing that right now. It'd be another thing if they told me, well, Mike, we just purchased, 500,000 windmills, and we're getting them shipped out to all the 50 states, and we're getting them installed. We're putting 10 million new windmills in every single state. Okay, at least that's a plan. It's a dumb plan. It doesn't work, but at least it's a plan. You don't even have that. There is no plan other than green energy. That's not a plan. That's a word. And if we let our politicians get away with this, we suffer. We suffer. You and me, we suffer. The world suffers. The elites in our political systems, they're not suffering. Not like we're suffering. Joe Biden has a couple $1 million. Kamala Harris is worth a couple $1 million. Barack Obama is worth a couple $1 million. I'm not. Antonio Delgado, the congressman for the New York 19th, gets paid $175,000 base pay with no taxes every year. Plus, he's got a retirement package that I'm never going to get. You know what? We're not on the same ground. We're not at the same level. He's not being impacted the same way that I am or that you are. So he's not worried. He's got the extra money. You and I don't. So they need to come up with a plan for you and me, and they're not doing it. That's a problem. If you think I'm wrong, I'm perfectly happy to hear you tell me how I'm wrong. If they have a plan, please tell me what it is. Let's evaluate that. But they don't have one. They don't have one, which is why they don't want to talk about the subject. And they don't want you and me to talk about that subject. That's why the news media won't raise the question. They don't want to deal with it. It's not a question because they don't have an answer. They don't want to deal with it. And they're afraid that when you hear, oh, there is no answer, they don't have a solution, and that the problem is going to be worse in the future because they're not doing anything today to fix the problem, they're afraid that you're going to say, well, why am I voting for these people? Why would I want to reelect them if they can't fix the problem? If they're not even trying to fix the problem? If they're kicking the can down the road, let me get someone else new in here who won't kick the can down the road. See, that's why they won't even ask the question, because it's about politics. It's about the 2022 election. It's about maintaining power. Not about you, not about me. It's about whether or not these guys are going to stay in power and live the life that they've been living, the neo-nobles that they are, that I like to call them. We're peons, we're serfs. They're nobles. They don't get to live like us. They don't have to answer to us. Yes, they do. In America, yes, they do. In Canada, in Australia, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, no, there they don't. In America, they have to answer to us. We, the people, are the power. They have to answer our questions. And when they don't answer our questions, we, the people, should fire them, which means don't reelect them. And again, I'm not saying just Democrats. Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, I don't care. If they are being ineffective, if they can't answer a question, if they can't have a plan, even a bad plan, then why do we have them? We're better off with anyone else. We have nothing to lose. If they can't answer the problem and they can't answer the questions, then we might as well get someone else new in there because it's absolutely no worse off. We can't be worse off. I would take a bad plan versus no plan whatsoever every day. Why? Because then there's at least a plan. I can improve a bad plan. I can't improve nothing. I mean, am I wrong? Because if I'm wrong, tell me that I'm wrong. I'm perfectly happy to hear that I'm wrong. I beg of you, I beg of Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Antonio Delgado, of appointed Governor Kathy Hochul. I'm begging them. Governor Newsom, Governor Whitmer. I'm begging these guys, please, Pete Buttigieg, please tell me how I am wrong. Show me the plan. Even the bad plan. Show me what you got. Give me hope that you have some idea of what's about to happen and how we can deal with it. Not how you're going to get reelected. They've got a great plan on how they're going to get reelected, which means nothing to me. Because if Antonio Delgado gets reelected, it is not going to put food on my plate. It is not going to keep the electricity on in my house. It's not going to keep the bills lower. That's not going to happen if he gets reelected. Whether or not he gets reelected, those things are still going to happen to me and to you. That is a fact. He's going to get another $175,000. He's going to live high on the hog, as all members of Congress do. His life is going to be great. My life, your life, not so much. So, yeah, the least that he could do is his job, which is to answer to the public, answer the media when a question is asked, and to make a plan. Even if it's a bad plan, get a plan in place. There are 720,000 people, actually more, in the New York 19. If Antonio Delgado proposes an idea, a bad plan, there are enough people, 700,000 people. You know what? If we all read the plan and we all comment on it, I'm sure at least one person will be able to improve a bad plan. But guess what? When we have no plan, there's nothing to improve. And America gets worse. And the situation gets worse. And more people are hurt by a bad plan, by no plan, than a bad plan. That's just, those are the numbers. I know, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, again, let's go back to what she says. Well, the truth doesn't matter. Being factually, grammatically, semantically, empirically correct, that's not important. I understand. That's what Antonio Delgado and many other of our politicians, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, and appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, Lieutenant Governor Benjamin, I'm sure they all have that same thought. But, well, that doesn't matter. I'm sorry. I'm a constituent. It does matter. I pay bills like you do. It matters. I don't know. And again, if you think I'm wrong, I'm perfectly happy to hear people tell me why they think I'm wrong. I'm not presuming that I have every answer. That's not the point. But if we don't answer, it's like science. You ask a question so that you can try and find an answer. And then when you get that answer, you ask a better question and you keep going down through that process. It never ends. That's why science is never settled. Anyone who's ever told you that science is settled doesn't know the definition of the word science. It is never settled. There is always a question. There is always another question to ask. You can find out more and more information, and you may be completely wrong depending on the question that you're asking or the answer that you're getting. That's science. Science is never settled, ever. By definition, it is never settled. It is a never-ending question. And anyone who tells you that science is settled is lying to you, and they have an agenda. I don't know what agenda that might be. Could be good, could be bad, don't know. But I can tell you, it's an agenda. If they're telling you that the science is settled, it's an agenda. They want an outcome, and that's why they don't want you to keep asking questions. They don't want you to keep investigating to try and find out what's going on, because they have a preferred answer, a preferred situation, and they're already there. And if you ask questions, they don't get to have their preferred situation anymore. Everything changes. It's an agenda. You're being used. Every time you're told the science is settled, you are being used. That's another way of telling you, shut up. That's what they're really telling you. They're telling you, shut up. I like the way it is. I like things the way they are. It works for me. When someone tells you the science is settled, they don't want you to speak up. They don't want to do any work. They like where they are at. It is to their advantage. Whether or not it's to your advantage doesn't really matter. And we should be honest enough with each other to be able to say, you know what? That's dishonest. It's dishonest. At least tell us, no, I like it the way it is, so I don't want to change it. At least be honest. Have the balls to be able to say that. Most of them don't, though. Okay, so. All right, so we've been here 5.5 hours. By the way, please remember, we're trying to get to 1,234 subscribers, which it's an easy thing. All you have to do is just hit the subscription box. It's a little thing, costs you nothing, and it means a lot to me. And it means a lot to this channel to be able to reach more people around the world. And we hope that we are able to get that. Not asking to be, we're not trying to be Tim Pool. We're not trying to be Gothics. We're not trying to be Steven Crowder. We're just trying to get to reach a few more people around the world. And I hope you'll be able to help us with that. Also, you can consider making a donation if you want to. The link is here. And please, use the money. So, I think we got to the year 2000. And how that's changed, how the world has changed just from 2000, 22 years ago. Of course, in talking about that time frame and how the world has changed, we have to look at 9/11, 2001, 21 years ago. And the world changed dramatically for us all. Massively for us all, the world changed. It triggered a lot of what's happening in the Middle East today. We're still seeing the reverberations, the consequences of this. And the consequences never end. They're never simple and just done. Oh, well, we bombed them. We're done. It doesn't end there. Just like what we're seeing with Russia, Ukraine, that's not going to just end. It's not, they could have a peace agreement now in the next 5 minutes. It's not over. It's not going to just end. Gas prices aren't just going to go down. Wheat isn't suddenly just going to grow. Fertilizer isn't just going to get delivered. It doesn't just stop. It keeps going. The consequences have already been set in place. They're going to happen. Same thing with what we saw with 9/11. The problems, the consequences, they continued. And we needed a plan. And instead, we reacted emotionally. We had the Patriot Act, which we still have today, which I still oppose. I understand the concept. I don't believe in secret courts. I don't believe in having charges that you don't know about and you'll never be told about, and you can be convicted of. It's like a red flag law. It's horrible. Hey, John. Thank you. Thank you, John, for the birthday wish. Very happy to have you here with us. So we learned from 9/11. We have to consider the consequences, because what did we get? We got the Patriot Act. So now the United States government is spying on American citizens. That is a fact. There are secret courts in America. That is a fact. You can be convicted by the secret court without ever knowing about it. That is a fact. These are problems. This is not freedom. This doesn't build freedom. It doesn't build trust in our government. These are all problems. They're big problems. And we should all have this problem. So, obviously, we need better we have to have better understandings of the consequences. John says you want to come over to give me a birthday kiss? John, you have too much of a fuzzy beard to try and give me a fuzzy mustache to try and give me a kiss. I tell you that right there. So, don't know about the birthday kiss. Birthday handshake? Okay. But I like the sentiment. I do thank you for the sentiment. You're a funny man. You are a very funny man. Sorry, just checking some of the comments and notes. And hang on one second. Oh, my baby sister is driving me nuts. My baby sister is driving me nuts. She's picking on me. She's picking on me for being old. And when I say she's my baby sister, she's a grown woman, but she's the youngest one of my family, so. And we have a pretty big family, so she's a little bit younger, but she drives me nuts. What? What did my mother just say? A picture of me with Prince Andrew? What? Hang on, my mom's asking me a question here. Hang on a moment. Mom takes precedence over the live stream. Yes, my mother always takes precedence, and I respond to her. So bear with me a second here, folks. Okay, sorry. My mom had a question, so I think my mom saw one of the pictures and got confused on who I was talking to. Anyway, she's watching the program now, it seems. Hi, Mom. Good to see you, Mom. My mom never watches this stuff, so I'm happy to see her with us all. And so we're talking about 9/11, understanding the consequences, holding our politicians accountable, knowing that they have to be efficient and that they have to be effective. These are important things, regardless of whatever party they're in. In particular, I have a problem with the left, but all of them. John says, the picture with your tilted hat, you like an extra in Shaft. What are you talking about? I look like Shaft himself. I am Shaft. What are you talking about? I am Shaft. I am. Who's the man? I'm the man. I like that picture. It's a good picture. It was when I was playing, I was in a pool tournament. I think I was in Las Vegas when I took that. I was in a competition in Las Vegas. Yes, I know how to play pool. I'm very good at playing pool. And I've been at several tournaments, and I've been to Vegas in a pool playing tournament before. Just for people who are wondering. Yeah. So I'm pretty good at that. Now, right about, it was after the 2000, right after 9/11, is when I actually started doing this kind of stuff. You the man, yeah. It was about in the early 2000s that I actually started doing political commentary. I started building it up. I had been working with a friend of mine over at a company called Empire Relations Group, which still exists to this day in Jericho, New York. And my buddy Ken McCora, I helped my buddy Ken build up this company. And back then, it was more investor relations oriented. He's gone on to more public relations and advertising. Good company, good guy. I'm glad to see that his business is continuing to grow and that they're continuing to be around to do business. We had some good days, some bad days. It was a good business. But that's when I started doing political commentary. And it was kind of a accident, quite honestly. We had heard about web blogs, whatever those things were, and we started writing articles, putting together the beginnings of what came to be what I do today. And see, there's this misunderstanding out there that, well, you can't do this. You can't have political commentary. You can't have political thoughts. Why not? We're American citizens. Of course we can. Oh, but you have to be a politician. Where do you think politicians come from? Politicians come from people who have ideas and say, I'm willing to stand up and tell you what my idea is and ask you to vote for me. They're no different. Again, I have been talking to these politicians for 15 years. Before they got elected, while they're elected, after they're elected, they are no smarter, no different than anyone else. They're not better. Most of them aren't smarter. God only knows most of them don't even read what they're doing. They're there for the party. They're there to be a yes man or a yes woman. They're not really concerned. The majority of them. And the majority of them don't know what they're doing. That's just the honest truth. And I can say that for Republicans and Democrats and Libertarians. I've talked to all of them. I know them. So it's really interesting, and that's how I got into that, is working with the Empire's Relations Group, which allowed me to create my website, which is MVOS, and it's still around, VOS Political Commentary. We've been doing this, I think the first article I was writing in terms of politics was back in October 30th of 2005, which is a long time ago, almost 16 years ago. And we were talking about Hillary Clinton, politics for elections. And we were talking about Grand Theft Auto, Hillary Clinton, the First Amendment, and Democrats overall. And I think I had a line here I wanted to go through. Where was that paragraph? And this is one of the first things I've ever written about political commentary. The focus led by Mrs. Clinton and other Democrats is that sex acts are simulated by clothed characters in the game of Grand Theft Auto. They contend this will corrupt young kids, leading to sex at earlier ages, increasing STDs, and raising the number of pre-adult single mothers. Now, I want you to think about that for a second. In 2005, Hillary Clinton and the Democratic Party were saying that Grand Theft Auto was bad for children, that kids that were 17 and older shouldn't be exposed to this game, especially those who are 17 and under, should not be exposed to this video game because it's going to cause those kids to have sex at an earlier age. Why is that a big deal? Because in 2005, they thought video games would get kids to have STDs, sexually transmitted diseases, and become single parents, and they're going to have sex. Today, 2022, 17 years later, almost 17 years later, those same Democrats are telling you that they need to teach your 5-year-old about gay sex and being transgender. And they're telling you that that's the best thing possible. Now I have to ask you, and really think about this for a moment, folks. If they're telling you in 2005 that watching a video game with a couple of polygons that have clothing on, that was going to cause sex and STDs and single mothers, but talking to a 5-year-old about sex is perfectly natural and the best thing you could possibly do. Does that make sense? It's the same people, same person. These are the same policies. These are rather politicians. These same politicians that told you that a video game was bad for kids because of sex, and they're telling you, oh, let's directly talk about sex because that's a good thing to 5-year-olds. They went from 17-year-olds to 5-year-olds. They went from a video game that was almost impossible to actually get. It was a program within a subroutine within a video game. And now they're talking about having teachers instruct children in kindergarten about having sex. And they're telling you that you have to allow children to be instructed on having sex in kindergarten, but if they're 17, they can't watch a simulation of clothed sex. Seriously, folks, does this make any sense to you? I want you to think about that because I want you to understand how this has changed. I want you to understand how this changed. Because Democrats in 2005, this is the position they had in 2005. And in 17 years later, 2022, they're willing to say it doesn't matter anymore. We have to go after 5-year-olds. We have to teach 5-year-olds on how to have sex. These are the same people that said 17-year-olds can't be exposed to anything that might even make them think about sex. But now they can go to a 5-year-old and teach them how to have sex. Which one is it? Please, the progressives, the Democrats, the leadership out there, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, AOC, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, please explain this to me. These are the same people 17 years ago that were telling us that 17-year-olds can't be exposed to an idea of sex, that are telling us that we must teach 5-year-olds about sex. Does that make sense to you? I mean, seriously, folks, I'm asking, does that make sense to you? Which one do you think is more likely to cause younger teens to have sex? A video game that they can't access, that they have to go through several steps, they probably can't even access it, a program within a video game, or a teacher explicitly telling them about how to have sex? Which one do you think is going to cause kids to have sex sooner? Which one do you think is going to affect their sexual life? Which one do you think is going to cause STDs? Which one is more likely? It's an honest and real question, and we need to ask our politicians this because they're losing their minds over this. Hollywood is losing their minds. Hello, Ron Perlman, who I've never met. Think he's a decent actor, but completely wrong. And Mr. Perlman, this is what the question is. Mr. Perlman, I want to ask you and other members of Hollywood and the politicians in the Democratic Party, especially the progressives, why do you think explicitly teaching 5-year-olds about sex is not going to lead to STDs and not lead to pregnancies and not lead to complications, but 17-year-olds possibly seeing a simulation? Well, that's bad. But it's okay for 5-year-olds. Let me go to the comments on this. By the way, John, yes, I did see Obama ghosting Biden, and I think it's funny. John also says, what was that? Okay. John says, what changed from 2005? A whole indoctrinated generation. Yeah, there was a whole crew of kids who grew up and are now voters, and they think they can push this through. Agent Black. Hello, Agent Black. Thank you for joining me on my birthday from across the pond over in the merry old United Kingdom. It's middle of the day for you, so cool. Agent Black says, we're homeschooling our youngest 4-year-old because of these issues. I'm glad that you are. That's a good thing, Agent Black, because these are not things that you need to, these kids shouldn't be exposed to these things. Not at 4, not at 5, not at 6, 7, 8. No. Hot Chick says, Disney just trying to warn you guys about those people. Disney isn't trying to warn us. Disney is trying to support this idea. They want this. Jason says, video games in 2005 created a generation of teachers that wanted to teach your kids about sex. Well, maybe that's the way they're seeing it. I don't know, because it doesn't make sense to me. John says, thanks for the visual when you mentioned Schumer. he's got images of a transgender Chuck Schumer. Well, hang on one second. My mom's trying to catch up on this. Hang on one second. My mom's trying to catch up. She's not great at some of the technology, so I'm not sure what she's doing. But I mean, and here's the thing. Why, if I know this, if I am able to identify this, I'm looking back on records that I've been doing for 15 years, 17 years, okay? This is one of the first articles I wrote about back in October of 2005. I'm one man. And I'm able to find and research this. Let me ask you, the New York Times, the Washington Post, what about them? What about all these other newspapers? What about CNBC, MSNBC, NBC, CBS, ABC, CNN? Where are they? Where's their work? What about The Atlantic, The Intercept? What about all these? They have hundreds of reporters and editors and researchers apiece. Thousands of people, tens of thousands of people in some of these companies that are available and get paid way more than I do. Thousands upon tens of thousands of dollars more than me or you. And they get paid that money and they can't say, hey, in 2005, Hillary Clinton, who wants to run for president in 2024 and who is involved in politics right this second, and the party that she is a part of, the Democratic Party, are in support of teaching 5-year-olds about sex. They all came out 17 years ago and said, hey, don't teach 17-year-olds about sex. Don't expose 17-year-olds about the subject of sex. What changed? Where is the interview from Lester Holt asking anyone, like from Disney, any of these politicians, and saying, hang on, didn't your party say that we shouldn't expose kids at 17 to any kind of hint of sex, but now you're telling me that kids at 5 need to be explicitly taught about sex? What changed? What exactly changed? Because children didn't change. The development of the minds of children didn't change. What's changed? The politics, the control, the fact that you're not supposed to ask this question. This is an unapproved thought, an unapproved question, and you are not supposed to ask any of these politicians this. They are not supposed to have to answer this tough question. This is considered a gotcha question. You know why it's a gotcha question? Because I actually have the evidence. As some of my younger viewers say, I've got the receipts. And I remember, this is long form political commentary. I remember what they did. I didn't forget. I have the evidence of what they were doing at the time. And I am more than happy to show you the documents so that you can see it and that you can say, hey, that doesn't make sense. They have completely reversed their position and they're more than willing to do what they said not to do in the past. With children, far, far younger. 17, that's virtually an adult. 5-year-olds, nowhere close to being an adult. Doesn't that creep you out? Doesn't that upset you? Doesn't that make you say, oh my God, why are they doing this? Is political power worth that much to them that they are willing to go against their own values and to corrupt our children? And again, I want you to see this. These are their values. They were talking about it. Grand Theft Auto, the hot coffee modification. You can look this up for yourself and see what they were saying, as I have done. And this is their ideology. They said that was corrupting 17-year-olds. And today they're saying, nope, we can teach kids in kindergarten about explicit sex. But that's not corrupting the kids. Why? Tell me how I'm wrong. Let me go to the comments because maybe someone told me I'm wrong. Hot Chick says, people so creepy lately, I'd be like, what up? Okay, that's an interesting way of wording that. John says, the Democrats will self-destruct. The real issue is, will the Republicans change enough to make a difference? Well, again, I'm not isolating this to just, now, yes, this is what the Democrats said, and you're right, John. Republicans need to be held accountable too to do something that is effective and useful and say, hey, no, and stick by our boots and say, no, you know what? It wasn't good. I'm going to go with what you said in 2017. If it's corrupting to kids at 17 to see the hot coffee modification of Grand Theft Auto, then it is beyond corrupting to talk explicitly with 5-year-olds about sex in kindergarten. So you know what? You're right. You win. No, we're not going to talk to the 5-year-olds. That's what Republicans need to do. That's what they need to stand up and say. And they need to say that to people like Ketanji Brown Jackson, who will be on the Supreme Court and doesn't seem to understand that her actions are benefiting criminals, not victims. And if you disagree with me on that, please, let's have that conversation. I'm more than happy to talk about Ketanji Brown. But I want you to understand, this is long-form political commentary. This is looking back, and we've been doing this. I've been looking over the last 54 years of my life, and yes, we're trying to pull out these. I want you to see how bad it is getting and how twisted this is, how they are manipulating you. Politicians, these are politicians who don't care. Hillary Clinton doesn't care if your 17-year-old or your 5-year-old are corrupted for life. She doesn't care. She just wants to be elected. And whichever way the wind is blowing is where she's going to go and stand. Hey, wait a minute. Hang on one second, folks. Hang on. Sorry, I lost my puppy there. I didn't know where he went. Okay. So, I mean, that's the way I'm seeing it. Now, if I'm seeing that wrong, if I'm misunderstanding that, then please, I'm more than happy to hear you tell me, Mike, but you're misunderstanding. There's a difference between a video game and a teacher being explicit about sex. A video game being explicit about sex and a teacher being explicit about sex, well, there's a big difference because the teacher is more informed. Yeah, with a 5-year-old who has an undeveloped mind, that wouldn't have any impression on them whatsoever. John goes on to say, the Democrats really didn't change. Trump just triggered them into telling the truth. Kinda. He goes on to say the Democrats realized that dividing families with CRT, trans issues, etc. was their future. It's a long game strategy. It appears to be. But I just want to call out, it's duplicitous. It is duplicitous. It doesn't make sense. And I'm just trying to call them out for what they've done. For the fact that they are being dishonest with the public, that they are manipulating the public. Today, it is in their best interest to say, well, we're trans, yay, trans. Let an 8-year-old become trans. Teach the 5-year-old about trans and sex so that when they get to be 8, they can say they want to be trans and change their bodies forever, and then we're just not going to talk about them anymore. We're going to throw them on the side because we're going to win. Because it's about politics, and no one cares about these children. It's abuse. This is child abuse. I strongly and absolutely believe this is child abuse to do this to children. And the Democrats of 2005, Hillary Clinton of 2005, agrees that would be child abuse. It's not even free speech. This is just straight up child abuse. By the way, a 5-year-old, again, I've said it before in the show, I'll say it again, a 5-year-old doesn't have a First Amendment right, period. So don't tell me it's First Amendment. There is no First Amendment right for a 5-year-old or an 8-year-old. There isn't. John mentions it's worked for them so far. They controlled the White House, Congress, and the mainstream media. Well, the White House and Congress are temporary. That can change. And as it looks so far, by every accounting, by every measurement that is available to the public at this moment, in 2022, Democrats are going to lose, not just lose, they're going to have a landslide loss. They are going to get wrecked. People are abandoning the Democratic Party as fast as possible, and they have massive regret over the election with Joe Biden. which was the most undisputed election ever. It is the most secure election that has ever happened. That's why he got 81 million votes. That's what I have to say because the censors make sure that I say that. Otherwise, they'll shut down this live stream and they'll delete my channel. That sounds free. Doesn't that sound like freedom? That I am forced to tell you that the election for Joe Biden was the most free and fair election ever, and that he got 81 million votes because it was uncontested, and I have no choice. I have no opinion. I cannot say another thing about that. Otherwise, the censors will delete my channel and silence me. The cabal of the internet overlords will all combine together to unperson me and remove me from all social media outlets if I don't say that pre-prescribed, pre-approved sentence. That sounds like freedom. That's free speech. That's free speech of the press. Yes, yay! Doesn't that make you feel more confident? Okay, so I really have a problem with this. And I have a problem with teaching 5-year-olds about sex. Mind you, and by the way, notice I'm not talking about gay sex, I'm not talking about trans sex, I'm talking about sex, period. I don't care which kind of sex. I don't care whose sex. It's sex. 5-year-olds don't need to know about sex. If you are a parent of a 5-year-old and you decide that you want to tell your 5-year-old about sex, go for it. That's your child. You do it. But in a public school setting where my tax dollars are going to pay for that education for a child, no, do not use my tax money to teach a 5-year-old about having sex and trying to convince them that they should change their body irreparably for their entire life once they get to be 8. Do not use my money for that. No. You want to do it to your own kid? Fantastic. You want to go and take that kid, put him in a private school so that private school can teach them to do that like Ketanji Brown Jackson does? Hey, knock yourself out. That's your right. But don't use my taxes to do that. Not in a public school. There's no reason for it. There's no benefit to it. John says, you should be having more fun today. It's your birthday. Tell a good joke. Well, one, I don't have jokes, otherwise I'd be a comedian. Yes, it is my birthday, and actually, I am having fun. This is fun for me, John. I actually enjoy this. I enjoy talking to the public. I enjoy having these conversations. I really do. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't be on here for 6 hours if it weren't for the fact that I actually enjoy this. That I'm actually having fun talking with people, that I enjoy talking about these subjects that no one else will touch because it's a third rail, because the news media, the major mainstream news media, consider this to not only be a third rail, it's verboten. They will not allow this to be said. And I guarantee they have access to all of this information that I'm going over with you. They could tell you about this all day long, and if it were President Trump, they would. Because they have a political agenda. They just don't like that I'm calling out their agenda. And I'm right. That's why people like Representative Antonio Delgado run scared, just like Anthony Brindisi. They run scared with their tail between their legs, hiding, hoping that I'm not going to remember that they are there, that I'm somehow going to forget them. Except, hello, Antonio Delgado, I don't forget. My memory goes back more than 15 years when it comes to politics. I remember bills. I remember what you have done, what you promised, and I will find the articles. I will bring this up. I don't forget. Ask Anthony Brindisi. He'll tell you. I don't forget. And it doesn't get better because you're hiding more. In fact, it's worse. I probably have less to say about you, Antonio Delgado. I would have less to say about appointed Governor Kathy Hochul. I would have less to say about many of the Democrats out there like AOC and Anna Presley and Ilhan Omar. I'd have less to say about some of these people if they actually answered questions, but they don't. And that pisses me off more. That honestly pisses me off more. That you're not willing to talk to the public to answer simple questions based on what you seem to believe. That you are willing to make a promise to get votes. That you are willing to say that this is what you are going to do. And when you get those votes, you forget about the promise and you abandon the people. And that pisses me off. And I will call you out for that every single time. And I am. Uh-oh. Folks, I've heard the jokes from John Cordisco before, so we're in for a treat here. So here is John Cordisco's joke for my birthday. Why did the politically correct soccer team not score any goals? Because no offense. Get it? No offense? No offense. Boom. Yeah. Oh my God. John. People are going to like fall over. Well, they'll just fall over because of that. But anyway. But fine. Yeah, it's a joke of sorts. By the way, folks, if you're wondering, I think I haven't updated this, but we're at least have 775 subscribers. Again, we're trying to get to 1,234. You can, of course, donate if you wish, and we would appreciate it. 776. We're getting there. Hey, even one, it counts. It all adds up. And we appreciate it. We thank you for it. Absolutely. And we got people watching here. One of the first videos is this one back in 2010. Now, I actually had an entire YouTube channel before the No Soundbites Allowed channel. And it was 2009, I believe, or 2010, that YouTube wiped out the entire thing. They struck the channel, deleted everything. Didn't let me get a chance to upload anything. They just wiped it out. So we started over. So the No Soundbites Allowed is the second time that I've been able to do a channel. And one of the first things that we were talking about back then was Eric Holder and immigration. This is how far back our memory goes, because we remember. And I want you to hear this comment, hear a little bit about this commentary about the Arizona immigration law and Eric Holder. It's kind of like what we see with Hillary Clinton in 2005 and the Democrats talking about teaching children about sex. Well, what does Eric Holder and Democrats have to say about immigration in 2010?
Hello, everyone. This is Michael Voss of MV Consulting.
Don't I look younger there? Look at how dark, all the hair, no gray whatsoever. Oh, God.
Incorporated. I hope everyone is well. I wanted to take a moment to address something that has been in the news quite a bit over the last couple of weeks, and more importantly, has been on the news a lot today. If you have not heard of it yet, it is the fact that Eric Holder, the Attorney General of the United States, admitted in front of a commission in Congress that he has not read the Arizona immigration law, that he has spent the last 15 days stating clearly he was against, he believes may be unconstitutional, and that he has now had the Department of Justice start investigating.
Okay, wow. So in 2010, 12 years ago, Democrats didn't read bills. They didn't read laws. And instead, they go out there, they make up their own conclusion about what a law says, and then they go and they just, and they besmirch everyone. Does that sound like today when we hear "don't say gay"? Do you see the correlation here? In 2010, we were talking about May 14th of 2010, almost exactly 12 years ago. Democrats were saying, we're not reading the bill. We have no idea what it says, but it's got to be unconstitutional and it's got to be bad and it's got to be wrong because they say so, because it doesn't help them get elected. That's what they were saying in 2010. Here it is, 2022. Don't say gay. Doesn't matter what's in the bill. They didn't read it. They don't care what you think about it. It's not helping them get elected. So it must be unconstitutional. It must be evil and bad. Do you see a pattern? Hello, it's called receipts. I'm showing you what was going on. I know. They don't think you're going to remember this. They're counting on the fact that you're not remembering this. They don't want you to see the pattern of what they have been doing and what they are continuing to do. Because if you notice the pattern, you'll suddenly understand, under the Obama administration, they had no idea what they were doing except trying to get more power. Here it is, 2022, and they're trying to get more power. They don't care. Hang on. Did this just go off? That's got to be upsetting, folks. Oh, wait a minute. It's my mom again. Okay, Mom, what do you mean I'm changing meanings? What do you mean I'm changing the words and meanings? Type on the screen, Mom, so I know what you're talking about. Or somebody call in. So I want to be very fair here. And when I was talking about 2005 and what the Democrats were doing in terms of telling kids that at 17 that they shouldn't be exposed to anything sexual, that they should not have sexual content around them because it will cause them to have teen pregnancies, it will cause STDs and make kids sexually active. And in 2022, they're saying it's okay to teach kids about having sex, which we can understand would lead to kids having STDs, teen pregnancies, and having sex earlier in life. I think those two things are connected. Am I wrong? Does anyone think that I am mixing that up, that I have misworded that, or I am misrepresenting the position of the Democratic Party in either case? I'm being honest. Am I misrepresenting that? Does anyone think that I'm misrepresenting that? Because if you do, I want to understand. I want to be as fair as I can. I'm trying to give you as fair an assessment as I can so that you can draw a conclusion. Because I've drawn a conclusion because I see the connection there. Am I somehow, does that sound like I'm misrepresenting anything? I truly want to know. Because I don't think I have. And I'm more than happy to hear what people have to say about that. So how about this? Let's take a look. And again, going to Eric Holder. Again, my point is not, we can talk about immigration. I'm more than happy to talk about immigration, but the point I'm making right this second is in 2010, Democrats were more than happy to not know any details and make up their own storyline, they're making this up in their heads and coming up with their own creation, saying, oh my God, it must be unconstitutional. Eric Holder has to do an investigation on something that he has never read. He spent 15 days arguing about something that he admits he never read. He wants to have an investigation, a federal investigation, the full weight and power of the United States federal government, which is quite intimidating, is going to be directed in 2010 to something he doesn't even know. He has no idea what he's attacking. In 2022, We have Democrats that are attacking a law they have not read. They do not know what it does. They're telling you don't say gay. Is not part of the bill, has nothing to do with the bill. But they're making up their own story because it gives them power. And it gets your emotions up, and it makes you emotionally have a reaction. Like Ron Perlman, who's like, oh my God, you cannot shut down the First Amendment. Ron Perlman, first of all, you don't know what the First Amendment does. And two, you didn't read the bill. You don't know what you're talking about. How many politicians, how many members of Hollywood, entertainment, they're all screaming this. They have no clue what they are talking about, but they want you to have an emotional reaction to support them so that they can get reelected and have more power, even though it is absolutely 100% wrong. They're lying. It's not real. Now, I'm not telling you that you have to like it. You don't have to like it. You can tell me, oh, Mike, but I want I want students to talk about gay kids or trans kids. Fantastic. You can have that want. I'm not telling you what you should feel like, but what they're saying is a lie. And they're doing it for a political advantage. It's not to protect the kids. They're not trying to, because if they were actually trying to protect any kids, they'd read the law so they know what they were talking about. They're not trying to protect kids. They're trying to protect their political power. That's the difference. They don't care about the kids. The kids are actually immaterial in this entire conversation. It has nothing to do with the kids. This is about political power. This is about molding the public's emotions to make the public go, oh, I'm so angry. I'm going to vote for that guy and not that guy. I'm going to vote for the Democrat and not the Republican because I'm angry. Yeah, but you're also wrong. All right, John. So John Cordisco wants to give us another joke. How do you get a political grad student off your lawn? I don't know. How do you do that, John? Pay for your pizza. How do you get a political grad student off your lawn? Pay for your pizza. Okay. Boom. Okay. Got it. This is why John Cordisco is not a professional comedian, and this is also why I'm not a professional comedian. Not my field of expertise. Not at all. But seriously, folks, does anyone think I'm misrepresenting this? I get that that's the only job they can get, John. That I get it. That they can only be delivery men because they have no qualifications for anything else. I get it. But I mean, I am trying to be as fair as I possibly can, and I'm trying to be as understanding and as clear and as expansive as I can be. And I am showing you evidence over and over again. And again, you can go back and look at the articles. You can search this for yourself from 2005, from 2010. You can see when they've said this themselves. You can see the video that I've done. Yes, things, the style of videos, the way I did, the cameras, it's all different. Obviously, over time, I spent a lot of money, of my own money, not a rich business. I don't have millions of dollars. Just like you and I worked, saved up money, got new cameras, got new equipment so I could do this better and better. But I want you to see from where I was back 10 years ago, 12 years ago, 15 years ago, to see where we have seen so much change. And it's what is changing. Because what is changing isn't the desire for power. That's staying consistent. But Democrats are more than willing to do whatever it takes. And I'm showing you the evidence of the things that they have done as we covered them back then on the days that they did it, so that you can see that evidence. And I want you to understand, this isn't in your best interest. It's not something that's here to benefit you. It's not helping. It's hurting. You know, it was back in August of 2010 that we also actually did my first speech. My first speech back in 2010, I was speaking at in Binghamton, New York. There was a Tea Party event. I know, and everyone goes, "Oh my God, the Tea Party! How dare you speak at the Tea Party?" You know what? I spoke at the Tea Party, which means taxed enough already. And I would rather speak at the Tea Party all day long than burn down a city with BLM and Antifa. If you think that the Tea Party was far too radical, what in the hell do you call BLM and Antifa as they burn down 22 cities in the United States, as they cause over 36 deaths, including those of a 16-year-old, a 14-year-old, and an 8-year-old? If you think speaking at a Tea Party event in 2010 was radical, what in the world, what in the hell do you call what happened in 2020? Seriously. Let's put these things into perspective, because the news media absolutely wouldn't. The news media demonized the Tea Party. They demonized people who spoke at the Tea Party. It's part of the reason why I have an NSA record right now. Yes, I do. I've had one actually since I was in the military, but they've added to it because I have spoken at a Tea Party event. But what about, I've never burned down a city. I've never incited people to try and burn down cities. Come on, people. Let's hold these politicians accountable. Let's hold the news media accountable. How about this? Where's this one? One of the most interesting videos that I have, one of the most popular videos that I actually have. This was back in 2019, 3 years ago. This is interesting because you may remember it was the 2019 Women's World Cup. And one of the most interesting things, one of the biggest things people argued with me about is that these players, especially these three right here, disrespecting the American flag and dragging it on the ground. And they want you to know, no, didn't happen. I want to show you this. And this is this is how dishonest the news media can be and how dishonest they often are. They lie to your face. And they want to tell you that this was innocent and incidental. Okay.
Ground. So that's a fact. Let's go a little further in the video. We now see that stop. She moved it from hand to hand, which means she was very aware that she had the flag in her hands and that the flag was dragging on the ground. That is an intentional action. She knows what she is doing. She then drops the flag. She knows she had it in her hand. She switched hands with it. She knows what she's doing. She drops it. It is now on the ground. She has intentionally done this. Next thing.
Now, the flag being on the ground, the women start right next to her, start moving back and forth in their celebration. And is the flag being stepped on? Maybe. Is it intentional? Maybe. That's an opinion. And you can say they intentionally stepped on the flag or they just didn't care because they dropped it on the ground and didn't care about it and forgot about it at that moment. What you're seeing in the background, though, is Kelly O'Hara seeing the flag on the ground and reaching over to pick up the flag. Watch what happens next. Now, here's the interesting thing about it. What is that? What is that? Okay. I don't know what that was. But here's the thing. So, this video about the U.S. women's soccer team, I have received hundreds of complaints. I have had hundreds of people attack me, telling me how un-American I am for pointing out that Megan Rapinoe disrespected the United States flag, that she threw it on the ground. And this is, again, another example. By the way, Lacey, thank you for the happy birthday wish. Thank you for taking a moment to join me here on my birthday Livestream Marathon. Love you so much. So, Megan Rapinoe is a hero. And we are told by the major mainstream news media, she is a hero. We should love her. We should try to emulate her. That we want more women in sports like Megan Rapinoe. Really? Really? You just saw the video from 2019. We want more people to step on the American flag. We want more people to disrespect America, that disregard it, don't care, that want to be selfish and are so self-absorbed that they could care less what's happening around them. It's just about that one individual. This is what we want to see more in women's sports. That is, when women get to play the sports, other than, today, Leah Thomas, who is, able to dominate women's sports because Leah Thomas is a woman. I'm presuming, because I'm not a biologist and I can't ask Ketanji Brown Jackson, the Supreme Court Justice nominee, she wouldn't know either because she's not a biologist either. But that's what we want in women's sports. That's what we think is a good way to portray America on the world stage. That is considered respectful today from the far left, from the news media. That it's the best thing you can do. That's just, I don't understand it. I don't understand it, folks. It doesn't make sense to me. Other than this is a plan that they are looking to abuse your emotions for a political gain because they think this is going to win them elections. They think that this is going to be the best thing they could possibly do. I don't understand how they get that. I don't understand how they get that. It doesn't make sense to me. It seems so counterproductive, and it is destroying America. Now, you may not see a connection. You can say, well, Mike, Megan Rapinoe stepping on the United States flag, that's not connected to Leah Thompson dominating women's sports. You may say, well, they're not connected. I think they are connected. It's about individuals who are grandstanding and taking advantage of anything that they can because they're self-centered. They don't care about the sport. They don't care about the competition, a fair competition. It's about winning. It's about them winning. And Democrats love to be on the winning side. And these guys happen to represent exactly what Democrats want to see more of. They want more selfishness. They want more grandstanding. They want more people to despise America. And yes, I think the Democratic Socialists of America despise America. I think that the progressive movement despises America. I know, and we have seen in writing, in many conversations and many speeches, that BLM and Antifa despise America. They want to destroy America. They want to recreate, reimagine, redesign, use the left-leaning language that you want. They want to recreate America without a constitution that is socialism. They have said so. Patrice Cullors has said that. Many of the director or the leader of the New York City branch of BLM across the nation, they have all said this, that they're communists, they're socialists, they're trained as socialism, and they want to destroy America. Mind you, they're more than happy to benefit from America, to be able to buy houses, to go out there and spend millions of dollars of your donations to buy themselves houses, to be able to go and retire. But they're socialists, and you don't need more than one house. Patrice Cullors, she needs 4 houses. You don't get to have one. No, they get to spend $66 million on buying a mansion in South Carolina. You think I'm kidding about that? You think I'm kidding about, where is it? Nope. Where is it? Patrice Cullors. Nope. Where is it? There it is. I have a lot of articles that I've been waiting to use here today. There it is. So the Democrats, as reported, and this is coming from the New York Post, it was reported April 4th, and they spent, Patrice Cullors, Alicia Garza, Melina Abdullah, went out and they secretly bought a $3.2 million house. A house. Because it's an office. Because you know that, you buy, that's what businesses do. That's what major corporations and nonprofit organizations, that's what they do. They buy individual homes so that they can make it into an office. They don't buy office space. They don't buy office buildings. They buy private homes. And then they don't do anything with that business in those private homes. But it's a business. It's a write-off. And it came from your money. Because they're communists. They won't use their money. They use your money to buy themselves a house. Isn't that nice of them? So very, very aggravating. And I get people all the time who write in and say, well, you're just evil. You're racist. You don't understand. You're a sexist. For calling out what is being said, what they have done, what the news media doesn't want to focus on and doesn't want to address. For asking questions that everyone else is afraid to because they're not approved. Guess what? I'm an American citizen. We don't have to have approval to ask a question. But we've been on for, hang on folks, we've been on for about 6.5 hours. I need to take another quick break here. I'm going to come right back. We're not done. And we're almost at the Star Trek conversation about Star Trek and Halo. We're going to talk a little bit about that in a few moments. But until then, I want to take a quick break here.
Stooch.
Stooch? Okay.
I also texted Stooch.
Hang on a second.
He will be joining soon.
All right, guys. So we're up and we are live, and I think I left off there. He was talking about an AR-15. Or perhaps you heard Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee describe her experience in a bungled mix of sensationalism and pure political hype, whose only connection to reality stopped at the name of the firearm in question. She said, I quote, "I held an AR-15 in my hand. I wish I hadn't. It is as heavy as 10 boxes you might be moving, and the bullet that is utilized is a 50 caliber bullet." End quote. This fiction relies entirely on the credibility of the institutions providing this political hype, because it takes about 10 seconds on YouTube to debunk the claims, as there are 10-year-old girls definitively proving these things to be untrue. We addressed this in several video commentaries in the past, but the outright lie persists because news media and elected officials are expected to be authorities and above dishonesty, which is factually inaccurate, especially when they have a political goal in mind. Now, all of this brings us to what is a red flag, ERPO, or Extreme Risk Protection Order law. It is a series of laws based on the 1999 Connecticut creation, and all forms of ERPO laws in the category have these elements in common. A person has a concern about an individual that owns a firearm. That concern is elevated to a warrant to seize property by the government. The victim is not notified and until the moment of seizure itself. Due process does not exist until after the punishment has been enacted. No crime is required or generally assumed. The consequences, such as a loss of reputation, income, lifestyle, and children, are never considered nor have any recourse. It's pretty amazing, isn't it? Now, red flag laws currently exist in some form in 19 states and Washington, D.C. And all of them contain these exact elements. The bill is in the Senate under S-292 by Senator Marco Rubio, and it contains these elements. Red flag laws violate the Second, the Fourth, the Fifth, the 10th, and the 14th Amendments, as well as the due process system in our judicial system. And we've covered this extensively in August 2018 in a report we submitted to the members of the New York State Assembly and to the New York State Legislature, Senate, and prior to the passage of the red flag legislation in New York State. That 8,000-word report is based on 6 months of interviews, research, FOIA requests, and over 150 qualified sources, including the only 2 studies that have been done on red flag laws to this date. The result is that in New Jersey there have been more than 200 ERPO, or Extreme Risk Protection Order, actions in the first 5 months alone. New York has had at least 624 red flag actions in its first year as of November 2020. At least one of those red flag actions caused the death by suicide of one of the victims here in New York. And New York, like every state thus far, does not keep or report on how many families and children have been impacted by this law. Not one governmental organization in any state or any elected official has responded to my official request to begin counting since we've made our repeated requests in 2018, 3 years ago. But specifically, we're talking about New Jersey today. So what does the Extreme Risk Protection Protective Order Act of 2018 actually say? As submitted by New Jersey Assemblyman John McKinnon and co-sponsored by Assemblyman Benson in 2018, the original bill was Bill number 1217. And it states, any person may submit an application to the court, and that was changed in the final law. The judge may examine under oath any person seeking the order and any witnesses the person produces. The judge shall consider a recent threat or act of violence by the person, the history of threatened use of physical force, evidence of a recent or ongoing abuse of alcohol by the person, evidence of recent acquisition of other deadly weapons. These are all critical things that I'm going to go over with you in a second to let you understand how broad this really is. In lieu of... Hello, everyone. All right, so we're back. And I thank you for continuing to be here with me on this birthday live stream marathon. If you're just catching up to us, we are at hour 6.5 that we have been live streaming, talking about, well, 54 years of unapproved thoughts. How does someone go from 1968 to 2022 and not be a Democrat? Well, that's not that hard, actually. But how do I come to these conclusions? What are some of the things that we've been seeing around the world, the things that we have seen in America that have changed and altered us and you? And I think it's important and to call out some of our politicians, especially those on the left, that have been corrupting America, that have been hurting America, that have been harming you and I, and looking at where that's going to be leading in the future, how this is going to continue to harm America. And I thank you for being with me on my birthday so that I can share this with you, to be part of this experience, whether you're watching it for 10 minutes or you're watching it for 10 hours. It doesn't matter. I really enjoy you being here with us and having these conversations with me and being part of my birthday. And I hope that you do decide that you want to subscribe. If you find anything to be of interest, of whether it's entertaining or interesting, please do let me know. And of course, you are more than welcome to call in at 607-242-1582. The phone lines are on, and you're able to say, tell me whatever you think, whether you agree, whether you disagree. Besides leaving a comment on Facebook or YouTube or Twitter, you can just call right in and say, hey, here's what I think, Mike. We only ask that you be respectful, but otherwise, tell me what you think. This is about a conversation that we're having together, especially for my birthday, where I really appreciate having this conversation. So, I just see the comment from Cordisco. And he's asking me if I like his jokes. Not the best jokes, John. You're not the best. This is why you and I are not comedians. That's just true. What, something on my nose? What? Unless it's New York, California compliant, those are bundles of sticks. What are bundles of sticks? What? Okay, user, what are you talking about? I don't understand the comment. Don't understand the comment. But I've been around for, all right, so we were talking about a little bit about the duplicity of groups like BLM, the way they use you, the way the news media try and the way that they try and just use your emotions against you. It's really, really insulting. It's very upsetting. At least I think it's very upsetting. You may or may not disagree with that. Now, it's not the first time that we've seen things like this happen. And we've seen the news media play games with these things. Now, Game of Thrones? I'm just looking at one of the comments that we got. Look up FA. What, fascist? Oh, no, I'm not going to. Yeah. No. I think he's talking about the Antifa people. Well, I'm not going to comment on that. But, yeah, I'm not going to go there. So, there's been a lot that we've covered over the years. In fact, we often go out and we do a bunch of different events. Like when we were out in CPAC in 2020. Do you remember this? Because you probably saw it and you thought it was in a movie.
President in 50 years.
You know what's interesting about that moment? Look at the crowd. That you may have seen in the movie Borat 2. Well, it wasn't staged. This was me at CPAC covering Mike Pence. This was the event on stage, and I, as part of the media and some of the others, were covering this event. And this is what I was able to capture for you. It's kind of sad because the media wanted to focus on that movie and that moment. But there was so much more in this conversation and this speech that was made by Mike Pence. And they wanted to focus on 15 seconds out of a 40-minute speech by the vice president at the time. You know, that's kind of scary that the news media was just trying to use and abuse people so badly, to misrepresent information. And it's not the only time that we have seen them do something like that. It's not the only time that we've seen the news media misrepresent facts and data that are in front of us, to lie to our faces and to try and make us believe something that isn't true, or to punish us for actually paying attention to details. I'll give you an example of what I mean when they punish someone. Did you hear about this in the news? Yesterday, April 4th, in the evening, it was April 4th at 6:30 p.m. There was a mom who went to an event, Mayor Eric Adams, a practical progressive, as Mayor Eric Adams described himself. He was having a press conference. And this mom went to the event and called out Eric Adams for lying to the public. She held this politician accountable. And that's something that we all should have paid attention to. And the answer that we saw from the major news media was, this wasn't a big story. It wasn't national news. You know what's even less news? She got fired. That Eric Adams, the New York politics, fired her for daring to ask a question, daring for holding the mayor of New York accountable. That's what we see from the left. That's what we see from news media. That's what happens when we don't speak up. Because the one or two or three of us who are speaking up, when we don't band together, when we don't support each other, well, what happens? Then we get attacked. We get ostracized. Like that mom. Like this channel has been shadow banned. Like when we got shut down by YouTube. Why? For quoting CBS News? We quoted CBS News. Quoted them. And we got our channel shut down. She went out and she's asking a question of Eric Adams because Eric Adams made a promise to get votes. And then as soon as he got elected, he didn't care anymore and he took the exact opposite position. And you know what? She gets fired for that. Shouldn't Eric Adams be fired? Eric Adams is the one who broke his promise. He broke his promise to mothers and to parents and to children. Shouldn't he be the one who should be fired? Shouldn't Eric Adams be the one who's under pressure? But yet the news media is more than happy to overwhelmingly ignore and move on to the next story rather than to say, hey, this is a violation of her free speech. This is a violation of her rights. That she should be protected. That this is a problem for Eric Adams, not for her. And why are we allowing a politician to immediately just disregard promises he made to get elected? Shouldn't we be asking that question? Because I know I do. But the news media wants you to follow the spectacle. They want you to see, oh, look at the gamesmanship. Look at this pretty lights. Look at this weird event. Don't pay attention to issues of substance like this situation, where this mom is being punished because she dared to ask a question. Because she dared to ask her elected official who is by oath, obligated to answer her because he serves her. The mayor of New York serves the people of New York. Your congressman or woman, your members of Congress, they represent you. They are obligated by oath to serve you, not the other way around. Chuck Schumer is obligated to serve the people of New York State. That is his job. That's why he is a senator, not the other way around. They are our government officials to serve us, to do what is best in our interests based on what we tell them, not the other way around. So it's very upsetting. And I see that Jesus Bin Ban mentions, I quoted Chuck Schumer when he was talking about the insurrection and misspoke, and I got a weird pop-up that said, this comment could violate our guidelines. Do you still want to post this? Then there was a tell us why it might not. It sounds like that's on Twitter, because Twitter does something stupid like that. But the thing is, even if you misstate something, you're allowed to have a misstatement. You're allowed to speak. You're allowed to be a human being. But it wasn't a misstatement that we heard from Eric Adams. He violated his promise, the purpose and reason why he got voted for, and it's okay because he's a practical progressive. He is a black Democrat. So you can't hold him to his promises. But God forbid if a Republican does that, well, now that's a problem. We got to be angry about that. Oh, no, that's going to be news. Oh, we can't. It's perfectly fine to punish and ostracize people for asking politicians to be effective, efficient, and to live by their oath. This is America in 2022. This wasn't America. You didn't have this problem back in 1968, 1970, 1980, 1990. You have this problem today. And let me ask you, what do you think happens in 2024, 2025, 2030? What do you think is going to happen? Do you think that it's going to get better or do you think it's going to get worse? Do you think you're going to be more free and more able to be able to call out these politicians and to say that they're being dishonest, that they are there to simply benefit themselves, that their ambitions are being fed through your emotions and your votes? I stand. User has been banned. Corrects me that it wasn't Twitter. It was YouTube that gave him that warning. And it's kind of sad because there should be no ban on people being able to make a comment. I don't ask people to ban themselves when they're commenting on this program. And when I'm speaking, I'm not asking people. I do ask them, be polite. Don't use bad language. But otherwise, speak. If you think I'm wrong, tell me why. I beg. What? I keep begging for it. Please tell me. You think I'm wrong? Tell me why. Please, please, please. Because I stand by what I say. And I try to be an upstanding person. I try and give you an understanding of why I see things the way that I see them. And I want you to be able to express yourself. Because guess what? There are a ton of politicians that watch this program. They won't put their name out there. They won't let you know that they're doing it. But they very often will contact me after the program and they will tell me about it. Their staff will watch this program. And their staff, when they go out to events, they see me. They will tell me about the various things they saw on the program, what they like, what they don't like. They're paying attention to your comments. They're paying attention. They just don't want you to know about it. Because if they let you know about it, they're held accountable. Well, guess what? I'm holding them accountable anyway. And so should you. So should you. Because these things are wrong. There is absolutely no reason in the world why this mother should be fired for having an opinion. There is no reason why anyone's mom should be fired from her job because she asked a question of a politician. We should all be very upset about this. This should be big news. This is New York City, the biggest city in the nation, one of the wealthiest cities in the world, one of the biggest economies ever. This is the mayor of that state. We should be speaking about this. This is important. This has an impact. This is talking about chilling the First Amendment by silencing people, by using her as an example of if you speak, you will be punished. It's coming at the same time that Twitter and YouTube are going around and they're just wiping out huge swaths of people who don't agree with their political ideology. Not because they violated any code of ethics, it's just they don't agree politically. That's a problem. That, I believe, is a problem. I understand that people want to be careful, but this cancel culture, this idea that people can be canceled for asking a question, especially of politicians, are you kidding me? And by the way, yes, you can ask questions of elected officials. Who are the, entertainers? They're not special. These aren't special people. They're not somehow elevated or different than anyone else. This is crazy. And we should be very angry about these things. We should call these things out. I really and truly do believe that. Now, I want to see, there's something else I wanted to bring up. I'm looking for it. There's a lot of news stories I wanted to talk about. It isn't dangerous. It's only dangerous, when people say, well, Mike, I don't want to speak up. I don't want to make a comment. Because it could affect my job, because someone, you know what? It's only going to affect your job. It's only going to affect your life. It's only going to negatively impact you if you don't speak up. If you allow people to think that they are the only ones, that there is no one else speaking out there. I guarantee you, I am not the only black Republican in America. That is a fact. I am not the only black Hispanic Republican in America. That is a fact. I know this. I know many others. So that's just a fact. But if you listen to the news media, if you listen to the way the news media speaks about me, if you listen to the way politicians speak about me, you would think that I am the only black Hispanic Republican that has ever existed in America since 1968, which is a flat out lie. And why do they want you to believe that? Why do they want to phrase it like that? So that you don't ask a question. Not me, you. They don't want you to ask a question. They don't want you to think about what I'm speaking about. Because if you think about what I am talking about, if you consider what I have said and what I am pointing out to you, you might not vote for them and they might not be able to keep the power that they have. And that is what they are terrified of. That is the reason why they do not want to see channels like this to grow. This is why they do not want you to ever ask a question. And that's why that mom was fired. Because she dared to ask a question. How dare she talk to the mayor and ask a question of the mayor based on a policy and a promise, a political promise that he made to get votes so that he could be elected. How dare she ask him to stand up for what he did? How dare she ask him to be principled? And how dare I actually show you the evidence of what's going on? This is a story you're supposed to forget about. It's a story that's supposed to pass on by. You're not supposed to remember this. You're not supposed to care about that mom. You're supposed to care about Leah Thomas. You're supposed to care about Chris Rock and Will Smith because two black millionaires slapped each other. Oh, you're supposed to be talking about that because that's important. Don't worry about your First Amendment right. Don't worry about the government abusing its power and punishing people for living up to their rights, exercising their rights. Yeah, that's not the thing you're supposed to pay attention to. You're supposed to pay attention to whether Will Smith will be able to make Bad Boys 4 like you cared, like you gave a damn whether or not he made that movie or not. You didn't care. No one cared if it was going to get made or not. My life isn't going to change whether they make that movie or don't make that movie. And Will Smith is still a multimillionaire, whether he makes that movie or not. Why do I care? Why should I care? The media wants you to care. They don't want you to ask the question, why should we care? Why should we care about Hollywood? Why should we care about the people in Hollywood? Why should we care about that? Any more than we care about anyone else. Why are they special? And they want you to think that they're special, and they want you wrapped up in their lives, and they want you to pay attention to them. And in the meantime, they're firing moms for asking political questions. Which one do you think is more important? I'm truly interested. Jason, can I take calls from my Discord? I have absolutely no idea, Jason. No one's ever tried, so I don't know. But you can call into the regular number, 607-242-1582. Let me catch up. And user has been banned mentions that they are special snowflakes that melt down when there is a little bit of heat, like Eric Adams when he gets asked a question about his political philosophy, his promises that he made. And user goes on to say, it's going to get worse. Tommy Robinson got kicked out of Mexico on behalf of the British government. They claimed it was a national security, and he had to leave his kids behind with a friend. Thank God he had a friend. Well, yeah. But I tell you, these things are crazy. So, Jason, you wanted to ask a question. Come on, call in. Tell me, what are you wondering about? Because I'm very angry about this. Not because I don't. It doesn't matter where the question was. Quite honestly, I don't care if her question was from the left or the right. I don't care. I know what the question was. I don't care though. It's the fact that a politician believes that they have the power to punish someone in front of the world because they dared ask a question that never got answered. That is the thing. That is the problem. Yeah, his name, I'm not in Britain. But I understand what you're saying. Bob, thank you for dropping in on the program. Thank you for saying hello and happy birthday. Thank you very much, Bob. Bob is a good friend, good man. And I thank you for that. But folks, shouldn't we be upset about that? Shouldn't we? Because the message I see coming out of that is if a practical progressive, Eric Adams, mayor of New York, if he is allowed to be able to just fire people willy-nilly for daring to ask him a question, what does he do next? I mean, isn't that exactly part of the reason why we see that the disgraced former governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, didn't his corruption kind of start in the same way that you couldn't ask him questions? You couldn't ask him about the corruption of all the people who were connected to him who had embezzling charges. You couldn't ask him about the 16,000 New York City residents that he killed because of the pandemic and his regulations that he did in the nursing homes. 16,000 New Yorkers he killed because of his ambitions politically. That's why 16,000 people died. And the news media wasn't allowed to ask him questions about that. And they weren't allowed to ask questions about the cover-up that we found out that Andrew Cuomo's secretary admitted that she talked to the New York State Democratic Party, that she spoke to members of the New York State Assembly and the New York State Senate and told them that they covered up a federal investigation that they lied to the federal government and to the public as they covered up 16,000 people that died. And the net result of all of that is that Andrew Cuomo got to collect $18.5 million. He got to resign his position, keep his pension, and he's able to go out and get a new election. He's going to run again. No crimes, no charges, 11 sexual assaults identified by the Attorney General of New York State. 11. And not one single charge. 16,000 people dead, 11 women assaulted sexually, not one charge. He gets to keep $18 million. That's the problem when you can't ask questions. When you can't say, hey, Governor, why did 16,000 people get killed? When you can't ask appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, you just fired 34,000 doctors and nurses at a time in September of 2021, at a moment when New York State is desperately needing doctors and nurses, and we don't have enough of them to start with, and you just fired 34,000 of them, which will negatively impact every single person in New York State. And the answer is, well, I don't need to answer that question. Of course, it's a mandate. Don't worry about it. Don't ask questions. I don't think that's right. I'm not saying that I'm going to get an answer that I like. Notice, I've never said they have to give me the answer I want. I've never asked for that. Not from any politician ever. I'm not saying that Eric Adams had to give an answer that anyone would have liked. I'm not saying that disgraced former Governor Andrew Cuomo would have given an answer that anyone would have liked about the 16,000 New York City residents that he killed, or the cover-up that he did about that, or the 11 women that he sexually assaulted, according to the New York State Attorney General. No, I'm not saying we don't like any of the answers. I'm saying they have to answer the questions. I'm saying that Kathy Hochul has to answer the question why she fired 34,000 doctors and nurses right at a moment where New York State, already short on doctors and nurses, needed them, and she fired them for no reason at all because the science didn't match her personal opinion. I'm not saying we don't like the answers, but they need to provide the answers. Because that's their job. And the media is supposed to hold them accountable. And when they don't do that, well, that's when we get to see them removed from office. Hang on one second, folks. Hang on a second. Hello, Jason. I heard you just then. There's no testing. You're talking. Yeah, you're talking through my Discord. Well, I didn't know that people could do that, so I got to figure out how to turn it off after you're done. But what's up? You know what? No one else can hear you. No. I can hear you because it's coming through my system, not coming through the system in the computer. No one else can hear you. Yeah. So, by the way, folks, so you're wondering what's going on. I have a Discord, and right now we're having a conversation. Someone on the Discord is trying to reach me, but they're not able to because it's going through a different system. You can't hear it on your side. So I can hear them, but you can't. So, Jason, call in. Yep. Only if I'm using Discord, which I don't usually use. But again, you got to call in because people have no idea what's going on. So I'm expecting we're about to get a phone call. I'm pretty sure we're going to be getting a phone call in just a moment. And I'm looking forward to hearing some of the thoughts. Oh, yeah. But again, I'm always interested in hearing what you guys have to say. There we go. Thank you for calling into No Soundbites Allowed. This is your host, Michael Voss, on his birthday Livestream Marathon. May I ask, who's speaking?
It's Jason.
Hey, Jason, what's going on?
Yeah, so, I was more or less trying to experiment with your your Discord to see whether or not that would actually work through that app.
Yep, it doesn't work.
No, I mean it would basically probably have to be another channel that would actually under the computer to be able to go through your so it picks up the voice or something like that through it. But yeah, so I'm watching your show this morning. Parts in and out. Obviously, right now I'm just kind of focused on what our current market's doing, waiting for the Fed to come out with their announcement to see whether or not the entire stock market crashes or whether we get a huge bounce today or not.
They're going to raise rates by 50%, 50 basis points, or 0.5%, which is sorely needed, and the market recovers. It's expected.
Yeah, it's already expected, baked in. Right now, everything's just kind of like drifting down, waiting for them to make an announcement. Make sure there's no surprises like, hey, if it gets too bad, they're, do a full point. But it is interesting to see what's happening right now. Everybody's scrambling, changing their perspective on how they're going to so they're basically the people who were the doves who didn't want to increase interest rates at all now are completely starting to freak out about the inflation and have changed their tune.
I've been talking about the inflation since January. I'm not changing my tune. I've been saying the same thing, and it turns out I'm being right.
So
I'm not wrong. The inflation is going exactly where I think it's going. And all the data is turning out to be correct.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing is that, there's not much, stopping. I mean, there's, they're increasing the interest rates and eventually things are going to, start to grind down a lot. And like I was, mentioning to you before, as far as the only thing that can relieve anything at this point was to, for Biden to change his position on energy, which it's kind of interesting to see though, is that his stance now, like he did switch and now is really trying to negotiate, with Canada to basically just use the trains to actually bring us oil. And
that's stupid. That's just stupid.
Well, he tried to, and the thing is, everybody knows it, and it's going to point to him politically and crush him because the first thing that he did was, stop the Keystone pipeline.
Yes.
And so what he wanted to do is try to save face during this whole situation. That's why he went to tried to get a deal with Iran. That's why he tried to, make a deal with Venezuela. I mean, he tried to do everything he could, but actually go to Canada and have that, basically, shipped in from there because now with everything coming in by train, we'll just completely point to how idiotic, he was to actually stop, the Keystone pipeline because if we're, getting, all our fuel right from, well,
it was always an idiotic idea because it cost us 11,000 immediate jobs. It cost another 40,000 indirect jobs. It cost us energy. It was the first thing that started increasing the rise in energy prices started in February as a result of his actions in January of 2021. And it hasn't gone down since then. And that's a fact. That comes from the Department of the Interior itself.
Yeah, and the thing is too is this is kind of ironic though, is as far as inflationary, factors. Granted there's jobs created and for the pipeline, which at this point that sort of skill level, is in pretty much high demand at this point, and I think a lot of people they're drawing out. So I mean, if they were doing the pipeline, that itself would be on labor inflation unitary. But the irony is that when you're now transporting everything by train and then having used the labor to actually move, the oil from, the trains, to where it needs to go, that there is far more labor intensive than obviously just pumping the stuff in the future, which would.
Well, it was always going to be labor intensive.
Yeah.
It's inefficient. First of all, you got a train. A train requires energy to move, which means you're losing energy. The value of the oil is being reduced by the energy it takes to move it. So this is how stupid the idea is, which is why we don't use trains for this. We use pipelines because it's less efficient. It's more energy intensive. It creates more CO2. If he was trying to stop the CO2, he's failing at that. It is a stupid idea at every aspect. It costs more money. It doesn't help anything. It's just that straightforward. It's just that obvious. It's a failed idea. This is him trying to save face. That's all.
Yeah, he is. I mean, trying to save face. I don't think I don't even know what he can't save face at this point. I mean, it's complete disaster.
No, he can save face because I guarantee you, there is going to be an article that's going to come out in the New York Times or the Washington Post or the Huffington Post. They're going to tell us about how wonderful, and it'll definitely be said on CNN, that this is absolutely wonderful. Look at how brilliant that Joe Biden is, that he's going to suddenly get oil from Canada. Who would have ever thought of that? And he's bringing it in on train to make sure that the environment is not affected by these pipelines. I guarantee you that is going to be almost virtually word for word quoted by CNN, New York Times, and probably Huffington Post. And it's a lie.
I mean, that's just walking right into a political trap for him, because it's a lie. It's very inefficient. That the overall danger and pollution, by transporting, either gas or oil, is extremely dangerous compared to, moving it through pipeline. So I mean, it's just he's not in a winning position. Whether or not will the media, will the Democrats, do circles, to cover it for him?
Yes.
Yes, I don't know.
Yes,
I don't know at this point. It seems like they're a little turning on him, to some degree. They're not as flexible as they used to be. They are now mentioning the crisis with the gas at the pump, and the more intense that gets, the more they have to admit in certain aspects how bad it is. And I think this is where kind of the Democrat Party's falling apart, is because you've got the green energy radicals, and then you basically have got some of these the individuals who are in the purple states. And the problem is anybody who's purple, they're just going to get their rear end handed to them in this election, because they can't stand on the fence and kind of be on one side and be like, total green, let's go this way. And then you can't, meanwhile have everybody, paying through the nose, with
Sure they can.
So
sure they can. They don't care about that.
But if their number one goal is to win elections, and
yes,
in the end, then they definitely would care that.
No. But see, you're misunderstanding. They think they can win the election by going to the left. They think that going to the progressives is a winning strategy, which is why they have been following that strategy. That's why they're following and aggressively pushing progressive ideology, because they think that wins. Because on Twitter, that wins. They see progressive ideology is great on Twitter, and they think that represents America. It doesn't. It's not even close. If they walk down the street like I do and talk to people, if they got on a bus like I do and talk to people, they'd hear an entirely different conversation. But they go to Twitter and they think that wins on Twitter, which is why they are doing it now. because they think that wins the race for them. They are, I think, and evidence is showing, like from the Hill, that all the polling is telling us it's failing. Because the reality is, Americans aren't Twitter. Nobody's Twitter. You know who's Twitter? BLM's on Twitter. Antifa's on Twitter. The far left is part of Twitter. And that's it. That's the majority of the people on there. And those aren't people who are voting.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's difficult to say. I mean, the thing is that you're saying that they think that the far left is the winning direction. And
yes,
when you see them doubling down on this stuff, you wonder whether or not they really truly believe, in what they're saying.
Absolutely not. They don't.
Joe Biden has always basically flowed wherever the wind has blown him, and I think to a major degree is that they basically are cowards, of their own far left component of the party. And I think that, especially like individuals, like if you look at, Senator Schumer in New York State and you look at his behavior, I mean, he may not be vulnerable, in his position, but, you got AOC, coming up and, she's going to try to make some moves, in the Senate and, try to take a seat there, I believe.
Kirsten Gillibrand's seat. She's going to run against Kirsten Gillibrand in 2024.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, well, Gillibrand's pretty left, but I don't.
Gillibrand's done. She's already out.
Yeah, but that's the thing is you've got a party who's afraid. The Democrats are afraid of their own party, and they want their political power. And the thing is I think that the one thing that they're afraid of getting, unseated on is the far left, and so they figure the more they step to the far left and try to appease to them, then they know that they'll have a more likely chance of staying in power. I mean, they're more afraid of their own party than they are afraid of the Republicans or the voters themselves. I mean, it's because elections into some degree, if you think about some of the things they've done in the past, honestly, politically, I don't believe they've been punished, for, their, politics. And part of the reason is because of the media and social media has been covering for them so much that, they figure, well, as long as they can basically take a stance, and, as far as left that they want, then they can basically have the media and then social media, moderate, turn them into moderates, during any sort of election that they need to win a seat or position in.
I don't think so. I do not think they're trying to. There are no Democrats who are trying to be moderates right now, and I don't think there are any moderates in the Democratic Party, in the leadership, in the political offices. There are plenty. The rank and file Democrats, absolutely, lots of moderates, absolutely, they are. Not in no one who's in office. No, absolutely not.
How would you classify, Joe Manchin?
Joe Manchin is a left-leaning Democrat.
Well, he's Democrat. He's definitely left.
He's a left-leaning Democrat. He's left to center. He's not a moderate.
Well, of his own party, though. I mean, we're talking about where would he fit, from the left to the right of his own party.
In his own party?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If you mean, am I comparing him to the other left-leaning Democrats?
Yeah, the Democrat Party, in a whole.
Okay, well, that's entirely different than anything else. If you're comparing him to AOC and Ilhan Omar, and I mean, he's going to be to the right of them, which puts him nowhere near the center, but it puts him to the left, to the right of them. So as Democrats, if progressives are the guiding line, and they are, that's the extreme. They have shifted the entire party so far to the left that Joe Manchin, being to the right of the center of the party, is still extreme left. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I just kind of wonder about the regular population and voters in general. As far as a national level.
On a national level, the rank and file Democrats are nowhere near any of the elected Democrats. The elected Democrats are so far to the left that the rank and file Democrats throughout the United States might as well be on the right. That's how far away from their base, the base of Democrats, and all the people I talk to across this country. When I talk to Democrats across the country, Democrats, rank and file, regular people walking down the street, they are so far away from the elected officials that they might as well, the rank and file Democrats might as well be Republicans, because that's how vast the difference is.
Yeah, yeah, and that's true, and that's it is interesting that with that perspective is how on a national level the Democrats actually do as well as they do. In that case, if in fact Americans are so farther to the right than what the Democrat Party is at this point.
When Americans are afraid of being told that you're a racist, you're evil, you're a homophobe, no one wants to be called that. Everyone's afraid of being the one who didn't vote for the black person because that means you're a racist. And Republicans, if you are actually publicly say, I'm a Republican, then you are an evil person. Theoretically, that's what they keep telling us. That's what the news media is telling us. And when you combine those two factors, well, I could either vote for that racist Nazi because they're Republican. Republicans are racist Nazis. Of course they are. They have to be. That's what CNN tells me every night. Or I could vote for this person on the left. I can vote for an AOC, a progressive who wants to be a socialist, which I don't really agree with, but that's got to be better than a Nazi, right? And that's why they get votes. Because they have a really good 30-second media campaign that says absolutely nothing except those guys are Nazis, we're not, so we're better. And that's so dishonest, I can't stand it.
Yeah, that's the way that politics are going today. Hey, I don't know if you might have probably spoken about this. I don't know if you've been on for 5 hours. So what was your thoughts on Elon Musk and Twitter?
Well, I talked very little bit about that. So Elon Musk, for people who don't know, Elon Musk bought 9.2% of Twitter. And he's now a director because he has the largest position of stock of Twitter. He's a member of the board of directors, which gives him some power over the company to a degree. And he can guide some of the guidelines in the company to a degree. Do I think that's a positive sign? Generally, yes. Does it change Twitter? No. Twitter does not tomorrow become a bastion of classically liberal thought, which means free speech. Not going to happen. But will they get rid of, will they throw away or unperson as many people as they have in the past? No. So it's a little bit of a win. But it's a long way from good.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I had a couple of thoughts on it. I mean, one with Elon's own personal perspective and what he thinks about the platform. I know that I think there was questions when the Babylon Bee ended up getting kicked off there. That was one of the
that was his straw that broke the camel's back. I heard about that.
Yeah, and the thing is that. You question him now. What's going to be the rules? What is he going to do? And the huge question is everybody's wondering whether or not he'd let Trump back on. And the irony with this though is, as far as the Trump question, I look at what's going on with Twitter, and then I look at what happened with the Truth Social, which is Trump's platform.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't even know what's going on there. Fortunately, can't even get.
It's mostly on iPhone. It's on the iPhone.
Huh?
It's on the iPhone. It's not.
I'm on a waiting list myself. Since day 3, I actually downloaded it, and I still haven't been on. Have you been able to get on?
I don't own an iPhone.
Oh, you don't? Oh, yeah. So it's not even a freaking app for the. Okay, yeah. So anyway, yeah, nobody's on it, and I figured what was going to happen is as soon as they rolled out, and got everything situated, and then everybody beyond, that's when, Trump would start to use the platform and then draw things on. But the thing is with Elon Musk, and you look at these two companies, I mean, if Musk went and all of a sudden said, hey, you know what, we're going to let, Trump back on the platform. I mean, I know for a fact that Truth Social, just because of that stance, would take a major hit. And, the big thing, my perspective is on the social media is simple, is about what's going on, and what the conversations are, I mean, if you're on, Truth Social, you're on any of the conservative, or what they call conservative, platforms, none of the liberals are on there. So you're basically, getting news articles from conservatives about what, the Democrats are thinking. So it's kind of like a secondhand kind of thing.
It's an echo
And
chamber.
that's one of the things that I think that, is always going to be a problem, because unless there's some way that they go over and, join the other platforms, then it just never will work. Where Elon Musk, because they were even questioning Elon, they were saying, well, you hated this. Why didn't you just, take your money and go build another platform? Well, the thing is, though, is the only successful way the platform works is that it's a platform that everybody wants to be on. And the thing is the liberals are not going to move, and the far left is not going to move from Twitter. They're going to stay on that echo chamber. And so the only way to have a conversation is for, conservatives basically to, be allowed on that platform to have a conversation there with them.
I disagree with that. I disagree with parts of that. So let me put it in perspective here. So this is Twitter right now. So last night, or when I was getting ready for the live stream today, Jason Miller came out and he was talking about Special Counsel John Durham. Okay, this is kind of like what we saw back with Nixon. Okay, we're finding out that our politicians lied to us, that they broke their sacred vow with the public, that there was a conspiracy in the government that violated the American people. This is just like in Nixon, okay? In fact, I think it's even bigger than Nixon. And so that's what we're finding out from Special Counsel John Durham about Clinton and her lawyer. And what we're seeing from Twitter is overall, they're attacking Jason Miller, and they're trying to turn this into they're trying to turn this into a Trump. Trump's evil. Trump's bad. This is Trump trying to change history. Except history is that the Clintons lied to the public, that they manipulated an election. That's the reality. That's what we're hearing from the Attorney General, the Special Counsel. And what they are saying is Twitter is a vacuum. It is an echo chamber of leftness where they're just angry with anyone, and they're just trying to turn it into, well, it's Trump, angry, these are evil Republicans. They're not paying attention to the actual fact. So saying that, well, we need a forum, Twitter needs to become an open forum, that's never going to happen. Twitter isn't and never was meant to be and will never become an open forum. It is dominated by the far left and the fact that they hate. This is a channel of hate. This is a focus, a tunnel of hate. That's all they're about, is to hate. And this is their way of being able to broadcast their hate to as many people as possible. What we do need is, quite honestly, we need Article 230 to be changed. And we need to, when we change it, we need to restructure Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, all social media. We have to literally break the echo chamber and rebuild it. And I would say the same thing about Truth and Getter and all the other platforms. They all need to be broken and reset, because all we have are echo chambers right now. And those echo chambers hate everyone else. And you can't break that without the system being broken itself, because it will never get through. That's why I say Elon Musk isn't enough to change it. Because if it was, we'd hear more about John Durham, we'd hear more about Hillary Clinton, we'd be having more conversations about that even on Twitter, and that's never going to happen.
Well, that was one of the points that Elon Musk was making, though, about certain content, because the Durham, right, and those different articles. The Elon Musk was saying, hey, I want to see, should I make the algorithms open source, so we know exactly how people are finding what, and who's getting shadow banned and how that's actually working. Because the Durham, what's happening is always on, just organically coming up like in feeds, and then being able to be retweeted and seen, in somebody's news, is basically controlled and being suppressed. So the Durham, report, that's never going to show up, along, at all in a lot of different feeds, because, huh?
I know.
Yeah,
it's
and
not.
so they're going to shut down. Well, the question is that what is Elon Musk going to do with that?
Nothing. There's nothing
going
he
to
can
change
do.
that, huh?
There's nothing he can do. You have to change the company. You have to break the system. You have to break the algorithm to change that.
Well, he changed it. Well, the question is that he could change it himself. He can make those changes. And the question is that, and a lot of people, and even Twitter themselves, they're already trying to put in a situation to appease him the best they can. But the bottom line is that I believe that he's just going to railroad right over him and do what he wants, because
he can't. Just because he's the largest director, he's the largest shareholder, doesn't mean that he doesn't own 51% of the company. He doesn't get to just do stuff. He has a large amount of, he has influence. He has a big amount of influence, but he's not an owner. He's not 51%. He can't change this by himself.
Well, I think that they're afraid, because there's a lot of different reasons. I mean, one of the things too is that what if all of a sudden one day he feels that he's not getting his way, and then all of a sudden he just decides to go. He says, I'm done. And then he dumps his stock. I mean,
they want him to do that. They want him to do that.
No, they don't.
Sure they do.
It would cause a whirlwind, spiral, and it would tank.
No, it wouldn't.
Honestly, it was in Twitter's the overall stock and the stockholders that are already there, it was in their best interest that he got on there, because what he actually did by taking the positions he does, he kills competition, because as soon as he actually bought into Twitter, you should have seen Donald Trump's, granted Donald Trump's, media had problems, but that took a 10-point dive immediately, because all of a sudden when Elon started saying that, he was wanting to make changes, he wanted, to get like Babylon Bee, uncanceled. It just basically, it changed things, because Truth Social was going to be the cure for that, And then when Elon says, though, well, I'm going to do that to Twitter, then all of a sudden the competition there, says, well, you know what? Well, why do you need Truth Social if Twitter's going to go that route? So as far as, economically for the stock themselves and the stockholders who care about holding stock to make profits, then Elon Musk was a good thing, because he actually, really destroyed, the competition by,
short term. That's very, very short term look.
Yeah, it is short term. But that's the big thing.
It doesn't make a difference.
But we don't know where his next move is going to be.
It doesn't matter. He can't change the company overnight. He can't. He doesn't own enough of the stock. He can he can try and influence certain things. He's not going to break the echo chamber that exists there.
Well, he's already on the board though, too. That was
but that doesn't change the algorithm. It won't break the system or the echo chamber that exists. He has influence, and like I said, we'll probably see less people unpersoned, but it's not going to stop.
Yeah, well, that's the question though, because if he doesn't, make the changes that he says he's going to, and it doesn't turn, then I mean, it will completely revert to what it is, and I can't see him doing that though. I mean, it would be a complete total waste, for him not to take that position, because why would you hold on to something?
He can try, but again, it's not that he isn't going to try. He isn't that powerful. People are overestimating the power of being a member of the board. He's one member of the board. Yes, he has the largest position, but he's one member on the board. He's not the owner. He's not the CEO. He is limited in what he can do.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't know. I think, at first when they said that he took on that position, I looked at it, I was like, well, yeah, he's not going to be able to do anything. But then, like I said, I started noticing the behavior, of what they were doing and the fear that they had, by him taking that,
Short
position.
term. No, that's just hype. That's no.
Well, like I said, it's just going to be a more of a wait and see type of thing on that one. Like I said, I think the big thing will be if all of a sudden he manages somehow to unban Trump, and that would right there show that he's got a lot more power than we would thought.
No, because that's something that they would want to do anyway, and there's no real justification for it. It'd be embarrassing for Twitter, but no, it doesn't really change anything. It doesn't make anything better. You get back Trump, but there's still 100,000, actually 300,000 people who've been banned. They don't come back.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean that for them to roll on that would be huge, because the thing is they've said out loud that there's no way that we're going to change our position on who we've banned.
Yeah, and this just gives them a wonderful excuse to do it because it's good for short term for their stock. It's really not important. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't change anything. Whether Trump's there or not, it doesn't change anything for them. They're still banning hundreds of thousands of people. They're still silencing hundreds of thousands of people till Trump's there. Fantastic. And 100,000 other people aren't. Actually, 300,000 other people aren't. Doesn't help.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we'll see. I mean, the other thing too is the people who were, doing the curating of the content. They're all up in arms. We've seen them, while they're threatening to quit. The company now, whether they do so or not, that's the good question.
They're always threatening things. They threatened to quit Disney. They threatened to quit what is it, Amazon and eBay and Netflix. Who cares? They're not going to go.
Well, like I said, I think it's interesting. I mean, big thing is that originally Elon was talking and he was contemplating the idea of building his own platform. But after a while, everybody's like, well, everybody's making their own Twitter. Everybody's doing that. And, I mean, the bottom line is not, Twitter. And the other thing, too, is that, we are coming into an election as well, too. And so the question I have is that will, Elon Musk now having control over, having this, power within Twitter, will that actually change, Twitter as a platform when it comes to this election cycle?
Nope.
Will they be shadow banning
Yes.
and being, as crazy as they were in the past over this? So
Yes, they will. Again, this does not break the echo chamber that exists.
Yeah.
That's the realistic point of view. That's the reality of what we're looking at. Doesn't shake it. Does not break it.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to
I mean,
see.
it's not a pleasant outlook. It's not fun. It's not a happy thing. But the reality is, nothing changes. Nothing's broken.
Yeah. Well, I think, I mean, Elon's got other, situations that he's going to have to deal with too. And one's going to be the fact that, earnings are going to be coming out for the company, and he's going to then be, not for Twitter, but for, Tesla. And, once they, start seeing the recession take hold, and even, either their company, numbers start to retract, because of that, you're going to see some shifts in the market. And I think he's going to be hit, financially on that. Granted, he's,
Yeah, but people are overestimating, and really, it's a hope and a wish and a dream by the right that Elon's going to make a big difference. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about here. So there's on screen, I have on screen right now, back on, it was October 31st of 2019, I was speaking at an event with the college Republicans over at Binghamton University. Binghamton University sent in two of their student reporters to cover the event. Those student reporters absolutely butchered my quotes And they also screwed up, and they told everyone in the article originally that I was a native of Moscow. Okay, now this is the important part about the fact that they got it absolutely wrong. They have two reporters in the room as we're having a discussion, and I mentioned, as I have said before, that I have lived in Moscow. They get it that I am a native of Moscow. So that means they weren't listening to what anyone was saying. They butchered my actual quotes, which in the revision, they cut it down even more. And then they deleted all of the comments that people had beforehand to cover up the fact that they were embarrassed by several people, including myself, pointing out that I'm not a Russian, I'm an American, and that their people didn't know what they were talking about, that they just made up whatever they wanted because they didn't care. They didn't want to tell the truth. They didn't want people to have a fair view of this. Now, here's the problem. When people saw this, and there weren't a lot of people who saw this because it's pipe dream, it's Binghamton University, no one cares. But the article came out, and for the people who did see this, which may have been some 600 people, almost all of them saw this when it first came out. The retraction, this correction, it took them over, I know for a fact, it took them more than a week, perhaps I think it was about 2 weeks, for them to make a correction, a fundamental, essential correction to the article that they absolutely fundamentally got wrong. Something that in a real business, that reporter should have probably been fired because it identifies a fundamental failure in their coverage. But the damage was already done. Of the several hundred people who saw this article, how many of them think I'm a Russian? Instead of knowing for a fact that I'm an American. That's the same thing that's going on with Twitter. They're going to still continue to be fundamentally an echo chamber. And they're going to continue to attack people and to try and unperson them for having unapproved thoughts. And they may make some corrections after the fact, but the damage is already done. The damage is already going to happen, and then they'll correct it. Oops, we made a mistake. It's a typo. How could we have possibly known? Well, you didn't care. That's the answer. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I mean, that's the thing is once, they put what you're talking about, whenever, any time the media basically takes a position and, comes out there and says something, people only remember what what they initially said. They never, catch the correction, I mean, that's the same situation with the Russian collusion thing. I mean, you can say that all day long and people still, believe that,
exactly. And it's absolutely proven to be absolutely a lie. Meanwhile, Adam Schiff continues to say it, even though we continue to see Rachel Adams making millions of dollars, still a star on her channel. And yet it's a complete lie that was lied to American citizens every night for 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, the Steele dossier, so many people still believe that to be, real. And it's and it's crazy too. You'll have conversations with people and they just will, they'll be saying it as it's fact, and you'll be looking at him and saying, you did realize this was just debunked, 2 years ago, or, well before that actually, and they just keep, pushing out the same narrative on that. So, yeah, it's pretty nuts. Yeah, I see what John just said there, the
I see it.
$8 billion troll, pretty ballsy.
2.8 billion, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It is. I mean, a ballsy move, and that's the thing is just that I think too is just that a lot of people are saying this is about his ego, and Elon Musk just wants to, say, look, you know what, you're going to shut it down, you're going to try to do this, and everybody's saying, well, what do you just make your own? And he's just thinking, well, why do I have to make my own? I'll just buy these guys out, and if they don't do what I want, then I'll buy another percentage of it, and if they still don't do it, I'll take the entire company over,
And once he takes it over, then he can make the change, but until then, he's not going to.
Yeah. Well, we don't know what he's going to do. Honestly, we don't know. I mean, I don't think he's going to, put his toe into something that he's not going to, take an active role on. I mean, you don't want to be hilarious if what he did. He took every single, tweet that was banned. Not every tweet, because some things, shouldn't be on Twitter, like pedophilia and, porn and all this other stuff. But we're talking about, things that have gotten banned, because they didn't fit, the right, thinking. And he just basically replied, with a picture with every single one of those tweets on his Twitter account as we speak right now, because what are they going to do? They're going to ban him?
Yeah, they could. Sure they can.
Ban the guy who owns, 10% of the company.
Sure they can. And they'll say that it's following the rules and that no one's above the rules.
Yeah.
Of course they could.
And it'd be funny, too. Then the question is how much power does he have to fire the people who actually make those actions?
He doesn't.
Yeah.
He doesn't. He's just a member of board. He has nothing to do with the company.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So, again, people misunderstand what influence he actually has. He has very little influence. He's not really as powerful as people want to make it out to be.
What is the breakdown of the ownership? What is the overall percent? The voting percent.
Before I go into now, we're talking more economics than we are talking about politics. So, but what I want to do is, and I want to make sure people have a chance to speak about some of this stuff. And I know we've been on for a little while, for about half an hour. Was there, instead of going into the breakdown of the leadership of the company, was there anything else you wanted to cover separate of that?
I don't know. I mean, there's probably always, a lot of different content you've touched today. You're going to be on what? How many hours are you going to be on today?
I don't know. At least another 4, maybe 5. Maybe
4 or 5
more,
hours.
at least.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I really think what other topics are hitting big within today.
Well, I still got a lot more stuff to cover. So let me do this. I'm going to still be on.
Yeah.
Keep up with me, and if it sparks off something, you can always call back or you can leave a comment.
Yep.
But I also want to make sure other people get a chance to call in too.
Okay. All right. I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Yep. Bye.
Now, folks, just like you've seen John, Jason, other people are calling into the program. You too can call in at 607-242-1582. You're more than happy to call in. What? Yes, I can. John, I've been talking for 7 hours and 47 minutes, almost nonstop. Yes, I can keep going. And yes, I will keep going because this is my birthday and this is me celebrating my birthday. You can always make a donation over at PayPal, help us out to keep the lights on, and that's great. And, for any of the far left plot and all the rest of them, you can donate double the amount of whatever it is you want to donate and try and tell me to go away. We'll see what happens. Yeah. Hello, and thank you for calling in to No Soundbites Allowed on my birthday marathon. Who may I ask is speaking?
Who do you think it is?
Oh, God, it's John. Watch out, folks.
Up?
It's John. Okay.
Hey, John Cordisco. What's up, Mike? Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's funny. I'll sing happy birthday, but believe it or not, some jerk has the copyright on that now. That's why you don't see it in movies anymore.
I can live with that. I've heard you sing before.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Well, I don't want you to get a copyright strike. See, that's the thing.
Yeah, well, on top of everything else, yeah, they'll shut me down.
My strike ends up on YouTube in another week.
Yeah, I'm going into June or July that they have me going.
Yeah, my 90 days is up in a week.
Yeah.
So that's the way it goes.
They'll give me
I talked about Project Veritas and stuff, and oops.
Oh.
Yeah, I just had to leave for a few minutes. Sorry about that. I was gonna hang around, but I had to edit a chess video because I'm doing my chess channel again. So
your chess channel is great. I love watching chess, but it's sad that we're seeing so much censorship. And here's something. See, John, you're a little bit older, so a little bit older than myself, even.
I probably got you, what, 10 years, 12 years, something like that?
About 10. I'm 54 now. So
okay, 10. I got you by 11.
Oh, 11. Okay. So it's interesting that we're seeing so much change. Now, for a lot of people who don't know, you used to be a politician, and 2, you used to be a Democrat. And a lot of people don't know that.
I used to be the head Democrat in 2006 on city council.
Exactly. And now you're a Republican. And we're not trying to change people's political ideology. That's not what the channel is about. But I want to ask you, in the things that I've been talking about, the changes that we have seen from 1968, my lifetime, to today, and looking at the way that they're changing, that they are abusing the public, I believe, to try and get power. Am I wrong in that? Am I seeing that wrong? Do you see the same thing?
Oh, no, that's true. That's true. But what has changed, say, from when you and I were 18, 20, 22 years old and we were Democrats, was the fact that the internet wasn't around. That changed the whole entire game, and that made a very small percent of Democrats now incredibly powerful.
You mean like an AOC kind of powerful?
The fringe type, like the CRT people, and now this thing with the child grooming. I got to watch my language. This is YouTube, and now the indoctrination of trans issues for first, second, third graders and before. None of that would have really flew prior to the internet. The internet changed the entire game and made a minority in the Democrat Party. Now it's like Elon Musk. He owns a small percent of Twitter.
Yeah.
Well, if he gets 6% more, he has controlling interest. Well, he still only has 15%. Right. He gets to control the company, just like the Democrats. A small percent took over the party with the internet help and social media, and now they control the rest.
And that's a problem. Now, earlier in the show, I don't know if you saw this, where I was highlighting something, and kind of goes along with what we're saying here. And I was talking about the speech. Matter of fact, there it is. It's on screen right now. I was talking about my first political commentary article in 2005.
Oh, I saw that when they said you were a resident of Moscow?
No. That was an interview in 2019 where Binghamton University screwed up.
Oh, yeah, I did see this. I just had to leave right after you did this. Yep, I saw it. Mm-hmm.
So, am I wrong that we're watching these Democrats completely flip their position 17 years later?
No, not at all. In fact, that wasn't their position in 2005. That was a position they took because it thought it would gain them votes. And that's all they cared about. The position is meaningless to them.
See, and that's the problem I have.
They have no scruples.
That's the part that gets me and this is why they shut down voices. This is why they don't want people talking. They don't want us to think about the fact that these politicians, they are disingenuous. They are dishonest. They are manipulating people emotionally so that they can get a power, so that they can win. And people have to speak up.
I do have to say, though, since 2008, when Obama won, I mean, their strategy is pretty successful. You have to admit. It's not going to last forever.
Yeah.
They never think long term anyway. As far as they're concerned, their strategy is only good for 30 days.
I don't think their strategies last more than a week.
Well, I was being kind.
They change their positions in a week. They flip all over the place.
And they capitalize on the fact that a good 35% are just cult members, what Tim Pool refers to as city-urban liberal types. CULT is the acronym. I like that one. That's a good one.
That is a good one.
And the fact of the matter is, since the internet just made it worse, people's attention span is about the same as attention span as a 2-year-old. And so they forget all the crazy stuff they did. This doesn't register anymore. It's really odd.
I don't understand it because I don't forget this stuff. I've been 15 years. I've been doing this. I've been documenting this, as they say. I have receipts on all of this stuff.
Yeah, I got you. But that 35% that is now locked in the Democrats, no matter what. All they got to gain is 16.
It's,
and they're in.
and that's terrifying to me. And it's mostly, I think, because people aren't speaking up, and they're not, and people don't remember, and that's why I think it's important.
It's not just that. It's a failure of the school system to teach fundamental government, i.e., Constitution. You've seen those Amy Horowitz videos on YouTube. Well, they'll ask simple questions. I mean, they actually asked the girl that said she was a graduate student. I forget what college. It was a major college.
Mm-hmm.
And he says to her, "You're a graduate student?" "Yes, sir." "Okay, let's ask some government questions." He goes, "Uh-oh. How many senators are there?" And she goes, finally she goes, 37.
Oh, God.
He goes, "You're wrong twice." She goes, "How can I be wrong twice?" "Well, there's 2 in each state, which makes 100. But 2 makes it an even number, so 37 is wrong also." And she goes, "Oh."
And that's the problem I have. We're not teaching kids. We're not teaching generations. Besides not speaking up,
That's by design. That's by design. That's long-term strategy, and it's working for them.
And it terrifies me that we're not thinking. In 1968, when I went to school in 70s, 80s, 90s, 70s and 80s, when I was in school, we had to think. Even if your professors didn't agree. I remember I had a professor of Middle Ages philosophy. Yep. This is when I learned about Thomas Aquinas and Nicholas of Cusa. And for those who take philosophy, you've probably heard about some of these people. And I was learning about that. And I had several major arguments with a professor who was tenured, and he had several papers out and a book out. And I was like, no, I absolutely fundamentally disagree with one of his positions. And because we were talking about, just to let you know, my argument was that Machiavelli must have read Plato and was influenced by Platonic thought. And he absolutely disagreed with me. Now, that's in the weeds a little bit. In any of the college
a little
students
bit.
And college students will get what I'm talking about there. But the bigger thing is, it was encouraged, and he respected me for daring to actually stand up in the classroom and say,
"Oh, not
I
anymore."
disagree. And
you talk to Mike Woodward all the time. You hear stories from him what goes on, because he went 2 years to Broome and 1 year in SUNY Binghamton. And he's told you a lot of stuff. I have no doubt.
I hear from many college students now that they are told explicitly.
But Mike is older, though, so a little different for him.
Well, it is. But the people on the show don't know who he is, and I'm not going to call him out.
Well, no, he's a local guy we both know. It's involved in politics. Mike's probably, I would say, late 30s, early 40s is all.
I know exactly how it is, but again, I'm not going to.
No, I'm trying to give the people that are listening an idea that this is an older, SUNY classroom rather than the 20-year-olds.
That's true, and that's why he does. That's why people like him do speak up. But I find it interesting to hear that we're teaching our students, and we're teaching people on social media, if you go by YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, to not think, to not ask questions, to not go, "Oh, you just said something that absolutely reverses what you said before."
I'm watching Tim Pool last night, and he asked the panel, "When was the last time any of you used long division?" And they all put their heads down, except Libby Emmons, who writes for the Post Millennial.
Yeah.
She said, "Oh, I did it day before yesterday. I was trying to figure out an hourly wage for somebody."
Well, yeah, nobody does that anymore.
I had a graduate student from Cornell come to one of my chess tournaments in the back of my store when I had my store.
Yeah.
And he was pretty early, and it was kind of a crappy weather out, and we didn't see many people coming in. So I said to him, "Well, when we get to be about 10:30, if we don't get anybody to show, I'm gonna have to cancel the tournament."
Right.
And I pointed at the clock. And he says, "Can you let me know when it's 10:30? I said, "Why?" He says he couldn't read an analog clock. And he was a graduate student at Cornell.
It scares me that's something that, it scares me, the direction of where we're going. Because if I'm right, and tell me what you think of this. If I am right, and we're about to go into the worst recession, if not depression, that we have ever seen, at least since 1929, possibly even worse, especially considering how much we've diluted the value of the dollar. We know that there's going to be a food shortage. That's a fact. We know that energy prices are going up. That's a fact. We are probably going to stagflation. Many economists agree, including Michael Busler. And if I am right, and that's happening, and we're going to see our economy destroyed, we're going to see people's lives destroyed by October, and that's going to happen. Why is it that they are allowing people or forcing people to not speak?
Because they really don't care. They're in a locked position. They have their money, their power. They put their money into non-inflationary things like land, buildings, such gold, you name it. And the fact of the matter is, they really don't care. I mean, I just got done watching. It's they only went one season, but it was pretty good. Brave New World was on Paramount, I think, and I just got done watching it.
Well, I don't.
It's a classic example of the upper elites, the lower class, and everybody thinks they're all talking about conservatives, and they're not. It's the leftist authoritarian types that have all, like the Hunger Games. They're leftist authoritarians. It's all the same. It all comes. It's really amazing how that works out, and they don't see it as that. But here's the other thing: when you mention the economy,
yeah,
there's going to be a lot of young people with college debt. They're in a world of trouble. What's going to happen is the laws of nature are going to kick in, just like the natural world, and the cream's going to rise to the top. The people that work the hardest, the people that have the most common sense, and the people that are the smartest are going to make out the best, and the rest are just going to fall on the wayside, and God knows what's going to happen to them, and that's the way it's going to work out.
Well, that reminds me of, I'm trying to find it. I did a video on this, a little short video. Remember, they told us, everyone looked at Star Wars, the prequels. I think it was episode 2. And we had Amidala tell everybody, oh, this is how democracy ends in applause. And they were
this is how democracy ends in thunderous applause. Yeah.
Right. And they were saying, oh, that's President Trump.
No, not
it's
at
Joe
all.
Biden. It's Joe Biden. This is the end. Social media is the applause.
When was the last time an authoritarian figure anywhere in the world in our recent history, we'll say in the last 100 years, has lowered taxes and slashed tens of thousands of regulations and still is authoritarian?
Never happens.
Yeah, it never doesn't happen.
No, that's not what they do.
It's not in their nature. They're control freaks.
Yeah.
And Trump wasn't a control freak. He wasn't even a conservative, but
Biden 2020.
He slashed regulations by the tens of thousands. Authoritarians don't do that.
No, they don't. And it's terrifying to me, man.
I think what will happen is there's going to be several million young people right now that are in the age group of 18 to, we'll say, 30 even, that are in for a really hard life. At least the next decade is going to be really tough for them. Talk about safe spaces. Good luck.
Safe spaces aren't going to protect you from inflation. It's not going to protect you when you're hungry. It's not going to help you when other countries like Iran or China or Russia or North Korea want to kill you.
Yeah, I know.
Safe spaces aren't going to help you.
And the people that are the most creative, that has the best survival skills, and I don't mean just food and water, I mean survival and society and jobs, have the best work ethic, are the ones that are going to make out, maybe not as much as they would under normal circumstances, but even in a depression type situation, the most creative people, the ones with the most determination, are going to make out, and the rest are going to fall off to the wayside, and that's just the laws of nature, man.
True. That's true.
And what's going to happen to those people and how they react, well, that's a different issue.
That's true. I can understand. Whoa, hey. Facebook disconnected me.
Facebook as well?
Facebook disconnected me.
Oh.
Facebook cut off the feed.
Well, how many do you have people watching on that one,
I don't know because Facebook never tells me.
Oh, okay.
I don't get to see. When I do this show, I never get to see the accurate numbers of how many people are watching the program.
No, I don't know. Right now it has on here 6.
I'm
on YouTube.
It could be more, it could be less. I see the numbers afterwards, and it's real.
Now, I read somewhere, I'm not sure if you're going to hit that yet or not, but there was a limit that you can live stream, then you got to start over again.
Yes, there is. But
I forget what it is, though.
Don't know, and, well, we'll see whether I hit it or not. Seems like I haven't yet.
I know this is fun for you, because I think it's fun for me, too. That's why we do the things we do, because we have fun while we're doing it. And we love to argue against the people that disagree with us.
Well, you notice I don't argue with people. I let them speak.
It's still arguing. I mean, it's you paint a turd white, it's still a turd. It is what it is. But there's escalation of arguments, disagreements. I don't believe in that. I think the days of conservative people sitting down with people that disagree with you and you present them with overwhelming facts and talking to them nice and trying to just get in their head and try. Those days are over. Those days are over, at least temporarily. We are at war. We can't have a strategy anymore. This is all going to be tactics. And tactics don't go along with long-term strategy. Now, after the progressives get destroyed, at least politically, and maybe even on social media as it calms down, it will eventually. Then maybe you can go to the long term and say, well, we can convert people one at a time when we show them the truth. But those days are over. We don't have time for that anymore. It's too late for that. That takes too long. And time is short, and the clock is ticking. We're on the edge now. These next 2 election cycles are going to determine the next 50 years plus of this country.
I think we've already crossed that line. I think we're already in a 10 to 20 year cycle.
I don't think we've crossed. I don't think they crossed the Rubicon yet.
I think we have. I'd like to be wrong. I want to be wrong.
No, crossing the Rubicon, in my opinion, for politics means it's too late. I don't think it's too late.
No, I want to be wrong about that, but yeah, I think we crossed the Rubicon. I think.
Well, if it was too late, we wouldn't be doing the things we're doing. They would make us fools.
Well, you and I are shadow banned, and we've both been shut down.
Yeah, but if I knew even if I wasn't shadow banned and I had 100,000 subs, if I knew it was pointless, I wouldn't do it anymore. But I just don't think it's pointless. Now it's going to be harder than it was in the past, but I don't think it's impossible, and I don't think the odds are 1,000 to 1. I think it's more like 65-35 their favor.
Well, see, this is where you and I have somewhat of a disagreement, and I don't think it's pointless, but I think that we are going to suffer, and we have to suffer because we've gone so far.
I compared. I was on a show the other day on YouTube. Sweet Home California. She's on This Way Network, and they asked me to be a panelist on there.
Oh, cool.
And I said to her, this is going to be if you study the American Revolution. At the very beginning, man, there was some serious dark days.
Yeah.
And it was on the edge for a long time. And they stuck through it. And I think we're in that situation now where it's the beginning of a Revolutionary War and things are really hard and things are really dark, but it's not over.
I hope it's not over.
Oh, it's not, because I've seen the history of the United States proves it. We've gone up and down like this. Now, maybe this is optimism biased, and I would like to think that the end of our republic, so to speak, happened in my lifetime. I don't know if I can accept that.
Well, I don't think it's the end of the republic. I think it's the end of, kind of the end of an era. We have to go through these cycles, and I'm afraid, I truly am afraid that we are coming to, and it's been talked about more and more, that we're coming closer to a second civil war. And if that is the case, and it seems more and more like it is.
I think what's going to happen is, and there's a lot of people a lot smarter than I that really had this idea, and I agree. Ben Shapiro had it. Jason Boring, I think it's his partner there.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to build parallel economies. parallel social media, parallel entertainment, parallel talk shows, parallel everything.
You can't do that.
Education systems, the works. And in the end, you're going to have two big, giant monstrosities. And in the end, one of them's going to win.
Well, you can't have two parallel systems in one government.
Oh, you're right. Eventually, one of them's going to have to go.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's going to go in when they say civil war is in fighting war, shooting war.
Oh, I think, yeah.
It's going to be an economic war that's going to be the civil war.
I think it's a fighting war. I think we are being prepped. And
I'll tell you the truth. If things start breaking out, even though I do have family here, my elderly mother's here still, I'm gone. I mean, if it gets that bad, I get in my car and I go to Central Tennessee. I got a place to go. I'll leave in a second if it gets that bad. Well, it'll break my heart, but you know, I'll be a political refugee.
Well, I would hope it doesn't come down to that, because if it does, there is no dividing line. It's neighbor versus neighbor. It's door to door.
Yeah, it's not so much. It's not so much like the Civil War that people know about. When they say Civil War, they think of the Mason-Dixon line, North versus South.
That won't happen this time.
There's going to be blue and red all over the map. It's going to be messy as hell.
Yeah, and that's what I'm afraid of.
And people got to understand, too, in the North during the Civil War, there was huge anti-war sentiment. And in the South, there was huge not to secede sentiment.
Yes.
So things aren't always so black and white. They had their struggles, too. In fact, Tennessee is one of the states that's basically 50-50. And I think they were the last state to secede, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe you're correct on that.
Yeah, because I went down there and I saw the plaque in Crossville of everybody from that county. And one side has CSA, one side has USA. And oddly enough, there's a crap load of names, but there's the same amount on both sides. And I did some research in Cumberland County. They voted by county for secession. The first time it didn't take it in their assembly. The second time it barely won, maybe by 5 or 6 votes. So things were split, and we'll call them red and blue states back then even.
It's crazy.
And it's just the way it is. It's just, there's no way to get around it. It's going to happen. Our republic is just too big and too diverse to really coalesce together. And one of the sides are going to win, in my opinion, maybe optimism biased, I think that the conservative side, the constitutionalists, the originalists from the United States will win out in the end. But it won't be easy, and it'll be a lot of sacrifice.
Well, I don't know. It's going to be, I'm afraid for the next generation, because they're the ones who are going to suffer through this.
Oh, yeah, we're going to suffer for a while. I didn't say we weren't, but in the end, I think it's going to be okay, but there's going to be a lot of suffering, both economically, physically, mentally. There's going to be a lot of movement around the country in certain directions. As the stuff starts to escalate, people are going to, maybe we'll call it vote with their feet, so to speak. They're going to pick sides with their feet. I learned a long time ago in politics here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you don't take a side, what will happen is someone will pick one for you, and it's very rarely the side you would have picked.
Oh, that's what we're seeing right now. And I think the progressives are picking for most of the Democrats.
That's why I think the strategy that, well, like I used to do with SUNY students in my store. You know, you convince a dozen here, 5 or 6 there, put some ideas in their head. That's all fine, and that's great for rhetoric, and it's great to talk about. But we're past that now. We're too dug in. Somebody's going to win. And I think it's going to be our side. But it's going to take a long time, and it's going to be really messy, and it's going to be financially and physically painful.
I'm sorry to say that I think you're right.
Oh no! I mean, no, we're not going to get any gain with no gain with no pain here. It's going to happen. But I remember the line from the movie Amistad when John Quincy Adams was a lawyer for the Amistad Africans. Now, I don't know how historically accurate it is, but it certainly depicts the mindset at the time. And at the end, he said to the Supreme Court, if they ruled in favor of the Amistad Africans, they were afraid civil war would break out. And he said, if it brings out civil war, then let it come. And let it be finally the last battle of the American Revolution.
Yeah, it's a good sentiment.
Yeah, and I believe that to be true. Our next step is to push out people that dislike the Republic, dislike the Constitution, dislike the Founding Fathers, dislike everything that we stand for. And they have to be weeded out. I don't mean violence-wise. They have to be weeded out or made irrelevant. And that's the key. Make them irrelevant.
Yeah.
Do what they do to us. Give them freedom of speech, but they won't have freedom of reach anymore. I think we're on the right track. And oddly enough, I said this. I was on the Will and Archibald show. They're a couple of Southern boys. They're great guys.
Okay, I don't know them.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. One's a car mechanic with a mohawk, and the other one wears a cap, and he's a real thick accent from North Carolina. They're great old boys. They're good guys. And I said to him, I said, you never know what's going to come. I said, who would have said 10 years ago that a baby-faced, dorky guy with a bow tie by the name of Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump might be the two people that start saving this republic? They would think you were nuts.
Yeah. Well,
so
if you
either of them, they would think you were nuts.
Well, look at it. In 1968, if you asked anybody, is it okay to teach 5-year-olds about sex? They'd have told you you're out of your mind.
Yeah, no, I see what you mean. Things can go sideways too. I mean, but I think in the end, we're going to get the people that we need to come up. I think I've always was a believer that, I'm not real religious, but I've always believed that God looked over this country, even though we made a lot of mistakes. And he always seems to bring the right people at exactly the right time to save us. And I believe that Trump and his ideals of America first, that kind of thing, are the premise to save this republic from going too farther sideways.
Maybe. We'll see. Although I think DeSantis is going to probably do it better.
That's why I would think if they push Trump out and Ron DeSantis ran, first of all, the people in Florida would be very PO'd. And two is that you got to dance with the date you brought. I'm sorry, you bring a girl that's maybe a really nice person, but plain looking, and some hot looking girl hits on you to dance. Too bad. You got to go with the girl you brought, and that's Trump. If he wants to run, DeSantis will not primary him. I can guarantee it.
I don't know about that, but we'll see.
Oh, he won't. He won't.
We'll see about that. But let me do this.
It'll be Trump, and everybody knows him as much as you can know a president, know him personally, and it'll be the lowest turnout of conservatives and Republicans in the history of the presidential election by percent.
Well, there's a lot to that, but we'll see, because we'll see that next year. We'll see.
I think the scenario is going to be they take over the House and the Senate, of course, this year.
Yeah.
And, of course, the Republicans will do, and a lot of them will do what they normally do, nothing. Because they care more about the New York Times calls them a racist than their own constituents. That's been going on for years. 2024 will come around. The Republicans will gain more seats. Trump will win, and DeSantis will be the VP. That's my prediction.
That would be interesting. But let me do this. Let me do this, because we've been on for a little while.
That's okay. No, that's all right. No, I can, like I said, you and I can go all day, but I'm very optimistic for the future, but I'm very pessimistic for the near future.
I think that's a fair outlook.
We're going to have to go through the fire because we don't want conservative people like us, maybe not you and I, but conservative people around the country have been sitting on their behinds and sitting on their hands with their hand over their mouth saying nothing. Now comes the price to pay.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a high price, but we'll pay it and we'll move on.
That's what I'm hoping for. We'll move forward. All right. Let me see if there's anyone else who wants to speak as well.
Have a good birthday.
Yeah, I'm not done yet.
I do have good jokes, by the way. I just can't put them on your channel because you're in enough trouble already.
Yes, don't put those jokes on. I will be banned and disbanded. Oh, they'll tear me apart.
All right, dude. Well, take a break, man. Jeez, go outside, get some air.
But at some point, maybe.
All right.
Maybe at the hour 10. We'll see.
Yeah, all right.
All right.
I'll see you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
So yes, folks, just like you've seen, we've had a couple of people call in so far. You too can call in at 607-242-1582. I'm happy to hear your comments, to hear your thoughts. And you can talk about anything that you want to. You can tell me you want to talk about Ketanji Brown Jackson and the Supreme Court. We can talk about gun control, which I'm about to talk about in just a moment. We can talk about the U.S. economy. We can talk about a lot of things that's affecting all of us because that's what we should be doing. That's what our First Amendment is for. And even though the internet overlords don't like to do that, they shut down Facebook for a little while. Facebook's back up now. We can and should have these conversations, and you should not feel like you're the only one because you're not, and you should not be ostracized because you have an opinion that is unapproved. Please do not tell me I cannot have my own thought. That is wrong. And maybe we disagree in this conversation. Maybe we agree part of the way. Let's have that conversation. That's what America is great. That's why America is great. That is what makes us great. And I love that about our nation. I really do. And I'm glad to see that you're back with us, Mike Bowie. Yes, that's right. I am still going. It's 8 hours and 20 minutes later, and I'm still talking. And that's a great thing because I'm enjoying my birthday. This is my celebration, my birthday, this marathon of being online, this live stream. And I hope that you take an opportunity to like, share, and to subscribe to be able to allow us to get to 121,234 subscribers. It's a big deal. It makes a difference for us. It's a little thing for you, but it helps us reach more people in Sweden, to reach more people in India, in Peru, in Germany, in France, in the United Kingdom, all around the world and across the United States to talk about these things and to make sure that our politicians, left, right, and center, libertarian, conservative, Green Party, I don't care, to let them know that we are paying attention and we are holding them accountable. Because that's the only thing that will help to make things better. It's definitely not going to get better if we don't have these kinds of conversations. And to give you an example of what I'm talking about there, how about when we're looking at HR 127? This is from Representative Sheila Jackson Lee. This was her idea of being able to take away your Second Amendment rights. This was a conversation we had on January 29th of 2021. And we are seeing that this idea that you don't have a right to the Second Amendment, that you have to pay, that they're going to make it financially too expensive for you to be able to have a Second Amendment right. Do you know back in the 1950s, we used to teach boys and girls how to use firearms, to use guns and rifles. We taught them to respect firearms. And today, we now have members of Congress that are out there that are telling us, you know what? You don't deserve that. Women don't deserve to be able to protect themselves, to protect their families. And they lie. And they lie about it. I want to call out this lie. It's kind of like the lie that we heard from, Joe Biden about Afghanistan. The lie from Joe Biden about the Ukraine. Well, here's another lie that we heard, and I believe this part has it. I want to make sure I get this right. Is it right here?
She doesn't know what she's talking about. As an example, we will play this from 2019.
My bill that I've introduced dealing with the caliber weapon, I've held an AR-15 in my hand. I wish I had it. It is as heavy as 10 boxes that you might be moving. And the bullet that is utilized, a 50 caliber, these kinds of bullets need to be licensed and do not need to be on the street.
That's right. Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, a representative in Congress who is writing laws to deny American citizens their rights, has no idea what she's talking about.
And I go on in this video to show exactly what we're talking about, which is these girls, a 9-year-old, who's able to shoot and use firearms and using the AR-15. Young girls, 10-year-olds. Yes, 10-year-olds are able to handle an AR-15 better than Representative Sheila Jackson Lee because it doesn't weigh as much as 10 boxes. It doesn't use a 50-round caliber. She has a 50-round caliber bullet. She has no idea what she's talking to you about. She's lying out her teeth because she doesn't want you to have a firearm. She doesn't want you to have the Second Amendment rights that you have by birth. She wants to silence you. And she wants to charge you money. She wants to make sure that it is too expensive for you, the average American citizen, to be able to defend yourself, to defend your family. That's a lie. It's kind of like the lie that we heard from Joe Biden when Joe Biden said that the Second Amendment doesn't allow you to own a cannon. Yes, it does. He lied to you and says, oh, the Second Amendment doesn't allow you to have a machine gun. There are 700,000 machine guns in the United States licensed properly at this moment. 700,000. That is a fact. And you know what? No one uses those machine guns. But they're here because that's an actual assault weapon, and no one actually uses assault weapons in crimes. They're just lying to you to be able to take away your power. They want you to be silenced. They want you to think that you are the only one who has these ideas. You're the only one who's speaking about it. I remember when I was talking to Maj Toure, who's a good guy. I've had a couple of interviews with him. Talked to him at CPAC in 2019 and 2020. Why shouldn't black people be able to have a gun? Because Democrats don't seem to want you to have a gun. And we've done a lot of interviews with a lot of people, mostly a lot about the Second Amendment. We were talking to Oliver North. You may remember that I was speaking with John about this. It was one of his favorite interviews that we had. And we were talking to the Green Party. We've talked to a lot of people, including a couple of Democrats like Assemblywoman Donna Lapardo, who's a dyed-in-the-wool Democrat. Absolutely. And then Broome County Executive Jason Garnar. And they're afraid to speak with us now because they don't want to answer these simple questions. They don't want you to know that your rights are being infringed on, and they don't want you to think about it. I'm not saying that you have to agree with me. I'm saying, why won't they let you even have the conversation? Why do they want to shut down your voice? Why do they tell you that you can't speak? Because we used to teach people how to use firearms in the 1950s. We used to have more respect for firearms. We've had firearms in this nation. There are more firearms than there are people in the United States. There's 165 million people that own firearms. Why are they trying to take that away from us today? Why can't we have a conversation about it? They keep telling us about common sense gun control. In my lifetime, 54 years, they have told us consistently we need common sense gun control. So they passed the New York SAFE Act. Guess what? Crime went up. Violence went up. They said, oh, well, we need the red flag laws. And violence went up. Crime went up. They've passed 27,000 different gun control laws. 27,000. Guess what? Gun control, that hasn't stopped criminals because they're not addressing the root problem. They're not dealing with the problem of what drives, in the case of mass shootings, what makes someone say the only answer is to kill an innocent civilian, an innocent person. What makes someone think that that's okay? And if we're not dealing with that, we're not fixing the problem. And that means you're not giving me a common sense solution. What you're giving me is a way to give more power to a very small group of elite politicians. And that's not in the best interest of any American, nor anyone in the world. It doesn't help because they're not dealing with the actual problem. It's one of those things that really drives me nuts. And I don't understand why they do these things, other than to silence you, to make you obey. God help me. If there's anything on this channel that we try and fight against is blindly being told to obey. That's never in your best interest. It's never good for you. And I don't want there to be a second civil war. I don't want to see things come down to that. But when you're telling me that my only choice is obey, or you're not a human being, you're not a person, you're a racist, you're a sexist, you're a transphobe, you're an ist and a phobe, well, then I don't know what else is the other option. We need to make sure that these people have term limits and that they are not able to continue to just run ramshot against our laws. And I do believe that social media is being used to try and silence people. In the 1960s, the 1970s, the 1980s, we didn't have the ability to speak like this. And the few people who did get the opportunity to speak to large numbers of people, like Martin Luther King, like Malcolm X, like Gandhi, were killed. Today, they can't do that. Instead, they call you an ist and a phobe, and they kill you on social media. They kill your personhood, and they just say, well, you're just evil. You're just bad. And they silence you. We got to stand up to that, folks. We got to stand up to that. Even if you don't think I'm the right, if this is not the right voice, maybe that's what you think. Maybe you think I miss things. Maybe you think I'm not understanding. That's okay. Then you speak. We all need to speak. I truly believe that helps to make things better. I truly, truly do. But I'm always interested in hearing what you have to say. And I look forward to hearing you call into 607-242-1582 to hear your voice today on my birthday or every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time when I do my normal, regular live stream, to hear what you have to say from people all around the world. We get people who comment from Sweden, and I mentioned Sweden, Germany, France, England, all around the world. And I hope to have more. Oh, we got another. I'm getting messages as we go. Okay. Sorry, it's just catching up with some of the comments. So, I know in about an hour, we're going to be talking about Star Wars. We're going to be talking about Halo and how that's impacting our future generations, how that's really just trying to change the way we look at the world, to change the way that we perceive the things that are happening around us. And I do want to address that. But before I get there, I want to check. We haven't looked at the latest news. Let's take a look at what's going on. So, Biden says major war crimes being discovered in Ukraine after he announced new sanctions on Russia. That war is not going to end, and his sanctions have nothing to do with whether or not there are war crimes. This is just Biden trying to look good in a bad situation that he helped create. Maybe you disagree. I think so. Let's see. Yellen warns that the war in Ukraine will have enormous global economic impact. There's already an economic impact. They're just trying to find a way to push this off. They're going to blame Russia for something that already started in 2021. It's kind of sad. Iran nuclear chief says Tehran has given IDA documents. They really want to make this go forward. They really want to have the Iran nuclear deal, to have the United States fund global terror. That's terrifying. Do you think we should have the Iran nuclear deal? Does anyone actually think that the Iran nuclear deal is going to make the world safer? I really want to ask that, because you know what? No politician, I've never seen any politician, all the people on the left that tell me that this is important. Have you ever heard them actually ask anyone, do you think this is actually going to make the world safer? How is this going to actually make the world safer? I know if you ask anyone in Israel, they're going to tell you, no, it's not. You ask anyone in Saudi Arabia, you ask people in the United Arab Emirates, they'll tell you, no, it's not going to make the world safer. Not for a second. If you ask the Ayatollah Khomeini, he will tell you, it's not going to make America safer. They're going to blow up America. They hate America. Why are we doing this? Well, part of the reason why we're doing this is because the news media and politicians are telling you, don't you dare say not to do this. Don't you dare speak out. Because we're going to unperson you, because you're alone. You're the only one. And that's a lie. Like saying that I'm the only black Republican you'll ever see. That's a lie. And they want to tell us that, well, don't worry. We just need gun control. Beto, Robert O'Rourke, who is a fake Hispanic, he is appropriating, using the words of the left, he appropriates his being a Hispanic, even though he's a white Irishman, and he's in Texas, and he's telling you he wants to take away your guns. He wants to take away your Second Amendment rights. He said that when he was on stage trying to become president. Robert O'Rourke. And he's out there and he's saying, oh, don't worry, it just takes common sense. Common sense, that's all they've been talking about for 5 decades, and it's never worked. Why are we doing it? Why do we support the politicians that keep doing the same thing? Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, she wants to put out H.R. 127, a law that will not stop a single criminal, but it will punish you and me. Why do we reelect these people? Mike Bowie says, I think they censor us because they know that they're in the wrong and they have to maintain the narrative. Yeah, I think you're right, Mike. I think you're right. They try to censor us because because if they actually have to answer, it's kind of like why Representative Antonio Delgado won't answer me as a member of the press, nor as a constituent. He won't answer. Why won't he answer? Because if he has to answer, he's going to have to say something that's uncomfortable in the truth. He's going to have to admit that not a single one of the gun laws that have been passed by Democrats over the last 5 decades has actually worked. That he has to admit that the Biden administration has abandoned hundreds, if not thousands, of Americans in Afghanistan, and that we have no idea how to get them home, and that the United States government has failed the people. That the Biden-Harris administration have abandoned unknown hundreds of people, Americans in Ukraine, including American children, and they are in harm's way because Joe Biden won't get them out. That the Biden-Harris administration, along with Democrat policies, have destroyed our economy and put us into almost $31 trillion in debt. They're spending another $5 trillion, and it's not fixing anything. They want to tell us about infrastructure, and they're not fixing the infrastructure. They're not putting money into that. Which means we are in a long-term problem. It's only getting worse. The bridges are getting worse. The roads are getting worse. Our electric grid is getting worse. And they're kicking the can down the road saying it's someone else's problem. By the way, let's change. Let's go fund some progressive ideology. Why? You're going to fix, you know what? If you want to spend $4 trillion to fix the infrastructure, fix the infrastructure, not education. Fix the infrastructure. Spend the money on the thing that needs the help. But when we don't call them out for these things, they just get to continue to waste our money and take away our freedom. I truly, absolutely believe that. And that's why they get to ban people because, you don't like Ketanji Brown Jackson? Well, you must be a racist. No, maybe I have fundamental issues with someone who wants to reduce the penalty for being a pedophile. Yeah, I have a fundamental problem with that. I have a fundamental problem with an activist judge, someone who's trying to create law from the bench when she has no power to do that, and that is not something she's supposed to do. Yeah, I have a problem with that. Maybe I have fundamental reasons for the things that I believe. And to tell me that I don't have those fundamental reasons or that you don't like my fundamental reasons is not a reason to silence me or you. Mike Bowie mentions that Biden couldn't destroy this country faster if he was doing it on purpose, and I don't know that he's not doing it on purpose. Well, no, that's not fair. I don't think Joe Biden is trying to destroy America. I don't think Joe Biden knows that he's Joe Biden half the time. He refers, how many times has he said that Kamala Harris is the president? How many times has he said that Joe Biden was the vice president under Barack Obama? He doesn't know what he's talking about. It is one of the worst cases of abuse that I have ever seen. Let's call it what it is. It is elder abuse that they trot him out to try and read off of a card, to have some preset questions with a little cheat sheet card that he reads off of, to have preset answers, because he can't actually answer a question. And every time that he speaks without looking at one of his cheat sheet cards or takes a question that wasn't approved of beforehand, we see all hell break loose. Tell me when I'm wrong about this, because I'm not. We've all seen it. How about we call it what it is when we're talking about immigration? Let's call immigration what it is. First of all, slavery exists in the world. I know this is going to be shocking to a lot of people who are in their 20s, that are younger, they're in their 20s, they're in school right now, they're learning about critical race theory. Slavery exists in the world right now. Slavery exists in Africa. Slavery exists in Mexico. Slavery exists in America. It's called human trafficking. Because we have this neat thing nowadays that the news media doesn't like to use the words that actually are the words to describe the situation. They like to make it sound nicer. And human trafficking sounds a lot nicer than slavery. But guess what? Human trafficking is slavery. Whether it's sex trafficking or human trafficking, it's still slavery. I don't care. Whether a sex slave or just a slave, it's the same thing. And that's what human trafficking means. And that's a problem. That's a big problem. And we need to admit that and understand it, because slavery was not unique to the United States. It never was. It still isn't. And it still exists to this day. It just doesn't exist as part of the law in the United States. It's a crime in the United States, and we need to stop it. But we can't fix this problem if we won't even call it what it is. We're calling it human trafficking, and we're saying, oh, well, it's kind of bad, but, it's okay. We're allowing human trafficking to happen. Child slavery is happening right now in the United States. Do you know why? Illegal immigration. Because we are allowing thousands of parents to send over their children by themselves with a bunch of sex slavers and drug gangs to try to get into America. Over 100,000 children in 2021 alone came to the United States by themselves. That's child abuse. Call it what it is. It's child abuse. It's not child immigration. It's not undocumented children. It is child abuse. Call it what it is. Why won't politicians call it that? Because I guarantee you, if you let your kid try to go from New York to California by themselves, they would call it child abuse. It doesn't change. It's not suddenly some new thing when it happens when the kid's coming from Venezuela and he's trying to go to Texas. It's the same thing. It's child abuse. And we need to say, it's child abuse. Don't do that. We're not going to let the kid in. We're going to send them back to you. Don't abuse your children. And matter of fact, if you're sending your children to America across our southern border, then you know what? We're going to punish your country because you're punishing your children. You're treating them with child abuse. We're going to lay a penalty on your nation. We're going to cut the international funding to your country because you are abusing your children. You're sending them on their own with a bunch of sex slavers and drug dealers into the United States. And these kids are dying along the way. How many? We got 1,000 that actually made it into America. How many thousands didn't make it. They're caught up in sex slavery somewhere in the world, or they just died on the side of the roads. We don't know. But what we do know is that we're expecting to see anywhere from 8,000 to 16,000 illegal aliens entering the United States per, I believe it's per month, if not per day, in 2022. We're going to have an explosion of illegal aliens coming across our southern border. And the answer from Kamala Harris, the czar of the southern border, remember, in February of 2021, she was put in charge of that. She's been to the border once. She's had a meeting about the border once since 2021, and she's in charge of it. And we have seen an exponential increase in the number of illegal aliens trying to cross our border. And Joe Biden is taking our border agents from the southern border and sending them over to Poland. Why in the hell would we do that? And if you bring this up, you are told from the left on Twitter, on Facebook, in the social media and the news media, well, you're just evil. You just hate children. I love children, which is why I don't want to see and encourage parents to abuse their children to send them into the United States by themselves. Does that not make sense, folks? Does that not make sense? Jonathan's back. Hey, John. Good to have you back with us. Jonathan says, someone needs to give Kamala a cheat sheet. Her interviews leave me mentally exhausted trying to translate. Well, everywhere that Kamala Harris has been to speak on behalf of the United States has wound up being a worse fiasco after she leaves than before she arrives. Think about it. Everywhere that they have sent Kamala Harris to, the situation gets worse after she gets done speaking. She creates more of a problem than she solves. And considering that I don't expect Joe Biden to make it to January of 2023 without the 25th Amendment being enacted, you should be very scared. Because that means Kamala Harris is going to take over for Joe Biden January of 2023. And that woman has zero respect around the world and has no ability to negotiate or discuss things on a national level or an international level. She's horrible. Mike Bowie mentions that illegal immigration is up 1,200% over the last year. This is before ending Title 42, which is going to increase those numbers even more. And remember, it was last year, 17,000 Haitians decided that it was better to live under a bridge in America than to live in Haiti or any other country in the world. That's a fact. 17,000 Haitians decided that living under a bridge in America is better than living in Haiti or to live anywhere in South America or anywhere else in the world. And 12,000 of those Haitians are in the United States now. They just let them in. Just opened up the door and said, come on in. That's insane. And that's supposed to stop anyone else from coming in and doing the same thing? Because they don't believe in borders. Because we're told by Democrats on one side, they don't believe in borders. We need to have an open border, but yet they want to fight. They're over here funding people in the Ukraine for having a border. They want to maintain a border. That Joe Biden is screaming about how he's going to protect the borders of NATO. Because borders matter, except in the United States where they don't matter. Does that make sense to anyone? That we shouldn't have, you and I can't have handguns, we can't have firearms. They want to take away our Second Amendment rights. Meanwhile, they're using our tax dollars to pay for people in the Ukraine to have firearms, to have the same AR-15s that they don't want you and me to have in New York State or in California or in Illinois or in Maryland or across the United States. And if Beto has his way in Texas as well. Does that make sense to anyone? Does that make sense to anyone? Because I have yet to hear a single Democrat explain that and make sense. Well, it's just common sense. You don't need a firearm, but the people in Ukraine need it because they need to defend themselves. But I don't need to defend myself. I don't deserve that same right. Even though I'm paying for the people in Ukraine to do this, I don't get to have that right. Meanwhile, the same government that's saying we have to protect the rights of NATO won't protect the Americans that are still in Afghanistan. Does that make sense to anyone? Because that is happening. That is the fact. Let's use the plain words that are there. We are, at this moment, we have sent border agents to Poland to protect the Polish border because borders matter as we leave the American border wide open. We are funding and handing over firearms to the civilian population of Ukraine while we are taking away that right from American citizens. Even as our government has abandoned and continues to abandon American citizens in Afghanistan. And in all of that confusion, we are encouraging parents to abuse their children to send them into the United States nonstop at levels we have never seen before, or almost never seen before, to be fair. And then we're expecting the rest of the world to respect our boundaries and our rules that we don't even know what they are. They keep being redefined. Hell, we can't even have our Supreme Court justices define what is a woman and what is a man. But we want the rest of the world to respect our rules. We don't even know what they are. Am I wrong? Do you think I'm wrong? Does this sound like something that's sexist or racist? Please, I really want to know. If you think I am, I want to hear. Please tell me why. Tell me how I am misunderstanding these facts, these realities that are set before us. Tell me how this is not some weird political gymnastics that goes on amongst progressives that makes no sense when you actually say it out loud. When you say it out loud, when you repeat back the policies they're doing and how that is impacting our lives, it makes no sense. Okay, when you stop calling it child trafficking and you call it slavery, yeah, it's not as tasteful. It doesn't feel as good. When you call them undocumented workers, guess what? They're undocumented because they have no right, no legal authority to be in the United States. They have broken and entered. It's the same thing as if they broke into your house. It's breaking and entering. It's a crime. They are criminals. That's why it's called illegal immigration and why they are illegal aliens. They are not native to the United States. They are illegal aliens. Let's call things what they are. Stop playing around with the names and using brand new definitions and redefining definitions that already exist. Use the words that are out there. Why do they need to come up with new words and new definitions? Because it manipulates you. And they don't want you to notice it. Because if they say, well, we're trying to protect children from child trafficking by inviting them into the United States by themselves without their parents. That almost sounds like it's humanitarian. Except what you're doing is you're encouraging people to send their kids by themselves with a bunch of sex slavers and drug gangs. And those kids are dying along the way. That's actually child abuse. We're encouraging child abuse. Which shouldn't surprise me because we're also saying, hey, Iran, we're going to fund global terror. Why in the world would we do that? Why in the world would we do that? Why are we doing that? Because we are doing that. All right, folks, hang on. It's 9 hours. I am not done. I am not done yet, but I do need to take a break. It's 9 hours. I need to take a break. I'm going to be right back. You know what? While I'm gone, tell me. Hang on a second. think about this while I'm going to go on break for a second. But the question is, I want you to let me know when I come back, what are your unapproved questions? What do you want to discuss that you are being told that you cannot speak about, that you dare not say, that you are told is verboten? I want to know. And I want to have that conversation with you when I come back. But we're going to go back to...
who has done a great job in spreading a conservative message all across New York State. He's got a podcast that those of you that haven't listened to it should give it a try. Mike, come on up. We're going to hear from Mike Vasquez. Mike Vasquez, say hello to the crowd. Let's give Mike a warm round of applause.
Before I get started, how is everyone? You doing well? Thank you. I want to start off by saying I thank you all for being here. It's very important, and we all appreciate it. We appreciate the support, especially on a nice warm day like today. Gotta love the wind, thank goodness for it. And I have to say, we've heard from some great speakers so far, and we're going to hear from some more great speakers, including my friend, Assemblywoman Claudia Tenney, who's going to be speaking very shortly. Now, when I was first honored with an invitation to speak before this great audience, with a list of fellow speakers of such a great magnitude, I have to admit that I was a bit embarrassed, if I may be direct. I was not sure that I was worthy of such an honor, but I'm going to strive to live up to the ability and communication of my fellow speakers. Such great, noble, and powerful individuals in the fight to defend our Second Amendment as it defends all of our rights in this nation. Truly, I am grateful to be on this stage. That said, I'm not at a loss for words of my own. For those of you who have followed my political commentary, my podcasts, my speeches at events like this, large and small, you know that I believe in two things very strongly. That the key to the greatness of our nation is the fact that we have the First Amendment and the Second Amendment. The first because it protects our freedom to speak about things that some may not like, without hate speech or inciting violence like Black Lives Matters and others of their ilk. This, our open, free, and direct celebration of thought and the Constitution, embraces the core of our nation and our rights. Such as the debate on whether concealed carry could protect innocent lives in our schools and social events. Protection from events like San Bernardino and Orlando. It's an old conversation our nation needs to have again, calmly and without the distraction of emotion that our opponents thrive on. A conversation that is honest, unlike Hillary Clinton, who preys on the emotions of the nation to promote her political agenda, as she did in Philadelphia when she tried to claim that there's a problem in America and not the mentally deranged, violent domestic terrorists. But such discussion on this and issues like the FBI investigation without consequence to a political elite, executive overreach, our national debt, creating jobs without government intervention, jobs that actually last and can be a boon to our communities and nation. All these discussions can only happen with the power of the Second Amendment behind it. Because it is only as our founding fathers envisioned that the government should fear and respect the power of the people, because the populace can and does arm itself. That enables the peaceful government of America that has continued for 240 years. It is for this reason that the Ninth Circuit Court also sided with us, stating that our ability to buy and sell firearms shall not be infringed. That it is the back door to taking and limiting our access to the firearms that hold our government at bay. Mind you, I love our government. Yes, it is flawed, as the FBI and the Department of Justice have proved to us in recent weeks. And yes, I do not always agree, and I'm speaking specifically to Governor Cuomo and President Obama about that. But only in America can our nation transition peacefully from president to president, and each of us not only has the power to become part of our government, we can directly help to change the course of that government. That need to shape our government, to set the nation on the right path, may never be more present than it is today. Career politicians like Governor Cuomo, Hillary Clinton, Senator Chuck Schumer, Representative Nancy Pelosi, and many others prey on emotional moments of the nation, injecting false images of safety at the highest cost of personal freedom, merely because they don't like the cosmetic look or idea of firearms, which smacks of arrogance when we consider these same people are surrounded by armed guards, a level of protection they feel is only warranted for the select few elites they approve of, if we are to understand Representative Charles Rangel. It is because of these people, what I like to call modern-day political nobles or career politicians, that we must stay vigilant. Laws like the SAFE Act and the overreach of the executive orders of President Obama in 2013 seek to turn the public into serfs, with Obamacare and Common Core thrown in to make sure the job is done. It is these disconnected career politicians, their restrictive laws, and the attempt to dumb down the populace that endangers the very fabric of our nation. Probably not today or tomorrow, not while generations still remember the freedoms we have and the meaning of our Constitution. But in 5 years? In 10? How about 20? Their plan is to win over time, counting on the nation to forget and to become complacent. That is why events like today is so important. It's why organizations like SCOPE and Gun Owners of America conserve.
All right. I am back. Hello, everybody, and thank you for staying here with me on my birthday on the Livestream Marathon. We are into hour number 9. Wow. 9 hours of almost nonstop conversation. It's like I'm on doing a Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. It's just like that. Has anyone seen that movie? Let me ask. I wonder how many people may have seen that. It's a great movie. And it's kind of like what I'm doing right now. It's a conversation with you about the issues that are affecting every single one of our lives, that are affecting the way the world is made. I'm talking to you honestly and directly about the issues that are affecting each and every one of us. Talking about child slavery, otherwise known as illegal immigration. We're talking about the border and what's going on at Poland and why we're opening up our border, even as we know we are going to be hit with a massive onslaught of people, even more. We are up 1,000%, and we're going to see that number double according to the latest estimates coming from our Border Patrol. That's the estimate. We're going to have tens of thousands of people. Actually, we were getting 200,000 people a month. We're looking at getting somewhere between 300,000 to 400,000 illegal aliens coming into America a month. It's insane. And yet that's what's happening. That's what the state of the world is right now. That's going to break us. But we're told that, that's okay because we need to have open borders because we have to, what? Not encourage slavery? It's crazy, folks. It really is. By the way, yes, I'm having yet another cup of coffee. Yes, I've been at this since 5 a.m. For those who are just checking in or just checking back, I've been speaking here since 5:40 a.m. We're into our 9th hour. and speaking with you about the issues that affect us all as part of the celebration of my birthday. And I hope that if you are finding any of this to be interesting, intriguing, thought-provoking, then please like, share, subscribe, especially subscribe. Help us reach 1,234 subscribers so that we can reach more people around the world to expand our audience. That's all we're asking for. If you'd like and you are really enjoying this, then please feel free to donate $1, whatever it is that you can afford to help us keep the lights on and keep this going to move forward. Hell, if we get really lucky, we get over $1,000, I'll donate the rest of it to the local American Legion Post 80. I'll be happy to give them some money too. Wow. There's so much to talk about, and there's so much that's been going on. And I know that we should be getting a call pretty soon now talking about Star Trek. Star Trek and entertainment, and how entertainment is warping the way that we're looking at it. Because back in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, we're talking about Star Wars, the original movies. We're talking about, what is it? Not Casey and the Sundance Kid. Well, all of the good, the bad, the ugly, the westerns, so many movies, Jaws. We had lots of good entertainment. And today we have wokeism. That's it. We're being told, you must be a progressive. All the media says we must be a progressive. You're hearing from social media, you have to be a progressive. Why? Why must we be progressive? Why must I be woke? Honestly, why must we judge people based on the color of their skin? And how is that not racist? Oh, but it's okay because we're judging people, black people, to be better. It's still racism. It has nothing to do with their inherent qualities or the benefits of those individuals. It's still racist. Just some people like that racism, but doesn't mean it's not racist. It's still racist. God knows I've had so many people who have apologized to me for being white. It's just insulting. I've actually literally had to tell members of city council, in my local city council, it was a former councilman, Conrad Taylor, someone who actually took actively was part of a riot. Representative Conrad Taylor, he actually was apologizing to me in an interview one time for being white. He apologized. I'm like, why in the world would you apologize to me for being white? Why would you apologize for me for being born? And yet this is what we're teaching our kids in schools. It's insulting. It's insane. Mike Bowie mentions Biden was in 5th place during the Democratic primaries when he suddenly jumped into 1st place. Kamala never got 1 vote. Well, no, she had 5% in the polls. She got as high as 5% in the polls. He was presented as a harmless moderate while they pushed through a far-left agenda. That is true. Now Obama's poised to step more visibly into power. I don't think that Obama's coming back into power. Obama is stepping back into the White House to try and motivate all the Democrats that despise what Joe Biden has done, that they are insulted that he has not lived up to any of his promises, that everything he has done has been to weaken America and to make America less free and less economically sound and stable and militarily sound and stable. That he has been exactly the opposite of what he has promised people that he would be. That he is more of a radical and less in control of the government and less knowledgeable, and no one in the world respects him. We were told that he knew all these world leaders and that he could have conversations with them one-on-one, and they knew him and they would respect him because he used to be vice president. And guess what? They know him and they don't care. They think he's a doddering idiot. It is a fact. Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, OPEC will not take his phone calls. Can you imagine? There has not been another president in my lifetime where the president calls another nation and they do not answer. Iran answers our call. China has answered our call. North Korea has answered our call. They always take our phone calls. They're not taking Joe Biden's phone calls. That tells you something about how you want to tell me that the world didn't respect President Trump. They answered his phone calls. You're telling me that Joe Biden is loved around the world. They're not taking his phone calls. We have a very different point of view about what is respect and what is like and fear. Because they don't like Joe Biden. They're not taking his phone calls. They're not taking his statements seriously. They don't care. That's not a good thing for America. That is not a good trend. That doesn't help us. That doesn't make our nation safer at all. You may disagree with me, and I am perfectly happy to hear. I would love to hear, especially any of the elected Democrats out there, or any of the Democratic candidates out there, like Josh Riley. Please give me a call and tell me how I am wrong. Please explain to me how this is a benefit that Saudi Arabia, North Korea, Iran, they're all ignoring Joe Biden. They laugh in his face. They look at the fact that we created an army of Taliban. The Taliban now has an army because of Joe Biden. And you're telling me they respect him, that they fear him, that they're worried about him? No, they're not. Mike Bowie mentions that Obama introduced Biden as the vice president yesterday, then claimed he was joking. Well, I don't even know that Joe Biden would have known the difference. So we have a call coming in, and hello, and thank you for joining our birthday Livestream Marathon. This is Michael Voss, your dragon of the Southern Tier. And may I ask, who's calling?
Mike, it's John again from this morning.
Hey, John, what's up?
Told you I'd be calling you throughout the day before our review of all the Star Trek stuff. I wanted to bring up something I was reading today about the Blue Dog Democrats and how they're really pushing hard apparently for midterm.
They're trying.
Oh, yeah. Well, this year specifically, they're getting more choosy. They're waiting around a lot more. I wanted to get your thoughts. Do you think that's the only way Democrats can win this midterm, even some seats?
They're going. Well, let's be honest. 30% of Democrats are going to vote Democrat straight down the line, just like 30% of Republicans are going to vote Republican straight down the line. That is an absolute fact. Okay,
completely agree.
Let's throw those numbers out. Those are standards. Everyone knows it. Throw it out. That's useless. Yep. Okay. So the remaining part of America do not align with the far left, nor do they. Right. They absolutely reject the progressive ideology. That is a fact. Okay. Mm-hmm. So the 30% voting is going to be enough to reelect people in certain places. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is going to be reelected.
Of course, her district loves her. Yeah.
Yeah, for no reason. Not that she's actually done anything for her district.
Right, exactly.
Not that she's brought in jobs or raised money. She hasn't helped the economy. She's done nothing for them. But she's a woman, she's Hispanic, and she's a Democrat. So that's all it takes in her district. So you're going to get people like that who are going to get reelected. There are 30 Democrats that are in danger. And of those, most are going to lose. So they're not looking at, they're going to lose, it is expected by, depending on who you're asking, somewhere around 20 to 32 seats. That's still going to mean the majority of Democrats, about 170 of them, are going to be reelected, which is just insane and sad. People like Maxine Waters is coming back. Adam Schiff is coming back. Nancy Pelosi is coming back. Did they do anything for anyone? No. Are they effective? No. Are they efficient? No. But they're coming back because they're Democrats and they got a big name and they have a good ad slogan. That's it. So to tell me that they're thinking that they're going to be able to stop this landslide? No, there's absolutely nothing that stops this landslide.
I think it's inevitable. I agree to a certain point. I think if the Blue Dogs are targeting Democrat tough races already, right? We're in primaries. I think they have a shot. The problem, I think, is though, is that Biden ran as a moderate, and he may not vote moderate. You and I both know he's not really a moderate, right?
He's absolutely not a moderate. Absolutely
No,
not.
but perception is key to a lot of people. A lot of people in the Democratic Party see him as a moderate.
That's because CNN calls him a moderate.
Yes, exactly. And I think that's working against the Dems this time. I really do. Because a lot of people are sick and tired of Biden, and they cannot stand him. And a lot of independents and moderates are going over and switching parties.
Yes, there's been a lot of that, yes.
Yes. So I think Biden, inadvertently, and by the media backing him so much, saying, oh, well, he's a moderate, is actually hurting the Democratic Party all the way down, from the top down. I really believe that. I want to get your take on that, Mike.
Absolutely, and it's something that's being said, and you can look, and I have on the screen right now, this is from The Hill, but it's also pointing out that there are several organizations that are looking at the situation right now, like at Gallup, and they are realizing that there's really no way to stop this landslide. And people are absolutely upset with Biden because it's not just Biden. They're upset with the Biden-Harris agenda, the Democratic agenda, because he is in line. Everything he's saying is the progressive agenda. He hasn't deviated from that. Neither have most of the mainline Democrats. If you can ever get Antonio Delgado to speak up about this, if you ever get Josh Riley to answer about this, they are hook, line, and sinker perfectly fine with this. Taking as an example critical race theory, looking at Florida, they're like, yes, we need to teach 5-year-olds about sex, and in particular gay sex or trans sex, but they need to teach them that they need to open up the border to let in illegal aliens. These are not popular ideas. They believe that AG Merrick Garland should be using the full power of the United States government to investigate moms and dads at the PTA because they're asking questions about the education of their children, which is their responsibility and their right. People who don't agree with that, it's like, why are you in the life? Why is the government interfering with a parent raising their child? That's not a position for the government to be in. So people are naturally opposing this because nothing that the Democrats are offering right now is moderate. They can call it moderate all day long, call it common sense all day long, but it isn't. And everyone knows that. If you walk down the street, if you get on a bus, public transportation, and you talk to people, they're going to tell you, that's not common sense. It's not moderate. It's nowhere near where any of their lives are. It is an overreach of government. So no, I don't see this being positive for them.
No, I guess for me, I really don't understand why the Dems have completely switched on the school and education transparency. That seems like such a slam dunk issue for both sides. And I get it. They want to hide CRT and say it doesn't exist and everything. But what an awful hill to die on. You know, if
no, it makes sense. It makes sense. Do you know why it makes sense? Because if you control, and I hate to use Nazi analogies in these things, but it's appropriate because they did say it was it Goebbels or was it Hitler who said, "Give me your children today and I rule the world tomorrow"? It's a very true statement. It's fundamental. If I program the kids today, and if the only thing the kids today know is this railroad track of CRT, of white people are evil, black people are victims, do whatever the government says, never question the government, then they will grow up and that's all they will know. And you can have you can have the Constitution say anything that you want to say, but if that's all they know, that's all they're going to do. And if you have programmed them through all the entertainment, all of the TV shows they look at, all of the video games that they play, if everything around these younger kids tells them, vote Democrat, Democrats are great, all you do is be a Democrat or you are evil, then that's what they're going to do. This is a long-term, 10-year strategy. The kids who are 8 and being taught about CRT today are going to be voting Democrat in 10 years.
I don't know. I think you're right. But I also goes back to the old saying, never get in between a mother and a child.
Yeah.
Because now we're seeing an absolute backlash, right?
Mm-hmm.
Absolute backlash. And I would go on to say that the reason Glenn Youngkin won his campaign, and the main reason, was because he took the school board fight very seriously.
Yes.
And he put education at the top of his priorities.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And he should have.
It doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Republican, right? You should if you are a parent, you should want to know what's being taught in your schools.
There's absolutely no reason why you shouldn't.
It's common sense. And I think the Dems they must have thought they could get away with this, but the backlash we're seeing is insane. And I think we're going to see a rise in, I think it also showed after COVID. Education can be done completely differently now.
Well, they miscalculated and they didn't expect that people would speak up because people have been taught, and over the last decade, we have seen as the social media has grown, people have been told, do not comment, do not speak up, don't raise your voice, don't be seen saying something that isn't approved. And that's what we see. Because when we see people who do that, well, there's, me. When I went out and I said, I back the blue, I believe in the police. When the police are doing their job and they're doing the right thing, I support them. And for that, I was told I am a racist. When Larry Elder said, I want to try and run the state of California better than it's being run right now because it's being run into the dirt because California is losing money and they're losing population and they're losing power. He says, I want to turn that around. Give me the chance. And they said, he's a white supremacist. Larry Elder, darker, blacker than me. A man he grew up in America. And you know what? And I believe Larry Elder used to be at one point. No, Thomas Sowell was a Democrat at first before he became more independent. But Larry Elder, they attacked him. Why? Because he doesn't agree with the approved stance for black people. Because he dares to say, I'm an American who's educated, who's had experiences in my life, and I believe in these values. And the values aren't democratic progressive. And because he said that, that means you must be a white supremacist. That is the most illogical, stupid thing you could possibly say. And I think most people looked at that. And yes, in California, they voted Democrat because they just vote Democrat. It's kind of like New York. They just vote Democrat, not because they know anything, not because they agree, but that's what's expected of them. And people do what they're expected to do. We're social creatures. And if you can get, why did most Germans not say anything about the murder of Jews during the 1930s? Because they were expected to just go along. They were hoping that someone else would do something. Someone else. I think it's Martin Luther King. One of the greatest dangers is not, actually it's an older quote. One of the most dangerous things is waiting for someone else to say something, is waiting for another person to be the good man and to stand up to violence. I believe the quote goes something like that. It's not exactly correct. I'm paraphrasing a little bit. And that's what we're seeing today. People are waiting for someone else to get up there and do something. And, there are shows like me. There are shows like Gothics, Larry Elder. There's a Young Ripper. There's Just Some Guy. Yes, some of that is entertainment, but also there's a lot of politics in just that example. And what we see with these voices out there, they're telling you. They're speaking up. And the problem is, most people aren't seeing those voices, so they think they're alone. And that is probably the worst thing that I have ever seen And we see that, and we saw that at Binghamton University. I've seen that at Rutgers University. I've talked to kids in colleges all across this country, and they tell me all the time they feel like they're the only one. They're afraid to speak up. They're terrified that they're going to be outed as a conservative or as a Republican or just not being progressive enough. They're terrified. Yeah. And that's a problem. That's the biggest problem, I think.
No, I completely agree. And I mean, whenever someone does speak up, like you said, they smeared Larry Elder for years, though. They've been on the attack against Larry Elder since he started his program.
They've been on attack for me for 15 years. I understand that. I know exactly how Larry feels because I get the same thing. But
but I think it makes I look at rest in peace, Rush Limbaugh. Look at how they treated Rush for how many?
Yeah, and how beloved was Rush Limbaugh for how many years?
Yeah, even after his death, I mean, people still look up to him. Very controversial. Some people still curse the ground he walks on, and I think I was talking to Preston, who's probably going to join the show a bit later, and we were talking about Rush Limbaugh a couple months ago, and after Rush passed away, and I believe it was Rush he got exactly what he wanted, even in death. He believe he said, I still want them to be mad and talking and cursing me out even after I'm gone.
Well, he did. He got that.
He did. He's like, they still will be mad and thinking about me and cursing my name, till the day I die, and even afterwards. And guess what? He was right on that one.
No, so is President Trump. I can say that anywhere that you see people who are off the reservation, who have unapproved thoughts and are willing to say them out loud, look at Larry Sharp, look at me, look at Larry Elder. You can go down a whole list, go to your local community, wherever you are across the United States, and even in Canada, Jordan Peterson. I mean, we can go to a lot of people and point them out and go, hey, and there's someone with an unconventional thought who's actually willing to say it. And rather than someone saying on the merit of what they said, say, well, I agree with this part, or I disagree with that part, or I understand what you're saying. Instead, what you hear is, oh, I feel like you're a racist. Shut up. That's not an argument. And that doesn't make the world better.
Yeah. No, I agree. And I will say this. Despite everything with COVID, one of the only good things out of COVID is that people are starting to pay attention to what their kids, going back to what we talked about, what their kids are learning in school. They're finally starting to pay attention and see what is actually going on in the classroom.
Yeah, and it is about time that we get that. But I'm scared about that because, yes, parents are paying attention to that finally, and we're starting to see that have an impact. But at the same time, look at what's been the reaction, because the reaction should be, because this is my local school. This is my local school board. I should be able to speak to these people and find out what's going on in my local school where I pay taxes, so that I should be involved in that. I should know about that. And the answer is, oh, and here are 15 ways that the FBI can now investigate you and try to arrest you and embarrass you. You know what? That's a tactic of despotism. That is a tactic of authoritarian overreach. That is a way that we have seen throughout history that some of the very worst people in history have silenced people and put them into slavery.
You know, Mike, this is where it comes to, this is where your New York mind gets ahead of you, because the rest of the country, New York's kind of in a bubble, no offense.
Fair enough, true.
You know, the rest of the country is reacting. Look at Arizona. Do you want to guess how many people are taking over school boards, running for school boards now, and taking that race incredibly seriously?
I do realize that there are a lot of people who are doing that in North Carolina. They're in Arizona. There are people in
huge. We have organizations popping up to defend our education. We every day it feels like there's a new group that's coming in and really taking the fight to it. I would not be as concerned about that because I think it's also shedding a light on a new race because, God, it's nice to see. It is very nice to see. It is getting civic engagement up, especially here. I know you're worried, how do you change this? How do you stop these people from getting arrested? You take their seats. You run for office. And that's what people are doing. They're fighting hard.
And we're we're only at the beginning of that, and I don't know that has enough legs yet because I have not seen, and I'm talking about looking across the country. Yes, there are groups, there are pockets of this, but I'm not seeing a widespread movement. I still see so many people being swayed by CNN, by the New York Times, by CNN, that are being swayed and told, no, this is the best thing for you. The government knows better, and you just need to shut up. There are so many people that I see that are cowed into silence, and maybe it's just because I'm in New York, and so that's the voice that I keep hearing more than anything else. Maybe it's drowning out the other voices, and I would love to hear parents tell me that I'm wrong. I would love to see people writing into the show and saying, no, Mike, you're wrong. But I think people are being cowed into submission, and that scares me.
I'll say this. I have never, not since the Tea Party, have I seen a completely organic grassroots movement really pick up to take over school boards like I am in Arizona and I'm hearing about all across the country. Not since the Tea Party. It's growing. And I think we can look at Virginia. Parents want it, right? Mm-hmm. They voted out because of what happened on the schools.
But we got to keep that momentum because look at what happened to the Tea Party, which was very powerful and won in 2010. There was a big wave and there was a big election of new people, and then it fell apart because people thought, oh, well, we did it. We're done. It's not done. It's not over when you go, oh, but I got them in. No, now you got to keep them honest. You got to keep them active. And and maybe that's the part that I'm trying to express is where I'm afraid, and what I'm seeing is not following through is we're not seeing people say, okay, and now you're on the school board, and now I want to make sure you're doing something. It's that, oh, you're on the school board, well, I'm done now. It's all over now. I don't have to worry about it anymore. No, you got to still keep worrying about it. You still got to be involved on this. You still got to stay on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, the Tea Party had a lot more problems than just that.
That's true.
Tea Party had a lot of problems. I love their messaging. Quite a few problems, especially with some figureheads and all that stuff. But no, I agree, and I think the way these homeschooling organizations are coming up, and these anti-CRT groups who are getting these people elected are coming up, that's keeping them in check. They are making pledges and they are making promises to the people, and we're seeing it more and more. I think that coinciding with, and I mean, with the Tea Party, we got a lot of people elected, yes, but not enough to make a majority.
True.
Right. Right. Especially, I mean, you look at the Senate with Obamacare, we couldn't block it, even with all our victories. This is completely different because it's on such a grassroots local level. It's going to make a difference. Even getting 2 school board members elected is going to make a difference on your local school board.
I agree.
And especially, and it's not just getting elected because they're pushing forward what these, school board groups that are popping up want.
Mm-hmm.
It's what the parents want. And I see it as I'm on the ground here in Arizona. I'm seeing it every day. And I love it. It's absolutely, and I love Khan, by the way. Tell him I say hello.
Yeah, he was getting jealous because I haven't talked to him today. I've been on with everybody. So.
But I'm not as worried as you. I would only be worried if you're in one of 2 states, California or New York. Maybe Portland, Oregon.
Washington State, Illinois. There's a few states I'm very worried about.
5 or 6. The rest of the country, though, we're taking this seriously.
I hope so. I hope so.
Oh yeah,
But-
I know.
But
You gotta.
I would feel far more comfortable and far more confident if people weren't afraid of being censored and spoke up on the social media and reminded these progressives, because the teachers aren't, I hear from a lot of teachers who disagree. They think, no, this is perfectly fine. This is a great idea. Academics love this. And I'm afraid, how many times have we seen on TikTok, how many teachers have we seen who are like, no, we want to teach these kids this. We want to program these children. We want to turn them into progressives. That scares me.
Yeah, I know. It is definitely spooky, but the difference also, I think, in going to what you said about TikTok, I mean, I'm out there talking to people. I'm not really, as you know, I'm not too much of the social media savvy. I have Facebook. I don't have Twitter. I don't support the Chinese government, so I don't have TikTok.
I don't either. Yeah, go ahead.
Yep, right. So what I'm hearing on the ground is very different than what I'm hearing on the internet, and somewhat seeing on the internet. And what happened, I think at the end of the day, it matters what people are doing on the ground more than what's going on and what people are saying on Twitter. People can be outraged on Twitter. That's great, but they're not the ones, movers and shakers, who are going into their communities, right? That's when things get serious. Now, if all these TikTokers went out and started, being activists and going full time and working, for their causes, I would be completely in agreement. That's very terrifying. But there's such a difference between the term online tough guy and online armchair political scientist,
right?
And what we
right.
Yeah, no, I think that's the argument to be made. I'm very hopeful. I've invited you out to Arizona many times. Still got to come out.
I still plan to go. Got to get the money together first.
Yep, because you will be shocked. You will be surprised at the amount of stuff going on in the conservative movement down here.
I would love to see that. I like that idea.
It brings joy. I mean, on a Sunday, you have an event, where you have candidates speaking just at the Capitol, and across the street you have one of the political prisoners speaking through his phone to a podcast that people can listen to right outside the Capitol and ask questions. Same day. You have candidates who are standing up for America First and different ideas, and they are actively saying it, and they aren't afraid to. And anyone who isn't is getting called out pretty fast.
Well, it's good to have hope, and that's a good thing. And it refreshes my.
Yes, it's hard to live in New York. It is very hard specifically because New York isn't like the rest of the world.
Thank God. Thank God.
Thank God. Yeah, there are a couple places like New York, like we said, California, Illinois, but the majority of states don't think like that, which is it's a joy. It is a absolute joy. I'm going to get going here, Mike. We'll probably call in. I know Preston said he would want to call in with me in about 30 minutes, 20 minutes or so.
Okay.
Maybe shorter because he's got a work call, and then we are going to... And like I said, we watched way more than we should have. We watched Star Trek Prodigy, like you said, which was awful. You will have a favorite character in Prodigy. You will have a favorite character.
I truly doubt that.
Well, according to your assessment yesterday, where you were rooting for anyone who destroys the good guys.
Oh yeah, any villain on Star Trek Prodigy, I am in favor of. I like them.
Well, one of the main characters is actually just constantly screwing them over, so you'll like him. Then we watched Lower Decks, which that was something. And then the holiday special for about 40 minutes. Which I absolutely loved. Anyone who says the Star Wars Holiday Special is terrible has not seen it. It's fantastic.
No,
it is.
I saw it. I saw it when it came out, and oh god.
Chewbacca's son? I forget his name. Lumpy. Lumpy. You should pull up a picture of Lumpy on the screen. His face is terrifying, but
yeah.
Always good to talk to you, and we'll be calling in later. Keep up the good work. Happy birthday again. Great show. I'm loving it.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I think a lot of people are enjoying it, so I'm very happy about that. And thank you again. And I'm looking forward to hearing about what I got right in my prediction about Star Trek Prodigy and the whole abysmal embarrassment that is Star Trek Paramount.
Yeah, it's bad. But have a good one, Mike.
All right. So yes, folks, we're going to be talking about Star Trek, and in particular, not just Star Trek, but the way that media has been pushing this woke agenda to try and convince our kids that they have no choice, that they must be woke, that they must be part of this agenda, that they must be socialist progressives, which is destroying America. It's a horrible idea. And I think it's terrible. Matter of fact, and this is something that I take very personally, because it happened in my local community. Because in my local community, we had the CRT application where kids were being taught that to be white is to be evil, to be black is to be a victim, to not trust authorities, to be progressive. And I'll show you what I mean. And I see your comments there, user, and I'm going to come right back to them in just 1 second. But I want to show you what I mean, folks. So, no. This is a conversation I had on April 20th. It's only 3 minutes. So I'm going to play that, and I'm going to come right back. But I want you to hear, this is what we were talking about the school boards. And I was one of dozens of people who were upset about this, who were saying, how dare you do this to children? And I want you to see the faces, especially of this one right here, Corinne Kirk, because she's a member of Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow. She's part of the far left. She's part of those who are putting together this agenda to indoctrinate our children. So I want you to watch this, and then you tell me what you think about this. I want you to hear what I had to say. New York. And I have to say that I was deeply troubled when I saw the video and heard of this book. There's something that's being said here over and over again, and I think it's very important to understand it. We're introducing politics to the very youngest and most vulnerable of our children in our community. I think that's wrong. That's not the place of education. That's not the place of the school system. Now, I want to be very clear. I am not blaming the teachers per se. I am not blaming the school system per se. This is a bigger problem. Perhaps the community hasn't been paying attention enough to allow this to seep in. But unlike many people who will be speaking, and they have very personal, serious reasons why they believe in social justice and then why they believe in equity. But let's understand, that's not what the school is there for. The school is there to teach the children, not about equity, a political ideology, not about social justice, a political ideology. And if you do wish to do that, keep that to the high schools, where we have the young adults about to enter into society and going on to higher learning, who can understand and deal with these complicated issues. Instead, what we should be looking at is teaching the fundamentals of these children so that they understand the words, the meanings, the ideas, and the ability to understand and interpret these ideas so that when they are introduced to these political issues, they are able to address those political issues. School isn't about equity. That's for our politicians. That's for grown adults. You want to talk about social justice? Do that. But I can tell you, it is upsetting to me, and it doesn't matter what my race is, but it is upsetting to me when I watch a video, which has since been removed, where a teacher is apologizing for being born in a certain location. What lesson is being transferred? Because she started the conversation before she started reading the book in the video that was removed, saying that she was sorry that she had been born and there weren't a large diversity in her neighborhood. That's a bad message. Having a story that's telling us about the ills of police is a separating and bad issue. That isn't promoting the lesson of Can you spell? Can you read? Do you understand the meanings of the words? Can you do mathematics? Do you have the basic fundamental building blocks to allow you to then understand more complex issues and then to take a position? And more importantly, if you want this book to be read, again, the book is Something Happened, that should be done with parents, not teachers in the school system. Thank you. So that was just me talking about our school system because, you're told all the time, oh, no, they're not teaching critical race theory. Yes, they are. Our kids aren't being taught applications of critical race theory. Yes, they are. And we need to call that out. And, when parents found out about that in my community in the southern tier, they went ape, and they should. But we need to follow that up. We need to make sure that our politicians are aware of that. And I've asked many of the politicians, I've asked many candidates in my area, like Josh Riley, like Antonio Delgado. I've been asking them, do you support that? I've asked Donna Lapardo. I've asked, so many of these candidates and these elected officials and say, do you support this idea? And they're like, well, it doesn't apply. It's not really happening here. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Don't lie to us, to our face. Tell us that what we can see isn't real. We need to call that out. Now, user has been banned, said he says, I said people should be vocal about supporting our schools and our kids in their schools. And user says they should, but the same applies to Britain, especially with their issues on the subject. I would expect to see riots over it. Now, I never want to see riots. I'm not asking anyone to riot. That's not what I would ever advocate because I don't think that's necessary. In fact, I think that's counterproductive. But I do think it's important that we stand up and say, hey, we have to be heard and you have to change this. You cannot continue to push this. I know for a fact, I am in an argument right now with several college professors who are adamant in telling me, no, you just don't understand, Mike. You don't understand what it is to be black in America. They tell me you don't understand what critical race theory is. It's insulting to hear them say this. And they say this not just to me, they tell parents this too. You just don't understand. What? We're not ignorant. We're not idiots. Just because I don't have a degree doesn't mean that I don't know how to read. It's very aggravating to me. Now, user goes on to say, if you take the teachings of critical race theory and their writings and change people of color to German and whites to Jews, it reads like All-Star magazine 1930s, 1940s German propaganda. But it's amazing to me because it does sound like propaganda. It does sound like the very worst of authoritarian and fascist ideology. It really does. And we need to cut that off. We need to never let this happen again. We have seen this too many times, and we have seen the negative outcomes of these kind of insanity. And it's upsetting. But that's why I speak about this. That's why I'm willing to come out and talk about it. Because, yeah, they're going to tell me, Mike, you're just a racist. You just don't get it. You just don't understand. No, I'm not a racist. And yeah, I do understand. And that's not an answer to the question. The question is, why are you trying to teach this to children? What are you trying to do? Why do you think you're going to get away with this? And I'm not going to let them get away with this. And I hope no one else would let them get away with this because they shouldn't get away with this. It's aggravating. But maybe you don't agree. I don't know. Maybe you want to call in 607-242-1582. Maybe you think I don't understand critical race theory. Maybe there are people who are watching this are going, well, you just don't get it. Please explain it to me if you think I don't get it. Because I've done the research. I've done the reading. I've read from Professor Bell and from all the others. I've been reading about this. I've been looking at the material. I've been listening to what teachers are saying, what professors are saying. And I'm telling you, it's not good. It reminds me of being back in 1972 in PS 78 in the Bronx and having that older brother, that racist kid, come up to me and say, "You can't talk to my sister, you're the wrong color." I remember that. I will never forget that in my life. And I would never want any child to have that experience. I don't care if it's the black kid, older kid saying it, or a white kid, or an Asian kid, or a Hispanic kid. No kid should have to go through that. And what we are teaching children today is it's absolutely okay to do that. And I don't understand how we went from in 1968 saying that is wrong, that we shouldn't do that, so that by the 1980s, we weren't saying that, to now in 2022, we've gone backwards to the 1950s and saying, oh, absolutely, we have to say that. And it is scientifically correct because of the people's color of skin. I thought we got past that. And it seems that we haven't. People are telling me, no, you just don't understand. It's absolutely true because they're white. That is racist. Why can we not say that? Why are people afraid to say, what you are saying is absolutely racist? I've said that to the face of members of Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, otherwise known as PLOT. I've said that to members of the Democratic Socialists of America, especially the Ithaca chapter that believes in violence. I have said that to members of Citizen Action and the other far left organizations, and I will continue to say that because it is true. And we should not abide by that at all. Now, if you think I am wrong, and I know I am very passionate about saying this, and I know I have a lot of passion in some of these subjects, but if you think I'm wrong, I am more than happy to hear you out. I am more than happy to hear your argument to tell me how institutional racism justifies racism and treating anyone as less than. Please, I am happy to hear that argument. I've asked professors at several colleges to try and explain this to me, and they can't. Because there is no logic behind it. It's their feeling. They feel like they're right. They say, well, people have written about it and said that, and they say that they think it's right. They say that they think it's true, but that doesn't mean it's true. There were a lot of people who wrote about Darwinism and said, oh, well, black people aren't human beings. They said, oh, well, phrenology. Yeah, the people's heads are the wrong shape, so they're not really human beings. I've heard a lot of sick, twisted people say things over time, and they have said, hey, it's written about, it must be true. How about eugenics? There's been a lot written about that, but we've come to the understanding that that was wrong. Why in the world are we saying that, well, no, it wasn't that wrong. They just picked the wrong color of people to pick on. Really? America is better than that. User has been banned says, racists are pretty dumb. Culturalism I can understand since we don't take on Aztec culture and sacrifice our young for good crops as an extreme example. Or the clash in Britain with theirs and the one moving in. You know what? Culturalism, to be a nationalist, to say, I love America, nothing wrong with that. And if you love Canada and you're Canadian, if you're British and you love the United Kingdom, fantastic. Australia, love your country. I have no problem with that. But there's a difference between I love my country because I think it's a great country, and then saying, oh, and by the way, people of this color are evil by birth. You cannot mix those two things. They do not match, and they are not justified. I don't know how many times I've heard people try and justify the violence of PLOT, the violence of Antifa, the violence of BLM, because, well, black people. That's not a justification. It hurts my head. And it should hurt all of us. And yet it still exists. And there are people on CNN and MSNBC and over at The Atlantic and over at The Intercept and at the Huffington Post that are right now writing down and saying, nope, you just got to understand, it's perfectly okay. There are professors in colleges right now. There's a college 15 minutes, 20 minutes away from me right now, and they are teaching students this crap, saying, hey, this is okay. It's perfectly fine to hate people based on the color of skin. It has gotten so far that there have been polls that have been done showing that kids who are progressive in college will not date and will not be friends with, will not work for, and will not associate with people who aren't progressive. That is insane to me. And there is something fundamentally wrong with that. And we need to speak up about it. And I'm more than happy to do so. I have been doing it for 15 years. I'm going to continue to keep doing it until that's no longer an issue. Because the day that we stop speaking up about this is the day that they win. And all of a sudden, we're back to 1950s, if not 1930s. And history then repeats itself. Because if you do not learn the lesson of history, history always repeats itself. And there's always some group of elitists that want to go backwards in time so that they can be the top dog in the scenario that we've already been through, that we already know is evil and wrong. And we just don't need to go backwards in time like that. We really don't. I truly do not believe that we need to go backwards in time like that. I mean, maybe you think I'm wrong. Maybe you think I don't get it. I think I do. I think I understand it pretty well. Hang on. You know, I don't know, folks. It's so aggravating sometimes. It really, really is. By the way, I should mention, I really appreciate, I've been at this for 10 hours now, 10 hours straight, speaking with you, one or two breaks, but I really appreciate the fact that so many people have been, and I understand, no one's been sitting, I don't think anyone's been listening to the whole thing 10 hours straight through. But I appreciate that people have come in and out, they've been listening to parts of this, that they have been commenting and calling in and letting me know about what their thoughts are. And I want you to appreciate that you are not alone. I understand. I may not be the size of Tim Pool. I may not be the size of Gothics. I may not be as famous as Steven Crowder or any of them. That's fine. That's fine. But I want you to understand something. As a small guy in a pool, in a sea of these big names, especially fighting against companies like NBC and ABC and the New York Times, I want you to understand that there are so many people who have been watching this program, that have been listening on and off, and who have been making comments and making phone calls, and more importantly, just listening. You are not alone. If you're someone and it doesn't matter whether you're a Democrat or whether you're a Libertarian or whether you're a Republican, you've been listening into this, and I guarantee you, you are not alone. There are other people who are doing the same thing. They're listening just like you are. And they're having their thoughts too. And they're saying, yeah, I get it. And they understand that there is such a thing as government overreach, and that we are taking America down a very negative road, and that we can improve this nation by not doing that. Now all we need to do is make sure that we all speak, and that we also come out and we vote. And I'm not telling you who to vote for, but I am telling you, ask these politicians that want your vote, ask them these questions. Ask them if they believe in critical race theory. Ask them if they think that you should teach children at 5 years of age about sex. Ask them if they believe that we should have an open border and have unlimited amounts of children sent in an act of child abuse into the United States by themselves. Ask them if they want to allow the slavery of individuals, human trafficking into the United States because we have an open border. Ask them these questions and don't accept it when they say, I'm not going to answer, or they don't respond to you. Don't vote for them. Find someone else to vote for. Write in Mickey Mouse. I don't care if they're a Republican. I don't care if they're a Democrat. I don't care if they're a Libertarian, a Green Party. I don't care who they are. If they can't answer that question, and if you don't like the answer that they give them, don't vote for them. Just because you may be a Democrat or a Republican or a Libertarian does not mean that you don't have a choice. Especially when the person is telling you to your face that they are going to do something that is going to harm your children, that is going to harm this nation, that is going to damage our future. Don't vote for these people. Pick someone else. Why not? Pick whoever you think is best, but pick someone else. Don't reward people by going, well, it's either this guy or, it's got the lesser of evils. No, screw that. Pick someone else entirely. Vote for someone completely different. Send a message. Because it's not enough to say, I'll just go with the lesser evil. They'll only screw up the nation a little bit. That's what Bill Maher is doing right now. He told you, well, pick Joe Biden because Joe Biden doesn't matter if he had any sexual abuse claims. Me Too doesn't apply to Joe Biden because Orange Man bad. It was Bill Maher who said in May of 2019 that he wants to see a recession, that he wants to see you out of work. He wants to see you financially harmed. That's what Bill Maher said. And today, Bill Maher is like, oh, this is affecting me. It's affecting my family and friends. Oh, we've gone too far. This is too much. You asked for this, Bill Maher. You wanted this, Bill Maher. You insisted that people vote for this, Bill Maher. The same thing with Trevor Noah. You got on there on TV and you were asking those people on your channel, you got to vote for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris because Orange Man bad, because Kamala is black. You got to do this. You got to vote for them. And don't worry, it's all going to be okay. And here we are 2 years later, a year later, and here we are, and it's not better. It's way, way worse. Don't turn around and tell me, hey, you know what? That doesn't seem to be working out so well. You asked for this. You helped make this possible. Accept the blame for this and realize that you made not only just a mistake, but a criminal mistake, and you are harming people. So shut up, get out of the politics, leave it alone. Or at least be honest enough to say, I asked for this, I did this, and at least have the balls to say, I was wrong. Don't just turn around and go, well, it seems he's bad now. Who could have known? How could we have possibly guessed that? I hate duplicity in politicians. I hate duplicity in entertainers. I don't like entertainers in politics in the first place because they're just like anyone else. What makes them special? But I really hate when they're being duplicitous with the public. It's just so aggravating. User has been banned, mentions progressives don't always mean moving forward or to the right direction. It can mean off a cliff or backwards. Yeah, momentum, just moving doesn't mean that you're moving in the right direction. And obviously, as we can see from the economy, as we can see from the culture, we are obviously not moving in the right direction. Just obvious. You know, I wanted to talk about gun control again. And again, we've heard how many times that we hear about these mass shootings. I want to show you, the Sacramento shooting. It still bugs me. 5 shooters. 5 shooters involved in a gang-related mass shooting. Well, gee, I think I found the problem. It was a gang. It wasn't the gun. It wasn't because they're black or white or Muslim. It's because they're criminals. And there isn't a single, and the laws in California do not punish criminals. And that's your problem. Gee, you want to stop mass shootings? You want to stop having gangs out there shooting because they don't care? You know what? Stop punishing law-abiding citizens and maybe start punishing the criminals. But the problem is we have judges like Judge Jackson, who's going to be, sadly, is going to get onto the Supreme Court, and she doesn't believe in punishing these people because they're black. Does that make any sense to you? That Ketanji Brown Jackson, KBJ, wants to give these gangsters a lesser charge, even though they killed people because they're black. And that means that the world is institutional, that the United States is institutionally racist, so that they must be let out of jail sooner because they're not responsible for having a gang shootout and killing innocent bystanders. Does that make sense to you? That is the logic of the far left. Does that make sense to anyone? Why in the hell would you do that? These people should go away for life. And in my personal opinion, they should get the death penalty. Period. I don't care if they're black or not. I don't care if they're poor or not. They made a choice, a very distinct and very specific choice to shoot and to shoot anyone and to not care about who they hit. They decided to recklessly use a firearm and to try and violently kill other human beings for no reason other than they're in a gang. Because of power. Because of drugs and money. They deserve the death penalty. That's what I believe. And yet we have people on the far left who say, no, 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 it's because of institutional racism. You cowards. That's my thought. You tell me I'm wrong. If you don't think I'm right, 607-242-1582. You can call and say, Mike, that's just wrong. You've gone too far. I don't think I have gone too far. I think that's perfectly fine. Hang on. I'm going to ask a question, and I'm going to put it up for everybody. By the way, folks, if you're watching this, for some reason, if you decide to watch this as a marathon or you're catching up at different parts and you don't get to see this live after the show, please feel free to add your thoughts in the comments below and let me know what you think. Let me know if you agree. Do you think that gangs that kill innocent citizens deserve the death penalty? My answer is yes, they do. Yes, they absolutely do. And it doesn't matter the color of their skin. It doesn't matter whether they're rich or they're poor. That's murder. That equals the death penalty. And we should have that. Some people will tell me, well, that's just, Mike, that's just not sensitive. I'm not trying to be sensitive. I'm not worried about the feelings of gang members that kill innocent civilians. I don't care about their feelings. I don't care if it's not sensitive to them. Why should we care? Why should we be sensitive to their feelings? They're criminals that kill people. Why should we be sensitive to them? Maybe you think I'm too harsh. Maybe. Let me ask you another question. What was that? I just get... Nope. Let me ask you another question. Hang on one second. Do you think non-citizens deserve to vote? Because I'll tell you, I don't. I know a bunch of libertarians that agree with me. I know a bunch of Republicans that agree with me. I know a bunch of Democrats that agree with me. Mind you, if you ask a Democrat to answer that question, they won't. Why are non-citizens voting in our elections? In New York State, 800,000 non-citizens will vote in 2022. In San Francisco, California, non-citizens are able to vote there. Why are we letting non-citizens, and I know that there's discussions in several other states to let non-citizens vote. Why in the world are we doing that? And I know that in my city, in Binghamton, New York, I have presented a referendum, a bill, and I said, hey, we believe in the Constitution and non-citizens can't vote. And we will not let them vote in local elections. And the local city council will not put that through. They will not have that discussion. How are we supposed to improve things if they won't even have the discussion? Seriously, folks. Seriously. User has been banned says China could prop up a pro-China candidate, send over a bunch of people to vote for them. Yes, they could. And they would win. Because that's what New York City believes. And that would affect New York State as well. I'm sure Eric Swalwell will be happy to be one of the champions of that. I'm sure they'll be able to back that person up. Because, Eric Swalwell loves China, literally. Insulting. Okay, we got 2 more hours. I've got at least enough energy to go another 2 hours. Wow, it's a long day. There's a lot of conversations. And I'm very happy to have this. And I'm so happy to be able to have this conversation with you, to share my thoughts about the 54 years that I've been having unconventional thoughts, unapproved thoughts, thoughts about life. Thoughts that don't require someone else to validate them by saying, well, now you have a degree, so your opinion counts. I'm sorry, I'm a human being. My opinion counts because I have it. My opinion counts because I can think. There should be no further discussion about that. Now, you can tell me you don't agree with my opinion. That's fantastic. That's your choice. That's your right. But that doesn't mean my choice isn't valid because I don't check off the right box. Oh, you can't have an opinion about that. Why? Well, because you're just black, you're a straight male. No, you can't. No, that's not how it works. Someone trying to call in? It sounds like I was getting calls. And I don't care if they voted conservative. I honestly, I don't want to see, it doesn't matter if they vote conservative or Republican. I don't care. I don't want non-citizens to vote, period. I don't care who they vote for. I don't care whether they're voting to give out gold. I don't care if they're voting to protect the Constitution. I don't care. They don't get to vote. They're not American citizens. They don't have that right. Especially if they happen to be illegal aliens. Doubly so for them. They broke the law in the first place. They're not supposed to be here. They absolutely don't get to vote. I mean, does that make sense? Is that a crazy idea? Because I don't think it is. And I think more people agree with that than not. Ooh, I'm starting to feel tired. Oof. Hello, Janice. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Thank you for watching the program for a little bit. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Janice. By the way, folks, if you make a donation today, let me see if I can get this on screen. Can I? There you go. See that? You know what this is? This is I don't know if you can see it. I'm trying to show it off. There it is. This is a flash drive, 4 gigabyte flash drive. If anyone wants one, I will be happy to mail it out to you. So just let me know. If you want to give me money for it, fantastic. If you don't, that's okay too. But I will be happy to. I've got about 100 of these that I will be happy to send out to anyone who asks for it. If you want one of these 4 gigabyte flash drives, just send me a message and let me get your email, and I will be happy to send them out to you. So again, it's my birthday. This is my birthday gift to you. You've been with me for 10 hours now. If you ask for one of the 4 gigabyte flash drives, I will be happy to send it out to you. I've got 100 of them that I'll be happy to send out. And if you want to give me money for it, fantastic. And if you don't, I'll still send it to you. I'm perfectly happy either way. Not asking for anything. Not telling you to, sign up and then you'll get, no. If you want one, I'll send it to you. If you want to subscribe, fantastic. If you don't, that's okay. If you want to send me money, that's fantastic. If you don't, it's okay. If you want it, I will send it out to you. Because that's my gift to you. My birthday, I get to give you a gift. No, Mike, I kind of get that Mike Bowie mentions that he was joking and saying that, but maybe those 800,000 non-citizens, they're going to vote conservative. They might. And I get it's a joke, and it is a problem. I can't say what kind of election problem it is. It's a problem with election integrity. And that's about all I can say because of YouTube, Facebook censorship. But I think we need to make sure that people understand this is growing. It's a growing trend. It started in California. Now it's in New York. I believe Washington State is thinking about doing it. There's a couple of other, I think DC is thinking about it. We got to stop that before it gets any further. Well, thank you, Janice. I'm glad somebody thinks I'm sweet. I know there's a lot of people who don't agree. I know there's a bunch of people that wouldn't say that. And by the way, I know you're on Facebook, but the system's showing me that there's no one on Facebook, but yet you're writing in from Facebook. So there you go. Systems never tells me the truth. I don't know how many people are watching. I know sometimes when I'm watching a live stream, it'll show that there's absolutely there'll be like 50 people writing and they'll say, well, no one's watching this whatsoever. I'm like, there's 50 people who are writing in comments. Never go by those numbers. They're never true. It's another form of the censorship out there. But yes, I like to, it's my birthday. I like to give people things if I can. I like to share with people. I'm giving you my time. I've given you guys about 10 hours and 15 minutes. I'm going to be here for at least 12 hours. So I got 2 more hours to go. So yeah, I want to be there. Yeah, I know. I can see that I can see that in the comment you're on Facebook, but in my system, which is supposed to show me the live count, it doesn't count you. It shows me as no one. So when people watch this and they say, well, what are the numbers? Is it really interesting? Never go by the numbers because it's a lie. You never see the real numbers until after the show is done. God, I'm feeling just a little bit tired, a little punch drunk, and I'm waiting for the guys to call in. Let me ask, has anyone seen Star Trek Discovery, Star Trek Picard? Have you seen the Halo series? Am I Jerry Lewis? You're funny. You're funny, John. Jerry Lewis. I get that joke. And Jerry Lewis was a great comedian, by the way. But have you watched any of these woke programs? WandaVision, Falcon something or other. Captain Marvel. What do you think of the woke culture that's in our movies, that's in our sports, that's in our entertainment? Is that helping? Yes, you are showing your age, John, because most people don't know who Jerry Lewis is anymore, I don't think. Or at least people who are younger than me don't know who Jerry Lewis is. One of the great comedians out there. Is there anyone who really enjoys woke entertainment? I mean, I know there's lots of people on Twitter who talk about woke entertainment. I know there's a bunch of people on YouTube and Twitch that talk about woke entertainment. People on Twitter that talk about woke entertainment. But, you know, Batwoman, no one watches it. The CW, no one watches it. Naomi, no one's watching that. No one's watching Star Trek Picard. No one's watching Halo. No one wants to see the Lord of the Rings, the Amazon version. No one wants to see that. But yet they keep making this. And I don't get it. I mean, they have lost money over and over and over again. And I don't understand it. Everyone who's seen Picard that I know of hates it. It is absolutely crap. I saw the first episode of Halo. It came out, Paramount put it out for free because no one would watch it. And so they put it out for free because I don't pay for streaming, and I'm definitely not going to pay for anything from Paramount. I'm not going to pay for any woke programs. I will not support Disney, and I have not supported Disney since episode 8 of their Disney Star Wars. I will not support them. I will not give them a shred of money. Not even for The Mandalorian. So I don't pay for any of that. But I did watch the free Halo. And I saw the first episode. And my God, was that horrendous. And it's just so super woke. Why do they have that Asian chick in there? Because she's woke. Because she's Asian and a chick, so she's got to be in there. And I guarantee you, she's the star of the show. Not Master Chief, not the other people. Watch, she's the star of the show. Everything centers around her. Why? Who cares? She's not a Spartan. She's not this big fighter. This is supposed to be an intergalactic war between species. And there she is there. She's useless. I don't watch Disney for the same reason. Captain Marvel, Black Widow. It's horrendous. And I truly believe that all of these things are being put on. Yes, like in Picard, they had what's her name? The fat black woman from down in Georgia, who wanted to run for governor, lost her ass. She thinks she's really important. Can't stand her. Yeah, she was on that. But I don't think all of these programs, they're not targeting me. They're not targeting 54-year-old people. They're not targeting 49-year-old people. Stacey Abrams, that's her name. Yes. They're targeting 18-year-olds. 18-year-olds. They're targeting people who have no choice, those young kids, and they're trying to make them believe, see, this is great. Whoa, ooh, isn't this great? They're trying to twist their brains around. Hey, Dow's back. Dow's back from work. Dow says the only people I see watching the CW is a fraction of a percent and actual and reviewers who seem to be driven to madness the farther into the season they go. They love this. I mean, you look at all these reviewers and they're like, this is the greatest show I've ever seen. This stuff is so fantastic. And no one likes it. Everyone says it's dog crap. But, you know, ooh, it's wonderful. It's going to win awards because diversity. You know how you know diversity is crap? You never see black conservatives. No one's ever worried about black conservatives or even portraying black conservatives. Not even Republicans, just black conservatives. Someone that's center, that's centrist or right of the center. You don't see black libertarians anywhere. You don't see black or even Hispanic libertarians. You don't see black or Hispanic conservatives in any kind of media. They're always some kind of progressive. Why? I mean, shouldn't there diversity should make it, there should be someone, even one or two people who are conservative, but conservatives, of course, are always evil, so maybe that's the reason why. I don't know. The Book of Eli was very good. Book of Eli was also made was made several years ago, and it's not a woke film. Miss K knows who Dean Martin is. Hey, Miss K is back with us. I'm glad to have you back. Thank you for joining me again on the birthday Livestream Marathon. And I know there's a few people who know who Jerry Lewis and Dean Martin are. They're a funny, funny team. I think more people should see them. And Abbott and Costello, the best ever. Mike Bowie mentions that he likes foreign films. They're much more original. Well, some of them are. I personally only watch anime because I'm tired. There's no movies. I see these movies. Can't stand any of them. They're crap. They're political. See, we used to have movies that could have a political element in it. I'll give you a great example. Star Trek, the original series. The original Star Trek had lots of politics in it, but they were telling a story. Deep Space Nine had a political message in it, but they were telling a good story. It wasn't, we're telling you about politics, and that's all, and we're programming you about politics, and there is no story. It's just politics. That's not entertainment. Yes, I love Black Lagoon. It is one of my favorite anime. I do love that a lot. And I find it interesting. The older I get, the more I see more people in my age group in the 50s. We all love anime. It's like a new thing. And I like it because the Japanese aren't woke. Fist bump back. Yeah, the Japanese aren't woke. Thank God they won't be woke. Did you see that Cowboy Bebop abomination? What is the arrogance with these people who think, oh, wait a minute, this story has been made millions and millions, tens of millions and billions of dollars. It's super popular. Everyone loves it. They did it to Dragon Ball Z. 80 million people around the world had watched Dragon Ball Z. It's one of the most famous, one of the most popular animes that have ever existed. People all around the world have watched it in so many different languages. They decided to make it, and they decided to make it a woke piece of crap. It was useless. No one, and everyone hated it. Everyone hated it. Cowboy Bebop. They decided, hey, this is something that is beloved. Everyone loves this. Let's go and make a live-action Cowboy Bebop and change everything. Let's rewrite it because we're better than the people who made it. No, you're not. If you were that good, you'd make your own story and we'd be trying to make a movie about whatever it is you made. You're remaking something that was already good. Don't add to it. You're not good enough. You're just not good enough. They just aren't. And that's why their movies suck. But yet, I don't understand. We've seen entertainment losing money hand over fist, and yet they keep doing this, which makes me think that they are seriously doing this because they are following that German Nazi idea that they're trying to win over the hearts and minds of the children because it's too late. They know they're not going to get me to suddenly become a progressive. It's never going to happen, and I'm never going to agree with them, and I'm always going to oppose them. And rather than to try and battle with me, and I know what I'm talking about, and I'm able to defend myself, they're going to go after children who haven't developed experiences in their life, who don't know any better, they don't know anything other than what the teachers have taught them. And so they're going to go after them to brainwash those kids so that they can they can control those kids. And that's really sickening to me. That's sick. That's, again, child abuse, in my opinion. You may think I'm wrong, but I think that's child abuse. That's a form of child abuse. It's brainwashing. It's like making child soldiers. It's horrendous. It's sickening. John Cordisco mentions his heart was broken when Disney screwed up Star Wars. So was mine. Episode 7, it was okay. It was mediocre. Why? Because it was a remake of Episode 4, A New Hope. Episode 8, I don't know. They went off a cliff there. They lost their minds. Because we got to be woke. Why? Down mentioned those newer shows you mentioned that I've been mentioning earlier all suffer from several of the common symptoms of failure. Intersectional diversity social programming, number one, and I agree, that is the main component of every one of these shows. They don't have a message besides intersectional diversity social programming. 2, they're lazy and have incompetent writers. That's Halo. Hello, that's Halo. That's Star Trek Discovery. That's Star Trek Prodigy. 3, exposition-heavy word salad dialogue. Well, that sounds like The Inhumans, the Marvel movie. 4, cookie cutter. Yep, they're all cookie cutter. They're all either trying to be Game of Thrones or they're trying to be Marvel. That's it. Miss K says it's 6 a.m. there. Well, I started at 5 a.m. So you went to sleep, woke up. I'm glad that you're back with us. Great. And, you know, a lot of people started their day with me, and we started with a cup of coffee at 5 a.m. And here it is, 10 and a half hours later, I'm still drinking coffee. So I'm glad people are back with me. And it's great to know. And by the way, for folks who don't know, Miss K is down in Australia. So we do have an international audience. Agent Black is over across the pond in the UK. So we have some people from around the world who are watching this. And I appreciate and thank each and every one of you for spending time on my birthday with me. Yeah, Dow goes on to say there's a lack of continuity of existing intellectual property, unoriginal marketing, and poor world building. Well, so far you haven't missed one. These are horrible, horrible programs. And they're trying to press this idea about the world that really makes no sense. They're trying to push these ideas, and even in their own stories, it makes no sense. Because PC culture, this intersectionality, none of this makes sense. It's like telling me that, oh, you can't define what a woman is, or you can't define what a man is. Really? Is it that hard? Is it really that hard? Because it's not. If you want to be gay, be gay. That's fantastic. You want to be trans, fantastic. That's on you. But there's only 2 genders. And if you don't like that, I can't help you. But that's just reality. There's only 2 genders. Show me a transgender lion. It doesn't exist. Just because we can do something doesn't mean that we should do something. I'm not saying that people can't express themselves and they can't live their lives and love who they want to love. Fantastic. Do that if you want to. But I can definitely tell you there's only two genders. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe these movies are so smart that we just can't understand the brilliance of these programs. That's just not true. There are only 2 genders that can make more. The rest have to be converted. There's only 2 genders. Period. Now, you can be gay, you can be trans, but there's only 2 genders. And I think Leah Thomas proves that. Jenner proves that. You know, there's only 2 genders. Now, how you decide to live your life, hey, that's up to you. How you live your life, that's your choice. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. But I am going to tell you that if you're going to tell me, oh, no, there's more. No, there isn't. No, there isn't. There never has been. Yeah, amen and a woman. Do you remember when they said that in Congress? A woman. Amen isn't about men. God, it's so insulting. Amen is a religious term. It's from the Latin, as I recall. It has nothing to do with man. But, expecting them to understand what amen means is like trying them to have them understand why Dragon Ball Z is popular, why Halo is popular, why people love Lord of the Rings or Star Wars or Star Trek or the early versions of the Marvel Universe. They don't get it because they don't want to. Here we go. Hello, and thank you for calling in. This is No Soundbites Allowed, your host on this birthday Livestream Marathon. And may I ask who's speaking?
This is John and
Preston.
Oh, hey, Preston. Hey, John. So I guess we're talking about Star Trek Prodigy.
Yes, we are, Mike. We watched it last night. We watched 2 episodes. We went above and beyond. Three. That's right, 3, because the first one is a 2-parter. We went above and beyond for you, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
Preston, what were your thoughts?
A very sad experience.
Yeah. What did you? Okay, so let's start by saying we watched Prodigy and we watched Lower Decks. Which one did you like better, Preston?
I think Lower Decks was more tolerable for one reason and one reason only, and that is they didn't have rock in Lower Decks.
I overlooked it. I overlooked that unfortunate position. I didn't think. I thought it was bad, but not as bad as you did. Preston, I thought it was just. It didn't feel like Star Trek at all.
Because it's not Star Trek.
It didn't feel like at all like anything related to Star Trek that I've ever seen. Now there was a main antagonist, Mike. There actually was.
Right.
It wasn't just them exploring everything. There was one bad guy. What was his name, Preston? There was General Grievous. Right?
Yes.
And then they had the daughter of the main bad guy. And so it's.
Well, wait a minute.
Where do we start with?
Hang on. Let me start with this, okay? So people are seeing on screen what this looks like. It's a cartoon, anime, whatever you want to call it, and it's about a bunch of aliens. And to be more exact, this is the description, as per Google, about Star Trek Prodigy. A motley crew of young aliens in the Delta Quadrant find an abandoned Starfleet ship, the SSS Protostar. Taking control of the ship, they must learn to work together as they make their way towards the Alpha Quadrant. So, for those who don't know anything about Star Trek, it's about space. It's cowboys in space almost, okay? And so what we have here is you have a bunch of kids, no adults, who go out and they're in the west side of town. They're in Australia or something, and they're going to get on a boat by themselves, a bunch of kids, and they're going to take that boat to go to America. To just simplify this so everyone can understand it. So a bunch of teenagers find a boat, they get on, say, an aircraft carrier, and they decide that they're going to drive that aircraft carrier to America, and they have radio contact with one adult, and that's their adventure. Where are the parents?
So Mike, you don't understand.
No, I don't.
So let me start by saying they took so much from Star Wars. Holy crow!
Well, that's not a good thing.
They stole. So let me put it in a way. So basically, it stars a bunch of kids on Kessel. Okay, the mining planet in Star Wars. That's what it felt like. And I tried to press it. I was like, this is just Kessel, right? The mining space planet.
So that's you're talking about Star Wars Solo, the Solo movie, which everyone was an abysmal failure. Okay, go on.
Well, Kessel was also in the novels and things, specifically in the Jedi Academy trilogy, which I'm reading right now, which is pretty good in the extended universe. But so it starts with that, and the antagonist's number one right-hand man is General Grievous. I'm sorry, he came apart and had 4 arms. My jaw dropped. I was like, just General Grievous. And I told Preston that. I was like, this is just General Grievous. I kept joking. And what do you know? It was General Grievous. So.
Okay.
Well, the show has such a ridiculous, like, if there's one thing that irks me the most in television shows, it's when these completely oh my gosh, I'm stuttering that, but when these completely unlikely scenarios happen that, would never actually happen, but it's just a coincidence and it happens to save the day. So, like, just to give you an idea here, there is how this all starts is this guy, the main protagonist, who's like this 17-year-old boy, he's like performing like slave labor, mining away with that giant rock creature-looking thing, and literally stumble upon this starship, just like buried underground. Okay, the USS, and it
the non-gendered robot essence thing.
Yes, that comes along shortly thereafter.
Because didn't they find him in the Sorry, they corrected this gender, by the way, like 4 times in the first episode. They found it beforehand. It was a fugitive or something.
Robots don't have a gender.
Well, it's not a robot. It's an essence inside, and they called him a him, and they were like, I have no gender. Remember that. I have no gender. And they said that 4 times throughout the first episode.
It's a robot. Yeah, of course it doesn't have a gender.
Yeah, so they end up stumbling upon this ship that apparently the main antagonist has been looking for the whole time. And literally the enemy like robots, which by the way look like carbon copies of the Vex, which are an enemy from Destiny. These robots literally, like, they could blow up the ship instantly. Like, the General Grievous-looking guy, he can easily go up there and just, like, destroy the ship. But, of course, the main antagonist, is like, no, you can't blow up that ship because I want that ship. And did they ever even explain why the main antagonist wants this ship so badly?
Not in the 3 episodes we saw, because it was just getting to that point. Like, it was going to happen later. They were going to explain it. I'm pretty sure they had some build-up. Did have some build-up. It was an overarching story. So they didn't. Now let's talk about so once they get on the ship, then everyone starts talking because the languages are explained through a translator. So the characters you have are the main character, who is essentially Han Solo, a young Han Solo who's a lying scoundrel, right, with a smart mouth. All right. Then you have the female rock monster.
Oh, the rock monster is a female.
Yes, and it has the voice of like a 3-year-old girl, so it's like this extremely high-pitched, annoying voice. So it's supposed to be ironic, right? It's supposed to be quirky. Oh, look, you have this, giant rock monster that looks like the Thing from Fantastic Four, but it actually just has this voice of like an innocent young child, which is actually just really annoying because she gets more lines, I think, than any other character in the 3 episodes we watched.
Well,
yes.
She's a girl, and, that's all you need these days.
So then you have the engineer guy who, like, how do we describe him? His species, I guess, plays devil's advocate, which is kind of quirky, I guess. He'll, like, argue with you on everything. So he's kind of quirky.
So these are a bunch of stolen characters.
We can't ignore the fact that his name is literally Pog.
Pog, yes. Pog. That is true. That is true. So you have these characters, and then you have my favorite character, the Blob. And the Blob in the show, you also have the fugitive, non-agender space essence, who corrects when they call it a him or he, when they try to
any gendered language that it yells at them.
They have a boy who's the actor for it.
Yeah, so there's that, and then fugitive who can read minds. Okay, it reads minds.
Oh joy.
Then you have the main villain's daughter, right? Preston's daughter.
Yeah.
Whom her character, I have been kidnapped against my will, and I am on a spaceship now.
But you can tell, right? Like, they make it really obvious that how this is going to go, because they establish her in, like, the first, 5 minutes of the first episode is having, this internal conflict, right? Like, she always wanted to go out and, see the stars and stuff like that, but she's been confined to this planet by her father and stuff like that, and right now she's captured, beyond her will on this starship, but you can tell they're going to go the route of she's going to turn her back on her father and, chart her own course and join the crew.
Done before, by the way. That's never been done before.
No, never. I've never seen that.
Yeah, except in every Disney princess since 2000.
I'm pretty sure this was the plot Chrono Trigger with one of the villains from a 90s RPG. Fantastic game. That's one of the characters. So there you go. They're copying off of 90s Super Nintendo games.
They're copying everything.
Yeah. The cliche song and and so then let's get to my favorite character, the Blob, as I've said. The Blob's only goal is to screw over everyone, and I love it. He just eats random things in the ship. So even though they have a translator that can't communicate with the Blob, and he is seen eating the captain's chair, eating random parts of the ship, and screwing over the crew multiple times from just eating things.
So wait a minute. Now, let me understand something about this. First of all, where are the adults?
So they're slaves, so they don't have parents, because they're all criminals or orphans. That's the main villain's ideal, kidnapping scheme for his spice capsule planet. I don't know what it's called. I don't care enough. His mining planet. His whole goal is to kidnap orphans and children, mine for him.
Really? Rather than able-bodied adults. He wants children. Okay, fine.
Criminals, and most of them apparently aren't criminals. They kidnap a little cat at one point, Preston, right?
Yeah.
Preston's here to correct me if I get anything wrong. So they're no adults. Then, so they kidnap. So as Preston said, they get the ship, right? And then they're in what Starfleet is. Okay. And by the way, I would like to. I want a correction for you, Mike. You've seen Star Trek more than I have. Preston's seen Star Trek more than I have. I don't know any of this stuff. I am going based on whatever I've seen. Are the phasers auto-targeting?
No.
Okay, because they have an auto-targeting phaser system.
Which is just something they just made up for crap reason.
I don't know why, but even I was like, this is kind of dumb. I was like, this is like an auto scroller in a video. It's like a tutorial level. And also they have the ability to make shuttlecrafts out of thin air.
Oh, that's always good.
They can make any food they want out of thin air, and they can make any.
Well, the making food out of thin air thing is a common Star Trek thing, but the vehicle replicator was a first for me. I don't know if that has already been established in prior media. Mike, have you heard anything about a vehicle replicator?
No.
That's cool. Yeah. So they just make a fucking shuttlecraft I put it in my mouth. They make a shuttlecraft out of nothing. So you're sitting there, and I'm like, what is happening? And I had to ask Preston, is this what Star Trek is like? Is there that many explosion chase sequences? Because as you know, the next generation, Star Trek media is known for their fantastic motorcycle chase.
Oh, God. It sounds miserable to me. It sounds like a very unpleasant series.
We haven't gotten to the main plot. So the ship, it has a holographic projector and like an AI of from Voyager, correct, Preston?
Yeah.
And Preston, you want to explain what Janeway's purpose is there for and why this comes up at all?
Yeah, so I may be getting this wrong, but I believe it was Janeway was created. She created this AI of herself because apparently she's one of Starfleet's most decorated captains, and they use that to kind of help cadets, who were trying to learn about how these ships operate. And it starts out with, she makes an appearance, and the main character, who's like, the Han Solo rip-off kind of rebel guy, he's like, oh no, I don't need, Captain Janeway's help. I'm the captain of this ship. I'm gonna, do everything my way. And then they proceed to just fail miserably until they're almost about to die. And he's like, okay, I was wrong, Janeway. I need your help. And then Janeway can just take control of the ship and just, make everything better. So now I kind of question, is there really a need for live people on these ships at all? If you can literally just have AIs of Starfleet's best captains just control them for you? Because she did control it in the end, right? Didn't she, John?
Yes. I mean, most of this is automatic systems, from what I understand. Because, like I said, a lot of it was automatic. So yes. Also, don't forget the main character doesn't want to join Starfleet.
Well, they have to be. Wait a minute. They have to be automatic because these are kids who've never been in Starfleet and have no idea what Starfleet is, let alone how to run anything. It's like having a 10-year-old drive a car. They don't know how to do that. So
well, it's funny, actually, in the first episode, everyone, I think, is... In the first episode, if I'm wrong, John, but don't they all talk about the Federation and Starfleet? Like, it's just, this thing that everybody is, very well aware of, even though they're in the middle of nowhere in the Delta Quadrant?
So they don't know what Starfleet is, but everyone else knows what the Federation and Starfleet, because I believe in Star Trek lore, they're different. Starfleet and the Federation are different. They're two separate entities, correct?
Well, yes, they're two separate entities, yeah.
But they do know of them, the villain does, and he doesn't want Starfleet or the Federation getting aware of his plans, but Janeway talks about the Federation, and the character goes, we want to completely avoid Federation space. We're going to go deeper away. So, deeper away from it all. We're just going to run. That's our protagonist. I don't want to deal with Starfleet. I don't want anyone telling me what to do. This is a literal child throwing a tantrum, and so Janeway's AI starts to get sassy with him, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and then of course she pulls up a holographic cup of coffee for herself to drink because that was always her signature thing coffee was a signature thing in Voyager, with Picard with his Earl Grey tea.
But she's a hologram. Why does she need coffee?
She doesn't.
I have no clue.
She doesn't, but it's stupid.
Probably because if she didn't have the cup of coffee and it wasn't voiced by Kate Mulgrew, who played Janeway in Voyager, you probably would have no idea that it's Captain Janeway because it's such a stiff pardon my French, stiff character.
Well, it's useless. Hang on. Let me ask you something, because I'm looking at the reviews off of Rotten Tomatoes on this. So, do you believe, because Vaughn M says, whoever is writing these has more respect for the original series than any other show out right now. Please keep them coming. Is Star Trek Prodigy better or as good as the original Star Trek?
Okay, I won't say that, but I will say out of all the Star Trek going on right now, it might be the closest, I think. I'm not really sure because Picard is absolutely, because you're comparing it to Picard, you're comparing it to Lower Decks, comparing it to Discovery. So, which one is more faithful is
So I have crap, and crap, and you're trying to tell me which one's the best crap.
Exactly. I would say I actually, overall, I gave this a 4 out of 10. I did like the Blob character. I thought he was funny when he was eating the captain's chair for some reason. I thought that was hilarious. The Blob eating the captain, screwing over the crew. I thought the fight scenes, it looked gorgeous. Animation-wise, it didn't look bad. They spent a lot of money on it. That's clear. It looks good animation-wise. It looks fluid.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it, just because it has good animation. You know what?
No,
there was wonderful. Star Wars episode 8 and 9, they had great cinematography and good special effects, and it sucked. It was horrible.
That's debatable, but no, I thought the animation looked nice. At least at what I was looking at was pretty. The rest of it was pretty bad. The fight scene. I thought one of the cool things, I guess, as a non-Star Trek fan, was the fight scene between the female rock monster and like ninja assassin character, kind of the female daughter who joined the crew, is going to probably join the crew later. They were fighting as ship replicator was creating the ship, so they had to work around that. But that was kind of interesting.
That sounds so boring.
That kind of was cool. I thought it looked cool, but
Okay.
It was animated very well, but of course every like 5 seconds the female rock lady, who mind you, I know we were joking yesterday about how Star Wars has that new character whose name is Geo, the Force Rock. Yeah, the giant rock lady in Star Trek Prodigy, her name is literally Rock. So that just shows you how original they are on this series. But no, like every 5 seconds in that fight, she just had to open her mouth, and it was that extremely high-pitched, annoying voice, and it kind of ruined it for me.
Okay, so here's another comment that comes from off of Rotten Tomatoes, where this thing has a 73%, believe it or not. They say that I thought I was watching a bootleg Star Wars Rebel clone.
Yeah, that's accurate. Actually, that's pretty accurate. As someone who has watched Rebels, and I enjoyed it. Okay, wasn't the best, but it was okay.
Were any of the characters better? And I'm showing it on screen right now. Star Wars has a character whose name is Geode. Geode is a rock. Let me make sure this is clear. Geode is a rock. A big rectangular rock. And they travel around in a ship that is called the Vessel. That is the high point of modern Disney Star Wars. That this is how innovative and expressive and imagination out of bounds. They have a ship called the Vessel and a character that is a rectangular rock. Compared to that, how do you think of Star Trek Prodigy? Is it as much crap as that?
I would say, well, does the rock Geo in Star Wars talk?
Yes, it does. Don't ask me how.
But we can't hear, so because I'm reading it, I don't have to hear the voice actor. So immediately it's 10 times better than the character in Prodigy, as Preston has said. The voice is terrible. The voice acting is awful. It was bad. And confirm, Preston?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, if this were in comic form, I would enjoy it significantly more.
Yeah, because we wouldn't have to hear voice acting. But
I would still hate it overall, but I wouldn't hate it as much.
As a non-Star Trek fan, I got some enjoyment out of it. Like I said, I went in with a fair shot. I thought it would be worse. And to be fair, it was the best thing next to the Star Wars Christmas special we watched yesterday. But that brings us to our second show, Mike, Lower Decks. God,
Okay.
that was awful. Lower Decks was terrible. You want to talk about actually awful, and I remember talking to Preston, and Preston thinks for some reason this was more tolerable than Prodigy. I don't know how. I lost brain cells. Preston, tell us the plot to Star Trek Lower Decks, which is the
There was a plot?
Okay, that's a fair point. Well, so, yes, kind of. Remember, it was Second Contact, it was called. That was the episode's title. Which,
Yeah.
it was...
Well, I mean, I guess essentially then if you want to talk about, like, you know, the premise of the show, it's essentially like all the Star Trek shows before this focused on, you know, the people who served on the bridge, at least in the ones that focused around the starship. So you have, you know, obviously like the captain and the chief security officer and stuff like that. Well, Star Trek Lower Decks is like, okay, well, what about all the people that are below the people who serve on the bridge? And essentially, like...
McCoy? Not McCoy, Scotty.
No, because Scotty...
Even below Scotty. Even below Scotty.
Below Scotty. Also, this is on what is one of the least important starships in the Federation.
So then why do we care?
And they essentially are adults who have wacky shenanigans and drink and party and... the first scene opens with the main female character, I can't even call him protagonist, almost, doesn't she stab the nerdy kind of guy who wants to be Starfleet captain with the Klingon, like, sword?
Batleth, yeah.
Yeah.
Because she's drunk.
Yes, because she's drunk on Romulan whiskey, that's right.
65%. This sounds horrible. This sounds really, really horrible.
Oh, we haven't even gotten to it. So then we meet the science officer, the new science officer, who famously, what's the green alien species that Kirk liked to hit on in the original series?
Oh my gosh, hang on.
I know them as the green alien species Kirk liked to hit on.
Orions.
Yes. So you have a female science officer who's wowed by everything, and this is her first time coming to a starship and meeting all the characters. And then there was a lot going on in the first episode, can I say? There was a lot going on. You had the zombie outbreak, right? From the mosquito bite. You had a zombie outbreak. Had the one guy who worked in maintenance going on a date with the woman who just got a cybernetic implant and was making him act goofy. And they talked about the monkey. They did mention the hit band, the Monkees. Preston, they landed on the planet, and it was all about the main character being a stick in the mud, and the girl being a party hard kind of character who's been demoted, who doesn't want to go any higher in Starfleet, who likes working on lower decks and doesn't want to be there. Which made no sense, as Preston pointed out. Isn't Starfleet like an optional thing?
Yeah, you don't really have to work.
You don't have to do anything. But here's one of the ratings on this show from Rotten Tomatoes. Eye-rolling claptrap that epitomizes Hollywood's demise. A hyperactive teenage brat who appears to have consumed 50 espressos and vomits out constant unfunny diatribes with no pause for breath. Sigh. What's to like when the principal Mariner character has no redeeming qualities and is written to be so irritating and unlikable? That sound accurate?
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't forget the giant action. As you know, as I've learned, right, as a non-Star Trek fan, like I've seen a good chunk of the original series. That's how I'll put it. I've seen a good chunk of the original Star Trek series. Okay, nothing really else. I've seen a bit of Next Generation. I did not know, and I've seen the first film of the J.J. Abrams series. I did not know Star Trek was known for so much action. If I had, I might have been into it a little sooner. But there were action galore in the first episode. You had them fighting the giant spider, which was painfully unfunny. You had the zombie outbreak on Starship, where they were shooting phasers constantly and doing action rolls and everything like that. It was bad. It was really bad.
Well,
and it did win an Emmy.
Everything wins an Emmy these days. It all has to be as diverse to that. But I'm just looking through the comments, and it seems like a bot is writing all the comments. This is very good Star Trek. Who writes like that? Everything I loved about season 1 is dialed up. Okay, warp factor 10. This sounds like a bot is writing this.
It does.
Awesome. Continue the already great series. Yeah, that's not a program. Fantastic characters, funny, nostalgic, joy. I hope this long continues. Yeah, that sounds like English.
Yeah, and so there were 3 subplots going on at once, Preston?
Yeah.
So I think we should probably cover the subplots. So the first one
You don't have
was the first one was the guy going on a date, which didn't end well because he was more worried about the security doors. There was giant spider because they made second contact, which is and she broke protocol, and her mom, it turns out, is the captain of the starship, the main character, the boppity, like, energetic teen character's mother. Wants to get her kicked off of out of Starfleet for some reason. And it was bad. It was just really bad. It was way worse for me than Prodigy. Preston thought it was more bearable.
Neither of them sound like there's anything interesting in any of them.
Yeah. Like I said,
But they're very diverse. I'll give you this. They are very diverse characters.
I did not see a single white straight male in all of Prodigy.
So, they've got diversity, so that means it must be good. No wonder they're spending money on it.
Yeah,
it's
because
ridiculous.
technically, I didn't see a single white straight male, so there's that. Social justice warriors will love that. The Star Wars Christmas special was fun, at least, right, Preston? I enjoyed that the most.
No one likes the Star Wars Christmas special. It sucks.
I enjoyed the best out of everything we watched.
Which is sad. You were drunk.
Yes. Because at least it didn't have a social justice woke agenda. Overall, I give Lower Decks a 1 out of 10. I will, you know what? I will watch probably more of it out of morbid curiosity, potentially. Because I do have Paramount Plus. I do have access to it. I do own Paramount Plus, so I might watch a little bit, but it's pretty desperate.
So let me ask a question about this. Was this about were the stories about an woke agenda, or did they have an actual story separate of that?
That's a really good question. Lower Decks had no story. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Prodigy felt like they wanted to tell a very generic story. Like it felt like story was a second thought. Because, my God, as I said before, they corrected gender pronouns 4 to 5 times. In the first episode.
That's real good writing when they're worried about someone's gender pronouns for an alien. They're worried about alien robotic, a robot's gender. Tell me that doesn't sound like Star Wars Solo.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. And I mean, they throw it in there multiple times. They play it. It just kind of comes out of nowhere, and the characters are like, oh, yeah, we forgot about the gender. We apologize. All of a sudden. It's like, what? Like, who asked for this dialogue? It doesn't need to be.
Well, they've got a checklist that they've got to go off of. They've got to make sure they're going with the woke pronouns for some reason in a cartoon about space aliens. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was rough. It was definitely a rough time last night. We talked about the show beforehand. Like I said, I came in with a more positive attitude than anyone, and I said I would give it a fair shake. If it was good, I would have came on this show and told you, Mike, I loved it. No matter what anyone thinks. If it was a good story, Godspeed. I like the original Star Trek animated series much better than whatever I watched on Nickelodeon at this point. It was bad.
It only sounds slightly better than Geode, a big rock.
No, it was worse than Geo because Geo doesn't talk to you, and the voice actors were so annoying. I cannot stress that enough. Preston is right. The voice actor sounded like a 3-year-old girl.
Well, she was 10.
10? I don't know.
I verified it.
Okay, 10. It was 10 years old, female girl screaming the entire time at a high pitch, who acted like a small child, even though they were a big rock monster and they were a minor.
But John, you missed the point. It's supposed to be ironic. It's supposed to be quirky.
Okay. Is this more or less fun than watching Chris Rock get slapped by Will Smith?
That's a tough one. It's about as bad as watching the Oscars, I would say.
Okay.
You know, it might be a little better, because I will say, like I said, the Blob literally almost kills them twice.
Well,
And that's their...
That sounds like a highlight. I'd like to see them die.
That's terrible, but yes. And there was this in Lower Decks. Was there a highlight for you, Preston?
The end.
Okay. Okay. I'm trying to think if there's a highlight for me in Lower Decks. I can't think of one. It was pretty bad. But yeah, this was rough. This was a rough time last night, and this was about 3 beers in. This was actually 3 beers.
Okay.
So I was having like I was good enough that I was like, okay, I could have some fun, but not like drunk enough that I was screaming. It was rough even then. I don't know how Preston did sober, so he's 21. That's how you gotta watch this. Now, Preston, on a completely unrelated note, it's Michael's birthday. Do you have a favorite memory of the Dragon of the Southern Tier?
It's got to be the first time I met Michael.
I talked about that this morning in case people didn't hear it at 7 a.m. Was it like 5 a.m., Mike? I called you like 7 a.m. I called.
7 a.m.
All right. Do you want to explain that story, Preston?
Yeah, so it was you, me, and the rest of the college Republicans were sitting in the dining hall at Binghamton University, and you're like, okay, you had just made me the head of events, so like coordinating speaker events and stuff like that. Yeah. So you're like, I have an idea. Let's Preston. There's this guy I know named Michael Vasquez, and you're like, you should invite him to speak on campus. I'll get you on the phone with him. So you I don't think you gave me his number. I think you gave me your phone after calling him.
Talking to the dragon, I think I said. That's all I said.
Yeah.
It was just a dragon. That's how I refer to
it. Had no clue what Michael looked like. Like when I heard Michael Vasquez, I'm like, oh, okay, so yeah. So I get on the phone with you, Mike, and I'm like, okay, this is cool. This is cool. And then you're like, oh yeah, why don't you meet me at the Belmar? And I'm like, the Belmar, and you told me, John, that it was a bar.
Yeah.
Well, we're not going to talk about the bar. Don't mention the bar.
Yeah.
We met at a location.
Yeah.
Yes, we met at a certain location.
We go there, and we're at this location, and you just take us like to the back area of this location, and we're there, and it was interesting. I see you there. You're down in cigarettes and talking about politics, and I'm just sitting there quietly, and I'm like, I really don't know what to say.
Yeah. Because I remember I got you in the car. I was like, we're gonna go see the dragon, Preston. You're like, oh, okay. So we go to see the Dragon of the Southern Tier, and me and Michael are talking about like we're going like a mile a minute, if I remember, because there was a lot going on. Just talking about everything going on in town, and you're just sitting there quietly. And Mike turns to you, I think, in the middle of it, and goes, "What's your thoughts on all this?" And you're just sitting there like, I don't know. I was like, Preston, you talk so much. Come on, say something here.
Not that fast, though.
Not that fast, no. But it was a wonderful time. It spawned a friendship for a very long time.
Sure.
I will say that. Like I said, I've known Michael for half a decade now, working on the show and everything like that. It was definitely a funny time. Seeing your face meeting Michael the first time and me just describing him as the dragon, you were like, what does the dragon look like? You talked on the phone with him briefly, and I was like, oh, he's great. I like him. Great. He's smart. Listen to him. I think that's all I said. I was like, listen. Just listen to him. Listen to him talk. He's a smart guy. He'll bring up some good points you've never heard before. Just listen. Listen with your ears. And that's what Preston did. And he walked away. We went in the car, and he said, who the heck was that? And I was like, that's the dragon. That was the dragon. It was it was a good time. It was a very good time. But anything else to add, Preston, on Michael's birthday? It's you're 53, Mike.
54. And by the way, you guys got me in trouble with my mom.
Did we get you?
Wait, how?
Yeah, you got me in trouble with my mom. Talking about where you guys were meeting up with me at.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, Mike.
That's okay.
Mike. Oh man, I've been there, Mike. I've been there. Okay. That's.
I didn't think my mom was still watching the live stream, but she is.
Yeah, that's true. But Mike's a good man. We have nothing bad to say about the dragon, obviously.
Yeah. Clean it up because my mom's watching now.
Oh.
Too late. She's known me all her life.
You messed up, Preston. I called in already at 7 a.m., so I didn't get him in trouble. Which was, by the way, like 4 a.m. my time.
Yeah, it was.
So
we got people watching in Australia right now.
Man, they must love this. But yeah, it was a good time. Those were some fun days, and Preston wasn't around actually for Liberty Weekend when I first met you. So, got to really know you. Like I said, we first met at Mark Molinaro's event.
Yeah.
And then the second time I actually remember this, the second time we met was at the Devin Nunes event.
Okay, it was after that. Okay.
Media, and I said, hey, I think I remember you, and you're like, hey, I vaguely remember you. I meet so many people, which is a very Mike thing to say.
Well, one of the fun things I remember is with you guys in the College Republicans. A lot of people may not be aware. It was right after the Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow plot and Antifa and BLM attacked everybody at the Dr. Art Laffer event in Binghamton University, which is why Binghamton University is being investigated by the Department of Education right now. I remember that. That stands out in my memory.
Yeah, it was definitely. I remember you coming late and you were so mad. You were like, "Oh, I missed it all." And we were all breathing heavy because we just got escorted out by police and in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Of a restaurant, and we're like, I was mad. I was ripping mad. I'm like, oh, they did this to us, and everyone was like, no, you did it. You ran a successful event. And I said, the room is clear. That is true.
Yeah.
We did fill the room. That was our main concern. I said, we did fill the room technically. It was a good time. It was definitely a good time. You've gotten on a lot of good guests.
Yeah.
Since we met. Think about the big guests. Like, your guests have been getting bigger and bigger, as I said before. I mean, what was it, 2 weeks ago? Last week that you got Matt Brainerd on. That's a huge guest.
Had Matt Brainerd on. That was a really nice one. Matter of fact, we've had on this program, we've had a lot of people on, over 160 guests. We've done over 160 interviews of politicians, candidates, people like Clifford Crouch and Eric Bosworth. We've had on Larry Sharp a couple of times. We've had on Andrew Hollister, who was running for Lieutenant Governor of New York. Let's see, who else we've had here? We had David Pasek. He was on with us. He was a candidate for the New York 22nd District. Claudia Tenney a couple of times. She's a congresswoman right now. Giovanni Scaringi, who's a member of the Binghamton City Council at this time. We've interviewed George Phillips, who's run for Congress a couple of times, and he's well known. We've interviewed former Mayor Matt Ryan, who's a Democrat, former Councilwoman Leah Webb, Dan Lamb, who was a Democrat running for the New York 22nd District, Donna Lepardo.
Yep.
I mean, this is just some of the people, and of course, my friend Maj Toure, who was a great guy, Mark Meckler, which is probably a little more famous.
Arthur Laffer, you had Nike Enos, Laura Loomer, you've had a lot of big names.
Yeah, we've had a lot of people who've been on this program that people know nationally as well as locally. Assemblyman Doug Smith, Matt Castaneda. Yeah. Judicial Watch, Michael Beska of
Oh yeah,
of
that is
Judicial
true. I forgot all
Watch.
about-
Crary, guy from Project Veritas, Crary Porch,
Harry Ford.
and Connor Boyack of the Tuttle Twins. Couple of
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. That one's a pretty big one too. I forgot all about that one.
yeah.
Wow, I worked hard being your guest manager. I worked hard. I forgot about that.
Well, we've also gotten people like former U.S. diplomat, and that was CJ. He was great. A former U.S. diplomat was on with us, and local captain of police, Kate Newcomb, going to be a female sheriff in the region. So we've really covered a lot of people over the years.
Yeah, definitely. But I gotta run here, Mike. It's been fun. Preston, I gotta run as well. I'm sure we both have to. But
Yeah.
Live stream. It was fantastic to talk to you. It's been a lot of fun. All right.
All right. Thank you guys for joining us on this birthday live stream. I really appreciate that. And saving me the trouble of
have a good
watching
one,
Star
Mike.
Trek.
Happy birthday, buddy.
All right. So, folks, just like you've heard, they wanted to talk about Star Trek and save you the trouble of watching Star Trek Prodigy and Lower Decks. The answer is, if you're very drunk, watch it. If you're not, avoid it. So there you go. And if you're drinking, be over 21. But that's the only way you're really going to get any enjoyment out of Star Trek under Paramount. Kind of like watching Star Wars under Disney. It's woke. It's horrible. It's not well done. It's not worth it. I'd rather you watch, you know what? You want to see something interesting about it? Listen to Young Ripa, who's also on YouTube. He has a great show and he talks about this stuff and he's much better at it. Or listen to Just Some Guy, also on YouTube. He covers comic books and TV shows, and he has an interesting. Or The Critical Drinker, another great guy who has wonderful insight. Or Mahler, who I love. I kind of do what Mahler does. Mahler does entertainment, and he does what he calls the long. And he goes through super detail about everything in a movie. And I do kind of the long in politics, telling you about why all these things are happening, why we're seeing so many problems, why there's so much of an issue. And it's interesting. I mean, I don't really talk about entertainment too much, but it's an important part of this whole thing because this is what we are exporting to all these other countries. We're exporting critical race theory. We're exporting this idea that white people are evil and black people are victims, which I disagree with completely. Absolutely disagree with it. Matter of fact, on May 3rd at SUNY Broome College in Binghamton, New York, I will be having a protest against, there's going to be an event to promote critical race theory, and I'm going to protest it. And I'm going to that event to protest that at SUNY Broome because I don't believe in racism. And yet they're going to promote that and using your tax dollars to do it. And people should be aware of that because if it's happening in Broome County, it's happening in your county in New York. And it's being exported over to the United Kingdom. It's being exported over to Canada, where they already have these problems. Where it's being exported into Australia and all these other parts of the world. We got to stop this. We got to fight against these things. And and it's not worth watching these programs. Yeah, I just heard from Rory Salter, who I've been on his program. He was saying hello. Fantastic. Thank you. And we may be having a network. Maybe I may be starring on a network program for him. So that could be something very positive coming in the near term, getting more attention around the world. By the way, I want people to know, if you are a student, if you're at a college, you want me to come and speak about the Second Amendment, the First Amendment, you want me to come out and speak about socialism, I'll be happy to go to any college, whether in person or on Zoom, and have a meeting and talk with you about it, give you some real world experience, to talk to you about what's actually going on with red flag laws and how they're breaking up families. I'll talk to you about how they're ineffective, what's been going on with actual common sense gun control that hasn't actually helped control crime anywhere in the United States ever. Because no one wants to talk to you about that. No one wants to take the time to actually have a conversation with you. And I'm more than happy to do that. And I will go to any college and speak with any group of students, that whether you're Democrats, Libertarians, or Republicans, and I'll be happy to go over that with you. And I've been doing this stuff for 15 years. I've been going to many colleges. I'll be happy to go to your college too. And that's what we need. We need to talk about these things. We need to engage students and the youth and our next generation to preserve it before it gets destroyed, before America becomes so weak that we turn into a third world nation, which is the direction that we see the world going in right now. That's where we see America going in right now. The only thing that stops America from being a banana republic right now, the $30 trillion that we have been spending, the additional $5 trillion that Joe Biden wants to spend, the only thing that's preventing that from happening right now is the fact that the United States has a big military and people are afraid of the power of the United States, and that they continue to use the American dollar because we have the greatest economy in the world. And that is slowly being stripped away because we're no longer a manufacturing country. We are a service country. We don't make anything anymore. We import everything. And all it takes is for China to say, I'm not going to send you anything. All it takes is for any of these other countries to treat us like Saudi Arabia is treating us, and not to pick up the phone and not make a deal with Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. That's all it takes. And you think that we're in a bad recession now? You think the economy is in bad shape now? Wait until they stop sending us stuff. And that terrifies me. That terrifies me that is not only possible, it's likely to happen within the next 10 years. You want to talk about an economic warfare? Stop sending America stuff. Stop sending us iPhones. Watch what happens to the economy then. Yes, it will. And you know what? I'm sure there will be a bunch of people like AOC and Ilhan Omar and Anna Presley that'll say, it's great. There's no more child labor that's digging up the rare earth metals anymore in Africa. Oh, there's no more child slavery that are putting together Nike sneakers for you anymore. It's a good thing. And you know what? That is a good thing. And I'm happy about that. But I'd rather that we made Nikes and we made iPhones and iPads and all that stuff in the United States instead of getting it from some other country where they have to get child slave labor to do it. But no one wants to call it child slave labor. They don't want to have an article about that because they don't want you to realize that the left is promoting child labor, child slave labor for pennies on the dollar, to be able to say, hey, now you can plug in your car. You can plug in that electric bicycle. Don't worry about where it gets the electricity from, like we were talking about earlier today. Don't think about that. Don't think about where the rare earth metals come from. That's not important. Those are kids in Africa. We don't talk about them. Very annoying. It's very annoying when we realize how fragile democracy is in the world, where freedom is in the world, and it's being eroded day by day. And I truly believe in the First Amendment, the right to speak for everyone. You don't have to agree. You don't have to like it. It's not a requirement that the First Amendment for you to like what I have to say or to agree with what I have to say. Just like I don't have to agree with the far left. But you know what? We can't be silenced. We cannot silence people we don't like. And we have to have a better bar than, we're just going to copy something someone else did. Oh, we're just going to silence people we don't like. We are going to silence people we don't agree with. We have to have a better bar in place than Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and the Democratic Socialists of America, where they say facts don't matter. Being grammatically, semantically, empirically correct, that doesn't matter, because that just means that they're lying to you. We got to vote out these kind of people who would actually think it's okay to lie to you. That includes Joe Biden, who, as we have gone over in talking about Afghanistan, which I will never forget, Joe Biden has lied to the American people repeatedly. And we have to emphasize that. We deserve better. And if we have better leaders in America, we have more peace and more stability in the world. We have been tracking that for years, and it has been true for 15 years. In interview after interview, in story after story, the more strong America is, the better off the world is, the more stability in the world. We got to stop funding like the Iran nuclear deal. We have to stop funding global terrorism. That doesn't help anyone. It may let some progressives fall asleep at night going, oh, Iran isn't going to make a nuclear bomb. Yes, they are. And yes, you're funding global terror just so you can go to sleep at night and going, I have the Iran nuclear deal, so there's never going to be a nuclear bomb out of Iran. You are out of your mind. You're high. You're drunk and you're high if you think that's true. You may not agree with me, but all the evidence points towards that, because that's exactly what happened in 2016 under the Obama-Biden administration. And that's exactly what Biden's trying to do right now, because he thinks it will get a vote. He thinks that will get Democrats reelected. And that's exactly why Democrats like Antonio Delgado will not answer questions about this. And if you don't think I'm telling the truth, no problem. Go to Twitter right now and ask Antonio Delgado about these things, and he will not answer you. He will refuse to answer. And that's something that's different, because back in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, you know what? We may not have agreed with our politicians, but they at least had the balls to look us in the face and say, I don't agree. At least they had the balls to do that. And they don't do that anymore. And it doesn't take balls to do that. A woman can do it just as well as a man. I don't care about your color, your sex, your sexual preference. It doesn't matter. That doesn't make you a good person or a good member of Congress or elected office. That has nothing to do with being good. At least that's what I believe. You may disagree. And I'm happy to hear what you have to say about it. So we've got about 30 minutes. I'm going to go for 12 hours. It's been a long day. 12 hours is a long stream. And I know people have been back and forth. They've watched parts of it here and there. And I thank each and every one of you, because you're spending my birthday with me. And I'm happy to be able to have this conversation. I want you to know that you can also find me Fridays, usually at 9 o'clock, on the Liberty First Foundation. I do a live stream with them talking about liberty, talking about the Second Amendment, talking about our rights, and how we can preserve them in America, how you can be involved. There's an event that's going to be coming up on April 23rd in New York State. A road trip to Albany. I'll be putting out some news about that soon. And that's going to be important, to have our voices heard. Because I believe it's important to remind our elected leaders that they serve us. They take an oath of office to serve the public. We are the ones in charge of them, not the other way around. And they have forgotten that. And that is why we are seeing America crumble, and why authoritarianism is taking hold, why we're seeing socialism take hold in America, is because they have tried to convince us that we aren't the people. We aren't the power of this nation, and we are. That's why our Constitution sets us aside and separate of all the rest of the world. It's the reason why there are 2 million people every year legally trying to come into the United States, why there are 20 million illegal aliens in the United States right now, why 2 million illegal aliens tried to enter the United States in 2021 alone, and why we are looking at 3 possibly 3 million illegal aliens trying to enter the United States through our open southern border this year, based on the projections that are out there. Because we are a great nation, and we should be proud. And for 54 years of my life, I am happy to say that I am an American, that I have always been American, that I have served in our Marine Corps, just like my father before me, like members of my family who have served in the Army. I love my country, and I believe that we are the greatest nation in the world. And I reject those who would like to try and tell you that America is evil and horrible and racist, because that isn't the reality of America. And they want you to believe that so they can destroy what we have and what we have created, which is the greatest nation in the world, the most free nation in the history of the world. And you're right, Dow. We are free if we can remember it and if we act to maintain it. And there are so many people who want to make sure we don't, because they're jealous, because they're jealous of the fact that we're strong, we're rich, and we're free all at the same time. A combination of things that almost no other nation has ever achieved in the history of mankind. Seriously, look at the history of mankind. There are many empires that have existed. Almost none of them were because people were free and rich and powerful all at the same time. Doesn't happen. But we've been doing it for over 240, 250 years. And it's important. And for 54 years I've been on this planet, I can tell you, America is great because I've seen the other countries and I look at what's happening around the world today. And you know what? This is still the best place you could possibly raise your children. This is the best place that you can grow up. This is the best place that you can live your life and be what you want to be. Is that a guarantee? Absolutely not. Then again, there is no guarantee. The only place that's willing to give you a guarantee is a place that is willing to make sure that you... I may have broken... I see it looked like we disconnected for a moment there. It looks like we broke YouTube and or Facebook and Twitter, that they may have gotten upset because I was proclaiming the greatness of the United States, something that obviously the progressive left do not agree with. And we almost got knocked offline for a little bit. Seems they didn't like that. So let me say it again. America is the greatest country in the world. You may like your country. My country is better. And I know that because nobody in my country wants to go to your country, but everyone in your country wants to come to mine. And I think that's worth preserving. I think that's worth keeping. I truly think so. And that's why I've spent 11 hours and 37 minutes with you today talking about America and how America has changed over the years and how this change is not benefiting us. We are becoming more progressive. We're becoming more socialist, and that's not better. And while we become more progressive, more socialist, we're also becoming more split, more divided, more angry. You know, that's not a good recipe. At least that's what I believe. And every week we continue. For 15 years, we've been putting out content, going over the bills, going over the laws, trying to interview the politicians, the people who are making the legislation that are shaping our nation, and we will continue to do that as long as I am alive. We're going to keep doing that. We're going to keep doing the Sunday live stream where we get to hear from you. Not nearly as long as I did this today, but definitely over and over again. Why? Because your voice matters. No matter where you are in the world, you matter. Your voice matters. You're important. And I value each and every one of you. Whether you've been watching the stream all the way through or you've been watching parts back and forth, I appreciate that you spent time with me today, that you gave me the opportunity to share some of my thoughts, some of my views, some of the things that are going on, and to hear your voices, and to hear your comments, and to hear what you had to say, and to hear you say happy birthday. I appreciate all of that. And I hope you've taken the opportunity, if you could, to go out and to subscribe and to share this and like it, but most of all to subscribe and to help us try and reach 1,234 subscribers. That's our goal for the year. 1,234 subscribers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not asking for a lot. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we broke the internet by saying America. God only knows if I said MAGA, what would have happened. Make America great. Oh! Seeing, leftists pass out left and right. And, these very same leftists don't exist anywhere else in the world except where it's free. Because you try and pull that crap down you try and be a leftist down in Venezuela, you'll starve to death. You try it in Cuba, they'll throw you in jail. You try it in North Korea, they'll kill you. You try it in China, you'll disappear along with the Uyghurs. But in America, hey, it's in vogue to say America's horrible, terrible. Sorry, it's not in vogue with me. And when you get to be 54 years old, and I hope you get to be far, far older, and you want to disagree, get online and tell me that I'm wrong. But I don't think you will. Okay, so we've got 20 minutes. Because I am tired and my voice is all kind of crackly now. 12 hours later, I'm not surprised. Yeah, look at Hong Kong. Look at how they're doing. Woohoo. And Hong Kong wants to be America. They love America. They sing our praises. They want to be a little bit like us. And the Chinese government decided, the answer to that is they made all the leaders in Hong Kong disappear. Just disappear. Because they have no freedoms. They have no right. They don't have a First Amendment. Because the government is tyrannical and socialist, and they can do that. And they do. And Joe Biden wants to do business with them. Yay! I tell you, it's terrifying sometimes. Okay, so we've got about 18 minutes left. Let me ask you guys, what do you think? What did you think of this live stream, this marathon, 12 hours that we're going to be having together? Was it interesting? Was it fun? Did you enjoy at least part of it? Were there parts that you enjoyed, parts that you didn't? Was there a question that you wanted to ask me? Has there been a question that you wanted to ask but you didn't get a chance? Is there any question that you wanted to ask me about any subject, any topic? Favorite movie, favorite TV show, what? Anything at all. Is there a question that you wanted to ask, that you wanted to hear? Was there something an opinion about something that you wanted to ask me about? Any topic, any subject. It's been that way all day, but I want to make sure that for my birthday, before I finish, that I've given you every opportunity. I want to make sure people get to ask whatever they want. That's what I'm here for. That's why I wanted to be on with you before YouTube and Facebook and Twitter decide to kick me off, because they're trying. And they just tried to shut us down for saying America is great. Let me ask you, what's on your mind? Do you think America is great? You've been watching this and listening to me talk for the last 12 hours. Do you think America is great? We've got people all over We've got people from around the world watching. Do you think America's great? The funniest joke I ever heard in Soviet Moscow, back in the days of the SSR, there weren't a whole lot of jokes. I'm trying to think. The Soviets didn't really have they have a different culture completely than in the United States. I'm trying to think back to that. I didn't have a lot of fun when I was in the Soviet Union. When I was in Moscow and Tbilisi, spent a lot of time ducking, trying to stay alive while there was a coup attempt and while there was a civil war going on. So that took a lot of the fun out of it all. Yeah, I can't think of a joke while I was there. Probably one of the funniest things, though, is probably my face when I saw the line for the McDonald's. It was literally an 8-hour line. Never seen that before. World's largest McDonald's in the world. 8-hour line to get into that McDonald's. I cut the line. I paid 500 rubles, roughly less than $1, to be able to cut the line. An 8-hour line. I cut the line, paid a policeman less than $1 equivalent to be able to cut the line and walk into the largest McDonald's in the world, and got scared. I wasn't scared of cutting people in the line. If you were rich enough to be able to do it, people would let you do it. They didn't complain. Obviously, you were rich. So they let you, if you could pay, you got to cut the line. That wasn't the problem. That didn't scare me. Walking in with 50 other people into the largest McDonald's in the world, that didn't scare me. It was the thing that scared me the most, and probably one of the funniest things that ever happened, is I was in a McDonald's, and I have never seen happier people in my life. This is 1991. I've never seen people happier to work at a business ever in my life. There were 20 counters, and there's 3 people at each counter. And I had this one woman was waving me over. Enthusiastic. I mean, she was the most enthusiastic person I've ever seen especially at a fast food place at McDonald's, waving me over and say, "Please come here. Let me serve you. Please come over here so I can serve you, McDonald's." This woman was genuinely, absolutely ecstatic that she was working at McDonald's, and she absolutely was happy, pleased to be able to get my order from McDonald's. Scared the bejesus out of me. Jumped back. I'm like, "What's wrong with you, woman? You're working at McDonald's. Calm down. It's not that great a job. It's a job, but it's not like, you're not curing cancer." This woman was happy. And I walk on over there after I got, knocked back just by her enthusiasm. It was incredible. She's like, yes, please. Let me take your order. What would you like from McDonald's? So I give her an order, and I literally ordered enough food for 5 people. I swear to God, it was enough food I had like 5 cheeseburgers. I had like 7 large fries. Huge order. And she's like, "No problem." And she goes, and it became a running joke for me that whenever I would go into that McDonald's, I would always try and pay them and I'd make the order, give them the money, and try and get my change back before they had all the food right there in front of me. Never happened. 1.5 years. Went to McDonald's a bunch of times. Never once, not once, was I able to go to that McDonald's and order a meal and not get my change back first. It was incredible. Because as soon as I'd say, "Okay, I'd like 5 cheeseburgers, 10 cheeseburgers," boom. There's a guy standing right next to the cashier. He runs on off, and he's going to get the cheeseburgers. They had a huge kitchen. There's like over 100 people in the kitchen. He's off, and he's getting the cheeseburgers. And then I go and tell him how many fries I want. I'd be getting sacks of fries. just a whole big, huge bag of fries, and they're gone. That guy's off and running to go and get the French fries for me. And if I wanted to drink, the guy with the burgers be back, and he's like ready to go in case I order a drink, and then he'd fly on off and he'd get the drink. And the cashier's like, oh, thank you here's your change. And boom. By the time she could give me back the change, and it wasn't like she was going slow. She was happy. She's trying to get me served as fast as possible. And I had every single time for a year and a half that I was there, they always had the food in front of me ready to go before I could get my change back. Every single time. By the way, I was only paying in rubles. I didn't pay in dollars because why in the world I could buy 10 cheeseburgers, I could buy 10 sacks of large fries, and it would cost me 500-600 rubles. It would cost me $1 American. $1 American for double cheeseburgers and fries. Enough food to feed 3 people, 4 people, and it cost me $1. Why would I go to there is in that McDonald's, there is a international, or what's called valuta currency side, where you would use actual American dollars or French francs or British pounds, and you would get exactly the same food. There is no difference. You're just paying more money for it. I'm like, why in the world would I pay more money when I can buy it in rubles and it costs me $1, or I could go and get 1/3 as much food and I pay 5 times as much in American dollars? Made no sense whatsoever. I always paid in rubles. Between the bribe to cut the line and to get the food, I saved more money. It was ridiculous. And I always enjoyed that. And whenever you walk out the McDonald's, and we would walk out, me and a couple of my buddies, a couple of guys from Britain and a couple of guys from Dushko, who's out of Dubrovnik. And we would go out, and as soon as we walk out, there is this whole line of people, and they're just trying to sell you Napoleon brandy and beer and champagne. And me and the guys, we'd just buy a couple of bottles of like brandy or some Napoleon brandy or some champagne so that we would have something to eat the McDonald's with. And we'd go back to the office and we'd drink, and God, the Russians drink like crazy. I tell you, I try and drink like that again, I kill myself. But we'd have a couple of bottles of champagne in McDonald's. That was dinner. It was fantastic. It's one of the best experiences I've ever had at a restaurant, especially fast food. And it's almost entirely because they were that happy. And here's the thing that a lot of people don't know about that. That McDonald's in Russia in 91, one of the reasons why, there's two big reasons why everyone would kill for a job at McDonald's in 1991 in Moscow. Besides the fact that it's the only one in Moscow, and so it was a matter of prestige to work at the only McDonald's in all of Russia. And that people would travel, literally, family vacations. People would get on a train for 3 days from Novogorsk to wait on an 8-hour line to take their family in to get a Happy Meal at McDonald's so that they eat that and then get back on the train and go 3 hours back home. Literally, people did that. That was their family vacation, to go to McDonald's. So it was prestige to work at the place in the first place. But the thing that made them so happy is, one, they got paid ridiculously more than every other Russian out there. They were getting paid stupid amounts of money. They were getting paid 3 to 5 times as much as the regular average Russian, which in other words meant dirt cheap. We're talking poverty wages. They wouldn't have made 500% below poverty level in the United States. I mean, they were making crap money. They were lucky to make $50 American a month. And that was like 5 times what the average Russian was making at the time. I'm not joking about this. This is accurate. So one, they were getting paid stupidly well. So that made them very happy. And the thing that really kicked it off, at the end of the day, all the food that was left over at the McDonald's that had been cooked. And remember, they had like 100 people in that back kitchen constantly cooking food all day, all night. So when you're at the end of your shift, because it never closed, but when the end of the shift, what they would do is they would get all the food together and they would divide it amongst everybody who worked. Yeah, there was like 200 people that would work in that McDonald's in any given shift. And they would get all the food together and they had enough food in that McDonald's left over that they could give it out to 200 people. And there was enough food for these people to go back home and share it with their family and their friends and have food, extra food that they didn't, American food for one, McDonald's for another, but extra food that they could then share with their families. And they were getting paid 5 times as much as every other Russian in Russia. They were ecstatic. These are the happiest people I have ever seen in my life working at a job. Never seen anyone so ecstatic. It's terrifying how happy they were. It literally scared me the first time I saw it, and it was impressive because it was American capitalism in Moscow, and it brought joy